Chapter 1. Metal 2, Wood 5, Water 3, Fire 1, Earth 4. In the Qingshi Square, a young man clad in black gazed impassively at the boy in coarse garments before him, retracting his hand from the boy's crown. None of the 5 elements' spiritual roots stand out. The boy in coarse garments was frail and unremarkable in appearance, with the sole exception of his pair of clear and luminous eyes. However, upon hearing those words, the light in his eyes extinguished instantly. He did not fully comprehend the significance of spiritual roots and the 5 elements. Yet he grasped the insinuation behind the black-clad youth's statement. Mediocre talent. The black-clad youth remained oblivious to the shift in the boy's gaze. Given the disparity in their statuses, even if he had noticed, he would not have cared. After handing the boy a wooden plaque inscribed with the words inferior, he waved his hand dismissively, resembling someone shooing away a bothersome insect. Next, nothing is more painful than being disregarded. The boy in coarse garments clutched the wooden plaque tightly, exerting pressure in his grip as he walked past a line of boys yet to be assessed. Upon seeing the inferior plaque in his hand, the others cast scornful and derisive glances his way. With his head bowed, the boy hastened toward the designated area that had already been divided, his eyes brimming with resentment. This area was categorized into 3 sections according to talent: upper, middle, and lower. Naturally, the lower section was the most populated, nearly overflowing with individuals. In contrast, the middle section housed far fewer, and the upper section was occupied by only a handful, appearing starkly vacant in comparison. The delineation of these areas seemed to convey a message. Fairness still existed, with all 3 sections being of equal size and no inherent difference in talent. Or perhaps it indicated that the territory was limited, and those with greater aptitude would have access to more resources. Regardless of the intention, standing in different areas after their assessments signified that their futures had already been predetermined. Before he could step into the lower section, a round-faced boy rose onto his toes, excitedly waving at the boy in coarse garments. Chen Ze, over here. The boy in coarse garments was named Chen Ze and was 12 years old. The round-faced boy was Li Dahu, affectionately known as Hu Zai, a friend Chen Ze had made along his journey and his only companion. Hu Zai's exuberance drew hostile glares from the crowd, having just been classified as inferior. Their spirits were at a low ebb, leaving no room for laughter, not even for a loud call. A tall boy nearby barked angrily. "Shut up! What are you yelling for? Do you want to embarrass us even more?" Hu Zai scratched his head, chuckling foolishly, undeterred by the animosity. He pulled Chen Ze to stand behind him, reaching into his pocket to retrieve half-esteemed bun, which he broke into smaller pieces, offering 1/2 to Chen Ze. "I saved this from yesterday. Hurry up and eat." Chen Ze, having just been labeled as inferior, lacked the desire to speak. Yet, facing Hu Zai's earnestness, he forced a smile and pushed the small piece of bun back, murmuring, "Am not hungry, you eat it." Hu Zai lightly acknowledged with an "oh" and began eating, his face adorned with his usual silly grin. Although he and Chen Ze were of similar age, his intellect was far below that of his peers. Otherwise, he would not have been sold by his parents. In truth, most of the boys in their group had not come here of their own volition. They were either abducted or purchased for some silver. Chen Ze had been sold to a gambling den by his father, a compulsive gambler, for the price of 2 taels of silver, only to be resold for 10 taels. The man who bought him was named Gui Qing, a celestial being, or at least that was how he appeared to Chen Ze. Gui Qing could fly and employed many incomprehensible techniques, resembling the immortals from tales who could soar through the heavens and traverse the earth. During their journey, Gui Qing had acquired many boys, and it was during this time that Chen Ze met Hu Zai. Later, Gui Qing had taken them soaring to this distant and unfamiliar place, where they encountered more boys who had been brought back by other celestial beings. Gui Qing left them here, informing them that this place was the Moji sect. If their talent was sufficient, they could become disciples of the Moji sect, much like him. Upon arriving, they were met with the assessment of their talents. In truth, no one really understood what this so-called talent meant, but they could discern the differences in status. The way the disciples of the Moji sect regarded them, marked as inferior, was clearly distinct from how they viewed those with better talents. As Chen Ze pondered aimlessly, a sudden exclamation rang out from afar. Perfect mastery of metal and fire spiritual roots. Such terrifying talent. The crowd turned to the source of the voice, their gazes converging almost simultaneously on a striking youth with sharp brows and bright eyes. With this exclamation, the other disciples conducting the assessments also turned their attention to the youth, exclaiming in awe, "Remarkable, truly remarkable. Two fully realized spiritual roots, such terrifying talent. This is the first time I've witnessed something like it. Goodness, with his talent, it won't be long before he surpasses us." Indeed, a figure like that will undoubtedly become a powerhouse in the Moji sect. We must befriend him. Chen Ze looked at the youth with envy. That youth was named Yi Yuan, brought here by Li Chongqing, just like him. Amidst the praises from the crowd, Yi Yuan's expression remained largely unchanged, appearing remarkably calm. He was the type of person destined to shine brightly, regardless of where he was. While others mourned the abrupt separation from their parents, he seemed unfazed, even indifferent. On their journey, Li Chongqing had sung Yi Yuan's praises, firmly believing him to be a rare talent suited for cultivation. Now, it seemed his words had come to fruition. Under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, Yi Yuan was ushered to the upper talent section, standing at the forefront, his head held high as he gazed ahead, not sparing a glance at the other boys. From the zenith of the sun to the dusk of sunset, the assessments of thousands of boys finally concluded. The lower talent area was already overflowing, forcing them to queue further back. The middle talent area was nearly full, while the upper talent section remained conspicuously sparse. Fewer than 20 boys were classified as upper talent, with Yi Yuan still standing at the forefront. Undoubtedly, he was the most gifted among them. According to their talent classifications, the boys were led to different locations. A stern man guided the lower talent group, evoking fear with just a glance. The stern man paid no mind to the boys, turning on his heel to leave, compelling them to follow swiftly. When a dilapidated structure came into view, the expressions of all the boys changed. Even though they were aware that their status as those of lower talent would not afford them better accommodations, they had not anticipated living in such conditions. The stern man stood before them, pointing to the red line beneath their feet, and stated coldly, "I am Qin Shan. Without my command, do not step beyond this area. Violators will face death. Find your own rooms. Assemble tomorrow at the fourth watch of the day. Do not be late." "Is it no dinner?" Hu Zai inquired suddenly. Qin Shan's brow furrowed, and he retorted icily, "Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food. No wonder you can only be of lower talent, useless trash. Why don't you think about dying?" In an instant, silence fell over the group, and the hostility directed at Hu Zai intensified. Chen Ze hurriedly tugged at Hu Zai's sleeve, signaling him to remain silent. He then steeled himself, cupping his hands in a bow toward Qin Shan. "Forgive us, senior brother. We were unaware of the rules upon our arrival. If we have offended in any way, please be lenient." Senior brother, this term had been taught to them by Li Chongqing before he departed, suggesting that they address unfamiliar adults as such. However, upon hearing the term senior brother, Qin Shan scoffed derisively, his eyes filled with disdain. "You're at best a mere disciple. Calling you a disciple is merely flattering. In truth, you are but a menial worker. Do you think you are worthy of calling me senior brother?" Upon hearing this, Chen Ze's face flushed with embarrassment, and he could only pull Hu Zai along, bowing repeatedly, bending low. "Celestial being, forgive us, I will not err again." Qin Shan's demeanor softened slightly upon hearing the term celestial being. After most of the boys had chosen their rooms, he waved his hand casually. "Get lost." Chen Ze felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, sighing in relief as he bowed once more before hastily pulling Hu Zai away. However, this delay meant that most rooms were already occupied. Chen Ze began asking about empty rooms, starting from the first one, but after much searching, he could not find a single vacant space. Moreover, Hu Zai's previous words and actions had already angered many, and from the glares directed at them, Chen Ze understood that even if there were available spots, no one would be willing to share their space with them. As night fell, Chen Ze finally spotted a darkened house at the end of the row. He quickly led Hu Zai inside, fumbling to light the oil lamp on the table with a flint, carefully surveying the room. The roof was in tatters, many tiles missing. Thankfully, it was not raining, otherwise they would be unable to sleep soundly. Against the wall was a communal bed, which, although piled with 5 quilts, would be quite cramped if all 5 were to sleep together. However, the space was quite ample for just the 2 of them. As autumn transitions into winter, the chill outside grows increasingly biting, and sleeping outdoors could lead to a tragic fate of freezing to death on any given night. Though the dwelling was in a state of disrepair, it was certainly preferable to sleeping outside, especially with the presence of warm bedding, which was a stroke of fortune amidst their misfortunes. Just as Chen Ze was feeling grateful, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed outside the door, which was promptly kicked open after being shut. Damn it! I refuse to believe I can't find a place to sleep. Chen Ze spun around abruptly, and upon seeing the tall youth who had previously scolded Hu Zai along with his lackeys, his brows knitted in dismay, lamenting his misfortune. Yang Hong, 2 years his senior, frequently bullied others along this journey, taking advantage of his towering stature. Naturally, the simple-minded Hu Zai and the frail Chen Ze were often the targets of his tyranny, with their food routinely pilfered by Yang Hong. Li Chongqing, on the other hand, never intervened in these matters. Sometimes he even deliberately provided less food for them to squabble over, watching with great amusement. Indeed, the camaraderie between Chen Ze and Hu Zai was partially rooted in their shared plight under Yang Hong's oppression. The first time Chen Ze had his food stolen by Yang Hong, Hu Zai had been left with only a single bun after Yang Liyuan had taken everything else. Though Hu Zai was simple-minded, he was also stubborn. Despite Yang Hong's relentless punches and kicks, he refused to relinquish the last bun. After a prolonged struggle, Yang Hong, frustrated by Hu Zai's steadfastness, resorted to cursing him as a fool and shifted his attention to other victims. Seeing Hu Zai battered and bruised stirred Chen Ze's compassion, prompting him to help Hu Zai to his feet and seek out some herbs in the forest to crush and apply to Hu Zai's wounds. Hu Zai, grateful for the gesture, took out the bun he had fiercely protected and shared half of it with Chen Ze. From that moment on, they forged a friendship. Although they continued to be bullied, no matter how little food remained, they always shared it equally. "Ah, so it's you too. Not bad. Not bad. It seems the days ahead won't be too dull," Yang Hong remarked with a sly grin, his eyes narrowing as he leapt onto the communal bed without removing his shoes, sprawling out and occupying nearly half the space. His lackey, Li San, also wore a mischievous grin as he jumped onto the bed, claiming the remaining space and carelessly tossing 2 blankets off the bed. "Big brother's afraid of being cramped. You two can sleep on the floor. No objections, I trust?" Chen Ze remained silent, merely gathering the bedding and spreading it on the ground, pulling Hu Zai down with him and placing a finger to his lips to signal Hu Zai to remain quiet. Seeing their compliance, Yang Hong lost his reason to provoke them and merely pounded his fist heavily against the wall. "Damn it, no food to eat. What kind of place is this?" Chen Ze and Hu Zai had been left behind for speaking out of turn, causing them to miss the opportunity to find housing, while Yang Hong and Li San were merely ostracized for their history of bullying others. Thus, no one wished to reside with them. In the past, Yang Hong might have resorted to violence by now, but today marked their first day at MOG's sect, and despite his arrogance, he dared not act recklessly until he understood the dynamics of the place. Consequently, by a twist of fate, Chen Ze found himself facing the 2 individuals he least wished to encounter. Whether it was the troublesome Yang Hong or the scheming Li San, both were a source of constant headache for him. Yet, with no alternative accommodations available, he had no choice but to coexist with these 2. Perhaps due to his hunger, Yang Hong soon tired of the antics and pulled the blanket over his head, drifting off to sleep. Li San cleared his throat lightly and gestured towards the oil lamp on the table across from them. Understanding the hint, Chen Ze rose to extinguish the lamp, then returned to his makeshift bed. "Finally, you show some sense," Li San smirked, using his heel to kick off his shoes and carelessly tossing them to the ground, yawning as he burrowed under the covers. Unintentionally or not, Li San's foul shoes landed right in front of Chen Ze, releasing an unbearable stench that assaulted his senses. Chen Ze quickly covered his nose with the blanket, feeling his stomach churn. It wasn't until the sounds of snoring and flatulence filled the air that he reached out, pinching the edges of the offending shoes and pushing them away, poking his head out from under the blanket to take a deep breath. Disgusting, Huzi muttered softly, fanning his nose with his hand, then gently poking Chen Ze and lowering his voice. Chen Ze, why don't they let us sleep on the bed? The floor is more spacious, we don't have to squeeze in with them. Chen Ze replied, seeking to soothe the naive Huzi. Huzi responded with a quiet "oh," rubbing his rumbling stomach. Then why didn't they give us dinner? Chen Ze whispered, let's sleep quickly once you fall asleep. You won't feel hungry. There will be food tomorrow. Huzi promptly cocooned himself in the blanket, soon falling into a deep slumber. Although he was simple-minded, he could discern who treated him well. Chen Ze was the only person who didn't look down on him, so Huzi complied with whatever Chen Ze suggested. Chen Ze, however, found sleep elusive besides his hunger. A sense of unease gnawed at him. He was oblivious to what tomorrow might bring, but judging by today's misfortunes, it seemed rather bleak. This thought ignited a simmering resentment towards that wretched gambler. While other fathers toiled to provide for their families, this degenerate squandered his days mingling with a band of ruffians. His gambling addiction left the household in perpetual destitution, and they had scarcely enjoyed 3 full meals in a single day. Were it not for the frequent assistance from the villagers, he might have perished from hunger long ago. Moreover, the gambler often succumbed to drunkenness, returning home in a stupor after losing at the tables, only to unleash his fury upon him. Thus, Chen Ze grew accustomed to enduring various forms of abuse, all in the name of survival. Yang Hong frequently bullied them, often seizing his food and resorting to violence at any moment. Chen Ze, having faced chronic malnutrition, was frail and no match for Yang Hong, silently enduring the torment. In comparison to the actions of his gambler father, such grievances seemed trivial. His memories of his mother were faint and blurred. Given the gambler's disreputable character, it was no wonder that no one would willingly marry him. His mother had merely been a rental during his father's brief rise at the gambling tables. After 2 years, she gave birth to him and returned to her life. Chen Ze never harbored any resentment towards his mother for abandoning him. He understood her plight. Forced to spend 2 years with a gambler while being coerced by her legitimate husband must have been agonizing for her. In his childhood, his mother would often visit, but each time, the gambler would resort to violence, eventually prompting her to stop coming, though she encouraged him to seek her out. His hatred for that gambler stemmed not only from the abuse he endured, but also from the fact that the gambler's actions had driven his mother away. In time, he did attempt to find her several times, traversing mountains and valleys to reach her distant home. He never complained. Simply seeing her and tasting her cooking brought him immense joy. She welcomed his visits, but her legitimate husband resented him. Each time he arrived, the man would roughly drag his mother indoors, and she would emerge with bruises, always claiming to have bumped into a post when he inquired about her well-being. It was only as he matured that he realized those injuries were inflicted by that man. His mother bore 3 daughters for her legitimate husband, yet he, the son of a gambler, was a source of discontent. By the age of 8, he grasped this unfortunate reality and ceased visiting her, determined to protect her from further harm. Since then, he had not seen her for nearly 4 years. Chen Ze lifted his hand, illuminated by the moonlight filtering through the dilapidated window, to observe a copper coin strung on a red thread around his wrist. This was the sole keepsake his mother had left him, and he carried it with him always. Even when their household was devoid of food for days, he never entertained the thought of exchanging that coin for a meal. As he rubbed the coin, his anxious heart gradually found solace, and he soon drifted into a deep slumber, murmuring, "Mother." He was unsure if he would ever have the chance to see her again, but in his dreams, she was always present. "Chen Ze, your father has lost again at the tables and is being held captive by the gamblers. I'm here to deliver a message. You must raise the ransom. If you cannot gather the funds, your father's arm may be lost. Uncle, aunt, I implore you. I promise this is the last time. I will keep a watchful eye on him and prevent him from gambling again. I will repay the debt. Please help me. I beg you. Father, let us go home. I have gathered enough money for the ransom. Please, no more gambling. Father, why do you gamble again? Have you forgotten your promises made before uncle and aunt? You've lost everything. Please stop, I beg you." Inside the casino, Chen Ze clung desperately to the man's sleeve, pleading, "Get off." The man violently threw Chen Ze aside, his eyes bloodshot with desperation as he fixated on the grinning dealer across the table. "Let us go again." "But you have lost everything. What will you wager?" The dealer retorted with a smirk. The man turned to Chen Ze, gritting his teeth, and forcefully grabbed him. pressing Chen Ze's head onto the gambling table. I still have a son. I wager him. If I lose, he becomes your son. Chen Ze struggled fiercely, but was met with a slap, his head held down as he gazed at the dealer, a man who had appraised him at 2 taels of silver, only to reclaim that very amount in a heartbeat. For a mere 2 taels of silver, he was to be sold by his own father. Chen Ze stared at the man who had forsaken him to the casino, unable to contain his anguished scream. You wretched gambler, why don't you just die? I want to end you. Chen Ze, wake up. Chen Ze groggily opened his eyes to find Huzi shaking him vigorously, jolting him awake. His back drenched in cold sweat. It was merely a dream. He had not dreamt of his mother, but of that gambler. Chen Ze, you were shouting about killing someone just now. What's wrong? Huzi inquired. Nothing, just a troubling nightmare, Chen Ze replied nonchalantly, wiping the cold sweat from his brow and suppressing his emotions. What time is it? Huzi pointed towards the corner where a leaking pot indicated the hour. It's nearly the 4th hour. That fierce man from yesterday said we should leave by then. Chen Ze sat up abruptly, noticing the empty bed. What about Yang Hong and the others? He asked, then chuckled at himself, not even bothering to wash up as he grabbed Huzi and hurried out of the room. Yang Hong often bullied them. It was unlikely he would show them any kindness. Yet, he couldn't help but blame himself. Had he not been preoccupied with thoughts last night, he wouldn't have needed Huzi to wake him. At the open space in front of the courtyard, most of the boys were already standing in neat rows when they arrived. Chen Ze and Huzi hurried to the back and stood quietly, watching Qin Shan, who faced away from them, his chest heaving with intensity, yet they dared not breathe. As the 4th hour struck, Qin Shan turned around. His expression as cold as the day before. He swept his hand across his waist pouch, and emerald green pills appeared, floating before the boys. Consume these. The boys, perplexed, clutched the pills tightly, hesitant to swallow them. At that moment, a few tardy boys rushed in, attempting to blend into the ranks. Qin Shan raised his hand and flicked it, an invisible force knocking them to the ground. He then retrieved a leather whip from his waist pouch and struck them fiercely. With just one lash, the boys cried out in pain, rolling on the ground. Qin Shan, unfazed by their cries, coldly surveyed the rest of the group and gently motioned with his whip. Eat. A shiver ran through the crowd as they hastily swallowed the pills. A warm sensation surged within them, but before they could fully comprehend it, Qin Shan raised his palm, emitting a yellow light that sketched a diagram of human meridians. A burst of white light then emerged, coursing along the intricate pathways. Channel your inner energy along this route. After Qin Shan concluded his words, he sat cross-legged, paying no heed to the bewildered youths around him. It was then that the young men realized that the warm current flowing within them was known as spiritual energy. After a moment's hesitation, they began to experiment. Chen Ze refrained from rash actions, instead studying the exercise diagram with utmost concentration. Soon, an impulsive youth made an error in his cultivation and bled from his 7 orifices, collapsing to the ground and convulsing before finally succumbing to death. The surrounding boys instinctively took a few steps back, trembling uncontrollably. Although they had witnessed death before, they had never encountered such a gruesome demise. No matter how bold they were merely teenagers. Faced with death at such close quarters, it was natural for fear to arise. Qin Shan retrieved a yellow talisman from his waist pouch and affixed it to the deceased youth's forehead, then turned to the others with a peculiar smile. The consequence of miscalculating one's cultivation was death. He hoped they would survive a little longer. The group remained frozen, gazing at the lifeless body adorned with the yellow paper, unsure of how to react. It was not until Qin Shan cleared his throat gently that they shifted their gaze back to the exercise diagram, eager to engrave it in their minds. Chen Ze scrutinized the diagram repeatedly, understanding that his life depended on it, and thus he approached it with the utmost caution. After confirming he had memorized it correctly through meticulous comparison, he finally sat cross-legged and quietly guided the spiritual energy within him to flow along the prescribed path. Gradually, warmth spread through his limbs, a sensation of both heat and coolness settled in his lower abdomen, and an indescribable comfort enveloped him. When the spiritual energy dissipated, Chen Ze slowly opened his eyes, only to realize that it was already afternoon. Prior to his meditation, he had been ravenous, but now he felt no hunger, presumably due to the consumption of the dark green pill. Scanning his surroundings, his pupils dilated in shock upon noticing several more bodies beside Qin Shan, all marked with yellow paper. Qin Shan, sensing something, opened his eyes slowly and cast a blank stare at Chen Ze. Chen Ze quickly lowered his gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes. Despite the blazing sun, he felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his body trembling uncontrollably. Qin Shan merely instructed them on what to do, without teaching them how to do it. Should they err, death was the only outcome. Reflecting on the events of over 10 days prior, when he had witnessed Li Qing soar through the skies on a sword, everyone had been astonished and envious. Li Qing had repeatedly assured them that being purchased was the most fortunate event of their lives, for they too could become celestial beings like him. Those were celestial beings, capable of traversing the heavens and earth, as depicted in stories. At that moment, Chen Ze had thought that being sold was not so bad. He could escape the clutches of a gambling addict and perhaps become an immortal. But now, that notion had vanished. These immortals seemed utterly indifferent to the lives and deaths of mere mortals. His sole desire now was to survive. Once all had completed their cultivation, Qin Shan stored the corpses in his waist pouch, casually waving his hand to leave behind dozens of baskets filled with steamed buns. Tomorrow will be the same. The crowd surged forward, despite having no hunger after consuming the dark green pill. They were desperate to seize the food. In a place where death loomed at any moment, having something in their stomachs would undoubtedly bring a modicum of reassurance. Chen Ze and Zi squeezed into the throng, enduring the pushing and shoving to snatch for buns, which they quickly divided upon retreating. Zi took a large bite of his bun and inquired, "Chen Ze, are those lying down dead?" Chen Ze nodded in response. Zi muttered, "But why take them away? My mother says the dead should be buried in the ground." Unsure how to respond, Chen Ze let out a heavy sigh. Once a person was dead, what did it matter where they resided? Returning to the earth was merely an ideal. Who knew how Qin Shan would handle those corpses? He did not wish to become a corpse. He longed to return home. Shortly after Chen Ze and Zi returned to their room, Yang Hong and Li Xin also arrived. Yang Hong carried numerous steamed buns, and with his strength, he naturally managed to gather ample food. Traditionally, even if Yang Hong was full, he would still take food from them. However, today he behaved unusually, offering 2 buns to Chen Ze with a beaming smile. "Chen Ze, I apologize for my past actions. This place is exceedingly dangerous. Let us coexist harmoniously and look out for one another. What do you think?" Chen Ze was taken aback, unable to believe such words could come from Yang Hong. He gazed at the buns being offered but did not reach out to take them. "Big brother, if they misbehave, we can just beat them up. Why be so courteous? If you have any tasks, just command me, and I will handle them," Li San interjected with a sycophantic smile, casting a fierce glare at Chen Ze and Zi. "Do not be disrespectful." Yang Hong turned with a stern gaze that silenced Li San, then returned to Chen Ze with a smile. "We cannot speak this way. Sharing the same roof is a stroke of fate. Even as celestial beings, we will need support." Chen Ze accepted the bun and softly replied, "All right, we shall care for one another from now on. If anyone bullies you, just tell me, and I will stand up for you." Yang Hong laughed heartily, patting Chen Ze on the shoulder. Li San's eyes reflected confusion, but upon meeting Yang Hong's gaze, he seemed to understand and did not press further. Chen Ze handed a bun to Zi and began to eat slowly, though his demeanor remained calm. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Yang Hong's unusual behavior. Before long, Yang Hong loudly declared he had a stomach ache and dragged Li San outside to use the restroom. After a moment's pause, Chen Ze rose to open the door, but halted abruptly upon touching the latch. Leaning down to inspect closely, he noticed a leaf wedged in the door crack and quickly retreated to his original position. Zi asked, "What's wrong? Do you have a stomachache too?" "No. It suddenly doesn't hurt anymore." Chen Ze shook his head. Despite Yang Hong's amiable demeanor today, he found it hard to believe someone could change so drastically in such a short time. There must be something amiss. He initially intended to sneak out to eavesdrop, but realized after spotting the leaf that Yang Hong had already taken precautions. If he opened the door and stepped outside, the leaf would fall, undoubtedly alerting Yang Hong. However, this also indicated that Yang Hong harbored ulterior motives, necessitating vigilance. Contemplating this, Chen Ze leaned closer to Zi's ear and whispered, "From today onward, we will take turns keeping watch. I will guard the first half of the night, and you the latter half. During the night, I will wake you quietly. Be careful not to disturb the others." "Okay," Zi nodded, somewhat understanding. After half an hour, Yang Hong returned, flashing a very friendly smile at Chen Ze, and even Li San mirrored his demeanor. Yang Hong opened his hand to reveal some polished stones. "I just picked up some stones outside to grind, which is why I took so long. It's too early to sleep. Let us play a game of stone chess." "I don't know how," Chen Ze replied, shaking his head and inwardly scoffing. Taking half an hour to go to the restroom and then providing an explanation was certainly suspicious. "Don't worry, I'll teach you," Yang Hong said, drawing lines on the ground and arranging the stones. "It's simple. You'll learn quickly. Li San, you teach Zi how to play. Chen Ze, facing Yang Hong's eager gaze, felt it inappropriate to decline and thus accompanied Yang Hong in a game of stone chess. He quickly grasped the rules and began to play quite adeptly. Although Hu Ze was not particularly skilled, Li San exhibited remarkable patience, guiding Hu Ze step by step in the game. This harmonious scene would have been unimaginable just days prior when the two had resorted to punches and kicks against each other. They played until dusk before each took a moment to rest. Chen Ze closed his eyes to rejuvenate. Attentively listening to the rhythmic sound of water dripping from the leaky pot amidst the rising calls, silently calculating the passage of time. Through the events of the day, he had come to realize that their lives held little value in this place. Yang Hong surely harbored some nefarious intent, should both of them succumb to sleep. A sudden attack from Yang Hong would leave them no time to react. Chen Ze, feeling the copper coins in his hand, gradually found solace. After practicing during the day, he had yet to feel any physical changes, but as he settled into stillness, he finally perceived a difference. His senses had sharpened slightly. The sound of the dripping water seemed to resonate more intensely in his ears, as if it were drawing nearer. Yet, the position of the leaky pot remained unchanged, indicating the effects of his practice. Moreover, he sensed that his strength had also increased. Though this was merely a nascent experience, he could already appreciate the subtlety of spiritual energy. If he were to attain immortality, perhaps a different future awaited him. But before reaching that pinnacle, he had to remain vigilant and cautiously navigate the potential dangers that loomed ahead. With Qin Shan at a distance, indifferent to their plight, and Yang Hong nearby, with unknown intentions, he could not afford a single misstep. As the hour of the dog had just passed, Chen Ze gently shook Hu Ze, who was in a deep slumber. Chen Ze, hesitant to speak loudly, continued to shake him until Hu Ze finally roused. "What's up?" Hu Ze murmured, but Chen Ze quickly covered his mouth, ensuring that the voices of Yang Hong and Li San remained undiminished, before whispering, "Do you remember what I told you yesterday?" Hu Ze's eyes widened with understanding as he replied softly, "I remember now. You go to sleep. I'll keep watch." Chen Ze wrapped himself in the blanket and soon drifted off, having been weary from the long vigil. If Hu Ze did not wake soon, he would not last much longer. In the following days, the group continued to follow Qin Shan's demands to practice their skills, during which several youths lost their lives due to mistakes in their training. Fear began to permeate the crowd, and many harbored thoughts of retreat. Yet, under Qin Shan's imposing presence, none dared to express their fears. One evening, within their quarters, Chen Ze and Hu Ze squatted on the ground, engaged in a game of stone chess. "Chen Ze, I'm so tired. Why can't we sleep now?" Hu Ze complained, rubbing his sore eyes. Chen Ze sighed softly, offering reassurance. "Just a little longer. It will get better in a few days." Today marked their 10th day at the Mog sect, and Yang Hong's demeanor toward them had progressively improved. Had he not been certain of Yang Hong's ulterior motives from the outset, he might have genuinely believed that Yang Hong wished to foster a good relationship with him. He remained vigilant, rotating night watches with Hu Ze. Were it not for the spiritual energy derived from consuming the emerald round pills, they would have succumbed to exhaustion long ago. Nevertheless, even with that assistance, their spirits waned with each passing day. In response to Yang Hong's concerns and inquiries, Chen Ze could only feign homesickness as an excuse for his sleeplessness. As Hu Ze continued to play, he murmured complaints while Chen Ze heard footsteps drawing near and quickly gestured for silence, pretending to ponder his next move. The door creaked open, and Yang Hong crouched beside Chen Ze, pointing to an empty spot on the board. "Place your piece here, and you win." "Impressive, Chen Ze. Your skills have improved. If you keep this up, you might surpass me in a few days." Chen Ze feigned surprise, placing his piece before turning to Yang Hong. "Care for a match? Let us save that for tomorrow. I truly lack the spirit for it today." Yang Hong sighed heavily, withdrawing 2 pairs from his cloak, which he had wiped clean on his clothing. "I found these outside on a pear tree. Have a taste." Chen Ze rolled up his sleeves, carefully wiping the pears, and noticed Yang Hong taking a bite before handing one to Hu Ze. Yang Hong appeared somewhat despondent today, speaking little as he devoured the pear, sighing repeatedly. Li San, typically loquacious, also remained silent, merely echoing Yang Hong's sighs. Chen Ze inquired, "What troubles you?" Though not one to meddle, he understood that Yang Hong had been laying the groundwork to lower his guard, anticipating this moment. Yang Hong's expression seemed to beckon for his inquiry. If Chen Ze remained silent, the charade would falter. Continuing to vigilantly guard against Yang Hong day and night was unsustainable. He needed to discern Yang Hong's true intentions. Yang Hong sighed again, leaning closer to Chen Ze, surveying their surroundings before lowering his voice to a whisper. "Chen Ze, do you wish to return home? Are you planning to escape?" Chen Ze's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yang Hong. Before Yang Hong could respond, Li San burst into tears, his words laden with terror. I can't endure it any longer. I can't stay in this cursed place for another day. People die daily. We might be next. Let's run while they're not paying attention. Chen Ze, we have already decided. Will you join us? The more, the merrier on the road. Yang Hong's gaze was earnest, his words sincere. Chen Ze fell silent, contemplating for a long moment before shaking his head. I won't go. You all can leave. Why not? Haven't you been longing for home? Don't you wish to return? Yang Hong was taken aback, incredulous. He believed he had treated Chen Ze well enough over these days. Could it be that Chen Ze still harbored suspicions? Chen Ze explained, the immortal warned us not to step outside this area. Violators face death. I do not wish to die. I see. You make a valid point. Allow me to ponder it further, Yang Hong replied, stroking his chin, seemingly contemplating Chen Ze's words seriously. However, Li San grew agitated, seizing Chen Ze's collar and angrily exclaiming, Chen Ze, what do you mean? We're taking you with us, and you refuse? Are you waiting to betray us once we escape? Brother, what is there to deliberate? If someone escapes before us, it will be harder for us to flee. You all go. I won't betray you. If you don't believe me, there is nothing I can do. Chen Ze forcefully pried Li San's hand away, pushing him back while maintaining a calm gaze, unflinchingly meeting Li San's eyes. Having grown frail from hunger in his youth, he had nonetheless gained considerable strength after 10 days of practice. Though he was still no match for Yang Hong and Li San, he no longer appeared utterly defenseless. Hey, what are you doing? Let go. Let us discuss this calmly. We mustn't ruin our camaraderie, Yang Hong interjected, stepping in to separate the two. Chen Ze. Yes, just like that. Don't take offense. Chen Ze shook his head, remaining silent. Yang Hong smiled amiably. Chen Ze, letting you join us is for your own good. I know you're hesitant to take risks, and it's not right to force your decision. However, you must understand that if someone spills the beans, it will all be over. You should come with us. As Chen Ze fell silent once more, Yang Hong's eyes gradually took on a fierce glint. Meeting Yang Hong's gaze, Chen Ze understood that the matter was turning serious. He nodded, fine. I will go with you. Yang Hong erupted into joyous laughter, firmly grasping Chen Ze's shoulder. Now that's a true brother. Escaping together means we can support one another. It was still early. They needed to prepare and wait for nightfall to depart. Chen Ze sat on the ground, leaning against the wall with Huzi, tightly grasping Huzi's wrist and subtly shaking his head to signal him to remain silent. Sunlight streamed through the window, dancing across the wall and eventually fading away. In the stillness of the night, the door creaked open, and 4 figures stealthily emerged from the room, moving slowly and quietly, occasionally glancing around with utmost caution. Upon reaching the area where they practiced during the day, they all halted simultaneously, anxiously staring at the red line before them. Beyond that line lay danger. Suddenly, Chen Ze turned, pulling Huzi along as they sprinted away. After running several paces, he stopped, shielding Huzi behind him and gazing intently at Yang Hong. I will not flee. If you are so distrustful, I shall remain here to see you off. I assure you, I will not betray you. However, if you insist on taking us away, I will shout. At that moment, everyone will know of your escape. The choice is yours. Yang Hong snorted coldly, his fist cracking ominously as he advanced toward Chen Ze. Noticing Chen Ze retreating, yet maintaining his distance, he sneered. What can you do if we return now? Chen Ze replied calmly, I will shout. You cannot explain your presence here in the dead of night. Yang Hong's brow furrowed, and Li San's eyes widened in astonishment. They suddenly realized that the outcome was not as they had anticipated. Brother, what should we do? Li San inquired. Yang Hong replied sternly, forget them. We must hurry and flee. You little brat, just wait. Li San glared fiercely at Chen Ze before bolting away. Seeing Yang Hong remain stationary, Chen Ze's expression shifted. And he thought, just as I suspected. Li San ran a few steps before noticing Yang Hong had not followed, turning back in confusion. Brother, why are you? Before he could finish, a flash of cold light cut through the air, silencing Li San as a crimson line appeared on his neck. His head severed from his body, blood gushing forth as his lifeless form fell backward. Li San's head rolled a few times before coming to a stop. His eyes filled with shock and confusion, landing squarely on Yang Hong. Yang Hong turned pale, hastily averting his gaze, trembling in fear. Qin Shan descended from the air, holding a sharp bronze sword, coldly surveying the scene. That you have not crossed the line, your presence here at this hour requires an explanation. It was only then that they understood the previous glimmer of cold light had emanated from Qin Shan's sword, moving with such speed that it was invisible to the naked eye. A collective shiver ran through them. Had that light struck their necks, they too would have met the same fate as Li San. Chen Ze quickly bowed, respectfully stating, "Honorable immortal, Li San wished to escape, not knowing how to find you. I could only follow and obstruct him. Is this claim true?" Qin Shan turned to Yang Hong. "Returning to the immortal, it is indeed the case. We failed to stop him in time, which compelled you to intervene personally." Yang Hong paused, and upon meeting Chen Ze's gaze, he immediately chose to follow Chen Ze's lead. Though he did not understand why Chen Ze had not betrayed him, now was not the time for inquiry. Commendable loyalty, Qin Shan nodded appreciatively, casually tossing a triangular talisman before the two. "In the future, be vigilant. Should anyone attempt to flee again, hold this talisman and call for me." "Thank you, esteemed sir." The two accepted the talisman solemnly, bowing respectfully before exchanging knowing glances. "Do not speak of today as events. Return now," Qin Shan instructed before turning to leave, suddenly flashing a meaningful smile at them. "Your lives do not belong solely to you. To kill in a private dispute results in an equal exchange of lives. This is the rule." "Understood." Chen Ze pulled Hu Zi away and departed, while Yang Hong lingered for a moment before slowly following behind. Once back in the room, Chen Ze led Hu Zi to the edge of the bedding, pressing him down. "Hu Zi, no matter what happens next, you must not interfere, all right?" "Okay." Hu Zi nodded repeatedly. Soon after, Yang Hong stepped over the threshold, standing at the door, glaring fiercely at Chen Ze before slamming it shut. He clenched his fists and charged at Chen Ze, delivering a heavy blow that sent him crashing to the ground. "Chen Ze, damn you! How dare you betray me?" Chen Ze initially intended to let Yang Hong vent his frustrations, but upon hearing the insult, he was consumed by rage. Swiftly rising to his feet and delivering a powerful punch to Yang Hong's jaw, engaging in a fierce struggle. "Say that again." Yang Hong was taken aback by Chen Ze's retaliation, but quickly evaded a punch and kicked Chen Ze away. "Damn you! I'll insult you all I want." Chen Ze, driven by fury, swung wildly, prepared to fight to the death. Unfortunately, lacking experience in brawls, and with Yang Hong's strength far surpassing his own, he was quickly overpowered and pinned to the ground. Yang Hong straddled Chen Ze, unleashing a barrage of punches as if to release all his pent-up anger and frustration from the night. "This is what you get for being wary of me. This is your fault. Li San is dead because of you." Chen Ze raised his arms to block the blows but then smirked. "You know exactly who is to blame for his death. Do you fear his ghost will come for you?" Yang Hong froze, his fist suspended in midair as the image of Li San's tragic demise flashed through his mind, casting a fearful glance around. The immortal stated that those who kill in private disputes must pay with their lives. "Come on, then. Kill me, and let us exchange lives." Chen Ze's gaze was fierce, filled with an unprecedented intensity, as if to say, "Dare to close your eyes, and I will ensure your demise." Yang Hong glanced at Hu Zi, ready to charge at any moment, and then back at the menacing Chen Ze, realizing that his words were not mere threats. Had Li San still been alive, he would not have felt such fear, but the truth was that Li San had died because he had followed Yang Hong's words. The bond between Hu Zi and Chen Ze was undeniable. Whatever Chen Ze commanded, Hu Zi would obey. Living under the same roof, if Chen Ze truly harbored thoughts of killing him, Yang Hong would be unable to sleep soundly. Realizing this, Yang Hong forced a smile, his voice laced with a hint of flattery. "Good brother, please do not be angry. I apologize. I take back my previous words." "Damn you!" Chen Ze shouted vehemently, flipping Yang Hong over and raining down punches upon him. "Is my mother the one you insulted? Dare you say it again?" Recalling Chen Ze's earlier threat, Yang Hong dared not retaliate, raising his arms to shield himself instead. As their positions reversed, the ferocity with which Chen Ze had previously endured Yang Hong's blows was now mirrored in Yang Hong's own pain. "Ouch, brother, take it easy. Calm down, please." Yang Hong pleaded, "Stop hitting, it hurts." Chen Ze ignored him, continuing to pummel Yang Hong until his face was bruised and battered. Finally halting to seize Yang Hong by the collar, glaring fiercely. "If you insult my mother again, I swear I will kill you. Do you believe me?" "Trust." "Of course I trust you. Get up. Let us speak properly." Yang Hong, with a demeanor of submission, saw Chen Ze shift away from him and struggled to rise. He forced a grimace that resembled a grotesque smile on his pig-like face. "Brother, are you calm now? I was wrong. I apologize. Please don't hold it against me." Chen Ze snorted coldly, offering no response. "I knew you were magnanimous, so let us consider this matter settled." Yang Hong again forced a smile, gathering the bedding from the bed as he turned to leave. "I'll sleep outside tonight, so I won't be in your way." Watching Yang Hong depart, Chen Ze's chest heaved violently, his lingering fury unquenched. "Chen Ze, You seem quite fierce today. You weren't like this before, Hu Ze remarked softly. Chen Ze paused, then let out a self-deprecating laugh. Indeed, he had not been this way before. In the past, he would never have dared to confront Yang Hong so boldly. Perhaps it was the constant brush with life and death that had emboldened him. Knowing his life was precarious, he could no longer afford to be overly cautious. In this dark, oppressive place, even the meek would eventually be driven mad. Weakness was a death sentence here. However, the root of his anger stemmed primarily from Yang Hong's insults directed at his mother. He could tolerate being bullied, but he would never allow anyone to demean his mother. Chen Ze slammed the door shut, arranged the bedding on the bed, and lay down with Hu Ze. How wonderful it is to sleep on a bed. Chen Ze, I've noticed you've been getting along well with him these days. I was worried you might actually believe him, but I'm relieved you don't, Hu Ze said with a simple smile. Chen Ze was taken aback. You don't think he is trustworthy either? Of course not, Hu Ze nodded. My mother always said, never trust someone who has bullied you. And he has done plenty of that to me. I want to believe him. Chen Ze replied warmly, your mother's words hold great wisdom. I shall remember them. Yang Hong want to return tonight, so let us sleep. He understood that Yang Hong's contrition was a direct result of his own threats. Yang Hong feared his secret retaliation and thus had no choice but to leave, ensuring he would no longer reside with them. Where he would go was of no concern to Chen Ze. Hu Ze's eyes brimmed with confusion. Though he couldn't fathom why Yang Hong wouldn't return to sleep, he refrained from asking further, quickly falling into slumber and soon snoring. Chen Ze looked at Hu Ze, who had fallen asleep so easily, and chuckled softly, his fingers tracing the coins on his wrist as his agitated heart gradually calmed. Just moments ago, he had nearly succumbed to the urge to ask Hu Ze for help in eliminating Yang Hong. Had it not been for Qin Shan's warning that those who kill must pay with their lives, he would have surely ended Yang Hong. Moreover, he had no desire to engage in a deadly struggle with Yang Hong or stain his hands with blood alongside Hu Ze. Originally, his plan had been to endure and strategize, but upon the mention of his mother, he could no longer restrain himself. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. Yang Hong had departed, and now he and Hu Ze could finally sleep peacefully. Though the incident had passed, the horrific image of Li San's demise haunted him still. Had he not pulled Hu Ze back at a critical moment, he too might have met a similar fate. Initially, he had been unaware of Yang Hong's true intentions. When Yang Hong spoke of escape, Chen Ze merely sensed something amiss. With the abilities of these immortals, it wouldn't take long for them to be recaptured. Even if they managed to flee from the devil's extreme sect. They had been carried away by Gui Qing for so long that they didn't even know the way home. What good would it do to escape? Such an obvious flaw, he could not believe Yang Hong had overlooked it. It was until Li San's death that he comprehended Yang Hong's initial plan, using their heads as tokens to gain Qin Shan's trust. Unfortunately for Yang Hong, Chen Ze was not easily fooled, leaving him no choice but to betray Li San. Despite Li San's frequent bullying, he had remained fiercely loyal to Yang Hong, yet Yang Hong had shown no hesitation in selling him out. This man was akin to a venomous snake that chooses its prey. No matter how friendly the facade, Chen Ze would never trust him. From the very beginning, he had remained on guard against Yang Hong, which was why he had managed to escape at a crucial moment. However, the timing of Qin Shan's appearance was too fortuitous. Just as Li San crossed the line, his head was severed. It made Chen Ze suspicious that Qin Shan had been lurking nearby all along, but remained undetected. If that were the case, then Qin Shan must have overheard his conversation with Yang Hong, which was why he hadn't reported him. Yet, if Qin Shan was fully aware, why did he feign ignorance? Moreover, Qin Shan had specifically warned them against private conflicts when he left. He seemed indifferent to their lives or deaths. So why the sudden concern today? Chen Ze found himself unable to comprehend. He was utterly weary and lacked the energy to ponder these matters further. He only knew that from this night forward, he could finally enjoy a peaceful sleep. The following morning, upon discovering Li San's severed head and corpse, the assembled youths were filled with shock. Chen Ze and Yang Hong feigned surprise, while Hu Ze could not pretend. Yet, all eyes were fixated on the head, and no one noticed the subtleties. Any further escape attempts, and this will be your fate, Qin Shan said, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the terrified youths. They lowered their heads, unwilling to meet Qin Shan's gaze, suppressing their emotions. Although they had only been at the devil's extreme sect for 10 days, they had transitioned from initial fear of death to a growing numbness. As long as it wasn't their own demise, it hardly mattered. The day's exercises commenced as usual. After distributing the dark green round pills, Qin Shan sat cross-legged, allowing them to fend for themselves. The only difference today was that after the exercises concluded, Qin Shan left behind a basket filled with steamed buns and pointed out Chen Ze and Yang Hong. From now on, you two will be responsible for distributing the food, each taking half. Chen Ze and Yang Hong exchanged glances, steeling themselves to nod in acknowledgement. Yes. Qin Shan's actions openly indicated to everyone that they were the ones who had betrayed the escapee. Li San had lived with them. Even a fool could deduce the underlying tensions. They didn't even need to look back to sense the hostility emanating from the other youths. Yang Hong earned his reputation. But Chen Ze was truly dragged down by Yang Hong's actions. Do well, you too. I have high hopes for you, Qin Shan said, lightly patting their shoulders. A cryptic smile gracing his lips before he took flight. Chen Ze sighed inwardly, slowly turning to see the other youths glaring at him. He lifted his head high, returning their disdainful gazes with a calm demeanor. At that moment, any explanation would be futile. No one relished a traitor. If he showed any sign of weakness now, he would likely face dire consequences in the future. Why all the tension? Come, gather around for food. Yang Hong called out cheerfully as he approached another pile of baskets. Yet the youths remained unmoved, regarding Yang Hong and Chen Ze with disdain. Pot traitors. One robust youth spat, his saliva landing directly in front of Yang Hong. Kid, are you looking for trouble? Yang Hong strode forward, clenching his fists and charging at the youth. The youth merely scoffed, sidestepping to evade the attack, seizing Yang Hong's wrist and twisting it, throwing him to the ground and stepping on his chest. With your meager skills, you dare to make a fool of yourself? As grandfather ventured into the mountains for a hunt, you were still at home, playing with mud. The surroundings fell into an immediate silence. No one could have anticipated that the towering Yang Hong would be subdued so effortlessly. In that fleeting moment, all the youths silently clenched their fists and began to inch towards Yang Hong. If Yang Hong had managed to assert his dominance over this boy, it could have been excusable, yet his swift defeat only sowed seeds of dissent among the others. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Yang Hong hastily turned to Chen Ze. Chen Ze, come and lend a hand, and bring Huzi too. Despite his reluctance to collaborate with Chen Ze, he found himself in dire need of assistance. With over 3,000 youths present, should a conflict arise, even if he were to be beaten to death, Qin Shan would hardly demand the lives of all involved. Chen Ze approached the boy, swiftly producing a talisman concealed within his clothing. This talisman was granted to me by an immortal. He possesses one too. If we call upon him, he shall arrive immediately. The immortal has decreed that those who engage in deadly private disputes must pay with their lives. So it would be wise for you to remain calm. Are you boasting? Bah, sycophant. The boy spat vehemently at Chen Ze, the saliva landing squarely on Chen Ze's face. No, I merely wish for you to compose yourself. Chen Ze calmly wiped the spit away, his expression unchanged as he pointed toward the distant corpse of Li San. He knew he could not escape yet insisted we flee together. We dared not run. Thus, we stood within the red line to observe. And as soon as he crossed it, his head was severed. Whether you believe it or not, we did not betray him. He sought his own death. Do you think that will convince me? The boy sneered. I do not seek your belief, nor do I wish to explain myself. I merely wish to convey that here, our lives hold little value. We are all expendable. Who is afraid of whom? If you persist in this manner, then strike me down. Let us exchange lives. Since you have nothing left to lose, I shall accompany you with my own life, Chen Ze stated calmly. The boy hesitated, his fervor waning. Though he was brimming with passion, the truth was that he was not entirely unencumbered. Chen Ze's words struck a nerve. Had he any lingering attachments? Any thoughts of returning home? He would never consider risking his life against Chen Ze. What? Are you afraid? Then be compliant. Whether you call me influential or a sycophant, I dare not kill. Just endure quietly. Chen Ze shouted, raising the talisman high and surveying the crowd. Is there anyone who dares to challenge me? Feigning fearlessness was a facade, yet at that moment, he had no choice but to stake everything to quell the restless youths. Under Chen Ze's fierce gaze, the boys lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet his eyes. Disperse. Chen Ze commanded, and they immediately complied. Chen Ze turned to the boy, who, bewildered, finally withdrew his foot from Yang Hong and stepped back cautiously, wary of any sudden movements from Yang Hong. You dare defy me. Yang Hong sprang to his feet, brandishing the talisman, and delivered a powerful punch to the boy's face. Try hitting back. You. The boy glared furiously but lost his bravado upon seeing the talisman in Yang Hong's hand, submitting to Yang Hong's blows without resistance. Chen Ze, standing by, refrained from intervening immediately. Qin Shan had split the buns into 2 portions for him and Yang Hong to manage these youths. And just as Chen Ze had managed to pacify the crowd, Yang Hong unleashed his fury upon the boy. Such a comparison would only serve to solidify the youth's trust in Chen Ze. After Yang Hong had landed several strikes, Chen Ze finally stepped in and grasped Yang Hong's wrist. "That's enough. Let it end here. If it weren't for you, I would have beaten him to death today." Yang Hong forcefully shoved the boy away, then turned to Chen Ze with a broad smile. "Brother, thanks. I'll remember today." Even though he knew Chen Ze harbored disdain for him in this situation, he had no choice but to ally with Chen Ze to subdue the youths. Chen Ze merely acknowledged with a slight remaining non-committal, and approached the basket. "Line up. Each person gets 4 buns, no more. I only have enough for 1,500 here. Those who come later will not receive any." Having instilled fear earlier, the youths behaved more obediently, forming a long queue. "Don't all rush to that side. I have some here too. Those at the back, come here for your buns," Yang Hong shouted. However, his attempts bore little fruit. The earlier scene of him assaulting the boy was fresh in everyone's mind, and only those at the back rushed to his side for buns, while the others eagerly lined up at Chen Ze's. This was precisely Chen Ze's intention. During his 10 days at the Demon Extreme sect, he had meticulously observed and calculated the number of buns available. On average, each person could only consume 3 buns. By allowing those lining up at his side to take 4, Yang Hong's supply would inevitably run short, leading the dissatisfied youths to vent their frustrations on him. Thus, he could establish sufficient authority. Due to his unique experiences, he had grown taciturn from a young age, always internalizing his thoughts rather than sharing with others. Consequently, he possessed a deeper understanding of timing and actions compared to his peers. As for his fierce demeanor that had only emerged after arriving at the Demon Extreme sect, one must endure when necessary and be ruthless when called for. What did it matter to him if the remaining youths went without buns? After the buns were distributed, Yang Hong found himself staring blankly at the many who had yet to receive theirs. Typically, he relied on his physical strength to bully others, neglecting such details. It was only after the buns were all gone that he realized Chen Ze had outmaneuvered him. Yet, he had no time to dwell on Chen Ze's actions. Faced with the hungry youth's inquiries, he could only smile apologetically and promise that there would be buns tomorrow. Chen Ze observed this with a cold smirk before turning to the youths receiving buns from him. "From now on, you will eat with me. I'll have 4. And you all will have 4 as well. After eating, return to rest and stay in your rooms at night. Do not wander about." The youths nodded in agreement, clutching their buns as they turned to leave. Chen Ze nodded in satisfaction. In a short span of time, he had begun to establish his authority, and winning over these youths was merely a matter of time. As for Yang Hong, he was of no concern to him. If the youths who missed out on buns chose to unleash their anger upon him, it would save Chen Ze the trouble of engaging in open or covert conflicts. At that moment, he was entirely unaware that the weakness cultivated over 12 years at home had dissipated in the 10 days since arriving at the Demon Extreme sect, leaving only a ruthless resolve, one that emerged out of necessity for survival. Chen Ze retrieved the remaining 8 buns from the basket and handed them to Huzi. Just as he was about to leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of the boy who had so effortlessly defeated Yang Hong. The boy, having clashed with Yang Hong, naturally would not approach him for food. Chen Ze had carefully observed each youth who came for buns and had not seen the boy among them, displaying remarkable defiance. Chen Ze approached the boy, took 4 buns from Huzi's arms, and offered them to him. "I'm not hungry." The boy coldly shot Chen Ze a glance and turned his head away. "I didn't say you were. I can't finish these, so eat them for me," Chen Ze insisted, forcing the buns into the boy's hands before turning to leave with Huzi. The boy stood there, stunned, staring at the buns until Chen Ze had walked far enough away for him to react. He glanced back at Yang Hong, who was surrounded by the crowd, smiling apologetically, and a look of disdain filled his eyes as he took a large bite of the bun. "Damn it, what is this? At least this is more palatable." Upon returning to the room, Huzi handed 2 steamed buns to Chen Ze. "Here, eat them." "I'm not hungry." Chen Ze shook his head. "How can you not be hungry?" Huzi stuffed the buns into Chen Ze's arms, expressing his dissatisfaction. "I know what you're thinking. You gave your buns to that person. But those 4 buns are not all yours. 2 belong to me. The remaining 4 buns also include 2 that are yours. We agreed long ago that everything would be shared equally. Have you forgotten? Blame me. It was my mistake." Chen Ze smiled gently and began to eat the buns. "That's more like it. Steamed buns are delicious. You never know when you might get them at home, so hurry up and eat." Huzi bit into his bun, a simple smile illuminating his face. Observing Huzi's joy, Chen Ze felt his heart warm further. The next day, after finishing their exercises, Qin Shan left some buns behind and departed. Chen Ze, just like yesterday, distributed 4 buns to each person. Those who had not received buns from Yang Hong the previous day hurriedly squeezed into Chen Ze's line, prompting immediate pushing and shoving among the original group, with some resorting to physical confrontation. "What's all this commotion?" Chen Ze shouted, bringing everyone to a standstill, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the crowd. "Only those who received buns from me yesterday can line up here. I can't remember all your faces. Look at the people in front and behind you. If anyone seems unfamiliar, push them out. I can only accommodate 1,500 people here, no more." After a moment of silence, those attempting to infiltrate Chen Ze's line stepped back in frustration. However, this delay meant that even if they returned to queue with Yang Hong, they would miss out on receiving buns, leaving them to glare resentfully at Chen Ze. Chen Ze remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. There were only so many buns, and he couldn't ensure every single person received one. He could only maintain his own line of 1,500. After a night of contemplation, he understood that Qin Shan's intention for him and Yang Hong to manage the bun distribution was to incite rivalry between them. If they were to compete, equal treatment could not exist. Differences must emerge to create divisions. By aligning with his 1,500, over time, these individuals would bear his mark and become his followers. As for Yang Hong's troubles, they were none of his concern. The more troubled he was, the better. Yang Hong seemed to grasp this as well. With a larger group, even 3 buns per person would not suffice. Furthermore, if he did distribute 3 buns, it wouldn't be long before everyone would want to flock to Chen Ze's side. After distributing all the buns, Yang Hong approached those looking to join Chen Ze's line and coldly stated, "I remember you all. You won't receive buns from me in the future. There are none for you here." "On what basis?" The youths protested angrily. "On what basis, you ask?" Yang Hong pointed to those who had received buns. "Why don't you ask them if they are willing to give up one of their buns for you?" The youths fell silent. Although Yang Hong's followers did not speak, their hostile gazes made it clear they would not share their buns. Despite their resentment, the majority had received buns, and thus they could not risk inciting the wrath of the crowd. While Yang Hong did not state the real reason, they understood that the moment they attempted to join Chen Ze, he would no longer accept them. The crux of the matter was that Chen Ze did not want them either. A mere choice had rendered them unwanted outcasts. Even though they consumed the green round pills daily, they were not fully ascetic beings. A day without food was manageable, but over time, it would inevitably lead to problems. Chen Ze gazed at the remaining 8 buns in the basket, suddenly realizing that these weren't merely buns but resources to win hearts. If possible, he would like to divide them evenly, yet he feared that if he distributed 3 buns, Yang Hong would counter with 4, placing him at a disadvantage. Regardless of whether Yang Hong could foresee this, Chen Ze needed to seize the initiative. From the chaotic scene yesterday to Yang Hong's current willingness to relinquish a portion, both were employing similar strategies, fostering alliances and creating divisions. Yang Hong's response had been swift, but unfortunately for him, Chen Ze had already gained the upper hand. And even with timely adjustments, his influence paled in comparison to Chen Ze's. Since Qin Shan assigned Chen Ze and Yang Hong the task of bun distribution, conflict had become inevitable. Without a ruthless heart, Chen Ze risked becoming one of those cast aside without any food. Chen Ze, Yang Hong, and the outcasts, they had quietly formed 3 factions. Currently, Chen Ze and Yang Hong each commanded 1,500 followers, while the abandoned number merely in the hundreds, forming the weakest faction, leaderless and destined to be bullied in the days to come. Chen Ze instructed Hu Zi to take care of the remaining 8 buns, aligning the basket neatly as he had the day before. Although Qin Shan did not vocalize it, Chen Ze was certain he understood the significance of his actions. The empty baskets that mysteriously vanished before each assembly served as evidence. Such actions might not sway Qin Shan, but they were necessary. It was in the minutiae that distinctions could be discerned. Over time, the difference would become apparent. Chen Ze scanned the area and spotted the youth who had bested Yang Hong seated on a stone in the distance. Coincidentally, the boy was also observing Chen Ze. After their eyes met, he quickly turned his head, feigning interest in the surroundings. Chen Ze smiled and approached the youth with Hu Zi, who immediately handed 4 buns to him without needing instruction. "My name is Gui Qing," the youth said, accepting the buns and looking up at Chen Ze, his demeanor no longer as defiant as the previous day. "I am Chen Ze," Chen Ze replied with a nod. "I know, I've heard it all yesterday." Gui Qing tucked the buns into his embrace and waved dismissively. "All right, you can leave now." "Why are you like this?" Hu Zi glared at Gui Qing, irritated by his lack of gratitude after Chen Ze generously offered him buns. "Is this how you repay kindness? Are you implying that I should submit?" Gui Qing retorted. pulling the buns from his arms and presenting them to Chen Ze. I hunted in the mountains with my father at 10, shot a tiger at 12. What perilous situations Haven T I faced. Let me be clear, I disdain your insincerity. If you think 4 buns will win me over, save your breath. I offer them to you. You needn't repay me. Now, I shall return to rest. You should do the same. Chen Ze smiled slightly and turned to leave with Huzi. Gui Qing remained non-committal, but after Chen Ze took a few steps, he suddenly called out to him. Hey, what is it? Chen Ze turned back to face Gui Qing. How many buns will you give me tomorrow? Gui Qing inquired. How many do you wish for? Chen Ze replied with a smile. Depends on my mood. If I have a good appetite, I could consume a dozen or more, Gui Qing mused, stroking his chin, intrigued by Chen Ze. So, the question is, how many can you let me have? 4, for that is all I possess. Chen Ze answered with a grin before turning back to walk away. Gui Qing's lips curled into a smirk as he prepared to leave with his buns when a sudden sound of weeping reached his ears. Turning around, he discovered a girl, radiant as the autumn moon, crying with her face covered. Why are you crying? Gui Qing approached her and noticed she held no buns. He teased. Are you really crying over a few buns? Have some dignity. The girl did not respond, her tears flowing like rain. Is it really worth crying over just a few buns? Gui Qing remarked, handing her 4 buns. Take these, stop crying. Your sobbing is quite bothersome. I am not crying over the steamed buns. Rather, it is the sense of abandonment that haunts me. Just moments ago, that scoundrel Yang Hong lured away a girl living with me using 2 buns, claiming that she would now sleep beside him. I fear I may be next. The girl sobbed louder, her despair palpable. Damn that bastard. Gui Qing seethed, his fists clenching tightly, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in the air. Noticing the girl's tears, his tone softened slightly. Enough of the tears. Stick with me, and I shall protect you. If he dares to touch you, I will end him. The girl's crying abruptly ceased as she looked up at Gui Qing, her eyes wide with hope. Really? Gui Qing nodded solemnly. Absolutely. Thank you. She whispered gratefully. Now, eat up, Gui Qing urged, offering her the bun again. I'm not hungry. You should eat. Only when you're full can you protect me. She replied softly. Are you foolish? You trust my promise to protect you so easily? You ought to be wary of being sold out. Gui Qing's gaze darkened as he kicked the ground in frustration, shoving all the buns into her hands. Come, I'll introduce you to someone. Who? She asked. Curiosity piqued. You'll find out when we get there. Now hurry and eat. She complied, consuming 1 bun and returning the remaining 3 to Gui Qing. I don't eat much. 1 is sufficient for me. With such a meager appetite, it's no wonder you lack strength, Gui Qing muttered, stuffing the buns into his embrace. Turning to her, he inquired, by the way, what is your name? Gu, she replied softly. A beautiful name, Gui Qing complimented, leading her directly to Chen Ze's residence. Not long after Chen Ze returned home, ready to share buns with Huzi, a knock echoed through the air. Upon opening the door and spotting Gui Qing, he was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that Gui Qing would not arrive so soon. Chen Ze offered a faint smile, his gaze shifting to the girl beside Gui Qing. And who might this be? A friend, Gui Qing replied casually, then turned to Gu. Stay back a bit. I need to discuss something with him. Gu nodded and stepped aside. Gui Qing entered, shutting the door firmly behind him, his eyes locking onto Chen Ze's with intensity. I wish to bring a friend into your group, but you must let go of 2 members. In return, I will assist you. You know my strength. I can easily take down someone like Yang Hong. That won't do. Chen Ze shook his head. What? Gui Qing was taken aback, disbelief etched across his face. With my strength, even carrying a burden would far exceed the capability of any 2 individuals. Am I to be rejected when I come to you voluntarily? Is that not foolish? Chen Ze replied earnestly. If I can casually discard 2 people for you, then in the future, should someone stronger than you appear, I would have no hesitation in forsaking you as well. How could I expect to be trusted under such circumstances? They stood by me from the start. I will not replace them for anyone. Yet you offered me buns. Was that not an attempt to win me over? Gui Qing queried, confusion evident in his eyes. Chen Ze clarified, winning over is one aspect, but more importantly, I have a conflict with Yang Hong. The way you subdued him yesterday was quite satisfying to witness. Is that so? I hadn't even tapped into half of my true strength. I'll show you genuine skill another day. Gui Qing laughed heartily. All right, I won't test you further. I may forego the buns, but I have one condition. Protect that girl outside and ensure Yang Hong does not harm her. You know her? Chen Ze inquired. We just met today, Gui Qing responded. Oh, I see, Chen Ze said, a knowing expression crossing his face, though he remained silent. Gui Qing rubbed his nose. feeling a bit awkward, then changed the subject. By the way, have you eaten? Not yet, and you? Chen Ze smiled slightly. Gui Qing opened the door, beckoning Yin Gu to join them for the meal. Yin Gu entered hesitantly, glancing nervously at Chen Ze, appearing somewhat shy. Hu Zi placed 4 buns on the table, while Gui Qing laid down the 3 he had brought, fixing his gaze on Chen Ze. How many can I eat now? 3, Chen Ze replied with a smile. From now on, you eat some, and I'll eat some as well. Let us eat. Gui Qing laughed heartily, handing 2 buns to Chen Ze and the last one to Yin Gu, ensuring that each person had 2. Chen Ze smiled warmly, taking a bite of his bun, savoring the sweetness that spread across his palate. Gui Qing, too, enjoyed his meal, and afterward, he moved his bedding to stay with Chen Ze. In recent days, dozens of youths had perished, and after some coordination, the adjacent room quickly became vacant. Yin Gu moved in alone. She could call for Gui Qing whenever necessary. Chen Ze's keen interest in recruiting Gui Qing stemmed not only from his strength, but also from his character. Gui Qing's demeanor was that of a true hero, magnanimous and worthy of friendship. As time passed, Chen Ze felt increasingly assured that he had not erred in his judgment. With Gui Qing's assistance, resolving conflicts became significantly easier as Gui Qing could effortlessly handle matters. As for the buns, with Yin Gu around, it was perfectly balanced, though insufficient. It was enough to stave off starvation. Moreover, as they consumed more of the verdant pills, their internal energy gradually flourished, reducing their reliance on food. In the days to come, everyone continued their training as usual, swallowing those verdant pills daily, and deaths remained a grim reality. The rivalry between Chen Ze and Yang Hong intensified but remained at a manageable level. Both sides were evenly matched, making it difficult to determine a victor. Regardless of their private disputes, they maintained a facade of harmony in front of Qin Shan. Even though Qin Shan orchestrated these dynamics, they were obliged to comply, which pleased him immensely. Though generally aloof, Qin Shan occasionally engaged in conversation with the two when in good spirits, which allowed Chen Ze to learn things unknown to other youths. In the realm, there exists a unique energy that predates all, nurturing everything and pervading the universe. This energy is known as spiritual energy. Those who can harness it are referred to as cultivators. Through generations of exploration, a complete cultivation system has been established, progressing from weakness to strength through the stages of qi refinement, foundation establishment, and core formation. Cultivators in the qi refinement stage draw spiritual energy into their bodies, breaking through their energy seas to store it within, subsequently using it to open their body's acupoints. The qi refinement stage consists of 10 levels, with the human body containing 12 meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels, totaling 720 acupoints. Each time 72 acupoints are opened, one completes a level. The vast majority of cultivators in the world remain at the qi refinement stage. Those fortunate enough to open all their acupoints may have the opportunity to enter the foundation establishment stage. Becoming a foundation establishment cultivator means no longer being an ordinary disciple but rather an enforcer, securing a place even within the demon extreme sect. As for the elusive core formation stage, it signifies a formidable powerhouse. Within the demon extreme sect, any who break through to the core formation stage can become elders, wielding life and death authority over numerous disciples. All of Chen Ze's group belonged to an elder within the demon extreme sect, their lives resting in this elder's hands. The only distinction was that those with superior qualities were disciples, while those with lesser qualities were termed apprentices, a more palatable term for servants. The differentiation in quality is based on spiritual roots. Human beings are composed of the essence of the 5 elements, with each individual's spiritual roots differing in nature. The scale from 1 to 10 represents the completeness of these spiritual roots, where 1 signifies the lowest and 10 indicates perfection, denoting a fully developed root. The more complete the spiritual root, the sharper the sensitivity to spiritual energy, thereby accelerating the cultivation process. Chen Ze possesses the finest wood spiritual root, rated at 5, signifying that he is half of a complete wood root. Although it is merely half, the cultivation effects are not just a mere fraction compared to someone with a fully developed wood root. Rather, they are worlds apart. With only half a wood root, his aptitude is deemed inferior, as any root must reach 70% to be considered average and 90% for superior aptitude. A fully developed root signifies exceptional talent. Individuals like Yi Yuan, who possess 2 fully developed roots, are rare geniuses, appearing only once every few centuries, even within the entire Moji sect. The dark green pill they consume, known as the Breaking Spirit Pill, provides a surge of spiritual energy that can impact the Qi Sea. With enough attempts to break through, one may eventually transcend to the first level of Qi refining. As time passes, the youths increasingly consumed the breaking spirit pill, escalating from 1 pill a day to 2, with the quantity continuing to rise until they breached the Qi Sea, with the increasing number of casualties. The youths gradually grasped the rules of this place, absolute obedience to Qin Shan's commands, and the imperative to remain within the designated area to ensure their safety. One day, in an open space, Qin Shan sat cross-legged as usual, suddenly lifting his gaze towards a dark speck in the sky, his brow furrowing slightly. The speck enlarged, revealing a striking young man in green attire who landed beside Qin Shan with a smile, praising, "Brother Qin, your cultivation has indeed reached new heights. I am in admiration." Qin Shan wore a smile that did not reach his eyes, acknowledging that everyone had noticed the rapid progression of his junior brother Zhou Yu's cultivation. It would not be long before Zhou surpassed him. "You honor me too much. My meager skills hardly compare to yours," Zhou quickly replied, continuing to flatter, "By the way, brother, your task is quite enviable. According to the requirements, if even half of those with inferior aptitude survive, there are many benefits to be gained." Qin Shan replied calmly, "This task is open to anyone. If you are willing to offer 1,000 spirit stones, it is yours. Brother, you know my situation. I am quite destitute and lack the financial means for such a task," Zhou expressed, his face displaying a pained expression, but then quickly added, "What a pity. Had I known a talent like Yi Yuan would emerge from this batch, I would have emptied my coffers to seize this opportunity." Qin Shan maintained his usual expression, his satisfaction with the task's results buried deep within. Zhou spoke earnestly. "According to the rules, only those in the foundation establishment stage can become direct disciples. Yet, he has not even entered the Qi refining stage and has already been accepted as a direct disciple by our master. I hear the master even bestowed upon him a protective artifact. Such treatment is beyond what we mere registered disciples can compare with. With his aptitude, entering foundation establishment is inevitable. Countless brothers wish to befriend him but find no avenue. By accepting this task, you have provided a significant favor. Each disciple is assigned 5 spirit servants upon entry. This is a golden opportunity to befriend Brother Yi. Do you have any candidates in mind?" Qin Shan nodded slightly, pointing to the meditative Yang Hong, noting his intelligence and capability to alleviate Brother Ye's burdens. He then indicated Gui Qing, followed by another sturdy-looking youth, remarking on his steadiness and endurance. Finally, he pointed to Yin Ge. Zhou chuckled knowingly. "I understand this one. He has a charming appearance, perfect for Brother Ye's needs. But we're still short one. The last choice must surely possess extraordinary qualities." Qin Shan nodded slightly, ultimately indicating Chen Ze, remarking on his deep intellect, which could provide strategic counsel for Brother Yi. If Brother Yi utilizes him well, he could become a tremendous asset. Were it not for Brother Yi, I would have retained this individual to manage my cave dwelling. "Oh." Zhou scrutinized Chen Ze closely, puzzled. "He appears quite ordinary. I see nothing remarkable about him." "A truly clever individual does not allow others to perceive their intelligence," Qin Shan replied. "If that were the case, brother, would you not fear he might hinder our master?" Qin Shan responded nonchalantly. "A complete metal and fire spiritual root. Such a person cannot be swayed by a mere spirit servant. Brother, if you have something to say, do not hesitate." He. Zhou chuckled bashfully, rubbing his hands together. "To be honest, I have been crafting a puppet recently and nearly ran out of corpse energy. You must have accumulated quite a bit during this time. I come to seek a few clusters from you. Rest assured, I will not let you incur losses. I will add 2 spirit stones to the original price for each cluster." Qin Shan lightly tapped his palm on his knee, seemingly contemplating Zhou's proposed price. After a moment of reflection, he nodded in agreement. Once they breach the Qi Sea, they will no longer be able to engage in combat. Therefore, tonight we shall have a grand cleansing. It will also serve as a performance for you to witness. "Well said. Thank you, brother." Zhou beamed, then shifted the topic. "By the way, watching the show is free, right? I truly am impoverished." Qin Shan smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. After concluding his cultivation, Qin Shan departed with Zhou, while Chen Ze and Yang Hong were about to distribute buns to the others when they suddenly heard Qin Shan's voice, causing their hands to freeze in midair. Even Yang Hong, whose heart was typically resolute, felt a twinge of fear upon hearing Qin Shan's plans. Chen Ze quickly regained his composure, nonchalantly finishing the distribution before turning to leave. Once in his room, he collapsed onto the bed, his brow furrowed in deep thought. "What's wrong? You seemed distracted just now," Gui Qing inquired. Chen Ze remained silent for a long while before looking up at Gui Qing, stating, "Tonight, many will perish." "What do you mean?" Gui Qing was taken aback. Chen Ze lowered his voice. "The immortal has instructed Yang Hong, and me to lead everyone to escape. But if we cross the red line, we will undoubtedly be slain. The immortal's task requires that at least half of us must die. This. Gui Qing's pupils trembled violently, cold sweat breaking out on his back. Is there no way to avoid it? Chen Ze shook his head. This is Qin Shan's order. How could we possibly refuse? If we defy him, even if he refrains from killing us now, we will not escape death in the future. Gui Qing swallowed hard, suppressing his shock, and asked gravely, is there a way? I cannot ensure the safety of everyone, but I am 70% confident in protecting our group. Chen Ze hesitated for a long time, but ultimately refrained from revealing the remaining words. Gui Qing understood what Chen Ze meant, but that would lead to the demise of the others. Is there truly no solution? Gui Qing asked with difficulty. Chen Ze shook his head. It's all right. Just do your best, Gui Qing reassured, patting Chen Ze's shoulder with a heavy sigh. Chen Ze rubbed his aching temples. Having already devised numerous scenarios in his mind within this short span, you and Hu Zi go out first. I will wait for someone. Gui Qing understood Chen Ze was waiting for Yang Hong and said nothing further, taking Hu Zi outside to stand guard. Soon after, Yang Hong arrived, a broad smile on his face. Brothers, is Chen Ze inside? Gui Qing let out a cold snort, disregarding Yang Hong, and pointed towards the unclosed door of the room. Yang Hong's heart leaped with joy. Since Chen Ze was willing to meet him, this matter could likely be resolved. He pushed the door open, cautiously closed it behind him, and donned a sycophantic smile. Chen Ze, I've been in the wrong these past few days. Allow me to express my apologies. Enough, Chen Ze interrupted, raising his hand. The celestial being desires to witness our conflict, hence we are compelled to engage. I understand everything. I knew you were a man of reason, brother. You wouldn't hold petty grievances against me, Yang Hong replied, his eyes lighting up as he sat beside Chen Ze, grinning. Since you comprehend everything, I shall dispense with pretense. I recognize that you harbor disdain for me. My past actions were misguided. Had I known from the outset that you were so astute, I would never have dared to bully you. Since arriving at the Demon Extreme sect, we have schemed against each other. Now it is time to unite against our common adversities. How about we each contribute half of our forces? Chen Ze fell silent, seemingly in contemplation, before slowly nodding in agreement. A deal. After tonight, the past will be erased. In the dead of night, the sound of the bolt being drawn echoed repeatedly as the youths stealthily exited the house, following Yang Hong and Chen Ze as they ventured forth. Just a few steps away from the boundary, Yang Hong shouted, "Brothers, charge forth with me, let's go." However, the youths behind him remained motionless, as did those following Chen Ze. Yang Hong was taken aback and abruptly turned to Chen Ze, narrowing his eyes. So you still suspect me? Are you not the same? Chen Ze replied coolly. If he trusted Yang Hong, and the youths behind him crossed the red line and perished, Yang Hong would undoubtedly retaliate by slaughtering all of them, including Chen Ze himself. Since you have seen through me, I shall no longer feign innocence. Chen Ze, I will settle this with you tonight. Yang Hong glared menacingly at Chen Ze. Is that so? What gives you such confidence? Chen Ze stood placidly, his gaze as calm as still water. As Yang Hong raised his hand, poised to give the command to attack, a sudden authoritative voice rang out from afar. Move faster. What are you dawdling for? Yang Hong turned to see Gui Qing leading over 700 youths, driving Yang Hong's remaining subordinates, each wielding spears. Though crude, these spears, fashioned from wooden poles and sharpened stones, appeared exceedingly lethal. Most astonishingly, Gui Qing led nearly 100 of Chen Ze's most formidable youths, each holding a bloodied head, those of Yang Hong's subordinates. The others, bound by ropes, were rendered incapable of resistance. Yang Hong's expression turned to one of horror. He had never anticipated that his elite forces would be subdued so readily. All of this was thanks to Gui Qing's decisive actions, having swiftly eliminated several dissenters. Upon witnessing Gui Qing's overwhelming strength, the remaining youths dared not defy him, allowing Gui Qing to bind them. Chen Ze had foreseen a confrontation with Yang Hong, hence he had discreetly prepared for such a day. Chen Ze, have they all been killed? Gui Qing inquired. Chen Ze nodded, but Gui Qing hesitated, recalling an elder from his village who had once mentioned that killing surrendering foes was inauspicious. Kill them, Chen Ze uttered coldly. The bound youths panicked, pleading for mercy. Brother Chen, we were wrong. We shouldn't have opposed you and followed Yang Hong. Please, spare my life. Brother, from now on, you are my true brother. I will do whatever you ask. I beg you, do not kill me. Brother Chen, I bow before you. Please, spare my life. My parents are waiting for my return. Silence, Chen Ze commanded icily. The youths fell silent, trembling as they regarded him. Chen Ze continued, If you wish to live, it is simple. Bring forth 2 heads in exchange for your lives. Do you dare? Gui Qing had not genuinely intended to plead for these individuals. He and Chen Ze had played off each other to instill in them a desperate will to cling to survival. The youths gasped collectively, and after a moment's silence, they nodded solemnly. As long as we can live, we will obey you. Yang Hong, witnessing this, plastered a sycophantic smile on his face. Chen Ze, surely it need not come to this. We can discuss matters amicably. Discuss? Chen Ze scoffed. I previously stated that after tonight, the past would be forgotten. I do not settle scores with the dead. Once you perish, our grievances will be resolved. If you are willing to take your own life, I will spare the others. You're talking nonsense, Yang Hong exclaimed, but it seemed as though his words were stifled, caught in his throat. What did the celestial being say? Chen Ze inquired. A sardonic smile playing on his lips. Yang Hong snorted, refusing to respond, wary of falling into Chen Ze's trap. Such matters were known only to a select few. Should he reveal them publicly, Qin Shan would surely kill him. With a mere glance from Chen Ze, Gui Qing promptly organized his men into a neat formation. Those wielding spears at the forefront, while the unarmed followed behind, gradually pushing Yang Hong's men towards the red line. The freed youths glanced back at the organized spear-wielding ranks, then fixed their gaze on Yang Hong and his followers, their eyes gleaming with hostility. What are you doing? Are you thinking of rebelling? Do you believe I won't kill you? Yang Hong barked, his tone laced with intimidation. Instead of retreating, the youths advanced, steadily approaching Yang Hong and his group, their eyes aflame with murderous intent. Chen Ze internally scoffed. Yang Hong had made a grave error at this moment. Had he sought to reason with them? Perhaps there could have been a chance for resolution. Instead, he foolishly attempted to assert his previous authority over these individuals, who would not be so easily cowed. In the face of life and death, Yang Hong's threats held no weight whatsoever. Chen Ze's gaze gradually shifted to the youths behind Yang Hong. You too can exchange 2 heads for your lives. I will not hold your past against you. Upon hearing this, the youths behind Yang Hong exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Do not listen to his fabrications. He will not spare you. Focus on eliminating these traitors. Yang Hong bellowed, seizing a youth who was fighting over a head and, with a ruthless twist, snapped his neck. The youths finally regained their composure, halting their conflict. Chen Ze, you truly are devious, Yang Hong glared at him. His teeth clenched in fury. We are merely reciprocating. You initiated this treachery first, Chen Ze replied nonchalantly. Humph. Yang Hong stepped to the forefront of his group. Fists clenched tightly. Brothers, today there can be only one side that survives. Those who do not wish to die, charge with me. A playful smile danced across Chen Ze's face as he took a decisive step forward, prompting the orderly advance of his followers. The 2 factions soon clashed. And although their numbers were comparable, half of Chen Ze's contingent wielded long spears, rendering Yang Hong and his companions no match. In the initial encounter, dozens of youths fell beneath the spears. Come with me, let's eliminate Chen Ze, Yang Hong declared, striding forth with a group of capable youths, determined to confront Chen Ze. He believed that if he could vanquish Chen Ze, the latter's followers would scatter like frightened birds, and the formidable Gui Qing could not possibly hold them in check. Despite Gui Qing's valor, his authority paled in comparison to that of Yang Hong and Chen Ze. What do you say? Gui Qing inquired, turning to Chen Ze. Calmly. Chen Ze replied, keep the others at bay. Yang Hong is mine. The situation had evolved to a point where victory was assured for him, allowing Gui Qing to handle the brawl. Yet, given that Gui Qing and his companions had blood on their hands, Chen Ze, as their leader, felt compelled to demonstrate his prowess by slaying an opponent, and Yang Hong was the most fitting target. Are you truly so confident? Gui Qing asked with a smile. Indeed. Chen Ze responded with a grin. I have unwavering faith in my mentor. Then so be it. Leave the others to me. Gui Qing laughed heartily, shaking off his shoulders before charging forth with 10 men to intercept Yang Hong's group. Yang Hong quickly realized Gui Qing's intentions to leave him to face Chen Ze alone. Although puzzled by Gui Qing's strategy, he dismissed Chen Ze as a worthy adversary. With a sneer, he lunged at Chen Ze. Unfazed, Chen Ze evaded Yang Hong's punch with swift agility, seizing his wrist and twisting it violently, employing the very same technique Gui Qing had used to overpower Yang Hong before. With a sharp crack, the sound of breaking bone echoed, causing Yang Hong's right arm to go limp before Chen Ze delivered a powerful kick that sent him sprawling to the ground, blood pooling from the corner of his mouth. The youths who had just engaged in combat froze, staring in disbelief at Chen Ze, swallowing hard. While they could accept Gui Qing's overwhelming victory over Yang Hong, They could hardly fathom that the seemingly frail Chen Ze had incapacitated Yang Hong in a mere encounter. Unbeknownst to them, while Yang Hong was indulging in his hedonistic pursuits, Chen Ze had been diligently learning the art of combat from Gui Qing. Indeed, it was not mere brawling, but the brutal art of killing. Gui Qing's family resided in a mountainous region, rife with wild beasts, and from the age of 10, Gui Qing had accompanied his father, a hunter, into the wilderness, battling ferocious creatures. Yang Hong, despite his bravado, was but a petty thug, relying solely on his audacity. In contrast, Gui Qing had honed genuine skills through years of struggle against wild animals. Their abilities were simply incomparable. Chen Ze had never doubted the veracity of Gui Qing's tale of shooting a tiger at the tender age of 12, when Gui Qing focused. He resembled a predatory tiger ready to strike. Had he not been forced into the Moji sect, Chen Ze believed that Gui Qing's talents would surely lead him to become a commanding general in the future. In the past, Chen Ze had been bullied by Yang Hong, primarily due to his frail physique from chronic hunger. However, with the recent consumption of spirit-enhancing pills, the accumulation of spiritual energy had lessened the advantage of physical strength. In a scenario where both sides were evenly matched, experience in combat became paramount. Under Gui Qing's tutelage, Chen Ze had made exponential progress. No longer the weakling he once was, Gui Qing had imparted that battles between beasts were devoid of frivolous techniques the moment they met. It was a matter of life and death. This principle held true for humans as well. Now, Chen Ze had demonstrated this truth in a single encounter. He had rendered Yang Hong incapacitated, with Yang Hong's fate resting solely in his hands. Chen Ze stepped upon Yang Hong's chest, regarding him with disdainful eyes. Every time you schemed, you relied on whether I would trust you. Do you truly believe I would trust a snake such as yourself? You think yourself clever, relying on your thick skin to play tricks? Seeing Chen Ze grasp the spear handed to him by Gui Qing, Yang Hong desperately clutched Chen Ze's leg, pleading for mercy. Chen Ze, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I will never oppose you again. From now on, you are my leader. Your word is law. I beg you. Spare my life. I cannot abide a subordinate like you, Chen Ze replied coldly, tightening his grip on the spear and plunging it into Yang Hong's heart. Yang Hong's pupils dilated in shock, his head crashing to the ground as life escaped him, his eyes wide with disbelief and regret. He could not comprehend why. In the past, he could bully Chen Ze at will, yet now he had fallen to him, withdrawing the bloodied spear. Chen Ze cast a cold gaze upon Yang Hong's followers. They knelt in unison, their foreheads striking the ground, bloodied in their supplication. Please, Chen Ze, spare us. Chen Ze tossed the spear to a weaponless youth, fixing his gaze on the crowd. I have no need for you. Withdraw beyond the red line, lest I be compelled to act. The group hesitated, retreating to the red line, which felt akin to a death sentence. Damn it. If he won't let us live, we shan't let him live either. Let's fight back. One youth shouted, fists clenched as he charged at Chen Ze, prompting others to follow suit. However, their numbers had dwindled significantly, and with half of Chen Ze's crew armed with spears, they were swiftly overwhelmed and dispatched. Chen Ze's group continued their relentless advance, and those who dared not resist found themselves forced back to the red line. Qin Shan arrived gracefully, drawing a 3-foot copper sword from his waist pouch. With a deft hand gesture, the sword shot forth at remarkable speed, cleaving through the neck of a youth who had crossed the line. Junior brother, please. Haha, thank you. Senior brother, laughed Zhou, retrieving a pitch-black orb and murmuring incantations. The orb emitted a ghostly green light, drawing the deathly energy from the fallen youths. The cold gleam of the copper sword flashed, and youths fell in droves, akin to harvesting wheat. Qin Shan possessed a similar black orb, accumulating the death energy at an even swifter pace than Zhou. Before long, all youths who had crossed the line were slain. Zhou gazed greedily at the increasing death energy within his orb, licking his lips in anticipation. Just as he was about to unleash it upon the youths within the red line, Qin Shan's sword whizzed past, striking the black orb from his grasp. With a swift motion, Qin Shan retrieved Zhou's orb, inspecting the 5 near-tangible wisps of death energy inside. He tossed it back to Zhou, warning, we must not engage in underhanded dealings. The higher-ups won't let us off lightly. 5 wisps of death energy are ample for you to craft your puppets. Do not be greedy. Though Zhou felt discontent, he maintained a cheerful demeanor. This cleansing has reduced their numbers by more than half. Senior brother, you have profited immensely from this task. I extend my congratulations in advance. Qin Shan gave a slight nod, coldly surveying the youths within the red line. Return to your places. Having witnessed Qin Shan's indifferent slaughter, the youths were paralyzed with fear and fled. As Chen Ze prepared to depart, He was suddenly called back by Qin Shan, causing him to startle. Gritting his teeth, he approached and bowed respectfully. I greet the two esteemed lords. You performed admirably this time, Qin Shan acknowledged with a nod of approval, then extended his hand toward Zhou Yu. Considering our wager, you owe me 55 spirit stones. Zhou Yu sighed helplessly, pulling forth a multitude of translucent, spirit-infused stones from his waist pouch. It seems I truly am out of funds now. Qin Shan collected the stones into his own pouch, a rare smile gracing his icy features. After some time, upon the completion of the task, he would receive a handsome reward. Including the acquired corpse energy, as Zhou Yu had said, he would reap a bountiful harvest. Zhou Yu approached Chen Ze, lifting his chin with a grin and remarked, Kid, you've made me lose 5 spirit stones. How do you propose we settle this score? Chen Ze felt a chill run down his spine. Although Zhou Yu appeared to jest, he sensed a palpable intent to kill. He was no longer the naive youth who had just entered the demon extreme sect, oblivious to the world. That pouch, known as a storage bag, seemed merely a small sack, yet it contained a unique space capable of holding numerous items. As for spirit stones, they harbored pure spiritual energy, a rare resource essential for cultivation and also served as currency among cultivators. Such precious items were beyond his means to repay, even with his life. With utmost respect, Chen Ze replied softly, I cannot afford to compensate you, my lord. I am unaware of what you have gained tonight, but judging by your expression, it seems that even at a loss of 5 spirit stones, your earnings tonight are still considerable. I understand you are jesting with me. A person of your profound cultivation and wealth would not bother to quibble over such trifles with someone of my lowly status. Qin Shan turned to Zhou Yu and asked with a smile, So, do you admit defeat with grace? Zhou Yu laughed heartily, patting Chen Ze's shoulder. Indeed. You are far more astute than the one who just perished. Although I am impoverished, I appreciate your remark about my wealth. I shall let you off this time. At your age, I lacked your depth of thought and ruthlessness. You are naturally suited to be a demon cultivator. I admire you greatly. How about this? Follow me from now on. Chen Ze did not respond, but turned to Qin Shan, his eyes reflecting a query. He would not be swayed by Zhou Yu's flattery. Qin Shan was his direct superior, and he knew who to heed. Qin Shan subtly nodded and waved his hand. I have observed your performance today. From now on, these individuals will be under your command. Go ahead. Yes. Chen Ze bowed respectfully, then stepped back a dozen paces before turning slowly. His movements were deliberate. He felt the weight of Qin Shan and Zhou Yu's gazes upon him and wished to conceal his inner turmoil from them. Zhou Yu withdrew his gaze, shaking his head. What a pity, his aptitude is lacking. If he were just a bit more gifted, I would have to tread carefully around him. At his age, possessing such depth of character is unprecedented. Qin Shan replied impassively, If he were more talented, I would not be the one to mentor him. In due time, once he opens his energy sea, I will pass him to junior brother Yi. A clever person like him will know how to safeguard himself and should not stir up any trouble. Brother, I will always remember your kindness. Once you conclude your affairs, I shall personally express my gratitude, Zhou Yu said, clasping his fist in salute before departing gracefully. After watching Zhou Yu leave, Qin Shan took out a pitch-black orb, its eerie green light illuminating the corpses on the ground, a faint smile playing on his lips. Junior brother Zhou, what a shame you do not know the true technique for harvesting corpse energy. Otherwise, I would have incurred a significant loss. This harvest has proven quite fruitful. Chen Ze and Gui Qing washed the blood from their bodies at the pond outside the courtyard before gently opening the door to their room, where Hu Zi and Yin Gu, who had been anxiously waiting, immediately rose to greet them. We won, Chen Ze whispered, devoid of any joy in victory. Only a profound weariness. Hu Zi was puzzled by Chen Ze's words, while Yin Gu, who had witnessed the night's turmoil, understood and began to tremble. Did they all die? Yes. Chen Ze nodded gently. But they were living, breathing people. Yin Ji's body shook violently. Enough. What matters is that we won. Do not dwell on other matters. Gui Qing urged, pulling Yin Gu toward the adjacent room. You must be exhausted. Hurry and get some sleep. It's all over now. Gui Qing watched Yin Ji close the door but did not return inside. Instead, he sat outside her room. After ensuring Hu Zi was asleep, Chen Ze quietly opened the door and joined him outside. The two exchanged glances before falling into a long silence. After waiting for over half an hour, Gui Qing surmised that Yin Gu must have drifted off and finally spoke in a hoarse voice. I killed someone. Yes, Chen Ze replied with a slight nod. I did as well. Yet it should not have been this way. They had no prior grievances, yet they were compelled to fight to the death. Gui Qing covered his face with his hands, his voice trembling. Why does such a place exist? Chen Ze reassured him. Do not overthink it. If they had not died, we would have perished in their stead. We had no choice. I know, Gui Qing said, his expression growing more pained. Chen Ze, do you realize this is not my first time killing someone? Chen Ze was taken aback, having never heard him mention it before. Such matters are not shared unless one has experienced life and death together, Gui Qing murmured, then chuckled bitterly. Do you know how I ended up here? I went to the city to sell mountain goods and saw a group of thugs bullying a girl. I couldn't stand idly by, so I fought them. Outnumbered, I lost control and accidentally killed 4 of them. Although that girl later testified on my behalf, claiming I acted in defense of the innocent, I still faced imprisonment. My parents sold everything to secure my release. I had originally intended to take the martial examination, but with a criminal record, I could not even enlist. Did you know? I came here of my own volition. The immortal who brought me said that the authorities were insignificant in his eyes, and that by following him, I would eventually achieve great things. I believed him, but I never anticipated being brought to such a hellish place. Chen Ze remained silent for a long time before asking, if given another chance, would you still save that girl? Of course, Gui Qing replied firmly. If I did not intervene, what would be the difference between me and an accomplice? Chen Ze sighed. You are inherently a chivalrous person. You do not belong in such a place. Are you suited for it, then? Your current state of confusion mirrors my own when I took my first life. I know you are not a ruthless person at heart. This cursed place has forced you into it. Gui Qing cursed vehemently, then sighed heavily. The longer I remain in this hell, the more indifferent I become towards death. I understand that my actions tonight were solely for survival, but having done it once, I fear the second time will come. I dread that if I stay here too long, I will inevitably become a madman who knows only how to kill. I understand, Chen Ze sighed. But we must act as we do. I simply dislike such helplessness. Why should life be so trampled upon? They were all living, breathing individuals. Gui Qing shouted. You like yin good, don't you? Chen Ze suddenly asked. Gui Qing was taken aback, then nodded. Yes, I do. There is no shame in admitting it. You are willing to engage in these sordid deeds to protect her. I am the same. Chen Ze paused, speaking earnestly. We are stained with blood. But Hu Zi and Yin need not be. In this place, we are as insignificant as ants, unable to change anything, only able to protect those we hold dear. Gui Qing fell silent, and after a long pause, he slowly rose to his feet and approached Chen Ze. Pressing a hand on his shoulder and gazing earnestly into his eyes. I understand your intent. My only solace lies in having a brother like you to confide in, even in such a cursed place. I feel the same, Chen Ze replied, looking up at Gui Qing with an unprecedented seriousness. I have few friends from my childhood, so I cherish each one dearly. No matter how arduous the future may be, we shall bear it together. Very well. Henceforth we shall share life and death. Gui Qing laughed heartily, the shadows in his heart dissipating as he gently pushed open the door to return to his room for sleep. It's late. You should rest as well. As Chen Ze listened to the sound of Gui Qing closing the door, he fell into silence once more, lifting his trembling right hand. As Gui Qing had stated, no matter how strong or composed he appeared, he could not alter the turmoil within his heart. Even though the blood on his hands had been washed away, the searing sensation of it splattered upon him lingered, as if branded upon his very soul. After all, these were lives lost. Though he himself had not directly taken many, those deaths were all a consequence of his actions. Indeed, he could comfort himself with the notion that it was all for self-preservation. Those individuals would have perished if he had not acted, had it not been for his plans. Their fates would have been of no concern to him, regardless of the number who fell, even if half were destined to die that night. They could rely on their own abilities, survival of the fittest. However, the events of the night were orchestrated by him. Those who chose to follow him survived, while the rest perished. It was as though he had dictated the lives and deaths of so many, no matter how much he sought to reassure himself. The reality of their deaths being tied to him could not be altered. This was over 1,000 lives. To label him as heinous, deserving of the gravest punishments, would be justifiable. Yet, he merely wished to survive, to return home. Why must he confront such dire choices? Neither he nor those individuals were at fault. The true error lay in their being brought to this accursed place. Chen Ze delicately stroked the copper coin in his hand, his emotions reaching a fever pitch. His mother had once taught him to be a good person, yet he understood he could no longer embody that ideal. From the moment those youths perished, he had lost the ability to maintain his former self. Since he could not be a good person, he would become one who would resort to any means necessary to survive. In this hellish environment, he could only employ every tactic to endure, to live and reunite with his mother. As long as he could return to see her, he would do anything. Mother, wait for me, Chen Ze whispered, clutching the coin tightly. 2 months later, Chen Ze slowly opened his eyes, drawing upon the surrounding spiritual energy without the aid of a broken spirit pill. A unique aura now emanating from him. He had entered the first level of Qi refinement. Everyone turned in unison, envy evident in their gazes as they beheld Chen Ze's ascent into the realm of cultivators, no longer a mere mortal like before, but a practitioner akin to Qin Shan. Yet, almost immediately, Chen Ze expelled a mouthful of black blood, coughing incessantly, causing the crowd to erupt into chaos. This is merely the expulsion of impurities from your body. Attend to what you must, Qin Shan explained indifferently, his figure flickering to Chen Ze's side, offering him a blood-red pill. With a half-smile that did not reach his eyes, he whispered clear words into Chen Ze's ear. You are a clever one. Do not court your own demise. Chen Ze nodded, swallowing the pill without a word, then seated himself beside Hu Zi and Gui Qing, remaining vigilant of Hu Zi's movements. Though he was unaware of what was to transpire, he sensed an impending perilous situation. Logically, having reached the first level of Qi refinement, he was now a genuine cultivator. Yet, Qin Shan's gaze towards him remained unchanged, cold and disdainful, as if he could be extinguished at any moment should he falter. This was not the look of one cultivator towards another, but more akin to viewing an inconsequential object. Chen Ze observed those who had yet to break through, sighing inwardly before averting his gaze. He could not speak. To do so would be to invite death. At this juncture, he could only protect Hu Zi and Gui Qing, ensuring they did not reveal the truth. His sea of qi had been shattered. Like a punctured ball, he did not comprehend the implications of this, but feared it boded ill for his future cultivation. Yet, he dared not voice his concerns. In truth, Qin Shan was not apprehensive about these individuals learning the truth. He simply wished to prevent any disruption among those who had not yet broken through. Shortly thereafter, Gui Qing suddenly opened his eyes and expelled a mouthful of black blood. His expression one of profound agony. Chen Ze quickly covered Gui Qing's mouth, leaning close to whisper in his ear, "Listen to me. Do not say a word." Gui Qing nodded, his fists clenched tightly, straining to endure the excruciating pain within and the fury welling in his heart. Soon after, Hu Zi and Yin Gu also broke through, each expelling a mouthful of black blood. After 2 hours, all the youths had successfully advanced, their faces ashen. No one mentioned the shattered sea of qi, they merely anxiously contemplated the trials that lay ahead. Were they truly cultivators? Qin Shan nodded with satisfaction before turning to leave. Follow me. The youths gazed at the red line that had once separated life from death, hesitating to take a step forward. It was not until Qin Shan turned to cast a cold glance that they summoned the courage to cross. They traversed the stone square where their aptitude had been tested, passing through various areas, excitement bubbling within them. Even now, they could hardly believe they had crossed that red line. Only when the mountains came into view did they finally accept the reality they had made it across and were still alive. Would the future be different? As they surveyed the landscape, mountains surrounded them endlessly, each peak adorned with numerous courtyards and caves. The youths grew increasingly exhilarated. They had finally emerged from adversity. This was indeed a place befitting cultivators. Qin Shan led them to a stone platform where many others had already gathered. Here, Chen Ze saw all those who had tested alongside him, including Yi Yuan. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, Qin Shan compelled Chen Ze, Gui Qing, and Yin Gu, along with the other 2 youths, to step closer to Yi Yuan, who, despite his usual coldness, offered Yi Yuan a hint of a smile. Junior brother Yi, these are your spiritual servants. Each has been meticulously selected. You need not worry. Spiritual servants? As soon as Chen Ze heard this term, an ominous feeling washed over him. The term naturally referred to them, and although he did not fully grasp its meaning, he sensed it boded ill. Before long, he would come to understand precisely what the term spiritual servants entailed. Thank you, senior brother Qin, Yi Yuan replied with a respectful bow, casting a fleeting glance at the 5 of them before nodding to Qin Shan and turning to depart. The other 2 youths immediately followed suit. Yet Chen Ze remained rooted in place, as did Gui Qing and Yin Gu. Qin Shan narrowed his eyes, his voice like a thread weaving into Chen Ze's mind. You 2 better catch up quickly. If you cause trouble now, do not blame me for being ungracious. Chen Ze bit his lip, bowing respectfully to Qin Shan, and said, Sir, might I request a different individual? Yi Yuan halted, slowly turning around. Without looking at Chen Ze, his eyes betrayed no emotion, merely observing Qin Shan, awaiting his decision. Qin Shan's expression darkened instantly, his voice booming. Who do you think you are to be so choosy? I must tell you, Brother Yi possesses unparalleled talent. And in the future, His cultivation will surely be extraordinary. To be able to follow him is a blessing earned from a previous life. Spare me your meaningless chatter. He initially intended to curry favor with Yi Yuan, yet with Chen Ze causing such a ruckus, it remains uncertain whether Yi Yuan will acknowledge this sentiment. Chen Ze, with a determined expression, pointed at Hu Zi and implored, "This is my friend. I do not wish to part ways with him. I kindly ask for your mercy." Qin Shan scoffed coldly and transmitted a warning. "If you utter another word, I shall end his life immediately." Chen Ze stood frozen, fists clenched tightly, his palms turning white. Overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, he understood that Qin Shan was indeed capable of such an act. Gui Qing sighed heavily and patted Chen Ze's shoulder. "Let us go?" After a moment of silence, Chen Ze turned to Hu Zi, mustering a smile. "Hu Zi, take care of yourself. I will come for you." "Chen Ze, don't leave me." Hu Zi cried out in panic. "Brother, they are now in your hands. Today's events are due to my poor guidance, and I shall come to apologize in the future." Qin Shan said with a forced smile towards Yi Yuan, releasing a surge of spiritual energy that bound Hu Zi. Hu Zi struggled desperately but could only watch as Chen Ze and Gui Qing moved further away. Chen Ze, Yi Yuan turned away nonchalantly, indifferent to whether Chen Ze and the others followed. Hearing the heart-wrenching cries behind him, Chen Ze gritted his teeth and hurried away. "Hu Zi, wait for me." 10 miles away on the verdant hills, Yi Yuan arrived at the entrance of an expansive courtyard. With a single hand, he formed 2 seals, causing the light curtain enveloping the courtyard to ripple, and the gates slowly creaked open. This courtyard was vast and exquisitely crafted, surpassing anything Chen Ze and his companions had ever encountered. It was clear that the treatment afforded to geniuses was indeed different from that of others. Chen Ze exchanged glances with Gui Qing, and together with Yen Guo, they followed the 2 young boys ahead. The courtyard door slammed shut with a resounding thud, and the light curtain rose once more, enveloping the premises, more akin to a prison than a sanctuary. The 5 of them navigated the twists and turns, eventually arriving at the heart of the courtyard, where a finely crafted pavilion came into view, undoubtedly Yi Yuan's residence. As they shifted their gaze, they quickly noticed the 5 modest dwellings adjacent to the pavilion. These abodes were only slightly superior to their previous accommodations. Yi Yuan raised his hand, pointing towards the dwellings, and stated coldly, "Without my command, you are not to leave, speak, or neglect your cultivation." "Understood," the 5 responded in unison. Yi Yuan gestured for the other 2 boys to enter the house before turning to face Chen Ze and the others, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "To follow me requires such hardship?" Chen Ze sighed inwardly, knowing he could not evade the consequences of earlier events. He promptly bowed respectfully, every action exuding deference. "Honorable one, my companion possesses a simple nature. I fear he may be bullied, and thus I do not wish to part ways. You would do well to prioritize your own well-being." Yi Yuan retorted with a sardonic laugh, his consciousness coalescing into a force that surged forth. The blood-red pills within Chen Ze and his companions activated immediately, causing them to writhe on the ground in agony, as if their very hearts were being cleaved, their insides twisting painfully, akin to being beset by countless insects. Once a cultivator breaks through to the first level of qi refinement, their perception expands beyond themselves, reaching into the external world. The stronger their cultivation, the wider the range of this perception, which cultivators refer to as spiritual awareness. Yi Yuan merely needed to extend his spiritual awareness to incite the blood-red pills within the spiritual slaves, rendering them helpless. This was the means of controlling spiritual slaves. With a mere thought from the master, death could come in an instant. Yi Yuan observed them silently for a moment, before turning to enter the pavilion, at which point the chaos within Chen Ze and the others ceased. "You are my servants, fulfill your duties as such." The other 2 boys stood by the window, their gazes falling upon the trio, filled with sympathy and concern, fearing that such torment might befall them as well. Gui Qing lay on the ground for a moment, struggling to rise, and pulled Chen Ze and Yen Guo up. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Chen Ze's warning glance and promptly swallowed his words. Having spent so much time together, they had developed a tacit understanding. Gui Qing recognized that Chen Ze's look meant to remain silent and observe the unfolding events. Chen Ze quietly entered the middle room, closed the door, and collapsed onto the bed, his expression bitter as he recalled his conflict with Yang Hong. A self-deprecating smile creeping upon his lips. He had thought that relentless striving could yield change, yet in the end, nothing had altered. Initially, he believed Qin Shan was granting him an opportunity, only to realize that Qin Shan viewed their struggles as a mere spectacle. Qin Shan was the spectator, and they were the clowns, toiling to outmaneuver one another, ultimately only to elicit a smile from Qin Shan. What did the fallen youth signify? What was his own worth? Damn it. As a fellow first-level Qi refinement cultivator, Yi Yuan was the true practitioner, while he was merely a spiritual slave, his life and death entirely at another's whim. He felt a surge of discontent. But no matter how he despised his fate, the situation had reached this point, and he had no choice but to accept it. Yet he would not surrender. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, he could not relent. With this thought, Chen Ze sprang to his feet, sitting cross-legged to absorb spiritual energy into his dantian. Soon after, footsteps echoed outside, and the spiritual energy fluctuations in all 5 rooms abruptly ceased. The 5 of them perked up, hearts racing in unison. It was Yi Yuan's footsteps. Though faint, they resonated heavily in their hearts. Fortunately, Yi Yuan's steps grew more distant, not approaching their quarters. Though separated by walls, the 5 simultaneously exhaled in relief. After a brief silence, Gui Qing opened the window and turned to the left. Yen Gu, are you all right? Gui Qing and Yen Gu shared adjacent rooms, making conversation convenient. Yen Gu peered out, whispering, I'm fine now. The pain has subsided. Had I known, I wouldn't have consumed that pill. Now I feel like a fish on a chopping block. Gui Qing grumbled in response, just because of slightly inferior talent. I become a spiritual slave? To hell with it, I refuse to accept this. Yen Gu gently advised, let it go for now, just bear with it. Didn't he forbid us from speaking earlier? We must be cautious not to be discovered. If we are to remain silent forever, we shall suffocate. Gui Qing retorted, turning to the right and calling out loudly, Chen Ze, why are you silent? Chen Ze swung open the window, about to respond, when he suddenly caught sight of Yi Yuan lurking behind a tree. His pupils constricted, and just as he intended to warn Gui Qing, the blood-red pills within him activated once more, sending him crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, sounds of rolling and thrashing echoed from Gui Qing and Yin Ji's rooms. Enough noise. Yi Yuan intoned slowly, stepping from behind the tree to stand before the dwelling, the waves of his spiritual awareness intensifying, seemingly resolved to punish the 3 of them severely for their chatter. You 3 are so troublesome. I just left, and you start talking? Have you no ears? As the intensity of his spiritual awareness escalated, the trio felt their insides twist painfully, heartache slicing through them, eliciting agonizing cries. After a tormenting minute, Yi Yuan finally withdrew his spiritual awareness. Come out. The 3 struggled to rise, opening the door to step outside, their lips pale and their clothes soaked in sweat. Yi Yuan's voice was cold as he stated, I warned you against conversing. Your sole purpose is to cultivate diligently. Should you err again, the penalties will be severe. Do you understand? The trio nodded laboriously, under such duress that they lacked the strength to speak. Return to your cultivation. Do not slacken. Yi Yuan casually waved his hand, about to turn away when his gaze suddenly landed on Yen Gu. A subtle smile curved his lips as he approached Yen Gu, gently brushing aside the damp strands of hair clinging to her forehead. He had not noticed before, but she was indeed quite beautiful. Brother Qin had a discerning eye. Yen Gu was taken aback, hastily lowering her head. Yi Yuan grasped her chin, lifting her face to observe her features with keen interest. They are not permitted to leave their rooms without my consent, but you may, he stated. You can also enter this pavilion. There is a washroom inside. I will step out for a while. After you have cleaned yourself, wait for me in the room at the north end of the 2nd floor. Yin Ji's complexion turned ashen. Yi Yuan's intentions were evident. Gui Qing clenched his fists, ready to explode, but was suddenly restrained by Chen Ze. Meeting Chen Ze's gaze, he suppressed his anger and trudged back to his room with heavy steps. Yen Gu stood dazed in the courtyard, a sorrowful smile gracing her lips. Yi Yuan, however, appeared indifferent as he turned to leave. The courtyard fell into a chilling silence. No one dared to utter a word after the previous lesson, which was precisely the effect Yi Yuan sought. Gui Qing collapsed onto the ground, pounding the earth with his fists until they bled, unleashing a series of low, unwilling growls from his throat. Chen Ze, hearing the commotion next door, sighed heavily. He was not afraid of Yi Yuan's punishment, but felt at a loss on how to console Gui Qing. The thought of watching the girl he cherished serve another was unbearable, and Gui Qing's heart would only ache more. Yet, they were spirit slaves, their lives hanging by Yi Yuan's whims. How could they dare to revolt? Yen Gu stood in the courtyard for a long while, forcing a bitter smile before turning to enter the pavilion. Gui Qing listened to Yin Ji's footsteps growing fainter, gnashing his teeth until they bled, unaware of his own suffering. After a stick of incense burned down, Yen Gu emerged from the pavilion, freshly cleansed. Though she had no change of clothes, she radiated a newfound vitality. Yen Gu slowly approached Gui Qing's door and gently knocked. Gui Qing, come out. Inside, Gui Qing wiped the tears from his eyes. Lowering his head as he opened the door, speechless, Yen Ge stepped before Gui Qing, lifting his chin as she softly inquired, Gui Qing, do you have feelings for me? Gui Qing was taken aback, lowering his head once more, remaining silent. At that moment, he had no idea how to face Yen Ge. She continued gently, if you do not speak now, once he returns and I have been touched by him, no matter what you say, I shall no longer listen. Are you certain you do not wish to confess? Finally gathering his courage, Gui Qing looked up at Yen Ge and nodded after a long hesitation. Yes, I like you. Yen Ge let out a soft laugh, gazing at Gui Qing with affectionate eyes, her voice growing more tender. I like you too. Let us marry. Ah? Gui Qing was utterly stunned, disbelief filling his eyes. No? Otherwise, do you intend to wait until I am sullied by him before being with me? Yen Ge asked with a smile, fixing Gui Qing with a serious gaze. I am clean now. My body, my being, and my heart are all pure. I wish to entrust my purity to you. Do you dare accept me? Gui Qing was taken aback, knocking on Chen Ze's window twice. He was typically quick with his words, but now he stammered, Chen Ze, I have no idea what to do. What should I do? Chen Ze opened the door and stepped before Gui Qing, casting a glance at Yen Ge, admiration evident in his eyes. Did Yen Ge not already tell you what to do? When did you become so hesitant? Gui Qing took a deep breath, grasping Yen Ge's hand tightly. All right. We shall marry. I just looked around the pavilion. It is nicely arranged, so we shall use it as our wedding chamber. I found some food and wine. We can hold a wedding feast. Yen Ge smiled radiantly, leading Gui Qing into the pavilion. Chen Ze approached the door of the two youths on the right and gently knocked. Gentlemen, my brother is marrying. I invite you to the feast. After a brief silence, the honest-looking youth residing next to Chen Ze opened the door. Chen Ze scrutinized the boy, attempting to recall his name, but only vague memories surfaced. Although all had come under his management after Yang Hong's death, he could not possibly remember every individual. What is your name? Chen Ze inquired. Li Hong. The youth replied softly. Please. Chen Ze stepped aside, gesturing toward the pavilion. Li Hong hesitated but mustered the courage to enter the pavilion. The spirit slaves who survived were those who had participated in the conflict that night. He had witnessed Chen Ze's prowess firsthand. Though afraid of Yi Yuan's retribution, he could not afford to offend Chen Ze. Chen Ze approached the rightmost room and stood outside the door, calmly stating, You know me without my needing to say. I once abandoned a group of people. I know they resent me, hence I remember each one of them. I observed your face carefully before entering this courtyard. And among those who despise me, you were not present. Were you there that night? I was. A steady voice finally echoed from within. That night. I wielded a spear for you. What is your name? Zhaoan. I invite you to the feast. Silence fell once more within the room. After a long pause, a rueful chuckle broke through. Chen Ze, please do not pressure me. I do not wish to bring trouble upon myself. I said, I invite you to the feast. Chen Ze enunciated each word deliberately, his voice darkening. Since you were there that night, you should be aware of my capabilities. If you do not attend, it will be more than mere trouble. Gui Qing is marrying today. Killing would be inauspicious. However, I assure you, you will meet your end by tomorrow. With a creak, the door finally opened, revealing the sturdy Zhaoan, who bowed his head before Chen Ze. Chen Ze, I will heed your command. Although they were all spirit slaves, Chen Ze had managed them for several months, and his lingering influence remained. Under Chen Ze's threat, Zhaoan ultimately chose to acquiesce. Please. Chen Ze stepped aside once more, extending his hand. Zhaoan gritted his teeth and, with resolve, stepped into the pavilion. Chen Ze followed closely behind, ascending to the second floor. The hall, originally intended for receiving guests, had been simply adorned by Gui Qing and Yen Ge, exuding a sense of joyous festivity. Gui Qing picked up several jars of wine that Yen Ge had found, placing them before Chen Ze. I never imagined my wedding would be like this. It's a bit simple. Let's make do with it for now, and we can celebrate properly later. Sounds good, Chen Ze replied with a warm smile, handing jars of wine to Li Heng and Zhaoan. The two accepted the jars with trepidation, falling silent once more. What are you afraid of? If Yi Yuan inquires. Simply place the blame on me. Gui Qing laughed heartily, patting their shoulders before cracking open a jar of wine. Come, cheers. Cheers. Chen Ze raised his jar high, his face glowing with genuine delight. Li Heng and Zhaoan, realizing they could not refuse, ceased their hesitations, reflecting on their harrowing experiences with the magic extremism sect. They lifted their jars and drank heartily. Yen Ge sat at the head of the table, smiling as she watched the three drink together. Once they finished a jar, she bowed gracefully, embodying the demeanor of a wife. I apologize for the simplicity. This is all I can offer you. We do not know when Yi Yuan will return, so we must hurry to consummate our union. Gentlemen, please excuse us. Li Heng and Zhao promptly rose to leave. Had it not been for Chen Ze compelling them to come, they would never have dared to undertake such a reckless act. Yan Ji's suggestion to depart was something they welcomed with open arms. Chen Ze remained seated, a cheerful smile gracing his face as he observed Gui Qing and Yan Ge. Aware that Chen Ze had matters to discuss with Gui Qing, Yan Ge cast a lingering glance at Gui Qing before retreating to her room to wait. Gui Qing picked up a jar of wine once more, removed the mud seal, and presented it to Chen Ze. Chen Ze accepted the jar but did not rush to drink. Instead, he removed a copper coin from his wrist, tucked the red string into his bosom, and with a smile, handed the coin to Gui Qing. As a newlywed, one cannot do without a congratulatory gift. Here is a token from me. A brother does not stand on ceremony. Gui Qing waved his hand dismissively and returned the copper coin with a hearty laugh, though I have not heard you mention it. I see how often you fondle this coin. It must hold great significance for you. Your intention in gifting it to me is enough, my good brother. Seeing that Gui Qing refused to accept the gift, Chen Ze finally tucked the coin back into his bosom and raised the wine jar. Then let us drink. Cheers, he declared with exuberance. Gui Qing laughed heartily and drained the jar in one go, feeling a weight lift from his heart. After finishing the wine, Gui Qing suddenly turned serious. Do you think I acted too impulsively? Yi Yuan will not let us off easily upon his return, and our actions may implicate you as well. It was indeed quite impulsive, Chen Ze acknowledged with a nod, then shifted the conversation. However, in the presence of someone you cherish, rationality is often cast aside. Can you bear to watch Yan Ge suffer at Yi Yuan's hands? Can I stand idly by while you contend with him? When did you become so anxious? Focus on your wedding night. Leave the rest to me. Isn't it time for the wedding night? I feel a bit nervous. Gui Qing scratched his head and asked, does this mean you have a plan? Chen Ze replied with a grin, indeed, I have a plan, though it is somewhat rushed and not entirely foolproof. Yet, it must suffice. I do not know if we shall have another opportunity to converse like this, so I will share the entire plan with you now. If we can communicate in the future, I will make adjustments. All right, I am all ears. Gui Qing nodded earnestly. After hearing Chen Ze's plan, his eyes widened in shock. Enough of this. Now is not the time for such thoughts. Chen Ze smiled warmly, patting Gui Qing's shoulder. Go, enjoy your wedding night. Gui Qing suppressed his astonishment and turned to leave. Chen Ze began to shake the wine jar in front of him, pouring the remaining wine into another jar before taking a seat on the steps outside the pavilion. Inside, Li Heng and Zhao stood by the window, incredulous as they watched Chen Ze. They never expected Chen Ze to be so audacious. Was he not afraid of Yi Yuan's sudden return? With his left hand propping up his chin and his right hand lightly tapping the jar, Chen Ze quietly awaited Yi Yuan's return. An hour later, when Yi Yuan returned and saw Chen Ze seated on the steps, he was momentarily taken aback before his expression hardened with rage. You dog, you possess great audacity. Chen Ze stood, swaying slightly, and approached Yi Yuan, feigning drunkenness as he lifted the jar before him, shaking it to reveal the remnants of wine. Do not be angry. I saved a little for you. Yi Yuan's face darkened, ready to explode, but as footsteps echoed from the pavilion, he instinctively looked up, momentarily stunned. Yan Ge, her face still youthful and adorned as a bride, had her hair elegantly tied up with chopsticks. Gui Qing, with his head held high and chest out, embraced Yan Ge, his hair bound together with a rope, presenting himself as a groom. Yi Yuan was momentarily taken aback before his rage boiled over. You three wretched dogs, how dare you? Gui Qing laughed heartily. It seems you are quite furious. Then go ahead and kill us. I have already shared a bed with Gui Qing. I will not allow you to lay a finger on her. Come, kill me. Yan Ge declared resolutely. Chen Ze opened his arms and closed his eyes, adopting an expression of serene acceptance of death. I was forced into this wretched place, my spirit shattered. I have nothing left to cling to in this world. Come, kill us, and we shall be reborn. I wondered why you were so bold. It appears you seek death, Yi Yuan sneered. You belong to me in life and in death. I shall not kill you. Instead, I will employ the most excruciating methods to torment you slowly. With a cold smile, Yi Yuan unleashed his spiritual sense. Immediately, the blood-colored elixirs within Chen Ze, Gui Qing, and Yan Ge activated, causing them to collapse and writhe on the ground, emitting cries of agony. Yi Yuan coldly observed the three, showing no signs of halting the torment. Under such intense suffering, within the span of a tea break, the three fell unconscious one after another. With a disdainful snort, Yi Yuan summoned Li Heng and Zhao, and upon learning the circumstances, commanded them to hang Chen Ze, and the others from a tree. As buckets of cold water were splashed upon them, the three gradually regained consciousness. Chen Ze looked at Li Heng and Zhaoan, who held whips, and smiled lightly. Come, strike me dead. I shall repay this kindness in my next life. Dead? Yi Yuan chuckled coldly. You will learn that sometimes, death is a luxury. What are you two waiting for? Seeing Yi Yuan's gaze fall upon them, Li Heng and Zhaoan hastily swung their whips, silently apologizing. As the whips fell relentlessly, soon the three were left battered and bruised, their bodies marred with wounds. And they quickly succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Yi Yuan's fury began to subside, and he instructed Li Heng and Zhao to continue striking them when they awoke, allowing them to remain alive. Understood, Li Heng and Zhao replied respectfully. Yi Yuan cast a final glance at the unconscious trio before sweeping his sleeve and re-entering the pavilion. In the following days, Chen Ze and his companions faced relentless torment. Their wounds torn open before healing, old injuries compounded with new ones. Fortunately, their foundation in qi refining was strong, far surpassing that of ordinary humans. Otherwise, they would have long since perished. Yet, even so, the sensation of the whip striking their flesh was unbearable. Throughout this ordeal, the three remained silent. Never uttering a word of submission, their defiant gazes fixated on the pavilion where Yi Yuan resided, as if they were all seeking death. Yi Yuan, engrossed in his cultivation, could not afford to monitor their situation constantly. Eventually, Li Heng and Zhaoan, unable to continue their brutal task, feigned diligence in their strikes, ensuring that the blows were not excessively painful. 10 days later, Yi Yuan's voice unexpectedly emanated from the pavilion, prompting Li Heng and Zhao to promptly drop their whips and hasten inside. Upon their exit, Chen Ze, gritting his teeth against the pain, scrutinized their expressions. Both appeared pale, their vitality diminished, and the fluctuations of their spiritual energy almost imperceptible, indicating that their internal energy had been drained. Spirit slaves. So that is how it is, he mused. Instead of continuing their punishment, the two released them from their bindings. Li Heng spoke. The master has ordered us to let you recuperate in your quarters and await his summons. He has decided to spare you this time, should you transgress again. It will not merely be a 10-day whipping. As the three men collapsed to the ground, exhausted after enduring 10 days of relentless beatings, they found themselves devoid of any strength to walk. Gui Qing declined the assistance of Li Heng and Zhaoan, taking a moment to rest on the ground before mustering the will to lift his frail body and carry Yin Ge back inside. Li Heng and Zhaoan exchanged a glance, then helped Chen Ze to his feet before escorting him back to his room. Thank you, Chen Ze murmured, his cracked and pale lips parting slightly to produce a hoarse whisper. Zhaoan turned to leave, but Li Heng lingered by Chen Ze's side for a while longer. Once Zhaoan had departed, he leaned in close to Chen Ze's ear, whispering, Chen Ze, take good care of yourself. You will recover. Chen Ze, too weak to respond, could only cast a grateful glance at Li Heng as he watched him exit and close the door, struggling to lift the corners of his mouth into a faint smile. Ever since Yin Ge resolved to marry Gui Qing, he had devised a plan. Having already committed to this course of action, to yield meekly would only invite disaster. The only way to survive was to feign a desire for death. Yi Yuan, in his sadistic nature, would be less inclined to kill them if they appeared resigned to suffering. He gambled on the notion that they still held value in Yi Yuan's eyes, and that the latter would refrain from executing them immediately. His gamble proved correct, as Yi Yuan, true to his character, harbored intentions of slowly tormenting them. Nevertheless, this step remained perilous. Should Yi Yuan choose to assert his authority with ruthless measures, their fate would be sealed. Yet, with nothing left to lose but their lives, they could only wager their existence on this slender thread of hope. Originally, his plan was to endure in silence before plotting their escape. However, Yi Yuan's sudden demand for Yin Ji's servitude presented a complication. Yin Ge, steadfast in her virtue, refused to be sullied, and Gui Qing, in his fierce temperament, would undoubtedly fight to protect her. If Gui Qing resolved to battle, how could Chen Ze stand idly by? He wished to live but was prepared to employ any means necessary for survival. Still, having had only two friends, Hu Zi and Gui Qing, throughout his life, he cherished their friendship deeply. For the sake of his friends, was death truly a burden? If, after enduring such torment, Yi Yuan still insisted on Yin Ji's compliance, then he and Gui Qing would have no choice but to fight fiercely. Should Yi Yuan wish to kill them, they too would resist with all their might. While the presence of the blood color pill within them rendered it impossible for them to inflict any harm upon Yi Yuan, they would not simply await their demise. They would fight, even if it meant death. Fortunately, they had not yet reached that point. Though they had suffered greatly, it was not without gains. Li Heng and Zhaoan, like them, were spiritual slaves. witnessing their maltreatment, even if they could not speak out on their behalf. It was impossible for them to remain entirely unmoved. These two were allies worth cultivating. However, this would not be an overnight endeavor. He would not easily trust them and would need to observe them over time. The immediate priority was to heal, and once Yi Yuan summoned him, he would ascertain whether these so-called spiritual slaves were indeed as he suspected. After lying on the bed for a moment, Chen Ze struggled to rise and sat cross-legged, channeling spiritual energy into his body to facilitate recovery. 5 days later, Chen Ze sat despondently in the room, his face etched with disappointment. His discontent did not stem from his injuries. Under the nurturing influence of spiritual energy, he had nearly healed within 2 to 3 days. Rather, his frustration arose from the fact that every time he neared filling his energy reservoir, excess spiritual power would spill out from the gaps, rendering all his efforts futile. This meant he could not break through to the next level, forever stagnating at the first stage of energy cultivation. He was unwilling to accept this stagnation. How could he hope to escape if his progress remained halted? Gui Qing Yi Yuan's voice suddenly resonated from the attic, prompting Chen Ze to suppress his tumultuous emotions and stand silently by the window. This was the first time Yi Yuan had called for Gui Qing since their punishment, and Chen Ze could not help but feel anxious for him. Gui Qing remained as unyielding as ever, striding across the floor with forceful steps, as if he wished to trample Yi Yuan's attic into ruins. Even in his weakened state, he held his head high. Chen Ze smiled faintly. Although their time together had been brief, he understood Gui Qing all too well. If Gui Qing could bow to Yi Yuan, he would not be called Gui Qing. Soon after, Yan Gu entered the attic, and as soon as she did, Chen Ze heard the sound of Gui Qing knocking on the wall. This was the secret signal they had previously established. If Yan Gu stayed inside for too long, they would rush in to confront Yi Yuan. Fortunately, Yan Gu emerged shortly after, having remained in the attic for about the same duration as Gui Qing, suggesting that Yi Yuan had no further designs on her once he learned she shared a room with Gui Qing. Chen Ze expected to be summoned next. But to his surprise, Yi Yuan called for Li Heng. Though he had not interacted much with Li Heng, it was clear to him that Li Heng was a timid and honest individual, moving cautiously unlike Gui Qing's confident strides. The fourth to be called was Zhaoan, who entered the attic promptly upon Yi Yuan's summons. Even as he emerged, beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead, yet he bowed respectfully before returning to his room. While others might perceive Zhaoan's behavior as sycophantic, Chen Ze saw him as a shrewd individual who understood the situation well. Reflecting on Zhaoan's prior reaction to his invitation, he realized this composed young man was quite intriguing. Like Chen Ze in the past, Zhaoan was cautious and adept at concealing his emotions, never allowing his feelings to surface. Such a person was undoubtedly complex, and if he could win Zhaoan over, matters would become significantly easier. Chen Ze. Yi Yuan's voice, though soft, reached Chen Ze's ears with clarity, possessing the same level of cultivation. He was aware that such a skill was beyond Chen Ze's current capabilities. Chen Ze promptly exited his room and ascended to the attic, climbing the stairs slowly. Upon reaching the top, he cast a glance at Yi Yuan, who was seated on a cushion, before averting his gaze and remaining silent. Yi Yuan remarked coolly, "It seems you are as stubborn as Gui Qing. Let us see how long you can maintain your defiance." Chen Ze remained expressionless, still silent. "I have ample time. Trust me, you will find yourself on your knees, pleading for mercy. Utility will dictate your fate. Whether you live or die is not for you to decide. However, before granting you death, I will extract every ounce of your value." Yi Yuan smirked mockingly, gesturing toward a cushion across from him, indicating for Chen Ze to sit. Without further ado, he pressed his right hand against Chen Ze's crown, directly siphoning the spiritual energy from his reservoir. Along with it, Chen Ze's vitality and essence were drawn out. His complexion turned ashen, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, revealing immense suffering. Yet even in such pain, he suppressed the instinct to resist. Allowing Yi Yuan to extract the spiritual inner, Yi Yuan casually waved his hand. In his eyes, Chen Ze, this spirit slave, was no different from an ant. The disparity in their identities was too vast. As long as Chen Ze did not make any excessive moves, Yi Yuan would hardly spare him a glance. After leaving the loft, Chen Ze cast a reassuring glance at Gui Qing and Yan Gu, who were silently watching him from the window, before quickly pushing the door open and entering his room. Once back in his chamber, Chen Ze collapsed onto his bed, curling up under the covers, his hands and feet icy cold, his body trembling incessantly. The sensation of having his spiritual energy drained was indeed quite unbearable. His entire being felt hollow, akin to a wandering spirit adrift in the void, utterly alone. It was only at this moment that he comprehended the fallacy in the cultivation methods imparted by Qin Shan. Despite being at the same initial stage of qi refinement, Yi Yuan's aura was robust, capable of incessantly absorbing spiritual energy. In contrast, they, with their inferior aptitude, were destined from the outset to serve merely as vessels for storing spiritual energy, destined to provide it for their master. The day their spiritual energy was completely extracted would mark their demise. Naturally, he was unwilling. No one would willingly tailor their own efforts to benefit another, surrendering the hard-earned spiritual energy to someone else. Yet what could he do? To resist would only lead to death. If he wished to survive, he had no choice but to comply. From the moment he was sold to the devil's extreme sect, his life ceased to belong to him. Escape, escape. Where could it possibly lie? Chen Ze pondered for a long while, yet found no answers. Frustrated, he pulled the covers over his head, involuntarily recalling his mother. The mere thought of her filled his body with warmth, alleviating some of his fatigue. In a daze, he seemed to envision his mother, savoring the meal she had prepared. Gazing upon her gentle smile, Chen Ze reached out to caress her face, but she gradually receded further away, her features becoming increasingly indistinct until she vanished. Mother! Chen Ze abruptly sat up, peering into the dimly lit room, his gaze drifting to the brightly lit loft outside the window, only to be engulfed by profound despondency. It was merely a dream. Chen Ze sat in the darkness for a long time before lying back down, turning over to continue his slumber. The side of the pillow he had rested upon was faintly damp. In the cramped room, Chen Ze lightly tapped his feet against the wall, darting about with the agility of a monkey, unleashing a speed unattainable by ordinary mortals. This was a method he had devised himself, by channeling spiritual energy into his legs. He could achieve this. Without Yi Yuan's command, he could not leave the room and could only pass the time in this manner. After practicing for a while, Chen Ze sat cross-legged on the bed to restore his spiritual energy. He could not afford to use too much energy, lest he be punished for being insufficient when Yi Yuan required it. Once his energy was replenished, he gazed at the scratches he had made on the wall with his nails, his expression growing dim. On the 37th day, he realized that returning to his previous state was no longer an option. Yet, if he did not keep track of the days, he would lack any semblance of hope. During this period, aside from occasional visitors, Yi Yuan had remained in the loft, cultivating. The three of them, due to their earlier actions, frequently had their spiritual energy extracted by Yi Yuan. Chen Ze. Yi Yuan's voice broke through, almost precisely interrupting the moment Chen Ze's energy had just restored. This was Yi Yuan's form of retribution. In just over 20 days, Yi Yuan had drained him over 50 times, essentially calling him just as his energy would recover. Gui Qing and Yin Gu were similarly afflicted. Chen Ze hurriedly rose and walked briskly to the top of the loft, silently sitting on the mat opposite Yi Yuan, allowing him to siphon off the spiritual energy from his sea of energy, even suppressing his instinct to resist the extraction. His gaze no longer held the same fearless defiance as when he first faced Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan mocked, "You no longer resist as you once did. It seems you have resigned to your fate, leaving only stubbornness." Though Chen Ze remained silent, his eyes dimmed, as if struck at the core of his thoughts. Once his energy was fully drained, the familiar sensation of weakness returned. Chen Ze bore the discomfort as he rose, lowering his head to take small steps back. His peripheral vision catching a glimpse of Yi Yuan retrieving a spirit stone from his storage pouch, prompting him to glance more intently. If he could cultivate with a spirit stone, would his abilities not improve? But such a preposterous thought quickly dissipated. With his standing, he was unworthy of possessing a spirit stone. It was then that he realized Yi Yuan's gaze towards him bore no difference from how he regarded the spirit stone. He too was akin to a spirit stone, a human-shaped spirit stone. A servant, a spirit slave, also a spirit stone. In essence, not human. Yi Yuan noticed Chen Ze standing still, his brow furrowing slightly. Chen Ze then came to his senses, hastily turning to leave. After exiting the loft, he couldn't help but chuckle coldly to himself. Yi Yuan believed he had begun to relent. In truth, it was merely an act he had chosen to exhibit. From an initial desire for death to gradually relinquishing his struggle, such a transformation would undoubtedly lead Yi Yuan to believe his methods had succeeded. Once Yi Yuan let down his guard, his opportunity would arise. Inside the loft, Yi Yuan grasped the spirit stone, pure spiritual energy flooding into his body. In less than an hour, he had completely absorbed the energy contained within the stone. The now energy-depleted spirit stone had become an ordinary rock, devoid of any luster. Yi Yuan crushed the stone into powder, lost in contemplation. Absorbing a spirit stone could equate to 10 days of cultivation. With his innate talent, If he had sufficient spirit stones, he could break through to the second level of qi refinement in a matter of months. However, the Devil's Extreme sect was replete with disciples, and although his aptitude had earned him the status of a favored disciple, the care from his master was limited. Moreover, the sect upheld the principle of the survival of the fittest. To obtain more cultivation resources, one must strive to seize them through strength. He needed to devise a strategy to acquire enough spirit stones to ensure his cultivation speed would not be hindered. With that thought, Yi Yuan gradually rose and left the courtyard. The barrier enveloping the courtyard began to ripple. After observing for some time, the individuals inside knew this signified Yi Yuan's departure. Yet out of caution, no one dared to speak first. The courtyard remained eerily silent. It wasn't until about the time it took to brew a cup of tea that Li Chun pushed open the window, with Gui Qing poking his head out. He had indeed left, and it seemed he wouldn't be back for a while. They could finally converse. That fellow was truly tenacious, sitting inside for 20 days straight. After so many days of silence, it was driving him mad. Chen Ze, have you turned mute? Chen Ze then pushed open the window, peering at Gui Qing. His gaze landing on the grayish-white hair at Gui Qing's temples, his expression instantly growing complex. Your hair has turned gray. Gui Qing paused, then pointed at Chen Ze's temples in return. Yours has too. That bastard has drained my spiritual energy, and now he is siphoning off my vitality as well. It's utterly despicable. Yin Gu pushed open the window to peek out, observing the graying hair of both Gui Qing and Chen Ze, and couldn't help but cover her mouth in astonishment, her expression quickly dimming. Without needing to ask, she knew hers must have turned gray as well. Gui Qing. Do I look that unappealing? Gui Qing gently reassured her. How could that be? No matter how you change, you will always be the most beautiful. Yin Gu whispered. If we continue like this, how much longer can we survive? Chen Ze remained silent, and Gui Qing too fell into quietude. Each was acutely aware of their own condition, yet none wished to voice the truth. 2 years, at most 2 years, and their vitality would be completely drained, leading to their demise. In the adjacent room, Li Hang secretly wiped away his tears. Though the cries were not loud, Chen Ze and the others heard them distinctly. Gui Qing inquired, why are you crying? I'm only 13. I don't want to die. Li Hang began to sob. Impatiently, Gui Qing retorted, crying, just crying. If tears were useful, you might as well weep you on to death. A man should bleed, not shed tears. Stop crying. But I truly do not wish to die. I lack the courage you all possess in facing death. I want to go home. My parents are waiting for me. I was abducted, and if I die, it would break their hearts. The more Li Hang thought about it, the more distressed he became, his sobs growing louder. Enough. Stop crying, Gui Qing shouted. His voice startlingly hing into silence. What is the point of crying? If you don't want to die, find a way to escape. Gui Qing. Chen Ze quickly interrupted Gui Qing, shaking his head. Gui Qing then realized he had misspoken and promptly fell silent. He and Chen Ze were not willing to accept their fate and had been contemplating an escape, but such thoughts must not be voiced. If Li Hang were to reveal their plans to Yi Yuan, it would spell disaster for them. Gui Qing cleared his throat and changed the subject, teasingly saying, Chen Ze, I've discovered someone even more taciturn than you. Who? Chen Ze asked. Who else could it be but him? Gui Qing pointed to the far right room, where Zhaoan had hardly spoken a word since arriving, resembling a mute. Zhaoan, residing in the rightmost room, did not respond at all, not even bothering to open his window. He was the most disciplined among the 5, adhering to Yi Yuan's orders to remain silent, even in his absence. Suddenly, a ripple passed through the light screen above the courtyard, prompting the group to hurriedly close their windows. Shortly after, Yi Yuan entered the inner courtyard. But instead of heading directly to the attic as usual, he approached the group's quarters. Come out. A wave of dread washed over them. Did Yi Yuan overhear their conversation? The group stepped outside, basking in the long-lost sunlight, yet feeling as though they were under scrutiny, nervously watching Yi Yuan. Their eyes filled with confusion upon seeing him holding a pitch-black tiger cub. Yi Yuan handed the cub to Gui Qing and gestured towards Zhaoan, instructing, from now on, the 2 of you will be responsible for feeding this black tiger 3 times a day with fresh blood and meat. There are livestock at the pasture below the mountain. Go fetch it yourselves, and do not exceed the time of a single incense stick for each outing. There is land outside. Plant seeds and nurture them with spiritual energy. Yi Yuan then produced a handful of seeds and passed them to Yen Gu, followed by a hefty silver block weighing hundreds of pounds and a heavy black hammer from his storage bag. The eyes of the 5 widened in astonishment. They had never seen so much wealth in their lives. From now on, you will be in charge of forging, refining silver essence using spiritual energy, Yi Yuan said. casting a glance at Li Hong before demonstrating the seal for opening the light screen. The group felt a surge of excitement. This meant they would have the opportunity to venture outside in the future. Finally, Yi Yuan beckoned Chen Ze with a finger, signaling him to enter the attic. Upon reaching the top, he retrieved a palm-sized jade tablet and handed it to Chen Ze. Examine it with your spiritual sense. This was no ordinary jade. It was a spiritual jade refined from jadeite, capable of retaining spiritual energy. After being imprinted with a cultivator's spiritual sense, it could preserve sound and even images. Often used to document techniques and secrets. Chen Ze cautiously released his spiritual sense into the jade tablet, and immediately, a deep, hoarse voice echoed in his ears. Alchemy requires knowledge of pharmacology and the 5 elements, merging the essence of herbs to create elixirs. One must gather 7 roots of the 7 cluster grass and a bloom of spirit mist flower. As the voice faded, Chen Ze stood still, replaying the information in his mind, ensuring he had not made an error before returning the jade tablet to Yi Yuan. The so-called elixirs are the essence of rare materials amalgamated together. Each elixir possesses distinct effects, classified into 10 grades. The higher the grade, the more potent the effect. The lowest grade is 1, and the strongest is 10. The highest grade of elixir that a chi refining stage cultivator can concoct is grade 2. As for the grade 1 spirit gathering pill recorded on the jade tablet, consuming it would accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy, allowing cultivation to be twice as effective with half the effort. Yi Yuan produced a dark alchemical furnace and placed it before Chen Ze, waving his hand to reveal a pile of medicinal materials scattered on the ground. Begin. Chen Ze was momentarily stunned, though he had anticipated this after reviewing the jade tablet. Hearing Yi Yuan instruct him to concoct elixirs still felt surreal. The jade tablet contained only the basic introduction to alchemy and the formula for the spirit gathering pill, lacking specific techniques for refining elixirs. How was he to proceed? Noticing Chen Ze standing still, Yi Yuan coldly remarked, "Did I not instruct you to refine the elixir?" Only then did Chen Ze snap back to reality. Under Yi Yuan's unwavering gaze, he had no choice but to steel himself and sit before the alchemical furnace, channeling his spiritual energy into it. This furnace, forged with special properties, would transform any form of spiritual energy entering it into flames. As Chen Ze observed the flames enveloping the furnace, he hesitated to add the medicinal materials, instead carefully contemplating the contents of the jade tablet. Yi Yuan did not rush him, silently standing by. He frequently absorbed the spiritual energy of Chen Ze and the others, fully aware of their innate capabilities. Alchemy necessitates a relatively intact with spiritual root, and among the 5 elements, Chen Ze's with spiritual root was the strongest, albeit only half. Nevertheless, it barely met the requirements for alchemy. Although Yi Yuan possessed a perfect metal and fire spiritual root, his with spiritual root was too weak, inferior even to Chen Ze's. Otherwise, he would not have taken the risk of allowing Chen Ze to attempt alchemy. After much contemplation, Chen Ze finally decided to toss the medicinal materials into the furnace. Within moments, the furnace began to tremble. With a loud bang, the lid of the furnace burst open, and the materials inside were instantly reduced to ashes. Cold sweat beaded on Chen Ze's forehead. The art of alchemy was exceedingly complex. Whether it be the temperature of the furnace, the essence of the medicinal materials, or the interactions between their properties, a single misstep could lead to failure. Having never attempted to concoct elixirs before and lacking guidance, how could he hope to navigate this process alone? Fortunately, Yi Yuan bore no intention of reprimanding him. With a flick of his sleeve, he sent a gust of energy sweeping through the furnace, calmly stating, "Continue." Chen Ze did not immediately attempt a second round of alchemy, but instead meticulously recalled the steps he had taken during the first attempt. After a lengthy consideration, he finally placed the medicinal materials back into the furnace. However, he had never engaged in alchemy before, and attempting to figure it out on his own proved exceedingly difficult. Unsurprisingly, the lid of the furnace popped open once more after a brief time, though this time it held for a few moments longer than before. By the 5th attempt, the lid finally remained closed, but when the flames subsided, Chen Ze gazed into the furnace at the dark mass within, knowing without a doubt that it was far from the spirit-gathering pill Yi Yuan desired. 6th time, 7th time. With each successive failure, Yi Yuan's expression grew increasingly grim. He understood all too well how challenging it was to succeed in alchemy without guidance. Yet, the jade tablet detailing the alchemical techniques was far too expensive for him to afford. At this moment, he desperately needed spirit stones. Should he succeed in refining an elixir, he could exchange it for spirit stones. However, if he failed, the medicinal materials and furnace would be rendered useless, leaving him without spirit stones for a considerable time. The Moji sect offered numerous tasks for earning spirit stones, yet no new disciple would choose to engage in alchemy. A proficient alchemist requires an abundance of medicinal herbs, which consequently necessitates a substantial amount of spirit stones. A novice, however, lacks the wealth to invest such a fortune into the art of alchemy. Although Yi Yuan is a newcomer, he is far from an ordinary one. As a prodigy, he possesses audacity and resolve that surpasses that of the average individual. This endeavor is akin to a gamble. Should he emerge victorious, a swift path to acquiring spirit stones shall be revealed. Yet, if he fails, as Chen Ze extinguished the flames of the furnace, Yi Yuan lifted the lid and beheld the heap of refuse within, squinting his eyes. This marked the 9th failure. The dormant crimson elixir within him surged forth, causing Chen Ze to groan and collapse, his insides twisting in agony, rolling on the ground as the pain coursed through him. His garments swiftly drenched in sweat. Yi Yuan seized Chen Ze by the collar, his voice cold as he declared, "This is the last batch of herbs. Should you fail again, your life shall be the price." Struggling to rise, Chen Ze positioned himself before the furnace, his hands trembling as he prepared to place the herbs within. Yet this time, the flames refused to ignite. Suddenly, Chen Ze looked up at Yi Yuan and said softly, "Your presence distracts me. Could you step outside?" Yi Yuan paused, his brow furrowing as he cast a cold glance at Chen Ze, then with a flick of his sleeve turned to leave. "You had better succeed. Otherwise, your fate will be far worse." Taking a deep breath, Chen Ze did not rush into the process of refining, but meticulously recalled every step from his first attempt to the 9th. His brow furrowed at times, then relaxed as he sought clarity, knowing that only through complete understanding could he hope to concoct the spirit-gathering pill. This thought led him to ponder the setting sun. Yi Yuan, standing at the edge of the wooden staircase on the 2nd floor, had regained his composure, exuding no impatience. He could sense Chen Ze's hesitance. Yet having waited this long, he was unconcerned by the additional moments. What mattered was the outcome. If Chen Ze succeeded, all would be well. But should he fail? In the loft, Chen Ze gradually focused his gaze, dismissing the pressure Yi Yuan had imposed upon him. At that moment, his sole purpose was to produce the spirit-gathering pill. The flames ignited, the herbs entered the furnace, and Chen Ze expanded his spiritual awareness, acutely sensing the changes within. The flames danced, reflecting in his eyes as the essence of the herbs was extracted and began to merge. After a protracted period, with a resounding bang, the lid of the furnace burst open, and the flames extinguished instantly. Yi Yuan, ever vigilant, rushed forward only to find the furnace empty, his expression darkening to one of utmost displeasure. Incompetent. The crimson elixir within Chen Ze flared up again, sending him rolling in agony. Although the flames had died, a flicker of fire seemed to linger in his eyes as he struggled to extend his clenched right hand, revealing a perfectly rounded azure pill nestled within his palm. Yi Yuan was taken aback, retracting his control over the crimson elixir to examine the pill closely, his gaze suddenly ablaze with excitement. "Excellent. You have not disappointed me." Chen Ze, unsteadily rising, offered a respectful bow before turning to leave. Yi Yuan called out to him, "Your performance has improved markedly. I shall overlook past grievances. Focus on restoring your spiritual energy, and in the future, devote yourself to refining pills for me." "Understood," Chen Ze replied, lowering his head as he retreated. Outside the loft, he met the gazes of Gui Qing and Yin Gu, responding with calm eyes before hastily exiting the courtyard. Back in his room, he collapsed onto the bed, pressing hard against his head, which felt as if it were being pierced by needles, beads of cold sweat streaming down his forehead. After such an extended period of alchemy, his spiritual energy was entirely depleted. The constant vigilance required to monitor the furnace had also taken a considerable toll on his mind and spirit. He felt utterly exhausted, unwilling to move even a finger. The notions of restoring his energy or continuing with alchemy seemed far from his mind. All he desired was a restorative sleep. Yet, as his gaze fell upon the copper coin on his wrist, a surge of determination ignited within him, prompting him to sit upright and begin the process of replenishing his spiritual energy. He could not afford to give up, as long as he drew breath. Surrender was not an option. The following morning, Yi Yuan's footsteps echoed outside. Shortly after departing, he returned. Chen Ze quickly exited his room and entered the loft, recognizing the familiar furnace and scattered herbs, understanding that today he would once again refine pills under Yi Yuan's watchful eye. Once more, it was the spirit-gathering pill, with 10 sets of herbs at his disposal. This time, however, Yi Yuan merely gestured towards the furnace before beginning his own cultivation with a spirit stone in hand. Seated beside the furnace, Chen Ze did not rush into alchemy but instead reflected on the successful steps and sensations from the previous day, mentally rehearsing them several times before unleashing his spiritual energy to ignite the flames. Drawing from yesterday's experience, the lid did not pop open, yet upon lifting it, he found the herbs had transformed into a massive dark refuse once more. Failure. Chen Ze remained remarkably composed. Yesterday's success did not guarantee a flawless outcome every time. Although the herbs were identical, subtle differences existed between each batch, necessitating adjustments for each attempt. Such insights could not be imparted by others. They were lessons to be gleaned through personal exploration. Turning to glance at Yi Yuan, he found him still immersed in his cultivation, indifferent to Chen Ze's activities. Chen Ze quickly grasped Yi Yuan's intent. Similar to yesterday, if he could successfully refine just one batch of the 10, the task would be deemed accomplished. With newfound clarity regarding his previous failure, Chen Ze reignited the flames. 2 batches, 3 batches. As his proficiency in alchemy improved, his focus deepened, allowing him to entirely forget that Yi Yuan was nearby. On the 7th attempt, upon unveiling the furnace, he was greeted by the sight of a spirit-gathering pill radiating spiritual energy, filling his heart with joy. Success. Simultaneously, Yi Yuan's spirit stone crumbled to dust as he opened his eyes, seizing the spirit-gathering pill with eagerness. Well done, proceed. Chen Ze nodded, rising to refine once more. This time, Yi Yuan did not return to his cultivation but instead observed Chen Ze intently. If another spirit-gathering pill could be produced, it would be an even greater boon. Unfortunately, the subsequent 3 attempts ended in failure, with the 10th attempt coming the closest, forming a pill shape but ultimately failing due to improper heat management at the last moment. However, Yi Yuan did not chastise Chen Ze this time. Instead, he waved his hand, signaling Chen Ze to depart. He recognized that Chen Ze's alchemical techniques had improved significantly since yesterday. Achieving this level without guidance was no small feat. Given time, Chen Ze's success rate in alchemy would undoubtedly increase, leading to a greater accumulation of spirit stones. As Chen Ze exited the loft, he exchanged a glance with Li Hong, who was tirelessly hammering away at silver ingots. Just as he was about to return to his room, he caught sight of Gui Qing and Zhao entering, cradling a tiger cub, and felt an inexplicable pang of envy. When would he have the opportunity to venture outside? Oh, Yushidi is truly remarkable, managing to produce such a multitude of spirit-gathering pills in one go. It's no surprise. Considering his perfect golden fire spiritual root and exceptional alchemical skills, he is indeed a genius. Indeed, alchemy is the most resource-intensive endeavor, requiring guidance. Yet, Yushidi has demonstrated the ability to learn independently, truly a once-in-a-century talent. The new disciples who dare to refine pills for spirit stones must surely look up to Yushidi as a trailblazer. His prowess is admirable. On the resplendent jade platform, Yi Yuan stood before a wooden cabinet, calmly gazing at the luminous screen above, indifferent to the praises of those around him. This place, known as the Lingao platform, served as a hub for disciples of the Moji sect to accept tasks and exchange for spiritual stones. During this period, Yi Yuan had become a frequent visitor. Being a prodigy, coupled with the increasing number of spirit-gathering pills he brought each time, naturally drew attention. On this occasion, Yi Yuan directly presented 10 spirit-gathering pills. Such a display of generosity left even seasoned alchemists, who had spent years refining pills, in awe of him. Behind the cabinet, a disciple of the Moji sect picked up a porcelain vial, poured the pills into his hand for a meticulous inspection, then returned it and began examining the next vial. Once refined, pills were typically sealed in vials to prevent the loss of efficacy. The more precious the pill, the finer the vial material used. Some high-quality vials even possessed the ability to nourish the pills, enhancing their effects. However, such vials were exorbitantly priced. Those like Yi Yuan, who immediately exchanged their refined pills, naturally would not waste spiritual stones on extravagant vials, opting instead for the most inferior porcelain containers. After the inspection of the 10 pills, the Moji sect disciple carefully stored them away and pushed a pile of spiritual stones towards Yi Yuan, his face brimming with smiles. All are of acceptable quality. Yushidi, you truly impress us. Each spirit-gathering pill was worth 3 spiritual stones, totaling 30 stones. Please count them. No need, Yi Yuan replied, shaking his head. I trust the reputation of the Lingao platform. He then clasped his fists in a gesture of respect and continued, I would trouble you, Shixiang, for another 100 sets of medicinal materials for the spirit-gathering pills. This declaration sent ripples of astonishment through the crowd once more. To produce 10 spirit-gathering pills at once, and then purchase 100 sets of materials. What a bold move. Clearly, he possesses great confidence in his alchemical skills. Yushidi has been purchasing materials daily to refine pills, amassing 10 spirit-gathering pills in one go. It seems he aims to undertake something grand. What remarkable ambition! While it is commendable for a young man to be ambitious, he must also act within his means. Although the spirit-gathering pill is the simplest first-tier pill, Yushidi has only recently begun his journey in alchemy, and it is uncertain if he can recoup his investment. Such notions are misguided. Yushidi is a genius, and it is only natural for geniuses to pursue endeavors that others would hesitate to undertake. Unmoved by the accolades and criticisms from those around him, Yuan collected his materials and remaining spiritual stones before turning to leave, while others speculated whether he would profit or incur losses. Only he knew that he would surely reap abundant rewards, with 2 sets of materials yielding 1 spirit-gathering pill and each pill worth 3 spiritual stones. The transaction was profitable. Given Chen Ze's current success rate in alchemy, he could reliably produce 2 spirit-gathering pills from 10 sets of materials. If those present were aware that Yi Yuan did not actually refine the pills himself, but rather employed a spirit servant for the task, they would likely have very different feelings. Within a room, Chen Ze sat cross-legged, gathering spiritual energy to once again fill his reservoir. Although the energy overflowed each time, he never ceased his cultivation. His cultivation level remained unchanged, yet the spiritual energy within his reservoir had become more condensed due to his continuous pill refining. Suddenly, a pain scream erupted from Yin Gu, prompting Chen Ze to halt his practice and observe from the window as Yin Gu writhed on the ground. His face contorted in agony. The orchestrator of this turmoil, Yi Yuan, exhibited no sympathy, merely watching Yin Gu coldly. Useless. You can't even cultivate the medicinal materials properly. What use are you to me? Li Hang, witnessing Yin Ji's punishment, halted mid-swing with his hammer, lost in thought. It was only when Yi Yuan's gaze shifted towards him that he hastily brought the hammer down, silently sympathizing with Yin Gu. Coincidentally, Gui Qing and Zhaoan returned from feeding the tiger cubs. Zhaoan, upon seeing the scene, immediately distanced himself, averting his gaze as if he had not seen anything. Gui Qing, throwing the cub into Zhaoan's arms, stepped in front of Yin Gu and stated firmly, "This is her first attempt at cultivating medicinal materials. Achieving this much is no small feat. How can you treat her this way?" Humph. Yi Yuan's spiritual awareness expanded, causing Gui Qing to collapse to the ground. Writhing in pain like Yin Gu. "It's you again. Last time I was away, you spoke ill of me, and among you, your words were the harshest. I demand her service, yet you have ruined her. You dare to provoke me repeatedly. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to end you? If you wish to stand up for her, then you shall bear the consequences." Gui Qing's expression twisted in pain, sweat beading on his forehead. However, he remained steadfast, refusing to show weakness before Yi Yuan, even amidst such torment. Interesting, Yi Yuan sneered, intensifying his spiritual awareness. "If you refuse to submit, then you may as well perish." "Ah!" Gui Qing screamed, veins bulging on his forehead, his face contorted in agony. Both Li Hang and Zhaoan sensed his rapidly diminishing strength but dared not intervene. Yin Gu, suffering from the effects of her blood-colored pill, was unable to rise, her worried gaze fixed on Gui Qing, tears streaming down her cheeks. She could not bear to witness his demise before her eyes. With a sudden creak, the door swung open. Though the sound was subtle, it felt jarringly pronounced at that moment, capturing everyone's attention. They turned to see Chen Ze emerging from the room, their expressions shifting to one of complexity. "What? Do you wish to defend them as well?" Yi Yuan frowned, his voice icy. "Do not think that just because you can refine pills, I will not deal with you." Chen Ze shook his head calmly. "I merely wish to see if those medicinal materials can be revived. If so, I could refine several more pills." At this, Yi Yuan's frown gradually eased. He withdrew his spiritual awareness, formed a hand seal to dispel the barrier enveloping the courtyard, and stepped forward. "Everyone, come out." Chen Ze promptly followed, casting a sidelong glance at Yin Gu, who hurriedly assisted Gui Qing to follow him outside. Once outside, Chen Ze hurried into the medicinal garden. Squatting before a wilted purple flower, concentrating his spiritual awareness on it. After a moment, he released spiritual energy into the soil, extracting a significant amount of moisture surrounding the flower. Overwatering, he concluded, although he had never cultivated medicinal materials. His extensive experience in alchemy had granted him some understanding of them, and with his spirit root naturally attuned to flora, he could discern the state of these plants with precision. Injecting spiritual energy into the purple flower, it began to regain vitality. "This one is buried too deeply. This one lacks water, and its depth is insufficient. This one received too much spiritual energy, damaging its roots. Yi Yuan observed Chen Ze traversing the medicinal garden, reviving the majority of the damaged plants, and a satisfied expression gradually formed on his face. Enough, Yi Yuan called out to Chen Ze. Just tell them how to proceed. Come inside with me. Understood. Chen Ze approached Yen Gu, carefully instructing her regarding the damaged plants. Grateful, Yen Gu looked at Chen Ze, her voice soft. Chen Ze, thank you. Chen Ze replied coldly. If you cannot manage such a trivial task, rather than thank me, you should invest more effort. Yen Gu froze, tears welling once more in her eyes. Li Heng and Zhaoan also stood stunned. Chen Ze was not typically harsh, so why was he speaking so sternly this time? Gui Qing retorted angrily, Chen Ze, what do you mean? On what grounds do you speak to her like that? Chen Ze replied calmly, if one commits a mistake, is it not permissible to point it out? You. Gui Qing seized Chen Ze by the collar, glaring fiercely. What has happened to you? Chen Ze spoke calmly. I have always been this way. Did you just discover it today? To survive, I am willing to do anything. No, you were not like this before, Gui Qing murmured. Her eyes filled with disappointment. Chen Ze scoffed. You shouldn't concern yourself with what I am like. I only ask that you take care of your wife and refrain from causing us any more trouble. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have endured so much suffering. Gui Qing was taken aback. Then she forcefully swung her fist at Chen Ze, knocking him to the ground. You bastard. Chen Ze rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and glanced at Gui Qing expressionlessly before turning to walk into the courtyard, letting out a silent sigh. He did not wish to utter such harsh words, but if he did not, this confrontation would be meaningless. The same outcome, with different intentions, would yield vastly different implications. If he expressed concern for the medicinal materials, Yi Yuan would perceive him as loyal. However, if he stood up for Yen Gu and Gui Qing, Yi Yuan would harbor displeasure. Surely, Yi Yuan would not wish to witness the solidarity of the spirit slaves. As Chen Ze entered the courtyard, Li Heng happened to hand a palm-sized piece of silver essence to Yi Yuan, wiping the sweat from his forehead and pointing at the miscellaneous silver pieces on the ground. My lord, these scraps can no longer be refined. How should we dispose of them? Consider it a reward, Yi Yuan replied, glancing back to see Chen Ze following, and then resumed his stride. Inside the loft, with a wave of his hand, Yi Yuan filled the entire top floor with medicinal materials. 100 batches, producing 20 gathering spirit pills will suffice for you to be deemed qualified. Hurry, lest the spiritual energy dissipate, and we must restore it here. Understood. Chen Ze sat before the alchemy furnace, skillfully tossing in the herbs as flames ignited. After the spiritual energy was exhausted, Chen Ze handed the 2 freshly refined gathering spirit pills to Yi Yuan, his eyes suddenly reflecting complexity. It was somewhat absurd that after so long of refining pills, he had never tasted his own concoctions, even when his spiritual energy was depleted. He could only meditate to slowly recover. This was all because he was a spirit slave. He was unworthy. Yi Yuan noticed the unusual glint in Chen Ze's eyes and furrowed his brow. What is it? It's nothing. I merely feel a bit disoriented from the excessive mental strain. Chen Ze quickly averted his gaze and resumed adding herbs to the furnace. 5 days later, the flames extinguished, and the herbs on the ground had vanished, replaced by 24 bottles of pills. This outcome exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. He looked at the porcelain bottles filled with pills, nodding in satisfaction. You have performed well these days. You no longer resist as you did at the beginning. Chen Ze respectfully replied, as a spirit slave, I dare not resist. Indeed, I am pleased by your realization. Yi Yuan picked up a porcelain bottle, poured the gathering spirit pills into his palm, examined them briefly, then carelessly tossed one to the ground. Consider it a reward. Chen Ze lowered his head and softly said, such a precious item, I cannot accept. Moreover, my energy, has been broken. Consuming it would be futile. As for the expended spiritual energy, I can gradually recover. Yi Yuan replied indifferently. What I bestow upon you cannot be refused. Chen Ze murmured, I dare not. To be fair, he truly wished to experience the effects of the gathering spirit pills he had crafted. However, Yi Yuan's act of discarding the pill on the ground was an affront he could not accept. His mother had taught him that one may be poor, but one must not live without dignity. Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes, extending his spiritual sense, causing the crimson pill within Chen Ze to react again. Do you think you are someone special, believing that by refining a few pills, you can defy my will? You are my spirit slave, now and forever. Your life and death are within my hands. This is your fate, one from which you can never escape. Now, I command you to pick it up and consume it. Had Chen Ze's energy not been broken, Yi Yuan would have treated him as a dedicated alchemist. However, with his energy shattered, The scant spiritual energy within him could not sustain prolonged alchemy, signifying he could never become a high-level alchemist, nor produce even the highest quality first-grade pills. As Yi Yuan's cultivation deepened, Chen Ze's assistance would diminish, which explained Yi Yuan's low regard for him, no matter how high his alchemical talent. Once the energy sea is broken, he is rendered useless. Struggling, Chen Ze extended his hand, grasped the pill, and forced it into his mouth. The intense pain within him gradually subsiding. Seeing Chen Ze submit, Yi Yuan's lips curled into a smile as he waved his hand dismissively. Remember to know your place. You may leave. Yes, I take my leave. Chen Ze hastily rose, disregarding the sweat on his forehead, respectfully bowed, and then staggered away, suppressing the agony within him. Upon exiting the loft, Chen Ze hurried into his room, for the first time ignoring the gazes from the window. He sat on the bed, gritting his teeth. Trembling with rage, he understood that great plans require patience, but no matter how much he could endure, such humiliation could not be easily dismissed. Perhaps he would encounter such insults again in the future, even worse. Yet, to survive and return to see his mother, he must endure. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery glow on the floor. Chen Ze lifted his gaze towards the brightly lit loft, a blaze of fury igniting within his eyes. Initially hesitant, he had now made up his mind. In the early morning, Yi Yuan strode briskly out of the courtyard, heading directly to the spirit treasure platform. With 23 gathering spirit pills in hand, the commotion he would cause this time would be even greater. After exchanging for spirit stones, he would not lack for resources in the coming period. Meanwhile, the true contributor remained oblivious, even subject to casual torment. In the courtyard, after waiting a while, Gui Qing pushed open the window. Hey guys, want to chat? Li Heng poked his head out first, stretching lazily. But when he saw the tiger cub that emerged alongside Gui Qing, he quickly withdrew. Why has it grown so fast? Can you please not let it out? I'm scared to see it. In just over 10 days, the once palm-sized tiger cub had doubled in size, though its breed was unknown. It was evident that it was not an ordinary tiger if it could be raised by cultivators. Gui Qing patted the cub's head, smiling. What is so frightening about a tiger? Let me tell you, my father is a renowned hunter. He has slain more than 8 tigers. I even killed one myself back in the day. Besides, Little Black is so adorable. There is nothing to fear. Right, Little Black? Oh well. The tiger cub lazily called out, struggling to balance on the windowsill. Lacking strength due to its young age, it would have fallen had Gui Qing not caught it in time. You really treat it like a dog, even giving it such a silly name. Be careful it doesn't bite you when it grows up, Yin Gu teased. Also poking his head out and stretching comfortably. That won't happen. I feed and care for it every day, so we're quite close, Gui Qing chuckled. Suddenly hearing the window creak, she turned to see Chen Ze peering in, snorting coldly and quickly turning away. Chen Ze also scoffed, directing his gaze toward Li Heng. Why is everyone so serious? Li Heng tossed some leftover silver pieces from the refining process to Chen Ze, joking, here, take it and spend it as you like. Gui Qing caught it. Yin Gu, this largest piece is for you. Gui Qing weighed the silver piece in her hand, jesting, if I were at home, I would tell my parents I struck it rich. But here, silver is utterly useless. It's just some worthless scrap. If you give me a piece of spirit stone, I would be sure to thank you profusely. Li Heng sighed helplessly. What you say is absurd. Such things are beyond our reach. Chen Ze, gazing at the silver ingot in his hand, found a strange amusement in his predicament. He had been sold by that incorrigible gambler for 2 taels of silver, while the casino demanded 10 taels when selling him to Li Qing. Yet, this silver ingot in his possession was worth at least 20 taels. When Li Qing acquired him, he did not haggle at all. Chen Ze had merely perceived him as wealthy. Now, he comprehended, as Gui Qing had remarked, that the gold and silver which mortals value above life itself are, in the eyes of cultivators, utterly insignificant. It was for a mere handful of silver that he had been sold into this dark abyss. Thank you, Chen Ze said, waving the ingot at Li Heng. Although it was of no immediate use, it might serve a purpose in the future. They were comrades in adversity. Such discussions seemed futile. Li Heng dismissed the idea with a wave and called out to Zhaoan, do you want it? Zhaoan remained as silent as ever, offering no response. Gui Qing smirked. Why bother speaking to this mute? If he could respond, it would be a surprise. Despite their time together, Zhaoan had never uttered a word to any of them. Even when accompanying Gui Qing to feed the tiger cubs, he had never engaged in conversation. In terms of adhering to Yi Yuan's rules, he excelled beyond anyone else. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Zhaoan emerged, glancing at the silver ingot in Li Heng's hand, and gestured that he did not want it. Only when Zhaoan stood before Gui Qing, pointing at the tiger cub cradled in Gui Qing's arms. Did they realize his intent was to accompany Gui Qing to feed Xiaohe? "We're off to stretch our legs," Gui Qing exclaimed with a hearty laugh, confidently cradling Xiaohe as he stepped outside, casting a triumphant glance at Chen Ze, his eyes brimming with provocation. Chen Ze regarded him coldly, his emotions conflicted. Despite knowing Gui Qing's taunts were intentional, he could not help but feel an inner envy at Gui Qing's freedom. Li Heng lamented, "Once the silver ingot is refined, I can no longer step outside. If only I could exchange places with him." Just as Chen Ze was about to speak, he suddenly lifted his gaze at the undulating light screen, listening intently. It was normal for the light screen to ripple as Gui Qing and the others departed. But Chen Ze discerned 4 distinct footsteps. Yu Yuan had returned. Chen Ze quickly gestured for silence, indicating the outside, and hastily closed the window. Li Heng promptly understood and followed suit. Chen Ze, Yu Yuan's first words upon his return were a call for Chen Ze. Chen Ze hurried out, swiftly following him into the attic, where Yu Yuan's demeanor suggested he was about to demand more alchemy from him. However, given Chen Ze's current success rate with the spirit-gathering pill, meeting Yu Yuan's expectations did not seem insurmountable. Yet soon, Chen Ze's expression soured as Yu Yuan handed him 2 jade slips, implying he was to concoct new elixirs. The first jade slip contained the formula for the revitalizing pill, an essential remedy for most injuries. In the realm of cultivators, conflicts often arise, leading to injuries being commonplace. While some might not afford the spirit-gathering pill, the revitalizing pill was universally necessary. The formula for the revitalizing pill was more intricate, requiring 9 medicinal ingredients, 2 more than the spirit-gathering pill, though the increase seemed slight. The complexity of the medicinal properties and the refining techniques were significantly more demanding, rendering its production notably challenging. The second jade slip did not contain a formula, but rather expounded upon the interactions of medicinal properties, detailing the characteristics of over 100 herbs. Upon finishing the reading, Chen Ze felt a surge of joy. This jade slip was indeed a rare treasure. It appeared that Yu Yuan recognized the necessity of relying on accumulated knowledge rather than solely on personal insight for alchemy. After Chen Ze had perused the slips, Yu Yuan reclaimed them and commanded, "Let us begin." Taking a deep breath, Chen Ze positioned himself before the alchemical furnace, placing the ingredients prepared by Yu Yuan into the cauldron. Though not as anxious as during his initial attempt at the spirit-gathering pill, he felt no lightness in his heart. This time, he lacked confidence in his success. As Chen Ze repeatedly faced failure, Yu Yuan's expression grew increasingly grim. When the 10th batch of ingredients also failed, Yu Yuan's furious roar echoed throughout the courtyard. Waste. Chen Ze collapsed in agony, rolling on the ground, devoid of energy to defend himself. The revitalizing pill was more difficult to concoct than the spirit-gathering pill. Luck was not always on his side. For a pill he had never attempted, exhausting 10 batches of ingredients was not surprising. Even 100 could be needed. This was precisely why many novice cultivators hesitated to try alchemy. It was far too resource-intensive. Moreover, Chen Ze had only recently begun learning alchemy, making his failures quite normal. Yet, Yu Yuan was indifferent to such considerations. He demanded results. To him, Chen Ze was merely a spirit servant. Success was expected. However, should he disappoint, punishment awaited. The 10 batches of ingredients and 5 spirit stones, along with the detailed analysis of medicinal properties worth 10 spirit stones, would render him incapable of repaying, leaving him a useless waste. Yu Yuan lifted his foot and brutally grounded against Chen Ze's head. Seemingly unsatisfied, he forcefully kicked Chen Ze away. With a resounding thud, Chen Ze crashed against the wall, leaving a spiderweb of cracks as blood streamed from the corner of his mouth. Yu Yuan stepped forward, swiftly reaching Chen Ze, seizing him by the throat and lifting him. "If you fail to produce it by tomorrow, I will make your life a living hell. Get out." Yu Yuan casually tossed Chen Ze onto the staircase. Chen Ze tumbled down to the 2nd floor, lying on the ground for a moment before struggling to rise, wiping the blood from his mouth and dragging his injured body slowly forward. As he exited the attic, the gazes of Gui Qing, Yin Ge, and Li Heng converged on him, clearly having noticed the commotion in the attic. Then, another gaze fell upon Chen Ze. It was Zhaoan, typically indifferent to others' affairs, now standing by the window, observing Chen Ze with an unusual intensity in his eyes. Chen Ze met the 4 figures by the window, striving to conceal the resentment and dissatisfaction in his gaze. Even at this moment, he did not forget the discord that existed between him and Gui Qing. Avoiding looking at Gui Qing and Yin Ge, he exchanged a calm glance with Li Heng and Zhaoan. Once back in his room, Chen Ze could no longer contain himself and began to cough violently, blood staining his hands. Yi Yuan's kick had severely injured his internal organs. Had it not been for the protective spirit energy, he might have perished at Yi Yuan's hands, clenching his fists until his nails pierced his palms. He finally opened his hands to clean the blood before repeatedly rubbing the copper coin on his wrist. As his emotions gradually calmed, Chen Ze settled into a meditative position, drawing in spirit energy to heal his damaged organs. With only one night to recover, he needed to hasten his healing and study the analysis of medicinal properties. An hour later, Chen Ze slowly opened his eyes. Though his injuries had not fully healed, they no longer impeded his movement. Subsequently, he must hasten to study the method of concocting the rejuvenation elixir. A faint sound suddenly emerged, causing Chen Ze's ears to twitch. He rose and moved to the wall adjacent to Gui Qing, gently shifting the cabinet aside to crouch down and listen intently. The sound originated from this very spot, surely produced by Gui Qing, though the intent behind it remained a mystery. Moments later, a clod of earth was pushed aside, creating a hole in the wall between them. Gui Qing pushed a silver ingot through the opening, lightly tapping its surface with a finger before retracting his hand. Seated by the wall, with his first level of qi cultivation, Chen Ze perceived the darkness as if it were daylight, instantly recognizing the three characters etched upon the silver ingot. Is there something amiss? Chen Ze raised his hand to wipe away the silver shavings, causing Gui Qing's inscription to vanish, after which he engraved a single character onto the ingot. Nothing. He was literate, aside from his own family. Every household in the village pooled resources to hire a teacher for a private school, allowing any village child to attend free of charge. Despite his relentless pursuit of food in his youth, he would occasionally listen from outside the windows of the school, learning to recognize basic characters, albeit with poor handwriting. Chen Ze placed the silver ingot back into the hole, slowly pushing it forward. Gui Qing swiftly returned the ingot, the character nothing having disappeared, replaced by a line that warmed Chen Ze's heart. As long as everything is fine, that scoundrel, despite your obedience, still treats you this way. Next time there's an issue, just cough, and I will rush out to confront him. Regrettably, Gui Qing reflected on his previous words regarding Yan Ge, apologizing for the necessity of such statements to gain Yi Yuan's trust. It's all right, I understand, and Yan Ge won't mind. I took no offense, nor should you. Although I grasped your intent at the time, I still cannot comprehend why we must act out the charade, even if we have our differences. Yi Yuan cannot possibly be aware of these matters, can he? No, he will know. Remember when Yi Yuan punished you? He claimed to know you were cursing him. Yes, I recall. Why is it that aside from when we were caught speaking, we only conversed after you left? How could he be so sure you were cursing him in private? Among the five of us, there must be an informant. The informant is aware of our discord. Thus Yi Yuan is informed. Ah, I see now. By the way, how have I performed these past days? Remarkably well, given these days of silence. Do you have any new plans? As Chen Ze gazed at the characters on the silver ingot, he fell into deep contemplation. Yi Yuan was heartless and cruel. No matter how well one performed, he would remain ungrateful. Conversely, any slight misstep would provoke his wrath, even if someone else were in his place. They would not wish to be a spirit servant, trapped in this wretched place for eternity. His resolve had never wavered. He must return to see his mother. However, escaping was no simple task. It required meticulous planning. With this thought, Chen Ze wiped away the silver shavings and inscribed another line. When you go out to feed Xiaohe, be sure to observe the terrain and return to sketch it for me. It's difficult to act with Xiaoan watching nearby, but I shall do my best. Last time Yi Yuan punished me, he knew I was cursing him. There must be an informant among us. That fellow remains silent. I suspect he is the traitor. Let us set aside the issue of informants for now. I need to ponder this more thoroughly. We shall conclude our discussion here. Gui Qing quickly returned the silver ingot, which now bore several pieces of cooked meat. I roasted this while feeding Xiaohe today. It's beef. In my village, we're not allowed to slaughter working cattle. This is my first taste of beef. And it's truly delectable. You must try some. Though it may be a bit cold after all this time, the flavor remains exquisite. Chen Ze wiped away the characters on the ingot and pushed it back, gently repositioning the cabinet to restore the original state of the room. Although Yi Yuan never entered their quarters, caution was still paramount. Chen Ze took a small bite of the beef, savoring its flavor while a genuine smile graced his face. This was also his first experience with beef. Given his family's circumstances, merely having enough to eat was a luxury, let alone the indulgence of meat. Indeed, the beef was delicious, but his smile stemmed from the fact that even in such a dismal place, he had comrades with whom he could stand shoulder to shoulder, a most fortunate circumstance. Back home, due to that gambling wretch, The children of his age were reluctant to associate with him, often bullying him instead. It was surprising that friendships previously absent had blossomed upon entering the magic extreme sect. What once seemed immensely valuable, gold and silver, meat and delicacies, now came easily. A door suddenly opened within Chen Ze's heart, revealing a thirst for power. As long as one was sufficiently strong, all desires could be fulfilled. He held no aversion to becoming a cultivator, yet he aspired to be a genuine practitioner, not a mere spirit servant. As he continued to eat, Chen Ze's thoughts drifted to Hu Zi, and concern began to take root again. Hu Zi adored food. Regardless of how others treated him, a meal could brighten his spirits for a long time. If only Hu Zi were here, they could share this piece of beef together. Chen Ze labored tirelessly for his own survival, and he worried whether Hu Zi, with his naive disposition, was faring well or suffering at the hands of others. With this thought, Chen Ze finished the remaining beef in one bite, meticulously recalling the details of the medicinal properties he had studied, his gaze gradually sharpening with focus. The matter of escape could not be rushed, it required careful planning. The immediate priority was to successfully concoct the rejuvenation elixir. He would not abandon Hu Zi. If there was a chance, he would find a way to leave with him. The following day, before dawn, Yi Yuan's call echoed. Gui Qing and the others stirred at the sound, standing by the window in silent observation. Recalling Yi Yuan's furious roar from the previous day, they could not help but feel anxious for Chen Ze. Chen Ze slowly ascended into the loft, appearing remarkably composed. As for the concoction of the rejuvenation elixir, he still felt uncertain. Yet, he had long since grown accustomed to burying his emotions deep within, and thus, he showed no signs of distress. He had comrades to fight alongside him, as well as individuals he needed to meet and tasks he must accomplish. In essence, he harbored no fear. If he failed to produce the elixir, punishment would merely be the consequence. At the loft's pinnacle, Yi Yuan observed Chen Ze seated calmly beside the alchemy furnace, his brow furrowing slightly. For reasons unknown, he felt that today Chen Ze was markedly different from usual. Such a demeanor unsettled Yi Yuan, though he could not articulate why. Let us begin. Yi Yuan waved his hand lightly, dismissing the matter from his mind as he fixated intently on the alchemy furnace. Chen Ze grasped a sprig of wisteria and tossed it into the furnace, steadily releasing his spiritual energy to ignite the flames. After contemplating the details of the medicinal properties the previous night, he had formulated some of his own ideas regarding the concoction of the rejuvenation elixir. Whether they were correct or not remained to be seen through verification. As the alchemical process commenced, his mind became wholly absorbed, entirely oblivious to Yi Yuan's presence beside him. Setting aside the pressure imposed by Yi Yuan, he genuinely enjoyed the art of alchemy. Each time he watched a bundle of herbs transform into a pill in his hands, a profound sense of satisfaction enveloped him. No one dislikes excelling at what they are skilled in. After the conclusion of his first alchemical endeavor, Chen Ze lifted the lid of the cauldron, gazing at the remnants within with not a flicker of emotion. He released his spiritual energy to clear away the ashes and once again immersed himself in the materials. The second and third attempts followed. With each failure, Yi Yuan's expression grew increasingly grim, while Chen Ze maintained an air of serene composure, his gaze steadfastly fixed upon the cauldron, never once casting a glance at Yi Yuan. It was not until the ninth failure that Yi Yuan could no longer contain himself. He raised his hand and struck Chen Ze's face with a resounding slap, sending him sprawling several paces away. Useless. Chen Ze slowly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes still reflecting tranquility as he pointed to the last set of materials on the ground. There is still a chance. Yi Yuan furrowed his brow, not out of concern for the elixir. If the pill could not be produced, he could easily procure more herbs. He still had some spirit stones remaining, which he could exchange entirely for the ingredients required for the spirit-gathering pill that Chen Ze could concoct. Given Chen Ze's success rate with the spirit-gathering pill, it would not be long before he recouped his losses, perhaps even profiting from the endeavor. However, what displeased him was Chen Ze's attitude. It became clear to him that something was amiss. During Chen Ze's initial attempt, his anxiety had compelled him to step outside. Yet now, faced with only a single set of materials, Chen Ze's demeanor was remarkably calm. If one were to describe it, the term would be neither obsequious nor arrogant. Such an attitude was unacceptable to Yi Yuan. He desired a subservient spirit servant, not the current iteration of Chen Ze. Contemplating this, Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and pointed at the cauldron. Continue. His interest in whether Chen Ze could successfully produce the revitalization pill had waned. Instead, he found himself wishing for Chen Ze's failure, relishing the opportunity to torment him. A spirit servant could not maintain such an attitude. He must ensure Chen Ze understood how to appropriately regard his master. Chen Ze approached the cauldron with deliberate calmness, depositing the herbs within. His expression as tranquil as a still lake. After a lengthy pause, the flames extinguished, and Chen Ze sat before the cauldron, lost in contemplation. Seeing Chen Ze in this state, Yi Yuan immediately extended his spiritual sense and eagerly opened the lid of the cauldron, anticipating the sight of refuse within, which would compel him to unleash the blood-colored pill within Chen Ze, rendering him utterly miserable. However, the moment he lifted the lid, disappointment washed over him. A purplish-red pill lay quietly within the cauldron, exuding a fragrance that was both refreshing and enchanting. It was indeed the revitalization pill. Yi Yuan, incredulous, picked up the pill, his expression transforming into one of sheer astonishment. While the fact that Chen Ze had successfully crafted the revitalization pill was indeed a cause for celebration, Yi Yuan's current desire was not for the elixir but rather to punish Chen Ze. Yet, with the pill now completed, he found himself bereft of justification for retribution. Yi Yuan paced for a time with the revitalization pill in hand before abruptly turning to address the still-seated Chen Ze. What occupies your thoughts? Chen Ze promptly rose and respectfully replied, my success in producing the revitalization pill is entirely due to your lordship's detailed explanation of the herb's properties. Once I fully comprehend these properties, my chances of producing the revitalization pill will only increase. Such a response was not what Yi Yuan desired. However, having produced the revitalization pill, he could not press Chen Ze too hard. He merely placed the pill into a porcelain vial and waved his hand. You may leave. Tomorrow, I will acquire another batch of materials for the revitalization pill. Prepare yourself well. Yes. As Chen Ze reached the staircase, Yi Yuan suddenly called him back. Is there anything else you wish to instruct? Chen Ze turned to face Yi Yuan, adopting a submissive demeanor. Yi Yuan stepped closer, his gaze penetrating as if seeking to unveil Chen Ze's innermost thoughts. Today, you appear remarkably unperturbed. Chen Ze replied softly, during my first attempt, my anxiety led to the waste of much of your lordship's materials. As time has passed, I have come to understand that emotions can influence the alchemical process. Having already squandered 10 sets of materials yesterday, I could not afford to be anxious today. Yi Yuan nodded with satisfaction, patting Chen Ze on the shoulder. Your performance has always been exemplary, and it is of utmost importance to me. I shall not conceal from you that due to your alchemical skills, I have amassed a considerable amount of spirit stones. As long as you remain obedient, I shall bestow upon you greater privileges in the future. I am aware of your generally honest nature, but the others may not share your integrity. While I am away, you must keep a watchful eye on their every move for me. Chen Ze's brow immediately furrowed. Was he being asked to be a spy? What? You are unwilling? Yi Yuan's tone darkened at Chen Ze's reaction. Chen Ze hastily clasped his fist and said, I merely pondered. It is manageable while they are in the house, as I can simply listen for any commotion. However, when they venture outside, I cannot ascertain what they discuss. Yi Yuan contemplated for a moment before responding slowly. In the future, when not engaged in alchemy, you may go out at any time, but not for more than the duration of an incense stick. Yes. Chen Ze respectfully withdrew. Upon exiting the building, he cast a glance at the inner courtyard's gate before returning to his quarters. Although he could leave, he knew now was not the time. A display of eagerness might arouse Yi Yuan's suspicions. Once back in his room, Chen Ze sat upon his bed, reflecting on Yi Yuan's unexpectedly amiable demeanor during their last exchange. Was it solely due to the successful creation of the revitalization pill? No. Even if the revitalization pill were more precious than the spirit-gathering pill, it should not warrant such treatment. Suddenly, he realized, mentally chiding himself for his oversight. After his conversation with Gui Qing the previous night, his mindset had shifted. He must have inadvertently revealed this change to Yi Yuan. This was not a reward, but rather a test. There was indeed a traitor among them. While Chen Ze could ostensibly monitor the others, the hidden traitor could observe his every action in return. Thus, his next task was to uncover this infiltrator. Perhaps there was more than one. Furthermore, should he wish to escape, there was another issue he needed to address, the blood-colored pill within him. As long as that pill existed, Yi Yuan could easily incapacitate them with but a thought. Until he resolved the matter of the blood-colored pill, escape would be impossible. However, the challenge lay in the fact that Chen Ze did not even know the name of this pill, let alone its recipe. Moreover, a pill utilized by the Moji sect to control spirit servants would undoubtedly be difficult to dismantle. There was much yet to be done. A faint rustling sound emanated from the wall, prompting Chen Ze to gently move aside the cabinet and retrieve the silver ingot and the piece of beef that Gui Qing had passed to him. The silver ingot bore a map, albeit incomplete, depicting only certain geographical features of the southeastern region. Yet, given Gui Qing's limited time each day, having managed to sketch this much while ensuring the small black creature was well fed and evading Zhao and was no small feat. Chen Ze returned the silver ingot and settled cross-legged on his bed to replenish his spiritual energy, carefully delving into the detailed explanation of the herb properties. At this juncture, he could only hope to find a solution within its depths. Days later, within the spiritual treasure platform, exclamations of admiration filled the air. Ah! Junior brother Yi truly lives up to the title of genius. In such a short span of time, he has once again produced the revitalization pill, and this time, it is 5 at once. Producing the revitalization pill is far more challenging than creating the spirit-gathering pill. Who would have thought Junior brother Yi possessed such remarkable alchemical talent? Truly extraordinary. No wonder he was accepted as a direct disciple by our master. One cannot help but be impressed. The price of the revitalization pill far exceeds that of the spirit-gathering pill, and it seems Junior brother Yi is set to profit immensely once more. Yi Yuan stood expressionlessly before the counter, receiving the spiritual stones earned from his task. He then invested half of those stones to procure the ingredients for the revitalizing pill, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence once more. Logically, with such a high success rate, it would be most advantageous to exchange everything for ingredients. However, the revitalizing pill was notoriously difficult to concoct, and given Chen Ze's pace in alchemy, purchasing too many would be impractical. It was wiser to retain half the stones for his own cultivation while providing Chen Ze with the necessary materials for pill making. As his spiritual stones dwindled, the new batch of elixirs would be nearing completion. Furthermore, he was not solely reliant on Chen Ze for financial gain. The other members also had their own tasks, albeit earning less than Chen Ze. As Yi Yuan gradually departed, the accolades from the crowd continued unabated. Yet a handsome young man in the distance ground his teeth in frustration. His name was Shen Feng, a fellow disciple from the same batch of the Demon Extreme sect. Boasting exceptional talent, his water and fire spiritual roots were both at 90%, and without Yi Yuan's presence, he would have undoubtedly been the most gifted among them. Yet Yi Yuan's emergence overshadowed him completely, rendering him nearly invisible to others. To exacerbate matters, every newcomer faced a scarcity of spiritual stones during their initial training. Yet Yi Yuan appeared to be abundant in them, frequently visiting the spiritual treasure platform. By his own account, he had accumulated no less than 100 stones, possibly even 200. While he struggled with his own lack of resources, Yi Yuan's apparent wealth incited his ire. Initially, Shen Feng believed Yi Yuan to possess extraordinary talent. Aside from his perfect fire spiritual root, his wood spiritual root was also of high quality. However, he soon discerned something amiss. Based on Yi Yuan's rate of pill delivery, it seemed impossible unless he devoted all his time to alchemy. Yet Yi Yuan did not limit himself to pill making. He also took on tasks involving raising tiger cubs and refining silver essence. The only way he could manage all these undertakings would be to forsake cultivation entirely, working tirelessly without rest. With Yi Yuan's cultivation advancing daily, Shen Feng could not accept that this was solely due to Yi Yuan's efforts. There must be some hidden secrets behind it. Within the courtyard, a shimmering barrier began to ripple. Chen Ze stood by the window, watching as Yi Yuan strode directly into the pavilion, his heart lifting with joy today. It seemed he would not need to concoct any pills. Whenever Yi Yuan returned and required his assistance, he would call for him immediately. If he did not, it signified that Chen Ze was free from pill-making duties. It was not that Yi Yuan had a kind disposition that allowed him to rest. Rather, given Yi Yuan's character, he would prefer Chen Ze to toil endlessly. Through careful observation, Chen Ze noted that whenever Yuan returned with ingredients but did not rush him to begin alchemy, Yi Yuan's cultivation would invariably see improvement. Chen Ze surmised that Yi Yuan intended to enter seclusion to break through to new levels, preventing them from entering the pavilion as a precaution. The door creaked open, and Chen Ze watched as Gui Qing and Zhao stepped outside. Instantly, his throat went dry, and his heart raced. After a moment's hesitation, he grasped the door latch and stepped into the courtyard. It had been a long time since he experienced the freedom to exit, even standing idly in the courtyard. He could feel the invigorating breath of liberty enveloping him. Gui Qing paused momentarily, glancing back at the pavilion, lowering his voice. "How did you get out? Hurry back." Not only Gui Qing, but even the usually indifferent Zhao was taken aback. Hearing the commotion, Li Heng and Yan Gu approached the window to peer outside, their expressions filled with disbelief. When had Chen Ze grown so audacious as to emerge while Yi Yuan remained inside? "My lord permits my excursion," Chen Ze declared, bowing respectfully toward the pavilion. Gui Qing secretly sighed in relief, feigning a mocking demeanor, a small man reveling in his fortune. Chen Ze replied with a cold chuckle, silently following the two as they crossed through the barrier and raised his gaze to the azure sky, repeatedly reminding himself to remain composed, though his body trembled uncontrollably. He had finally escaped. Taking a deep breath, he savored the scent of freedom, though this liberation was fleeting. He believed that one day he would break free from this cage entirely. Gui Qing discreetly cast Chen Ze a knowing glance, cradling the little black creature as they descended the mountain path. Chen Ze understood Gui Qing's unspoken warning. Even though he had emerged, he must not appear overly triumphant outside the courtyard, lest he draw Yuan's attention. Zhaoan walked silently, occasionally glancing back at Chen Ze, his gaze enigmatic. As they reached the base of the mountain, Gui Qing opened the beastyard's enclosure and approached a distant wooden shed. When Chen Ze joined him, Gui Qing smiled at the two middle-aged men holding cleavers inside the shed. "Brothers, do you have any fresh meat?" Without lifting their heads, the men sliced 2 large pieces of spine meat from a freshly slaughtered cow and tossed them out. Gui Qing quickly caught one, giving a piece to the little black creature while placing the other onto the fire they had prepared earlier. He then produced a flint from his pocket and ignited the fire, turning the raw meat to roast it. "What a pity, if only we had some seasoning," Gui Qing lamented, licking his lips as he divided the cooked meat in half, handing one portion to Zhaoan, deliberately ignoring Chen Ze. Zhaoan, however, took the roasted meat Gui Qing had offered him and handed it to Chen Ze, who was momentarily stunned before shaking his head. "You eat. I'm not hungry," Zhaoan persisted, holding the roasted meat aloft, earnestly stating, "Chen Ze, I wish to join you." Gui Qing had observed the terrain around them for days, and Zhaoan was fully aware of their plans to escape. "Please take me with you." Chen Ze paused, exchanging a glance with Gui Qing. Gui Qing slowly rose, his body coiled like a tiger ready to pounce. Should Chen Ze give the signal, he would not hesitate to eliminate Zhaoan. "Do you understand what you're saying?" Chen Ze narrowed his eyes, his gaze revealing a murderous intent. "I know you do not trust me, and I am unsure how to earn your faith. But I truly do not wish to die like this. I want to return home." Zhaoan gazed earnestly at Chen Ze, gradually closing his eyes. "If you do not trust me, then just kill me." After a moment of silence, Chen Ze inquired, "That night, you once held the spear for me?" Startled, Zhaoan nodded, though he did not comprehend why Chen Ze suddenly asked this. "In the future, will you be willing to hold the spear for me?" Chen Ze pressed further. Zhaoan nodded emphatically, his voice resolute. "I am willing. I will forever hold the spear for you." "Good." Chen Ze clapped Zhaoan on the shoulder. "You do not betray me, and I shall not betray you. But if you are merely acting, Chen Ze, I understand your suspicions regarding the presence of a traitor among us." Zhaoan interjected before Chen Ze could finish. "Rest assured, if I am the traitor, you may take my life at any moment. Please believe me." "Good." Chen Ze nodded slightly, accepting the roasted meat from Zhaoan. "If I manage to escape, I will undoubtedly take you with me. From now on, I will follow your lead," Zhaoan affirmed with a determined nod. Gui Qing laughed heartily. "Ha! Now that we've spoken our minds, it's all settled. You cannot imagine how exhausting it has been to guard against you these past few days. Indeed, I too have felt weary, pretending to know nothing while devising ways to earn your trust," Zhaoan admitted, his face breaking into a warm smile for the first time. "Then let us feast. Now we need not guard against each other. As long as we can fight side by side, we shall be good brothers." Gui Qing divided the roasted meat in his hand once more and handed half to Zhaoan, just as Chen Ze was about to take a bite. The corner of his eye caught sight of the white-haired elder leaning against the wooden shed, his gaze fixed to the north, vacant as if he were a statue. It was then that Chen Ze noticed the 2 middle-aged men busy with slaughtering. Their eyes were similarly numbed, only occasionally lifting to glance northward, revealing a flicker of emotion. Chen Ze inquired, "What are you 3 looking at?" In response to his question, the trio offered no reply, not even a glance in his direction. Gui Qing shrugged. "It's pointless to ask. We come here every day, and they never acknowledge us." After a moment's thought, Chen Ze stood, carrying the roasted meat into the wooden shed, placing it on a clean table, and scrutinizing the 3 men earnestly. "To others, we may be mere spirit slaves, but to us, everyone is human. It is customary in our land to share good food with others. Please accept this." The 3 remained unresponsive, and Chen Ze returned to his seat to continue eating. Gui Qing, puzzled, asked, "How do you know they are spirit slaves?" Chen Ze explained, "Cultivators would never engage in such menial tasks. They must be spirit slaves." Suddenly, a handsome youth appeared beside the 3, reaching out to snatch a piece of roasted meat from the fire, untouched by the flames. "Let me taste how it is," he declared. Chen Ze and his companions were startled, The youth had approached them silently, unnoticed. This individual undoubtedly possessed a superior cultivation level and was certainly not a spirit slave. Gui Qing asked, "Who are you?" The handsome youth smiled. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shen Feng, a disciple of exceptional aptitude, entering the Demon Extreme sect alongside Yi Yuan. You are his spirit slaves, correct? Then we have arrived at this Demon Extreme sect together. What a pleasure. You too possess exceptional aptitude?" Gui Qing tilted his head, pondering for a moment before shaking it. Unable to recall. "I truly have no impression of you." Shen Feng maintained his smile, but a flicker of coldness crossed his eyes. He loathed being overshadowed by Yi Yuan. Chen Ze exchanged a glance with Gui Qing, signaling him to remain silent, then softly asked, "Do you have something to discuss?" The attitude of cultivators towards spirit slaves could be discerned from Yi Yuan's treatment of them. Although Shen Feng appeared amicable, Chen Ze suspected he harbored ulterior motives. Shen Feng grinned. "Your master, Yi Yuan, is quite the remarkable figure, tirelessly rushing to the spirit treasure platform with elixirs, acquiring spirit stones in abundance. At first, I believed he possessed exceptional fire spirit roots and also had superior with spirit roots. However, upon inquiring with the senior who assessed his aptitude, do you know what I discovered?" Seeing that Chen Ze and his companions remained silent, Shen Feng continued unabated. "He has merely 2 portions of with spirit roots. Incapable of even cultivating medicinal herbs. How could he possibly refine elixirs? As his spirit slaves, you must be privy to the details. Kindly inform me who concocted his elixirs. If you tell me, I shall reward you with several spirit stones. What say you?" Chen Ze remained silent, and Gui Qing and Zhao exchanged glances, tacitly agreeing not to look towards Chen Ze. Since Yi Yuan chose not to disclose it, they could not reveal it either. TSK. If you won't heed my kind words, I shall have to resort to measures. Shen Feng's smile remained bright as he subtly expanded his spiritual awareness. Instantly, Chen Ze and his companions collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain, cold sweat streaming down their faces. As they remained silent, Shen Feng's spiritual awareness surged forth, causing the blood-colored elixirs within them to react violently, their expressions growing increasingly twisted. Chen Ze's face turned pale, yet his eyes remained tranquil, amidst the torment. An epiphany struck him. Yes, he should have realized this sooner. When Qin Shan administered the elixirs, he ought to have recognized this critical detail. Withdraw your spiritual awareness first. And I shall tell you, Chen Ze struggled to raise his hand, drawing Shen Feng's attention. Shen Feng immediately retracted his awareness, laughing heartily. Now that's more like it. If you'd cooperated earlier, you wouldn't have to endure this suffering. Speak. I have a question for you first, Chen Ze said, enduring the excruciating pain as he rose to face Shen Feng, revealing a pale smile. What question? Shen Feng inquired. How much are spirit slaves like us worth in spirit stones? Chen Ze's gaze was piercing, examining Shen Feng's expression intently. This question was crucial. He needed to ascertain the veracity of Shen Feng's forthcoming response. I thought you would be asking for some secret. Shen Feng chuckled lightly, unhurriedly replying. Spirit slaves like you are worth 10 spirit stones each. Now that I have answered your question, it is your turn. Chen Ze continued. I have another question. Shen Feng's brow furrowed but did not respond with anger. He nodded. This is the last question. Go ahead. Chen Ze asked. How many spirit stones has my master earned through refining elixirs? Combined, the elixirs he sold at the spirit treasure platform amount to 300 or 400 spirit stones. The pure profit should be over 100, nearly 200, Shen Feng answered after a moment of contemplation. Is that so? Chen Ze plopped down on the ground, shoulders slumping in resignation. How would I, a spirit slave worth merely 10 spirit stones, know anything beyond that? Gui Qing burst into laughter, and even Zhao, who rarely smiled, had mirth in his eyes. They had not anticipated Chen Ze daring to mock Shen Feng, and his retort was delightfully amusing. Shen Feng was taken aback, his expression darkening. Very well, even a spirit slave dares to insult me. Yi Yuan neglects this, so I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson. Once more, the trio fell to the ground in agony, their breaths growing shallow, yet their laughter never ceased. How much have we earned in spirit stones recently? Chen Ze asked, despite his suffering, laughter escaping his lips. How would I know? I'm only worth 10 spirit stones. I genuinely have no knowledge of anything beyond that. Chen Ze feigned seriousness. Ha ha ha, precisely. Anything above 10 spirit stones is beyond our understanding. Gui Qing rolled on the ground in laughter. As spirit slaves, they were expected to show utmost reverence towards cultivators. Yet, they refused to submit. Why should they be at the mercy of others? Why should some stand in lofty positions above them? Their laughter was their rebellion. Today, they rebelled against Chen Feng, and one day, they would rise against Yi Yuan. At that moment, their laughter would echo even louder. Silence. If you laugh again, I shall slay you. Chen Feng roared in fury, unable to contain himself. Chen Ze continued to laugh, first out of the joy of newfound freedom and second, seizing the opportunity to demonstrate loyalty. According to Yi Yuan's rules, they were not to remain outside for more than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. And that time was swiftly approaching. A fireball suddenly soared toward Chen Feng. Startled, he raised his hand to conjure an ice spear, dispersing the fireball. As he beheld Yi Yuan rushing toward him, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Come. Today, let me see if this so-called genius is merely a name." Chen Feng raised his hand to form a seal, and a series of ice spikes shot forth, aimed at Yi Yuan. In response, Yi Yuan drew a silver longsword from his storage bag and with a gentle flick, cleaved through the ice spikes, gradually emanating a sharp and formidable aura. This was the result of his perfected golden spiritual root. Historically, those who practiced swordsmanship were often individuals of exceptional golden spiritual roots, as they were inherently suited for the path of the sword due to their affinity for combat. Watching the duel unfold between Yi Yuan and Chen Feng, Chen Ze felt a pang of envy. This was the essence of a true cultivator. As Chen Feng realized that his ice spikes were ineffective against Yi Yuan, he raised his hand to grasp the air, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged towards Yi Yuan. "Fool," Yi Yuan sneered, executing a one-handed sword technique that sent his longsword flying, surrounded by flickering flames. As the sword passed, the ice spikes melted away effortlessly, arriving at Chen Feng's throat without obstruction. Just a mere inch further, and Chen Feng would meet his demise. Chen Feng's fire spiritual root was at 90%, while Yi Yuan possessed a perfected fire spiritual root, making him the superior in controlling flames. How could this be? Chen Feng's complexion turned ashen, disbelief flooding his eyes. Although he knew he was no match for Yi Yuan, he never anticipated such a swift defeat. Yi Yuan remarked coldly, "Water and fire are opposites. With your current cultivation, you cannot achieve harmony between them. After using ice spikes, you resorted to fire, causing a chaotic clash of spiritual energies within you. How could you not lose? So it was this way. I truly am foolish," Chen Feng thought bitterly. Yi Yuan continued with a chilling tone, "You must provide an explanation for your attack on my spirit slave." Chen Feng initially intended to retort fiercely, but the coldness emanating from the sword's tip instantly weakened his resolve. "What do you want?" he stammered. Yi Yuan replied calmly, 10 spirit stones. "And we shall let bygones be bygones. Why don't you go rob someone?" "I don't have that many spirit stones." Chen Feng's face darkened. Yi Yuan raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharpening as he slowly pressed the sword forward, piercing Chen Feng's skin. "I will give it. I will give it." Faced with the threat of death, Chen Feng ultimately chose to submit, retrieving 10 spirit stones from his storage bag and tossing them at Yi Yuan's feet. Yi Yuan accepted the stones, sheathed his sword, and without a backward glance, departed, with Chen Ze and the others hastily following. Chen Feng stood rooted in place, seething with rage. Yi Yuan's audacious demand was one thing, but after Chen Ze had mocked him with 10 spirit stones, Yi Yuan's identical request felt like a deliberate humiliation. "Yi Yuan, and that dog slave of yours, just wait." Upon returning to the courtyard, Yi Yuan began questioning the three of them, starting not with Chen Ze, but with Zhao and Chen Ze, standing by the window. Watched Zhao enter the pavilion, a frown creasing his brow. Although Zhao had previously expressed his intentions to him, Chen Ze was not inclined to trust him easily. Yi Yuan calling Zhao first. Could it be that Zhao was indeed the traitor? Yet, he suddenly sensed something amiss. If Zhao were truly the traitor, would it not be too obvious? After much contemplation, he found no answers. In the absence of evidence, he could not draw a definitive conclusion. If Yi Yuan had considered this possibility and decided to act contrary to expectation, it was entirely feasible. If Zhao was the traitor, then everything he had previously discussed with Zhao would surely come to Yi Yuan's attention. Whether he was or not would be revealed by Yi Yuan's forthcoming attitude towards him. "Chen Ze," Yi Yuan's voice rang out suddenly, snapping Chen Ze back to reality. He noticed Gui Qing exiting the pavilion and quickly stepped out, exchanging a brief glance with Gui Qing before swiftly entering the loft. Upon reaching the top floor, he was about to speak when Yi Yuan gestured for silence. "What you both said is largely consistent. I will not question you about today's events. I called you here to commend you. You maintained my dignity before Chen Feng and even dared to mock him. I am quite pleased. You shall not refine any pills today. In a few days, I will procure a large batch of medicinal materials for you to prepare." "Understood," Chen Ze replied respectfully. performing a slow bow before retreating. Inside the room, Chen Ze sat on the bed, stroking his chin, absorbed in thought. Yi Yuan had not inquired about him. While he was uncertain of Gui Qing's responses to Yi Yuan, the fact that Gui Qing had not faced punishment upon exiting indicated that Zhaoan had not divulged their intentions to escape. Thus, Zhaoan was not the traitor. Neither Gui Qing nor Yin Ge could possibly be the traitors, leaving only Li Heng. However, Li Heng was typically honest and did not strike Chen Ze as someone likely to betray them. Moreover, after observing Li Heng for several days, Chen Ze had not detected any signs of treachery. At that moment, he found himself at an impasse. Rubbing his temples, Chen Ze resolved to set aside the matter of the traitor for now. Although he had endured considerable torment at Shun Feng's hands that day, he had come to realize something significant, the matter of cost. The MOG sect's cultivation of spirit slaves must also consider expenses. They could not possibly incur substantial losses, even if they were not seeking profit. Though Yi Yuan had never disclosed the prices of the pills, he could surmise from Yi Yuan's earlier unintentional revelations about the prices of medicinal materials, combined with Shen Feng's comments, that even the simplest spirit-gathering pill would cost a few spirit stones. According to Shen Feng, a spirit slave was valued at 10 spirit stones. When Qin Shan trained them, he had provided them with pills daily. Over the course of 2 months, each of them had consumed hundreds of pills. Calculating the blood-colored pills within them, the MOG sect had invested hundreds of pills in each of them, merely to cultivate a spirit slave worth 10 spirit stones. He could not believe that the MOG sect would engage in a losing venture. Thus, the only reasonable explanation was that the so-called pills they ingested were worth little. At most 10 spirit stones each. On average, the price of each pill was shockingly low. Perhaps they could not even be classified as pills. Merely a concoction of the essence of various herbs, and the materials used were likely not of great value. Therefore, the formula for creating these pills must not be overly complex. As this realization struck him, Chen Ze felt a surge of excitement. The detailed descriptions of medicinal properties contained dozens of basic herbs suitable for mortals and novice cultivators alike, which should be inexpensive. The materials for crafting the blood-colored pills might very well be among them. If he could devise a formula, he might discover a means of counteracting their predicament. Sitting in the darkness, though he did not laugh out loud, a radiant smile spread across his face. Shen Feng's words earlier that day had imparted a crucial lesson. To that wretched gambler, he was worth 2 taels of silver. To Li Qing, he was worth 10 taels. And within the MOG sect, he was valued at 10 spirit stones. To others, Yi Yuan was a genius, but in the eyes of more powerful cultivators, he might simply be a pile of spirit stones, albeit more valuable. Every person has their price. With this thought, Yi Yuan and Chen Ze's mind transformed entirely into a heap of spirit stones. If they were both merely spirit stones, what was there to fear? After concluding his training, Chen Ze adjusted his state to its optimal condition, envisioning various medicinal herbs in his mind. The blood coagulation flower was remarkably effective for treating wounds. However, excessive use could lead to blood clots forming within the body. The blood-colored pill he had consumed had not dissolved, likely due to the inclusion of the blood coagulation flower. This herb was quite common. He had seen it on the slopes outside the village during his childhood, where village dogs would seek it out after fighting and injuring themselves. The heartbreak grass, when ingested, could rupture one's internal organs, a burden no mortal could withstand. However, for a cultivator at the first level of qi refinement, consuming it results only in excruciating pain, though it is not lethal. The combination of these 2 medicinal herbs can essentially achieve the effect of the blood-colored elixir within the body. The elixir, controlled by spiritual awareness, should contain another ingredient specifically designed to sense spiritual awareness. There are numerous herbs that meet this requirement, but considering cost, only one is suitable, the shame grass. A common herb among mortals that retracts upon contact. Once its essence is refined, it can be activated by releasing spiritual awareness to allow it to sense. This also explains why any cultivator can control the blood-colored elixir within their body. Upon this realization, Chen Ze suddenly conceived an audacious idea. He cautiously dispersed his spiritual awareness, and as soon as it touched his body, he was overwhelmed by pain, contorting his features in agony as he curled up on the bed, stifling cries of pain to avoid making too much noise. Quickly withdrawing his spiritual awareness, he found his face pale yet adorned with a radiant smile. He had not been mistaken. The blood-colored elixir within him was indeed formed from these 3 herbs. As for the solution, it was simpler than concocting this elixir. Any one of these 3 herbs could simply become ineffective. There are many substances that can counter these herbs, and the medicinal garden outside the courtyard contained several. Chen Ze chuckled, but suddenly his laughter faded, his body trembling involuntarily as cold sweat drenched his back. Sitting in the darkness, he pondered why, after all these years, not a single spirit servant had discovered these secrets. Was it truly the blood-colored elixir that controlled these spirit servants? No, it was not the elixir, but rather the fear that had been instilled in them from the very beginning. As this fear took root and flourished, they would forget to resist, turning into mere automatons obedient to commands, much like the spirit servants he had encountered during the day. What a cunning sect the Demon Extremity sect was, and what masterful tactics they employed. It was at this moment that he comprehended the truth. The true means of controlling an individual was never through elixirs, but rather through the heart. Once one controls a person's heart, one controls the individual. Chen Ze sat up abruptly, his eyes shining brighter with understanding. For days he had contemplated who the traitor was, and now he finally grasped the truth. To uncover the traitor, one must not merely focus on the actions of Li Hong and Zhaoan, but rather consider the perspective of Yi Yuan to clearly discern who the traitor was. The answer was clear. There was no traitor. Without a traitor, they would never find one. The appearance of Shenfeng today illuminated for him that Yi Yuan had many matters to attend to within the Demon Extremity sect and could not possibly monitor them constantly. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was inherently proud and dismissive, likely to overlook even cultivators of his own level, let alone these spirit servants. Thus, Yi Yuan would never go to great lengths to place someone in the role of a traitor. He merely needed to sow a seed of doubt in their hearts. Once suspicion arose among them, regardless of who harbored ulterior motives, they would be wary of one another, making it difficult to unite. This tactic mirrored the Demon Extremity sect's method of controlling spirit servants: control the heart, and one controls the individual. As for how Yi Yuan knew that Gui Qing had been speaking ill of him behind his back, it was purely a ruse. Yi Yuan understood that they would inevitably converse privately, and given Gui Qing's character, he would surely be the most vocal in his criticisms. Such matters required no traitor. They could be easily deduced. Since that incident, they had been on guard against Li Hong and Zhaoan, perfectly aligning with Yi Yuan's intentions. Enlightened, he grasped the full picture. Yi Yuan's strategy was essentially unassailable unless someone dared to risk exposure to communicate with everyone and, moreover, this individual must earn the trust of all. Most critically, this person must comprehend this dynamic and possess absolute confidence in their judgment. With this thought, Chen Ze took out the silver ingot given by Li Hong and inscribed a few lines. I am Chen Ze. I wish to convey that I will not remain subservient forever. One day, I will escape from here. Those willing to join me, inscribe your names, and let us devise a means of escape together. Those unwilling may take this to Yi Yuan now, and I shall contend with you fiercely. Either we live together or die together. The choice is yours. Without a flicker of hesitation, Chen Ze engraved his name on the reverse side of the silver ingot, moved the cabinet aside, and pushed the ingot through the hole into Gui Qing's room. He then approached the wall adjoining Li Heng's quarters and began to dig. Such matters could not be postponed. Hesitation would breed suspicion towards others, or even towards oneself. He trusted his judgment, and having reached clarity, he acted. If he was mistaken, death would be the worst outcome. Before he had finished digging, Gui Qing returned the silver ingot, now bearing two additional names, Gui Qing, Yen Gu. Chen Ze smiled warmly and continued his excavation, sensing that Li Hong stood nearby, listening intently to the commotion. Once the last bit of soil was removed, Chen Ze pushed the silver ingot back through the hole, then leaned against the wall to await a response. After a prolonged silence, Li Hong finally returned the silver ingot, now inscribed with two more names, Li Heng, Zhaoan. The slow return of the ingot suggested Li Heng's internal struggle. Ultimately, however, he resolved to stand alongside Chen Ze in battle. Now, 5 names were united. Chen Ze gazed at the 5 names on the ingot, silently laughing in the dark. This was the happiest moment he had experienced since arriving at the Demon Extremity sect. If they were to live, they would live together. If they were to die, they would die together. Chen Ze approached the wall connected to Gui Qing's quarters, extended his hand through the hole, and beckoned. Gui Qing immediately understood and handed over his silver ingot. Thus, the silver ingots were passed among the 5 of them. Gui Qing, Zhaoan, when you make your escape, one of you should tend to Xiaohe, while the other scouts the terrain. Take your time, but do not expose yourselves. Li Heng, as you refine the silver ingot, gather some silver essence and sharpen it. Yen Gu, as you cultivate the herbs, discreetly gather some to hide, prioritize blood-stained grass and black hemp roots. After ensuring all was arranged, as dawn broke, Chen Ze reclaimed the silver ingot, smoothed out the inscriptions, and restored everything to its original state. There was no need for oaths or witnesses. Mutual understanding sufficed. With clarity on the elixir and the traitor, all that remained was to await an opportunity. Shortly thereafter, Yi Yuan's voice echoed. Chen Ze gently opened the door, moving with utmost composure. He acknowledged the 4 individuals standing by the window with a nod before slowly making his way into the loft. By the time he reached the top floor, he had resumed his demeanor of utmost respect. A new day had begun. Several days later, Chen Ze emerged from the loft after concocting a substantial batch of elixirs. The warm gazes welcoming him filled his heart with an increasing sense of comfort. In the days that followed, Yi Yuan neither summoned him nor ventured outside. Chen Ze understood that Yi Yuan was preparing to break through another acupoint. Observing Yi Yuan's ever-growing cultivation, he remained calm, devoid of any impatience. Opportunities are reserved for those who exhibit patience. A month later, at the foot of the mountain, 3 individuals sat around a fire, with the gradually growing Little Hei's set aside, contentedly roasting meat. Given Little Hei's current physique, hunting was no arduous task. As was customary, Chen Ze first placed a piece of roasted meat on the table for the 3 spirit servants before sitting down to receive the meat handed to him by Gui Qing. Digging in with gusto, Gui Qing laughed heartily, saying, "How delightful. If only we had some wine, it would be perfect. We have it good. While Li Heng and Yin Ge can only eat cold meat. Just thinking about it makes me chuckle." Chen Ze smiled gently and inquired, "How prepared are you all?" Gui Qing scratched his head. "We've traversed nearly all nearby areas. However, time is limited to just a stick of incense. We cannot venture too far." "Indeed," Zhao nodded. A man of few words, even after becoming a comrade, his speech remained scarce. Chen Ze sighed lightly. "Let us think it over. For now, let us enjoy the meat." "Do you wish to flee?" The elderly man, who had been leaning against a post in the wooden shed, suddenly turned his head, his murky eyes fixated on the trio. Even the 2 middle-aged men who had not lifted their heads before lowered their sharp knives, the numbness in their eyes gradually dissipating. A sense of alarm struck the 3. They realized their oversight. Despite having been there for days, these individuals had paid attention to their words and actions. Gui Qing sprang to his feet, his gaze growing fierce. If they were exposed, it would be disastrous. There was no choice but to eliminate these individuals. Zhao also picked up a stone from the ground. Silently observing the 3 in the shed, Chen Ze quickly intervened, bowing respectfully to the 3 elders. "Could you please keep our secret?" The white-haired elder nodded slowly, stepping out of the wooden shed, and began drawing a detailed map in the dirt with a wooden stick. This map, forged by those who risked their lives, has been passed down through generations. Today, I shall share it with you. No one has ever escaped from here. I hope you will. After committing the map to memory, Chen Ze deeply bowed to the elder, expressing his gratitude. "Your kindness is beyond words. Elder, will you not accompany us in our escape?" The elder shook his head, returning to the shed and leaning against the post. In a raspy voice, he asked, "Can you guess my age?" "80? Too old. 70? Still too old. 50? Incorrect. Try again." After several guesses, Chen Ze suddenly had a realization and tentatively asked, 20? He had surmised that if Yi Yuan continued to draw upon his spirit energy, he might live for only 2 more years. As spirit servants, they inevitably aged due to the depletion of their spirit energy and vitality. This meant that the 3 before him were not as old as they appeared. Perhaps they were only slightly older than him. "I am merely 17, the elder said. Bitterness etched on his face, then pointed to the 2 middle-aged men. One is 16, the other 15. Though he had anticipated this, hearing the elder speak the words stirred profound emotions. They were still in their teens, the prime of their lives, yet approaching the end. Chen Ze spoke softly. "We have been planning our escape. Although we lack certainty, if you are willing, you can join us." "Perhaps not," the elder replied, shaking his head with a bitter smile, appearing utterly desolate. "Even if I escape, what then? To return home and have my parents see me with gray hair, older than they? Or to have them mourn me? A white-haired parent burying their black-haired child? I have little time left. It is best not to return and cause them sorrow." The 2 middle-aged men exchanged glances, wiping away their tears, their eyes once again becoming vacant. The elder gazed toward the north, sighing deeply. "Hope, truly, is the most tormenting of all. We, the mortally wounded, can no longer afford to hope. For us, each day lived is a day gained. If you wish to flee, then go. I hope you succeed. After today, we shall remain strangers as before. Do not feel indebted to me. You have already repaid me with the roasted meat you have shared." Chen Ze asked, "I notice you are always looking north. Is that where your home lies?" The elder shook his head, his gaze returning to emptiness, his voice devoid of emotion. That place is the resting ground for spirit servants. Determined, Chen Ze resolved to inspect this so-called resting place. Seizing the opportunity, the three hastened northward. After running 10 miles, they finally arrived at the so-called resting place, halted in shock. Before them lay countless bones piled high, with a towering stone pillar at the center. Inscribed with a significant phrase, "Those seeking life shall not live. Those who dwell in the land of the dead shall find life. Fear not the dead." Blood stains this place, seeking a thread of survival. The trio fell into silence, realizing that this stone pillar was indeed the resting place. It seemed that all spirit servants, as their lives drew to a close, would come here to gamble for a glimmer of hope. Over the years, this had paved the way to the mountain of white bones. But was there truly a chance for survival? Gui Qing sighed heavily and turned to Chen Ze. "What do you think? I do not know who carved these words, nor whether a chance for survival exists." Chen Ze paused, exhaling deeply, however. "This is undoubtedly the most dignified way to die. Those who perish here do not die from being drained of spirit energy, but rather choose their own end. They may not choose how to live, but they can choose how to die. In comparison, whether a chance for survival exists pales in significance." Perhaps this was the intention of the one who inscribed these words. Deep down, they do not believe in the so-called chance for survival. If such a chance truly existed, why would there be so many bones here? "You speak the truth," Gui Qing murmured after a long silence, finally voicing his thoughts. "If we cannot escape, dying here would still be a dignified death." "I share your sentiment." Zhao nodded in agreement. Chen Ze responded firmly. "No, you must not think this way. We have yet to act. How can we easily speak of death?" The two fell silent, their spirits evidently low. The mountain of bones before them had once been vibrant lives, now reduced to mere remains. The elder had previously mentioned that no one had ever escaped. Could they truly succeed? "Enough of this. We will surely escape. Trust me," Chen Ze said, patting their shoulders firmly. "Time is short. We must hurry back." The two immediately took off running, no longer glancing back at the mountain of bones, as if they wished to flee from the inescapable fate that loomed behind them. Chen Ze cast a final deep glance at the stone pillar before quickening his pace to catch up with his companions. He would not meet the same fate as those spirit servants. His life was to be grasped firmly in his own hands. He would escape, without a doubt. The next day, as Chen Ze practiced in his room as usual, Gui Qing's furious shouts suddenly pierced the air. "You bastard! I'll fight you." Chen Ze was taken aback. Hastily concluding his meditation, he rushed outside. In the courtyard, Xiaohe lay motionless on the ground, lifeless. A gaping wound in his chest where his heart had once been, now in Yi Yuan's possession. Gui Qing glared at the still-beating heart in Yi Yuan's hand. His eyes filled with rage and fist flailing. If it weren't for Li Heng's firm grip, he would have surely attacked Yi Yuan. Why? Why? Humans are not mere wood or grass. Who can be devoid of feelings? Seeing his beloved tiger cub, which he had nurtured for so long, murdered by Yi Yuan, Gui Qing could no longer suppress his emotions. He yearned for vengeance against Yi Yuan for Xiaohe. Yi Yuan spoke indifferently. "The essence of the Xian tiger resides in its heart. This item can be exchanged for a considerable amount of spirit stones." "You scoundrel! All you see are spirit stones. I will fight you." Gui Qing suddenly broke free from Li Heng's hold, using all his strength to kick toward Yi Yuan. With a cold chuckle, Yi Yuan unleashed his spiritual awareness. Before Gui Qing could reach him, the blood-colored pill within Gui Qing's body reacted again, causing him to collapse in pain. Noticing Chen Ze standing up once more, Yi Yuan furrowed his brow. "Are you going to defend him again?" Chen Ze shook his head and pointed to Xiaohe's corpse. "What do you intend to do with it, my lord? Do you have any suggestions?" Yi Yuan inquired with interest, stroking his chin. Chen Ze replied, "Even an ordinary tiger is a treasure trove. How much more so for a Xian tiger? The bones of the Xian tiger can be ground into powder to enhance strength, and its flesh can be refined to nourish one's vital energy. Such precious materials should not go to waste." "Well said, worthy alchemist." A glint of brilliance flashed in Yi Yuan's eyes. "I shall proceed as you suggest." Chen Ze spoke softly. "May I borrow your alchemy furnace, my lord?" "Help yourself." Yi Yuan waved dismissively. Just as Chen Ze was about to enter the pavilion, Yi Yuan suddenly pointed at Gui Qing, who was writhing in agony on the ground. "What do you think should be done with him?" "Kill him. He harbors resentment towards you. Leaving him alive is a risk," Chen Ze answered without hesitation or emotion. "No need. A mere spirit slave can be easily subdued. What waves can he stir?" Yi Yuan declared. "This place is yours. I shall return shortly." Yi Yuan nodded in satisfaction, ignoring Gui Qing entirely as he strode away from the courtyard. Chen Ze hurried into the pavilion to retrieve the alchemy furnace. Observing the stunned individuals, he calmly stated, "Assist me." Don't touch it. If anyone dares to lay a finger on it, I will fight you to the death. Gui Qing pushed past them and lunged at Xiao Hei's corpse, spreading his arms protectively. He glared fiercely at Chen Ze, as if he intended to consume him alive. It's all your fault, you heartless wretch. If you hadn't spoken, Xiao Hei wouldn't have met such a fate. Chen Ze sighed helplessly, attempting to reason with him. You know Yi Yuan's character. He only values profit. Even if I hadn't spoken, he wouldn't have spared Xiao Hei's body. We must endure. Only then can we find a chance to escape. Get away from me. Don't come any closer. Gui Qing shouted, swinging his fist wildly as Chen Ze approached. You didn't raise him, so you don't care. I can't endure this. I must kill him to avenge Xiao Hei. Alas, since you refuse to listen, I'm sorry. Chen Ze sighed again, unleashing his spiritual awareness to envelop Gui Qing. Gui Qing immediately contorted in agony, rolling on the ground. Yin Gu and the others were startled, wondering how Yi Yuan had returned so quickly. However, upon realizing that it was Chen Ze's doing, they were filled with astonishment. Even when they perceived Chen Ze's release of spiritual awareness, they could scarcely believe the method of controlling the blood-colored pill was so straightforward. Chen Ze retracted his awareness, squatting before Gui Qing, firmly grasping his shoulder. We have obtained the map and figured out how to counter that blood-colored pill. Now we only lack an opportunity to eliminate Yi Yuan. I understand your pain. I promise that one day I will join you in avenging Xiao Hei. My brother. Please calm down. The fury faded from Gui Qing's face as he gazed at the lifeless Xiao Hei beneath him, tears streaming down. With Yan Ji's support, he stood up, took a few steps, then turned back for one last lingering look at Xiao Hei before gritting his teeth and retreating to his room, shutting the door with a heavy thud. I'm sorry. Chen Ze knelt by Xiao Hei's corpse, gently stroking the tiger's forehead. With determination, he seized the skin around the gaping wound and forcefully peeled it away. Everyone, lend a hand. The three, momentarily frozen in place, regained their senses, their faces filled with reluctance. After a brief hesitation, they ultimately stepped forward to help. Once the bones and flesh were separated, Chen Ze approached Gui Qing's door, placing two blood-stained tiger teeth on the windowsill. This is the only way I can help you. Keep it as a memento. The window opened a crack, and Gui Qing quickly snatched the two tiger teeth before slamming the window shut, faint cries emanating from within. Chen Ze sighed, seated himself before the alchemy furnace, and began to incinerate the flesh and blood, preparing to finish the concoction by the time Yi Yuan returned. Yi Yuan accepted the porcelain bottles handed to him by Chen Ze, uncorking them to inhale the rich essence of vitality contained within, nodding in satisfaction. He gestured for Chen Ze to follow him into the pavilion. As Chen Ze carried the alchemy furnace inside, his heart raced upon seeing the jade slip Yi Yuan extended. Another new pill. If he failed to refine it, trouble would ensue. However, after reviewing the formula within the slip, he stood frozen in place. It was only when Yi Yuan snatched the slip from his hand that he snapped back to reality. Can you refine it? Yi Yuan asked. Chen Ze nodded. Yes, but I need some time to prepare and study the detailed properties of the ingredients. Yi Yuan slightly inclined his head. Very well. I grant you 3 days to prepare. There are only 3 sets of materials this time. Success is imperative. Should you fail, you know the consequences. Rest assured, my lord, I will not disappoint you. Chen Ze replied respectfully. Upon returning to his room, he quietly sat on the bed, unusually refraining from meditation. Only deep into the night did the buried joy within his heart manifest on his face. The first-grade barrier-breaking pill, when consumed, could enhance the likelihood of breaking through bottlenecks. Even if the breakthrough failed, one's foundation would remain intact. Yi Yuan had purchased only 3 sets of materials, and they had to succeed. This barrier-breaking pill was not intended to be exchanged for spirit stones, but was certainly for Yi Yuan as personal use. The opportunity he desired had finally arrived. Chen Ze took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement as he stealthily moved aside the cabinet to retrieve the hidden silver blocks, carving 2 characters into one. Prepare. Before long. The silver block was returned, alongside a medicinal herb, blood-spotted grass, named for the crimson speckles on its leaves. This herb could dissolve vitality, being toxic when consumed alone. However, it was perfectly suited to counter the coagulating herb within the blood-colored pill. Chen Ze stuffed the entire blood-spotted grass into his mouth, chewing slowly while feeling the blood-colored pill within dissolve in his body, a fierce flame igniting in his eyes. At last, the time for confrontation had arrived. 3 days later, Chen Ze entered the pavilion slowly, calmly taking a seat before the alchemy furnace. My lord, I am ready. Yi Yuan nodded slightly. Commence. Despite his innate talent ensuring a successful breakthrough, one must always be cautious. Should he fail, his meridians would suffer significant damage, resulting in a lengthy recovery. For a genius like him, time was the most precious resource. Thus, even with great confidence, he had to proceed with utmost caution. As Chen Ze sat before the alchemy furnace, his thoughts drifted far away, delaying his actions. Yi Yuan did not urge him, merely waiting in silence. After a long while, Chen Ze finally suppressed the excitement within him and tossed a medicinal herb into the alchemical furnace. The most crucial phase of the entire plan unfolded at this moment. After successfully refining the rejuvenation pill for the first time, this idea had dawned upon him. In previous attempts to concoct the spirit-gathering pill, he had carelessly thrown all the herbs into the furnace at once. Given the simplicity of the spirit-gathering pill's preparation, such an approach had sufficed. However, as the quality of the pills increased, the order of herbal infusion became a matter of strict protocol. This knowledge was not detailed in the alchemical formula. It was something Chen Ze had discerned through his own insights. On the first day, he attempted to refine the rejuvenation pill. He wasted 10 sets of herbs due to this ignorance, having recklessly combined all the ingredients at once, which led to failure. After comprehending the intricacies of the herb's properties, he spent the next day experimenting with the sequence of infusion, ultimately succeeding in crafting the rejuvenation pill. It was then that he devised this plan. The same herbs, infused in a different order, could yield varying effects, potentially transforming a remedy into a poison, which cultivators unfamiliar with alchemy would be unable to discern. Previously, Yi Yuan had never consumed the pills refined by Chen Ze. Chen Ze had been waiting for an opportunity, the moment Yi Yuan would ingest his pills. Now, that moment had arrived. As for whether the 3 sets of herbs could produce the barrier-breaking pill, Chen Ze bore no concern. If true elixirs were difficult to concoct, surely forgeries would be easier to produce. The first alchemical process concluded swiftly, and Yi Yuan lifted the lid of the furnace. Gazing at the pill that had begun to take shape within, he nodded in satisfaction. Continue. Chen Ze added more herbs, though the sequence was, of course, incorrect. The genuine ingredients for the barrier-breaking pill required experimentation, while the false ones did not. However, Chen Ze was not indiscriminate in his methods. Upon receiving the formula for the barrier-breaking pill, he had already contemplated the order of infusion. He pondered how to arrange the herbs for maximum potency. In truth, during the initial attempt, he could have created a counterfeit pill identical to the barrier-breaking pill, but to avoid arousing Yi Yuan's suspicion, he had deliberately feigned difficulty. The second attempt concluded quickly, appearing even closer to the desired outcome than the first. As the third round of alchemy commenced, Chen Ze felt his heart race. A single misstep could jeopardize the entire scheme. Yi Yuan was equally anxious. The barrier-breaking pill commanded a high price at the spirit treasure platform, forcing him to trade all his remaining spirit stones for herbs. Should Chen Ze fail, he would be left with nothing. As the flames extinguished, both their gazes instinctively fell upon the furnace lid. Yi Yuan tore it open, inspecting the perfectly round pill inside. After carefully smelling it and confirming its alignment with the description in the formula, he swallowed the pill whole and patted Chen Ze's shoulder with approval. Excellent. You have not disappointed me. I will soon enter seclusion. I leave the rest to you. Understood. Chen Ze respectfully stepped back, maintaining his composed demeanor even after exiting the loft. He knew that relaxation was not an option until Yi Yuan's demise was assured, only then would they have cause to celebrate. Upon returning to his room, Chen Ze sat quietly by the bed, attentively listening to the sounds from the loft, a silver dagger now in his hand. Forged from refined silver saved by Li Hong, it was sharp enough to slice through Yi Yuan's throat. After a while, agonizing screams echoed from the loft. Act now. Chen Ze sprang to his feet, kicking down the door that had confined him for so long. With the dagger in hand, he leapt onto the eaves of the second floor, crouched down, then leapt again, racing towards the top floor. There, Yi Yuan lay on the ground. His face contorted in agony, blood seeping from his 7 orifices, desperately reaching for the storage bag at his waist. In that moment, he finally grasped that everything had been part of Chen Ze's scheme. Chen Ze, I will see you dead. Are you calling for me? Chen Ze burst through the window. Lunging toward Yi Yuan, the sharp dagger aimed directly at the hand reaching for the storage bag. Yi Yuan's heart raced in shock. He quickly withdrew his hand and rolled to evade. Before he could regain his footing, Gui Qing landed heavily on the floor behind Chen Ze, delivering a kick to Yi Yuan's abdomen that sent him flying several feet away from the storage bag. You filthy scoundrel, I will make you pay for Xiao Hei's life. Yi Yuan quickly regained his stance, but before he could create distance, Li Hong and Zhao charged in with daggers, attacking him from either side. "You lowly lackeys think you can kill me? Die!" Yi Yuan roared, narrowly dodging Li Heng and Zhao En's assault, forcing himself to disperse his spiritual awareness despite the toxic poison coursing through him. He was indeed on the verge of breaking through to the second stage of qi refinement. Even incapacitated by poison and unable to wield much spiritual energy, his physical prowess surpassed that of Chen Ze and the others. However, soon his expression shifted upon realizing that. Unlike before, Chen Ze and his companions did not collapse in agony after his spiritual awareness spread. How could this be possible? Nothing is impossible, do not forget. I am an alchemist. Chen Ze bent down to scoop up Yi Yuan's storage bag and tucked it away, regarding Yi Yuan with a mocking gaze. "And I happen to be the alchemist you personally nurtured. How does the barrier-breaking pill I refined taste?" Yi Yuan, consumed by fury, spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at Chen Ze's calm demeanor and feeling a pang of regret. When Qin Shan entrusted these 5 individuals to him, he had been informed of their personalities through sound transmission, with particular emphasis on Chen Ze, who had been warned as a potential threat. Yet he had disregarded this advice, convinced that Chen Ze was merely a spirit slave who posed no significant challenge. Today, he had finally encountered a tempest of overwhelming proportions. As Yi Yuan beheld the murderous intent radiating from the 5, he could not help but take a step back, his voice losing its former firmness. "Chen Ze, I admit I was wrong before. Let us discuss this calmly. I will agree to any terms you propose." Faced with overwhelming circumstances, he had no choice but to relent. Cultivators are not invulnerable. Their strength lies in their unpredictable techniques and formidable artifacts. With his storage bag now in Chen Ze's possession and poisoned, he was powerless to retaliate, leaving him no option but to submit. "Really? You will agree to anything I ask?" Chen Ze inquired with a smile. "I will never go back on my word." Yi Yuan nodded vigorously. "Very well." Chen Ze's smile widened as he stated, "I want your head." Yi Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then seethed, "Are you mocking me?" "Of course, I never negotiate with the dead." Chen Ze replied, his smile replaced with a cold glare as he lunged at Yi Yuan. "Kill." Gui Qing stepped forward, arriving first, leaping high to deliver a kick that sent Yi Yuan staggering backward. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ze aimed his dagger at Yi Yuan, while Li Heng and Zhao En coordinated their attacks from either side. Yen Gu stood at a distance, hesitating. Though accustomed to death, she was apprehensive about engaging in combat. Aware of her nature, Chen Ze did not press her, instead instructing her to observe and wait for an opportunity. The 4 of them were sufficient to confront Yi Yuan. Adding more would hinder their efforts. Under the relentless assault from the 4, Yi Yuan's robe became stained with blood, his body marred with wounds, and his movements grew sluggish. Just as Gui Qing delivered a powerful elbow strike to the crown of Yi Yuan's head, Yen Gu finally made up her mind, seizing the moment to charge in and thrust her dagger deep into Yi Yuan's back. Simultaneously, Li Heng and Zhao En plunged their daggers into Yi Yuan's chest. Had it not been for Yi Yuan's last-minute twist of his body, his heart would have been pierced. In that moment, all resistance from Yi Yuan dissipated. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, desperately shaking off his assailants, staggering backward, his gaze towards Chen Ze tinged with palpable fear. At that moment, he felt like a spirit slave, utterly at the mercy of others. Chen Ze lunged forward, raising his dagger to slash fiercely at Yi Yuan's throat. Channeling all his internal energy into this single strike, Yi Yuan's fate seemed sealed. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted from Yi Yuan, forcefully deflecting the dagger from Chen Ze's grasp. Bathed in this ethereal glow, Yi Yuan's wounds healed rapidly. Although the potent poison within him remained, it was now subdued. Yi Yuan was momentarily stunned but soon grasped the situation, revealing the jade pendant concealed beneath his clothing, and erupted into wild laughter. "What good are your intricate schemes if you did not foresee the protective talisman bestowed upon me by my master? This artifact can withstand the full force of a foundational cultivator's strike. Do you truly believe you insignificant insects can shatter it?" In the throes of peril, he had forgotten about this protective artifact in his panic. It was only when Chen Ze's lethal blow descended upon his throat that the talisman activated to protect its bearer. Were it not for this artifact, he would have perished. However, such details were certainly not for him to disclose. The expressions of Chen Ze and his companions instantly darkened to an extreme degree. Is this what it means that human calculations cannot match the heavens? Yi Yuan raised his hand, summoning the storage pouch from Chen Ze's grasp to return to him. "This pouch bears my spiritual imprint. Do you think that merely obtaining it grants you its use?" Yi Yuan extracted a silver longsword from the pouch, wielding it with finesse. In the next instant, a fierce sword aura erupted forth. With a resounding crash, The walls of the upper floor shattered, and the five were sent tumbling to the ground. Blood spewing from their mouths, deep gashes visible upon their bodies. Though they narrowly evaded a fatal strike, Yi Yuan's single sword attack left them grievously wounded. The disparity between spirit slaves and cultivators was indeed vast. Chen Ze's eyes brimmed with unwillingness. He could not fathom the reason behind this. Every step had seemed flawless. Yet why could they not extinguish Yi Yuan's life? As Yi Yuan descended, he noticed Chen Ze's reaction and smirked. You've endured for so long, I must admit. I underestimated you. However, in the presence of absolute power, all strategies are mere illusions. Chen Ze gripped the copper coin on his wrist tightly, forcing a bitter smile. Is this the essence of power? A meticulously crafted plan rendered fragile in the face of overwhelming strength. Chen Ze slowly closed his eyes, steeling himself for death, even for the torment that Yi Yuan might inflict upon him, murmuring, "Mother, until we meet again in the next life." Gui Qing hesitated for but a moment before resolutely charging at Yi Yuan with a dagger in hand. "Chen Ze, go. I will cover you." "No. How can I leave you behind?" Chen Ze shook his head vehemently. Gui Qing bellowed, "Stop the nonsense and run. You are the smartest among us. I believe you can survive. If one day you escape, go to Baiyang Village in Liyuan County and tell my parents that in the next life I will be their son again. My parents sold me here. I have severed ties with them. After I die, bury me alongside Gui Qing. You witnessed our wedding. It is a pity we cannot attend yours. Take care." Yen Gu smiled sweetly at Chen Ze, resolutely charging towards Yi Yuan with her dagger. "Chen Ze, I wish to return to the roots, to Li family village in Yang City." "Thank you." Li Heng, shedding his past meekness, laughed freely as he followed suit towards Yi Yuan. "Brother Chen Ze, in the next life, I will still wield the spear for you." Zhaoan roared, transforming into a frenzy as he charged at Yi Yuan. "Langqiao town in Jiangxian, I entrust you." Chen Ze watched as his companions fell under Yi Yuan's sword, their bodies becoming unrecognizable, choking back tears. "No, how can you sacrifice your lives for mine?" Gui Qing turned and scolded, "What are you hesitating for? Do you wish for our deaths to be in vain? Hurry and leave." Chen Ze's eyes blazed with fury. After a final glance at Gui Qing and the others battling valiantly, he shattered the barrier enveloping the courtyard and sprinted away, tears streaming down his face. The fierce sword aura cut through the air, and soon four of them lay in a pool of blood, clinging to their last breath. "Chen Ze, we will be brothers in the next life," Gui Qing murmured, gazing in the direction Chen Ze had fled, then laboriously pulled Yen Gu into an embrace, a gentle smile gracing his face. "Yen Gu, are you afraid?" "Not afraid." Yen Gu shook her head, nestled in Gui Qing's embrace, her eyes filled with affection. "In the next life, I still want to marry you. Then it is settled." Gui Qing laughed heartily, then turned to Li Heng and Zhaoan. "Brothers, it is an honor to die alongside you." "It is my honor as well," Zhaoan replied earnestly. Li Heng added, "I have always envied your bravery. I have been timid all my life. I admire those who are bold, like you and Brother Chen Ze. Now, I have finally found courage. I like this version of myself. If we cannot live together, let us die together." "Die?" Yi Yuan scoffed. "I will not allow you to perish so easily. I shall subject you to the most cruel tortures in this world, so you may comprehend the cost of defiance. You truly overestimate your worth. You are less than a toe of Chen Ze. You were merely born fortunate. Were Chen Ze to possess your aptitude, you would not even be fit to serve him. Just wait. He will escape and avenge us." Gui Qing continued to laugh heartily, then turned seriously to the three. "Yen Gu, brothers, we cannot choose how to live. But we can choose how to die, correct?" "Indeed." The three nodded solemnly. "Then let us die together. Even on the road to the Yellow Springs, we shall have company." Gui Qing laughed uproariously, then severed his own heart vein. Yen Gu cast a deep glance at Gui Qing, without a moment's hesitation, followed suit. Li Heng and Zhaoan exchanged knowing smiles, simultaneously choosing to end their own lives. Though they could not share life, they could share death. "Humph. At least you die swiftly." Yi Yuan sneered, collecting the four bodies into his storage pouch. He emerged from the courtyard, stepping onto his sword and soaring into the sky. The spiritual energy within a chi-refining cultivator cannot sustain prolonged flight and is rarely used unless absolutely necessary. Yet, now that Chen Ze had evaded his grasp, he needed to pursue him with utmost urgency. With his spirit slaves rebelling and one having escaped, should this news spread, it would be a tremendous disgrace. Thus, he disregarded the poison within him and resolved to eliminate Chen Ze as swiftly as possible. In mere moments, he spotted Chen Ze's trail, descending swiftly and unsheathing his longsword. Chen Ze, heedless of the world, was sprinting according to the map in his mind, unaware that Yi Yuan was hot on his heels. Suddenly, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, rolling several times before coming to a stop. As he attempted to rise, he discovered he could not muster strength in his legs. His tendons had been severed. Yi Yuan approached, sword in hand, placing his foot on Chen Ze's chest. "You wretched dog, will you run now? If you wish to kill me, do so. Spare me the unnecessary chatter." Chen Ze glared fiercely at Yi Yuan. The facade of submission long vanished. "To kill you would be too lenient." Yi Yuan let out a cold chuckle, gracefully wielding his silver longsword, instantly inflicting numerous small wounds on Chen Ze's body, from which blood began to seep incessantly. "I shall witness your blood drain and your life extinguish, so you may comprehend the consequences of defying me. Has the poison within you been purged? After expending so much spiritual energy, can you still suppress it?" A mocking glimmer shone in Chen Ze's eyes as he pointed at Yi Yuan's storage bag. "There are indeed a few elixirs within that could alleviate your condition, but they are all concocted by me. Do you dare to consume them?" Yi Yuan was about to retort when a sudden surge of internal energy caused him to spew a mouthful of black blood. He hastily seated himself, circulating his spiritual energy to suppress the toxins within, disregarding Chen Ze entirely. "Ha ha, I once thought you were formidable, but it appears you are nothing more than this." Chen Ze laughed heartily, his leg tendons severed, forcing him to dig his hands into the earth and drag his body forward with great effort. He understood he could not return, yet even a step closer to home was a blessing. The loss of blood rendered him weak, and his consciousness began to blur, the mental map in his mind gradually distorting. When a desiccated skeleton came into view, he finally sensed something amiss. He looked up at the nearby white bone mountain, his pupils constricting sharply. By some twist of fate, he had arrived at this place, the resting ground of spirit slaves. Survivors shall not live, and those cast into the realm of death may find life anew. Fear not the dead, blood stains this land, seeking a glimmer of survival. The two lines inscribed on the stone pillar suddenly caught his gaze. "Is this the will of heaven?" Chen Ze murmured, and after a brief silence, he struggled to climb atop the heap of bones, reaching the stone pillar, and smiled faintly. "If this is indeed fate, then I shall resign myself to it." A gust of wind rustled behind him, and Chen Ze turned to see Yi Yuan approaching swiftly on his sword. He raised his hand to touch the copper coin on his wrist, revealing a mocking smile toward Yi Yuan. Moments later, he collided with the stone pillar. A chilling sensation seeped into his very bones, an unrelenting coldness engulfing him as he felt himself plummeting into an abyss without end. Slowly, Chen Ze opened his eyes. Gazing around in confusion, he found himself in a fog-laden expanse, directionless and devoid of a horizon. Moreover, it was eerily silent. Looking down at his ethereal form, he muttered, "Am I dead? Not dead, but nearly so." A voice, cold and laced with mockery, suddenly echoed in his ears. As the surrounding mist began to roil and coalesce into the figure of an ephemeral old man clad in gray. "Who are you?" Chen Ze exclaimed, startled, retreating hastily. The old man bore a sinister smile. "You have entered my domain, and yet you inquire about my identity?" Chen Ze pressed his hand to his forehead, striving to recall. As fragmented memories gradually crystallized in his mind, he finally remembered how he had hurled himself against that stone pillar in his desperate quest for death, only to awaken here. Could this be the underworld? "Are you a judge of souls?" he inquired. "You don't appear to be foolish, yet you speak nonsense," the old man retorted scornfully. "This is not the underworld," he began to explain, but Chen Ze suddenly realized something. The stone pillar spoke of a glimmer of hope, which he had assumed was false. Could it be that there truly exists a chance at survival? Might this old man before him be that very hope? "Please, senior, save me," Chen Ze implored, bowing deeply. The old man chuckled derisively. "Another reckless soul. There is no such thing as a glimmer of hope. The words inscribed on that pillar were carved by a little rascal, intending to lure you spirit slaves to your doom. TSK, squeezing your spiritual energy while enticing you to your demise. This little brat truly knows how to exploit you. He covets the treasures within the pillar, while I await a certain individual. Although he is unaware of my existence, his actions have inadvertently aided me. It is through the souls of fools like you that I have managed to persist until now." Chen Ze was taken aback, his gaze dimming as the realization sank in. So it was all a ruse. There was no glimmer of hope. Yet, having even a flicker of hope was preferable to none at all. To die with dignity was still a worthy end. "Precisely. Young one, your soul shall soon dissipate. There is no escape from death. So why not offer your soul to me, allowing me to continue in your stead?" The old man floated closer, his ethereal form hovering before Chen Ze. A finger pointed at his brow. Instantly, Chen Ze felt a sharp pain in his head, as if an invisible hand were rummaging through his memories with reckless abandon. "Get away from me!" Chen Ze roared, clenching his fists and striking at the old man. But his blows merely passed through the old man's intangible form, inflicting no harm. "So your name is Chen Ze?" The old man glided around him like a specter. "You are on the brink of death yet still struggle? Submit, and allow me to consume your soul. Once I am free, I may visit your mother and convey a few messages." "Really?" Chen Ze's hand stilled, his gaze fixed intently on the old man. "If you can truly deliver a message to my mother, I am willing to part with my soul." Upon hearing this, the old man's demeanor darkened, and he kicked Chen Ze, sending him flying several dozen feet. "Useless wretch! Where is the cunning and bravery you displayed outside?" The old man vanished and reappeared before Chen Ze, delivering another strike. Though Chen Ze's attempts to retaliate bore no effect, each of the old man's blows inflicted excruciating pain. "You fell for my simple bait, and with such weakness, what use are you as a demon cultivator? Worthless fool!" Chen Ze found himself tossed like a ball, grimacing in agony as each kick felt like the weight of mountains. Fortunately, his current form was not corporeal, otherwise, he would have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. After a relentless barrage of kicks, the old man finally stepped back, allowing Chen Ze to crash down heavily. Thankfully, the ground was absent here, otherwise, he would have been shattered to pieces. "Useless." The old man spat once more, finally feeling some satisfaction as he turned his back to Chen Ze. Regaining his composure, Chen Ze concentrated, and his soul began to float upwards. Approaching the old man once again, he bowed deeply. "I am well aware that you may be deceiving me, but having even a modicum of hope is better than none. If I must perish at your hands, I would rather do so with this flicker of hope." "Then you shall meet your end," the old man declared coldly, raising his hand to deliver a fierce strike to Chen Ze's crown. Chen Ze closed his eyes, ready to embrace his demise, his thoughts solely on his mother. However, after what felt like an eternity, the anticipated pain did not come. Chen Ze opened his eyes slowly, gazing at the old man, who had stepped back, a look of curiosity upon his face. The coldness that had once marked the old man's expression vanished, replaced by a gentler demeanor. "Young one, do you wish to continue living? But did you not say there was no glimmer of hope?" Chen Ze asked, bewildered. "But you are precisely the person I have been waiting for." The old man winked, chuckling as if he were an old child at play. "Is it truly possible?" Hope rekindled within Chen Ze. "Of course," the old man nodded slightly, "but you must first fulfill 3 tasks for me." "I accept." Chen Ze readily agreed. "You agree before even knowing what the tasks are? How foolish." The old man raised his hand as if to strike, but restrained himself, scolding, "You brainless child." Chen Ze replied earnestly, "As long as it allows me to live, I shall do whatever you ask. Do not be hasty. Allow me to articulate my terms first." The elderly man in gray moved his lips slightly, and his voice resonated directly within Chen Ze's mind. Chen Ze's eyes quickly filled with shock and fear. The task the gray-clad man demanded of him sent chills down his spine, and he simply could not bring himself to comply. The old man floated before Chen Ze, placing a hand gently on his shoulder, coaxing him. "Young man, if you refuse, it won't be long before your soul dissipates into nothingness. Moreover, given your talent, without my assistance, you could never escape this fate, doomed to await death like other spirit slaves. The fate of man is determined by the heavens, leaving but a slender thread of opportunity for one to strive. You were born of lowly origins, your destiny light and trifling, to alter your fate. You must tread an unconventional path, or else you shall remain beneath the feet of others for all your days. What do those so-called morals and virtues have to do with you? Merely constructs devised by arrogant fools to ensnare those who dwell in the lower echelons. Yet they themselves do not abide by these rules. Those who believe in them are but fools. The noose always snaps at the weakest point, and the heavens delight in preying upon the honest. Virtuous individuals do not live long. Young man, opportunities to alter one's destiny are few and far between. Miss this chance, and it will be lost forever. Think of your mother. Think of those who perished for your sake. Can you bear to die like this?" After much hesitation, Chen Ze lowered his gaze to the copper coin in his hand, his resolve gradually solidifying. "All right, I agree. That's more like it." The gray-clad elder chuckled heartily, pointing a finger at Chen Ze's forehead. "I do not require an oath from you. Today, I shall use my remaining consciousness to open your sea of knowledge. Should you betray your vow, your sea of knowledge will surely collapse." "Ah!" Chen Ze cried out in agony, his head pounding as if struck by a hammer, as though someone were driving a chisel into his skull. The gray-clad elder snorted disdainfully. Cultivation is inherently an act of defiance against the heavens. If you cannot endure this modicum of pain, you might as well abandon your quest. I can. Chen Ze gritted his teeth, forcing out a few words. With a thunderous sound, it felt as if Chen Ze's mind had exploded. His previously feeble spiritual awareness transformed into wisps of mist swirling within an expansive space, the sea of knowledge. Although his spiritual awareness did not increase. The opening of the sea of knowledge served as a firm foundation. From now on, he need only strengthen his awareness. Rubbing his throbbing head and wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Chen Ze bowed respectfully. Thank you, senior. The gray-clad elder formed a sword with his fingers and pressed it into his own forehead, letting out a muffled grunt as he extracted a black seed. His expression complex beyond measure. I cannot fathom why the absolute spirit seed chose you. Yet, since it is its choice, it is also mine. You possess a commendable disposition. But you lack the necessary ruthlessness. You are still far from being a true demon cultivator. In truth, whether one follows the righteous path or the demonic, cultivators are not the gentle souls that common mortals perceive. They must employ every means to seize what they desire, from the heavens, from the earth, from mankind. The road you wish to traverse is still long. Enough, enough. This is your own affair, not mine to worry about. The elder pressed the absolute spirit seed into Chen Ze's forehead, waving his hand impatiently. Now go. I shall assist you with what comes next. Should you ever reach that pinnacle, do not forget what I have instructed you. Master, I bow to you. Chen Ze respectfully clasped his fists, about to kneel when a gentle force held him aloft. The gray-clad elder gave a barely perceptible nod and spoke in a voice steeped in experience. I do not care for such empty formalities. As long as you fulfill what I have tasked you with, you shall not have disappointed me. As for being a master, I have never taken a disciple in my life, nor do I wish to. But since we have come to this point, I shall accept you. I am Dao Kuzi. Today, I take you as my disciple. From this day forth, you shall be the sole inheritor of Dao Kuzi. Master, your life-saving grace, I have no means to repay. Chen Ze gazed at Dao Kuzi as he gradually faded, tears welling in his eyes. Suppress those tears. Dao Kuzi scolded sharply. I find nothing more irksome than weeping. Remember what I tell you next. Do not speak of today's events to anyone, not even the closest to you. As for my origins and the absolute spirit seed, do not pursue inquiries. When you reach a certain level, all will be revealed. Now, I shall teach you how to navigate the matters outside. By the stone pillar, Yi Yuan ascended the heap of bones, gazing at the lifeless Chen Ze, slowly raising his sword. Even though Chen Ze was already dead, he sought to behead him in a fit of rage. Suddenly, a beam of black light shattered the stone pillar, casting Yi Yuan aside as the entire structure erupted with a thunderous roar. Nearby disciples of the MOG sect looked up in unison, hastily flying toward the commotion. 100 miles away, within a grand hall, a stern-looking middle-aged man in black suddenly opened his eyes, brilliance radiating from them. Ha ha ha, I calculated correctly. There truly is a treasure within that stone pillar. It was worth the lives of so many to unearth it. The black-clad man's figure flickered, and with a single step, he vanished several dozen miles away. Yunner, accompany your master on this journey. Yes. A young man in white floated upward, appearing exceedingly gentle. On the heap of bones, Chen Ze slowly opened his eyes, observing the astonished Yi Yuan below the pile, and laughed joyously toward the heavens. He had survived. A piece of shard, as white as jade, fell into his hand. Chen Ze's eyes instantly filled with sorrow. This was the chance his master had bestowed upon him. Yet his master had perished. He could not comprehend why his master would willingly sacrifice himself to save him, having met only once. Yi Yuan hesitated for a moment, then saw the resurrected Chen Ze charging up the heap of bones again with his sword. Each time you live, I shall strike you down. Today, I will dismember you. Stop. Yi Yuan was once more flung back, looking up at the descending black-clad man and the young man in white. He hastily sheathed his sword, bowing deeply in respect, his demeanor exceedingly reverent. Simultaneously, the numerous disciples of the MOG sect who had flown and quickly landed, all bowing in unison. We pay our respects to the master and the elder brother. Rise, the black-clad man nodded slightly, his gaze falling upon Chen Ze, specifically on the shard in his hand. Come here. Chen Ze stepped forward immediately, reverently presenting the shard before the black-clad man. The identity of this individual was evident even to the most casual observer. He was an elder of the Golden Core stage, the true authority of this place. The black-clad man took the shard, gripping it tightly with closed eyes, savoring the moment. After a while, he burst into laughter. 3 consecutive good fortune words. This declaration left the surrounding disciples increasingly perplexed. Their master was not known for frivolity. So what could possibly bring him such joy? The black-clad man laughed heartily for an extended period before finally stowing the shard away, his gaze fixed on Chen Ze. Satisfaction evident in his demeanor. Years ago, I sought a divination from a sage who foretold that I would have a fortunate star in my destiny, bringing me great opportunities. It seems you are that star. I am Ouyang, elder of the Emoji sect. Do you wish to become my direct disciple? Before Chen Ze could respond, Yi Yuan hastily interjected, Master, you must not. He is merely a spirit slave, his sea of knowledge shattered. How could he possibly be worthy of your discipleship? Moreover, this individual is ruthless. He poisoned me and took the opportunity to strike. Were it not for the protective artifact bestowed by you, I would have perished at his hands. The gazes of many cultivators fell upon Chen Ze, their expressions filled with disbelief. A mere spirit slave had such capabilities, nearly killing Yi Yuan. To be harmed so severely by a spirit slave, and yet you still dare to speak? Ouyang cast a cold glance at Yi Yuan, seizing Chen Ze's wrist. The immense spiritual energy surged within Chen Ze, and his energy sea had been restored. It seemed that he had reaped some benefits from the emergence of this precious artifact. Since his energy sea remained intact, he could become my direct disciple. What is your name? Yi Yuan wished to intervene. Yet upon seeing the young man in white subtly shake his head, he ultimately chose to remain silent. The decisions made by the master are not to be altered by others. A smile graced Chen Ze's face as he perceived the shadow of Dao Kuzi in Ouyang. Evidently, the fragment had influenced Ouyang, allowing him to accept him as a direct disciple against the norm. The voice of Dao Kuzi echoed in his ears. Recalling the final words spoken to him, the name Chen Ze felt insipid. The character Ze inherently conveys a sense of giving. However, among cultivators, competition is paramount. How could one yield? This name is unsuitable. From now on, you shall be called Gui Qing, the Lord of Ghosts, never to descend into reincarnation. Chen Ze bowed his head, performing the solemn ritual of 3 prostrations and 9 kowtows. Disciple Gui Qing pays his respects to the master. This bow was not merely to Ouyang, but was a tribute to the life gifted to him by Dao Kuzi. From this moment forth, he would be known as Gui Qing. It seems this is not your true name, Ouyang remarked, raising an eyebrow. My disciple has traversed the gates of the underworld and wishes to adopt a new name, to start anew. Gui Qing respectfully replied. Ouyang did not delve further, clutching the fragment and turning to depart. This name is quite fitting. Your talent may be lacking, yet you must diligently cultivate your skills in the days to come, lest you become complacent. Yes, disciple respectfully sees off the master. After Ouyang's departure, Yi Yuan tightened his grip on the sword, glaring fiercely at Gui Qing. Gui Qing slowly turned his head, his gaze unwavering, revealing a fierce killing intent in his eyes. After Ouyang departed, the gathered cultivators remained in place, engaged in lively discussions. What is happening? Why has the master taken on another direct disciple, and a spirit servant at that? Indeed, even if his chi-si is intact, anyone who becomes a spirit servant must possess exceedingly poor aptitude. It is simply inconceivable. You see, you fail to comprehend the essence of our cultivation path. We practitioners highly regard the concept of fate. That young man has presented a treasured item to the master. Thus it is only natural for the master to treat him well. Who knows what other opportunities he might bring? Precisely, in the realm of cultivation, power is paramount. How much value does the title of a direct disciple hold? Moreover, given his aptitude, he may reach the pinnacle of the chi refining stage at best. What difference does it make if he is a direct disciple? Yi Yuan, listening nearby, felt a flush of embarrassment as his seniors incessantly referred to him as a direct disciple. Although they disparaged Gui Qing, it felt like a personal mockery to him. Though they did not voice their disdain, the contemptuous glances they cast in his direction spoke volumes. Almost being killed by a spirit servant. What a farce for someone hailed as a prodigy with a perfected golden fire spiritual root. As this thought crossed his mind, Yi Yuan's anger surged, and he unsheathed his sword, charging at Gui Qing. Junior brother Yi, calm yourself. The young man in white moved slightly, positioning himself before Gui Qing, gently grasping Yi Yuan's sword. Have you forgotten the rule against fighting amongst fellow disciples? Acting in front of so many people. Even the master cannot shield you from the consequences. Reluctantly, Yi Yuan sheathed his sword, yet his eyes still brimmed with hatred, fixated on Gui Qing. You are gravely injured. You should attend to your wounds first. The young man in white urged Yi Yuan to sit, producing a pill and placing it in his mouth, then resting his hand on Yi Yuan's wrist. Suddenly, he cast a sharp glance at Gui Qing, a fleeting look of astonishment crossing his features. During this time, everyone had assumed that Yi Yuan had concocted the pill himself, But upon taking Yi Yuan's pulse, he grasped the truth instantly. Yi Yuan was afflicted with pill poison. It turned out that all those pills had been refined by Gui Qing. It was already astonishing that Yi Yuan would entrust a spirit servant with pill refinement. But the fact that the spirit servant had successfully produced so many was even more extraordinary. The most critical aspect was that this spirit servant had endured for so long, genuinely earning Yi Yuan's trust, leading him to consume a counterfeit pill laced with poison. This was indeed pill poison, a matter far more complex than simply misordering ingredients. For a spirit servant who had never received instruction and could only learn through trial and error, to conceive of such a scheme was remarkable. The young man in white understood everything but refrained from voicing it in front of so many, sparing Yi Yuan any embarrassment. Shortly thereafter, Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The toxins within him had vanished, and his breath returned to normal. As the crowd realized there was no longer any spectacle to behold, they began to disperse one by one. Gui Qing suddenly approached Yi Yuan, clasped his fists in salute, and declared with a clear voice, "I have a matter to trouble Brother Yi with. I beseech you to return the corpses of my companions." Yi Yuan responded with a cold smile. "So now you seek my assistance? I would rather chop them into pieces and feed them to the dogs than grant your request." Gui Qing approached Yi Yuan, lowering his voice. "Were it not for that protective talisman, you would already be dead. Today, you have suffered great humiliation. Do you not wish to reclaim your honor? This so-called genius of yours may soon find himself disregarded by others. I offer you one opportunity to humiliate me, but only once. Seize it wisely. Should you decline, we shall leave this matter as it is. A few dead men are of no concern to me." "Very well." Yi Yuan suddenly stood, his voice resonating. "I ask all my fellow disciples to bear witness. If he bows to me 3 times, I shall return the corpses of those wretched servants to him." The other disciples turned, amused, eager to witness the spectacle. "I request the eldest brother to serve as a witness." Gui Qing bowed respectfully to the young man in white. "Agreed," the young man replied with a smile, observing Gui Qing with keen interest. He had believed he understood the situation fully. Yet upon hearing the exchange between Gui Qing and Yi Yuan, he realized his assumptions were lacking. It was not merely one spirit servant in rebellion, but 5. Moreover, he had previously overlooked a crucial detail. Gui Qing must have resolved the blood-colored pill within him. Otherwise, escape to this point would have been impossible. He was well aware of the methods employed by the MOG sect to control spirit servants, the ability to overcome inner fear and devise a solution, while also persuading other spirit servants to join in rebellion, spoke volumes of Gui Qing's capabilities and intentions. Although Gui Qing ultimately failed in this instance, it was evident that the protective talisman was merely an unforeseen circumstance, one that only Yi Yuan experienced. Had it been any other newly initiated disciple, Gui Qing would have undoubtedly succeeded. Gui Qing knelt before Yi Yuan with a resounding thud, solemnly bowing 3 times, his teeth clattering together. He was acutely aware that such an act of humiliation would likely render him a subject of scorn in the future. Yet, with Gui Qing and others sacrificing their lives to ensure his escape, he could not bear the thought of not retrieving their remains for a proper burial, a burden of guilt he would carry for a lifetime. His voice was too faint to be heard, and Yi Yuan absent-mindedly cleared his ears. The onlooking disciples around them immediately displayed expressions of schadenfreude. Gui Qing gritted her teeth and bowed deeply 3 times, yet there was still no response. Yi Yuan regarded her with a mocking glint in his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Another 3 resounding bows followed. "Have you not dined? I cannot hear you," Yi Yuan remarked indifferently. As Gui Qing prepared to bow once more, the young man in white leaned down and gently restrained her, offering Yi Yuan a warm smile. "Junior brother Yi, let us cease here. Do not push the matter to extremes. Since senior brother has spoken, we shall heed his words." Only then did Yi Yuan retrieve the 4 corpses from his storage bag and depart, declaring, "Whether you are called Chen Ze or Gui Qing, when you were my spirit servant, I trampled upon you, and I shall continue to do so. For a lifetime, you are mine to command." "Thank you, senior brother," Gui Qing replied, rising to respectfully bow to the young man in white. Observing the 4 lifeless bodies on the ground, he let out a sigh, produced a pristine storage bag to collect the corpses, and handed it to Gui Qing. "Come, I shall lead you to your cave dwelling." Gui Qing bowed again and said, "There is one more matter I wish to request your assistance with, senior brother." "You wretched dog, do you want me to beat you to death?" came a furious retort. "If you resist again, I shall chop you into pieces to feed the Xian tiger." "Strike him, beat him to a pulp." Within a secluded cave, a gaunt youth wielded a whip, lashing it repeatedly upon the writhing figure of a spirit servant on the ground. After a time, He cast the whip to other spirit servants to continue the brutal assault. The spirit servant cried out in anguish, repeatedly lamenting, Chen Ze, where are you? This unfortunate spirit servant was none other than Hu Zi. Suddenly, the barrier above the cave shimmered, and the soothing voice of a young man in white pierced through the veil, resonating within the cave. Zheng Ping, do you have a moment? Zheng Ping promptly opened the barrier and stepped outside. Upon seeing the young man in white, he quickly clasped his fists in greeting, his face adorned with a broad smile. Ah, senior brother, what brings you here? Please, come in, come in. The young man in white shook his head. I shall not enter. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Of course, of course. Whatever you ask, I shall not hesitate to oblige. Even if it means traversing mountains of knives or seas of fire, Zheng Ping declared, thumping his chest in assurance. The young man in white smiled and gestured towards Gui Qing. This is junior brother Gui Qing, the newly accepted personal disciple of our master. He seeks your assistance. Zheng Ping, with a beaming smile, responded, to be chosen as a personal disciple by our master must mean exceptional talent. Junior brother, feel free to ask. Whatever I can do, I shall certainly assist you. Gui Qing clasped his fists and said, I wish to request a person from my senior brother. Who might that be? Hu Zi. Zheng Ping's expression immediately darkened, and he cautiously inquired, May I ask what relationship you have with him, junior brother? Gui Qing spoke calmly. He is merely a distant relative. Out of respect for our past connections, I must extend my care. There is no need for you to worry. Senior brother, simply entrust him to me. I understand the rules, and I assure you, I will not let you suffer any loss. The fee will be 10 spirit stones. Gui Qing brushed his waist pouch and retrieved 10 spirit stones, handing them to Zheng Ping. On the way here, the young man in white had already instructed him on the usage of the storage pouch. He merely needed to imprint his spiritual consciousness and channel his spiritual energy to activate it. Although it appeared to be a modest pouch, its interior was surprisingly spacious, capable of accommodating numerous items, and it also contained 50 spirit stones. In addition, each disciple entering the sect was allocated 5 spirit servants, culminating in a total of 100 spirit stones. This was the initial resource provided by Ouyang Yi to every disciple. As for acquiring more spirit stones after depleting this supply, one would need to earn them at the spirit treasure platform. Zheng Ping accepted the spirit stones, his face alight with joy as he entered the courtyard, pulling out Hu Zi and carefully observing Gui Qing's reaction. The moment Hu Zi spotted Gui Qing, he became instantly exhilarated, trembling with excitement as he rushed forward to embrace Gui Qing tightly. Chen Ze, you have finally come to find me. Gui Qing gazed upon the battered Hu Zi, suppressing the fury that swelled within him, and calmly nodded in acknowledgement to Zheng Ping. Thank you, senior brother. Zheng Ping replied, You are too modest, junior brother. Should you find the time in the future, I shall ensure a warm reception for you. Observing Gui Qing's reaction, Zheng Ping finally felt a sense of relief. As he had no desire to offend a direct disciple, Gui Qing grasped Hu Zi's hand and nodded toward the young man in white. Instantly, the young man ascended into the air with the two of them. They landed on the slope of a verdant mountain not far from Lingbeitai. The young man in white performed a gesture that unveiled the luminescent barrier of a courtyard. Gui Qing, this mountain is called Shiyang Mountain, and this is the abode I have arranged for you. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Thank you, senior brother. Just as Gui Qing was about to bow in gratitude, the young man in white swiftly supported her arm. There is no need for such formality among fellow disciples. In Gui Qing's eyes, gratitude shimmered as she softly inquired, May I ask for your esteemed name, senior brother? I am called Yun, he replied. I am grateful for your assistance today. We are fellow disciples. There is no need for such formalities. Yun gently waved his hand, demonstrating a couple of hand seals to Gui Qing. I have already explained the matters concerning cultivators to you. This is the restriction of your cave abode. Make sure to remember it well. My master is mostly in seclusion, and it is I who shall impart the teachings in his stead. You may come to learn from me for 2 hours each month. I reside at Qing'an Terrace. Feel free to ask any of our fellow disciples, and they will guide you. Noticing her current state of fatigue, he added, I shall not intrude upon your rest any longer. Safe travels, senior brother, Gui Qing said as she respectfully accompanied Yun out of the courtyard, holding onto Hu Zi. She stood at the entrance, watching him depart until his figure faded from sight before returning within. Gui Qing extended his spiritual consciousness, imprinting it upon the luminous barrier above the courtyard. From this moment forth, he would be the master of this abode. Chen Ze, where have you been during this time? Why did you leave so abruptly? Seeing that there were no outsiders present, Hu Zi could no longer suppress the grievances and anguish within his heart, and he broke down in tears. Gui Qing gently caressed Huzai's head and spoke softly. Huzai, my dear, I shall never abandon you again. Really? Huzai gazed earnestly at Gui Qing, yearning for a reassuring response. Gui Qing smiled and said, Indeed, when have I ever deceived you? Only then did Huzai wipe away his tears, breaking into a smile. The expression on Gui Qing's face suddenly turned grave as he retrieved the lifeless bodies of Gui Qing and his companions from his storage bag, kneeling heavily upon the ground, his forehead striking the earth until it bled. There. Upon witnessing Chen Ze bowing, Huzai followed suit, his head thudding against the ground with a resounding echo. A wooden platform was hastily erected, and as sparks ignited, they transformed into a blazing inferno. Ultimately, the remains of the four were reduced to ashes, which were placed in a jar. A paper bearing their names and addresses was affixed before Gui Qing solemnly stowed it away in his storage bag. Have Chen Ze, Gui Qing, and Yen Gu truly perished? Huzai inquired softly. Indeed, Gui Qing replied, a slight nod accompanying his words, his eyes brimming with sorrow. Shall we lay them to rest in the earth? Huzai asked again, his understanding of death solely derived from his mother's teachings. She had once told him that death was merely a transition to another realm of existence, from dwelling above ground to residing beneath it. Yes, we shall return them home. Allowing them to rest in the soil, where fallen leaves return to their roots, Gui Qing's voice grew increasingly somber. He understood that his four former companions would not wish to be interred in such a place fraught with their suffering. And who are the other two? Huzai persisted in his questioning. Life saviors, and also my friends. Your friends are likewise my friends. To my four companions, you saved Chen Ze. And I am grateful to you. Huzai shouted to the heavens. Chen Ze sat on the steps outside the building, his hand pressed against his forehead. Huzai, you should ascend the stairs first. I shall come shortly to tend to your wounds. All right. Huzai nodded and turned to enter the building. Once Huzai had ascended, Gui Qing could no longer suppress the tears in his eyes, covering his face as he wept. All had perished, leaving him as the sole survivor. A living soul burdened by a fate worse than death. The visage of Gui Qing and the others at the moment of their demise seemed etched into his very soul. The mere act of closing his eyes invoked their memory, suffocating him with grief. Gui Qing, Yen Gu, Li Heng, Zhaoan, I vow to avenge you. I will ensure that Yi Yuan pays for your loss. Gui Qing raised his hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of his eyes and turned to enter the building. Ah, it hurts. In the room on the second floor, Huzai was bare-chested. Although Gui Qing had been exceedingly cautious while releasing his spiritual energy, the contact with the wounds still elicited a series of agonized cries from Huzai. Once the wounds had scabbed over, Gui Qing withdrew his spiritual energy with a sigh. Huzai bore fresh injuries atop old ones, and with lingering internal wounds compounded by an excessive depletion of his spiritual energy. It was clear that relying solely on spiritual energy for healing was implausible. He could only hope for gradual recuperation. Gui Qing's gaze gradually turned frigid. His apparent indifference in front of Zheng Ping did not signify a lack of concern within. The wounds sustained by Huzai would inevitably demand an explanation in due course. Gui Qing said solemnly, in the future, I shall undoubtedly avenge you. Huzai shook his head and, with a simple smile, replied, there is no need for that. My mother always says to not dwell on the unpleasant things. Instead, remember those who treat you well and the good things in life. A stirring sensation coursed through Gui Qing's heart as he recalled the same words his mother had once imparted to him. By the way, why did your parents sell you to this place? You have never mentioned it before. Huzai's gaze gradually dimmed, and in a hushed tone, he replied. Little Hu fell ill, and selling me would enable the treatment for him. My parents disagreed. It was my own decision to come here. I have always been of little use, a constant source of trouble for my family. My parents borrowed a considerable amount of money to seek treatment for Little Hu, and I wish to contribute to the family. Little Hu calls me brother. As a brother, I must protect my younger sibling, which is why I found myself here. Gui Qing was aware that Huzai's true name was Li Dehu, yet he had never heard Huzai mention having a younger brother or any of these matters before. Gui Qing comforted, do not worry. I shall take you back to see Xiaohu to meet your parents. Really? That would be splendid, Huzai exclaimed, immediately filled with excitement. He then inquired, can I go outside to play? I haven't been out in ages. Yes, but the outside world holds dangers. It is best not to venture out alone. In a few days, I shall accompany you. Can we eat something? It has been so long since I enjoyed a delicious meal. Indeed, in a few days. I will take you for barbecue. Barbecue? That sounds wonderful. I wish to have lamb. It is my favorite. Very well. As they exchanged questions and answers, Ze poured out all the words he had been holding back these days, completely oblivious to the fact that Gui Qing's responses were growing faint. It was only when there was no longer any reply that Ze turned to discover that Gui Qing had already leaned against the bedside and fallen asleep. He was utterly exhausted. Ever since arriving at the Moji sect, the tension in his heart had remained taut. Now that the strain had eased, he could no longer resist the pull of slumber. In a state of drowsiness, he seemed to catch a glimpse of his mother. Dreams were always blissful, allowing him to see those he longed for. If only it were not merely a dream. Ze silently kept vigil by the bedside, pondering the name Gui Qing, feeling a sense of perplexity. Gui Qing explained to him that the name carried a certain ominous quality, evoking fear in others. Yet, he could not fathom why instilling fear was necessary. Regardless of any changes to the name, he would continue to call him Chen Ze, just as he had when they first met. Chen Ze, sleep now. I shall watch over you, murmured Ze. Suddenly, the luminous barrier above the courtyard shimmered, and Gui Qing slowly opened his eyes, stretching leisurely as he exited the courtyard. He had enjoyed a profoundly restful sleep, and for the foreseeable future, he would not need to rest again. Standing outside the luminous barrier was a burly man, his face marked by a rugged appearance that suggested he was not one to be trifled with. May I inquire who you are, senior brother? Gui Qing asked. I am Wei Xiong, sent by the mountain master to collect the monthly offering, the man replied, his voice gruff and laden with an air of authority that brooked no refusal. Having learned the rules of this place through Yi Yun's introduction, Gui Qing was now aware that within his master's domain, each mountain was governed by a mountain master, to whom all cultivators were obliged to present offerings monthly, known as the monthly tribute. In exchange for these tributes, the mountain master provided protection to the cultivators, akin to a small faction. His master had always remained indifferent to these matters, allowing them to unfold as they pleased. The only decree his master had was a prohibition against infighting among fellow disciples. Aside from that, anything was permissible. The mountain where Gui Qing resides is known as Sheyang Mountain. As for the cultivation level of the mountain's master, Yun did not disclose it to him. What is the monthly fee? Gui Qing inquired. You are at the first level of qi refinement. So it is 10 spirit stones per month, Wei Xiong replied, his arms crossed and exuding an air of arrogance. I know you. You only became the master's direct disciple by sheer luck. You were just accepted as a personal disciple, so you must have spirit stones. Hand them over quickly, or you will force me to take action. Rest assured, senior brother, I am not one to evade responsibility, Gui Qing responded, seemingly unfazed by Wei Xiong's brazen demeanor. As he retrieved 10 spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them to him. Is that all? Wei Xiong frowned. Wasn't it 10 spirit stones per month? Gui Qing asked, puzzled. Am I to make a fruitless trip to collect spirit stones for the mountain master? Wei Xiong expressed his dissatisfaction. Gui Qing once again retrieved a spirit stone from his storage bag and presented it before Wei Xiong. Senior brother, you have worked tirelessly, and this is but a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it graciously. Is this a mere handout? Wei Xiong scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. It's my first encounter with someone as oblivious as you. Were it not for your status as a direct disciple, I would have ensured you learned a lesson. And what amount do you deem appropriate, senior brother? Gui Qing inquired calmly. Wei Xiong extended his hand, fingers splayed wide. Gui Qing once again retrieved 4 spirit stones and presented them before Wei Xiong. At least you know your place, Wei Xiong scoffed. Accepting the spirit stones before turning to leave, the mountain lord is currently in seclusion. Perhaps if more spirit stones become available in the future, you could submit them over several months. It would spare me the trouble of making repeated trips. Gui Qing watched as Wei Xiong vanished along the mountain path, his concealed hand involuntarily clenching tightly. He possessed a mere 50 spirit stones, and before he could even commence his cultivation, he had already relinquished 15. On the very first day of becoming a cultivator, he witnessed the brutal reality of the survival of the fittest among cultivators. Wei Xiong, possessing superior cultivation, felt entitled to demand benefits from him, leaving him with no choice but to comply. The principle of might makes right transcends all realms. Even though he was a direct disciple, with only the first level of qi refinement, any random cultivator from Sheyang Mountain would surpass him in strength. The title of direct disciple, though pleasing to the ear, offered him no tangible advantage. Unlike Yi Yuan, another direct disciple who possessed protective magical artifacts, he found himself entirely unequipped. It seemed that his master had accepted him as a direct disciple merely for the sake of that pristine fragment, harboring no genuine expectations for him. Gui Qing suddenly chuckled at himself, realizing that his state of mind was still not sufficiently tranquil. Having completed the most arduous leap from a spirit servant to a cultivator, the next step is merely to transform from a feeble practitioner into a formidable one. Thus, he must diligently cultivate with unwavering determination. As Gui Qing was about to enter the courtyard, a figure clad in blue suddenly descended outside the luminous barrier. Please, junior brother. Hold your step. Gui Qing turned around and recognized the figure clad in green. It was none other than Zhou, who had previously sought out Qin Shan. Zhou was accompanied by 3 young men and 2 young women, presumably there to present him with a spirit servant. With a beaming smile, Zhou regarded Gui Qing with evident admiration. Ah, Gui Qing, my junior brother. I have heard that you have been accepted as a direct disciple by our master. Congratulations. I always believed that your temperament was well suited for the path of cultivation, and I am delighted to see you reach this milestone. Truly remarkable. In the future, we must endeavor to strengthen the bonds between us as brothers. Gui Qing chuckled. Indeed, I shall seek your guidance often in the future, senior brother. Zhou turned, gesturing towards the 5 individuals behind him. These are the meticulously chosen spirit servants for my junior apprentice. I trust they will meet your satisfaction. It is a pity, however, that we lack someone of Yi Yuan's caliber this time. Otherwise, we could have forged a meaningful connection. Thank you, senior brother. Gui Qing's expression remained unchanged, seemingly oblivious to the sarcasm in Zhou's words. After a respectful bow, he led the 5 individuals into the courtyard. Zhou stood still, patiently awaiting their departure, appearing in no rush to leave. Once inside the courtyard, Gui Qing turned to scrutinize the 5 individuals. The 3 young men were robust and exuded an air of combat proficiency. As for the 2 young women, they were identical twins. Despite their similar features, their demeanors were strikingly divergent. One donned a purple robe, exuding elegance and grace, while the other, clad in blue, radiated a delicate charm. Huzi, you may proceed first. Gui Qing gestured calmly at the 5. Understood. As Huzi ascended the stairs, Gui Qing suddenly expanded his spiritual sense, causing the 2 young women to collapse in agony, while the 3 young men remained completely unscathed. Gui Qing swiftly retrieved a dagger from her storage bag and plunged it directly into the neck of the nearest youth, delivering a fierce slash. The boy's throat instantly erupted with a torrent of blood as he clutched his neck and collapsed lifelessly. Ah! 2 young girls screamed in unison, their faces contorted with sheer terror. The girl in purple immediately shielded the girl in blue, gradually retreating to create distance from Gui Qing. They could never have anticipated that. In the blink of an eye, the previously calm-faced Gui Qing would erupt into a fit of murderous rage. The other 2 young men momentarily froze, their expression shifting to one of ferocity as they bellowed and charged at Gui Qing. Yet, it was not long before they too fell to the ground, their lives extinguished. The ease with which these 3 youths perished stirred within Gui Qing a recollection of the time when the 5 of them had besieged Yi Yuan. Had it not been for Yi Yuan consuming the poisonous pill, he could have effortlessly crushed the 5 of them with his own cultivation. Being at the same initial stage of qi refinement, the vast disparity between spirit slaves and cultivators was a revelation he grasped today. Now that his qi had been restored, he was indeed a true cultivator. Gui Qing bent down to wipe the dagger clean with a fragment of cloth, then stored the 3 corpses in his storage bag without casting a glance at the 2 young maidens. He opened the light screen and stepped out of the courtyard. Outside, Jiu observed the unscathed Gui Qing, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. His junior brother truly was impressive, resolving matters with such swiftness. This was all thanks to his senior brother's reminder. He expressed his gratitude. Gui Qing clasped his fist in salute and laid the 3 corpses on the ground. In his recollection, Zhou had always presented a smiling face, fully aware of the discord between him and Yi Yuan. It was improbable that he would brazenly mention Yi Yuan in his presence. Thus, when Zhou referenced Yi Yuan, Gui Qing instantly grasped it as Zhou's subtle hint. Should he fail to comprehend, he might end up like Yi Yuan, falling victim to his underling's treachery. Ji placed the corpses into his own storage bag, forcing a smile. Junior brother, I sincerely apologize. Brother Yi has invested a considerable sum to enlist my aid. I cannot disregard his goodwill. However, you are also a direct disciple of our master, and should you perish, the responsibility would inevitably fall upon me. I would rather not offend either of you. So I am left with no choice but to resort to this less than honorable tactic. I am aware this is not the most ethical approach. How about this? A spirit servant for 10 spirit stones, totaling 30 for the 3, and I shall add an additional 5 spirit stones. Shall we consider this matter settled? Gui Qing shook his head. It seems, Zhou narrowed his eyes, that my junior apprentice does not intend to grant me this courtesy. Gui Qing suddenly burst into laughter. It is already a kindness for you, my senior brother, to remind me. With these spirit slaves entrusted to my care, your task has been fulfilled. Even if they were to rebel, it would be due to my own lack of discipline. How could I dare to impose upon you for more spirit stones? That would be quite inappropriate, wouldn't it? Ji rubbed his hands together, feigning a look of hesitation. Gui Qing chuckled. Previously, I inadvertently caused my senior brother to lose a wager of 5 spirit stones, and I have felt remorse ever since. I sincerely request that you do not decline. Very well, since you are so insistent, I shall not refuse, replied the senior brother. After all, I am indeed quite impoverished. Zhou could not help but reveal a radiant smile. In truth, this venture was a profitable one for him, as the price set by Yi Yuan far exceeded the worth of the 3 spirit slaves. Although he had acquiesced to Yi Yuan's terms, he could not genuinely allow Gui Qing to perish. He could only hint at it in this manner. If Yi Yuan were to assign blame, he could only fault the 3 deceased spirit slaves for their lack of competence. Gui Qing suffered a loss, as did Yi Yuan. Only he emerged unscathed, gaining both goodwill and spirit stones. Those 2 young ladies were meticulously chosen by me, possessing an enchanting beauty. Consider them a token of apology for my junior disciple, who may indulge at his leisure. Zhu patted Gui Qing's shoulder, a knowing smile gracing his face. However, upon returning to his courtyard after bidding Zhu farewell, the smile vanished from Gui Qing's countenance. It was not merely the loss of 3 spirit servants that troubled him, but rather Zhu's demeanor. As fellow direct disciples, would Zhou dare to act thus if his cultivation surpassed that of Yi Yuan? Gazing upon the nearly identical pavilions before him, memories of his days under Yi Yuan's tutelage flooded back. Recollections of the 4 companions who entrusted their lives to him and the final battle they faced together. The girl in purple, observing the silent and contemplative Gui Qing, felt an increasing dread in her heart. Though she had sensed the grim future when her sea of qi was shattered, witnessing Gui Qing effortlessly slay the 3 young men filled her with fear. Apprehensive that she might inadvertently meet the same fate, they conspired against me, intending to take my life. Thus, I was compelled to eliminate them. Gui Qing discerned the girl's thoughts and offered a calm explanation before stepping into the pavilion. Master, the girl in purple suddenly called out to Gui Qing, biting her lip. After a prolonged hesitation, she summoned her courage to inquire, "Where shall we reside?" Gui Qing was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he had overlooked this issue. He turned to gaze at the modest dwellings adjacent to the attic, and with a surge of spiritual energy surging forth, he effortlessly demolished that row of houses. Once, the 5 of them had endured torment within such rooms at the hands of Yi Yuan. Now, he wished to never behold such abodes again. My lord, I beg for your forgiveness. I shall not inquire further. Wherever you command me to reside, I shall abide. The girl in purple hastily urged the girl in blue to kneel, speaking in a subdued and humble tone. Gui Qing had yet to realize that he had established an image of capriciousness in the hearts of the 2 young maidens. He raised his hand and gestured towards the highest level of the attic. You shall reside on the top floor. The girl in the purple attire looked up in disbelief. From now on, there is no need to address me as sir, simply call me Gui Qing and follow me. With that, Gui Qing turned and strode away. The girl in purple stood there, staring blankly at Gui Qing as he entered the attic, her eyes filled with confusion and suspicion. Could this be a test from this esteemed individual? It was only upon reaching the top floor and gazing at the exquisite furnishings that the 2 of them felt as though they were still in a dream. Unable to believe that Gui Qing would grant them such a splendid abode. After Gui Qing brought them here, he descended without uttering a word or instructing them on what to do. However, the more reticent he became, the more anxious they felt. The girl in blue tightly grasped the hem of her garment and whispered, "Sister, I'm scared." "It's all right. I'm here. There's nothing to fear." The girl in purple gently reassured her, wrapping her arms around her. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from downstairs, and the 2 immediately fell silent, their hearts racing as they sensed the approach of the footsteps. "Can I come up?" The honest voice of Azizi called from below. Upon realizing it was not Gui Qing's voice, the sisters exhaled in relief. "Yes," the girl in purple replied softly. Azizi bounded up the stairs, bypassing the screen to stand before the sisters, grinning amiably. "Hello, I'm Azizi. Chen Ze mentioned you might need assistance, so I came to check if there's anything I can do. We can manage on our own." "There's no need for you to trouble yourself." The girl in purple quickly shook her head. She could sense that this round-faced youth was somewhat inexperienced, likely a spirit servant like themselves. Yet, she could not fathom why he appeared so familiar with their master, unrestrained in his movements. "Oh, all right then," Azizi said, scratching his head awkwardly. "I'll head back down. I live on the 2nd floor with Chen Ze." so just call me if you need anything. By the way, what are your names? The girl in purple replied softly, I am Jiang Yunyan, and this is my sister Jiang Yumian. Wow, your names are beautiful. And you both are quite lovely, Ze praised sincerely, then murmured, Chen Ze is busy cultivating, and he won't let me go out. I don't know what to do alone. How about we play together? As you wish, Jiang Yunyan nodded. Can you play with the shuttlecock? Ze asked. No, we can't, Jiang Yunyan shook her head. What about playing with stones? We can't do that either. Ze tilted his head in contemplation, his eyes lighting up. The girls in my area all love playing shuttlecock. You must know how to, right? Let's play. Jiang Yunyan continued to shake her head. Despite her verbal agreement to accompany Ze, she subtly declined. Being newcomers, they had yet to grasp the rules of this place and feared inadvertently crossing Gui Qing's boundaries. Ze's freedom of movement did not mean they could mimic it. Well, I can play with the shuttlecock, Jiang Yumian finally spoke up, her voice as soft as her demeanor. Jiang Yunyan quickly grasped Jiang Yumian's hand, gently shaking her head and signaling with her eyes to comply, urging her to help tidy their room first. As a spirit servant, she had undergone rigorous training typical for those of lower aptitude and had witnessed many who violated the rules facing dire consequences. The regulations were deeply ingrained within her. Upon hearing this, Ze grew excited and rushed over to seize Jiang Yumian's wrist, pulling her downstairs. If you want to play, let's go. Seeing Jiang Yumian being taken away, Jiang Yunyan had no choice but to follow. In the courtyard, Ze kicked the shuttlecock a few times before passing it to Jiang Yumian. Initially nervous, Jiang Yumian failed to catch it, but after a while, she relaxed and began to play skillfully, earning Ze's cheers of encouragement. Jiang Yunyan stood to the side, a smile gracing her face as she watched her sister revel in the game. However, thoughts of Gui Qing soon clouded her expression, and she glanced anxiously toward the quiet second floor. In the northern room on the second floor, Gui Qing sat cross-legged on the bed, holding a spirit stone, with spiritual energy continuously flowing into his energy sea. As he felt the energy sea gradually filling, a sense of joy welled within him. He had often despaired over the damage to his energy sea, but now, with its restoration, he could hardly wait to fill it. Just as the spirit stone in his hand turned to dust, the energy sea brimmed with spiritual energy. Gui Qing was about to conclude his cultivation when an unexpected calamity struck. The dormant jeweling seed within his consciousness began to rotate, devouring the spiritual energy from his energy sea, which had only just filled. To make matters worse, that terrifying force of absorption had not dissipated and began to extract Gui Qing's life force. Gui Qing let out a cold snort, extracting a piece of spiritual stone to continue absorbing the spiritual energy. Since the consumption was inevitable, he resolved to indulge in it fully. His energy reservoir swelled continuously, only to be swiftly depleted again. This cycle repeated itself, as one piece of spiritual stone after another was consumed, disintegrating into powder that fell incessantly. Once the final piece of spiritual stone was exhausted, the terrifying devouring force finally dissipated, and the absolute spirit seed fell silent once more. Gui Qing gazed intently into the ocean of consciousness, carefully observing the enigmatic absolute spirit seed within. The seed's obsidian surface bore 9 vertical grooves, one of which glowed with a crimson pattern. He remained uncertain of its significance, and just as he intended to delve deeper into the seed with his spiritual awareness, he felt a forceful recoil that sent his consciousness spiraling back. Despite numerous attempts, he was unable to establish a connection with the absolute spirit seed. His master, Dekuzi, had once imparted that the absolute spirit seed could facilitate profound transformation, yet after the seed devoured all of his spiritual stones, his physical form underwent no discernible change. Gui Qing could not help but furrow his brow, not out of concern for the spirit stones, for they could be earned anew. However, he feared that when he next employed the spirit stones, the absolute spirit seed would once again devour his spiritual energy. The consumption of spiritual energy was one matter. Once it became insufficient, the absolute spirit seed would begin to consume his very life force, and there would be no way for him to halt it. After a moment of contemplation, Gui Qing rose swiftly and exited the room. Outside the loft, Jiang Yunyan heard footsteps approaching from behind. She turned to see Gui Qing striding towards her, and her heart raced. She hurriedly moved to grasp the hand of the gleeful Jiang Yumian. Yumian, cease your play. Upon catching sight of Gui Qing, Yumian instinctively shrank behind Jiang Yunyan, the grim memories of the 3 young men's demise vividly imprinted in her mind. Despite Gui Qing's prior explanations, her presence evoked an involuntary fear within her. In her heart, Gui Qing was no different from Zhou Yu, who had mercilessly slaughtered during their training. Greetings, my lord, Jiang Yunyan said, respectfully bowing and lowering her head as she held on to Jiang Yumian. I have already mentioned, you need only call me by my name, Gui Qing replied. Approaching Hu Ze and patting him on the shoulder. I am stepping out for a moment. Remain here and behave well. I shall return shortly. Understood, Hu Ze nodded. So when shall we go for barbecue? We shall go once I return, Gui Qing replied gently, then turned to Jiang Yunyan. Hu Ze enjoys playing. Keep a watchful eye on him and ensure he does not wander off. Of course. Jiang Yunyan promptly responded with utmost respect. Gui Qing opened the luminous screen and stepped out of the courtyard, hastening down the mountain towards Lingbao Terrace. Previously, his senior brother Ian had informed him of the location of Lingbao Terrace, which was indeed in close proximity to Xieyang Mountain. Upon reaching Lingbao Terrace, Gui Qing ascended the steps and stood at the entrance for quite some time. The terrace, crafted from white jade and resplendent in gold and brilliance, truly deserved its name as Lingbao Terrace. It was indeed a place befitting a cultivator. In the center of Lingbao Terrace, numerous cabinets formed a circular arrangement, adorned with many bronze mirrors that projected vivid images and text into the air, delineating the four cardinal directions: east, south, west, and north. Before Gui Qing lies a realm intimately connected with magical artifacts. These artifacts are crafted by cultivators from rare materials and are empowered by spiritual energy, possessing either remarkable might or unique functionalities. However, the instruments utilized by qi refining cultivators do not warrant the title of magical artifacts. They are merely mundane tools. Only items such as the protective jade pendant wielded by Yi Yuan, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a foundation establishment cultivator, can rightfully be referred to as magical artifacts. Above mundane tools are magical artifacts, and above magical artifacts are treasured items, categorized into 3 grades: low, middle, and high. 50 pounds of silver equates to 1 spiritual stone. 10 pounds of gold equals 1 spiritual stone. 1 pound of silver essence is worth 5 spiritual stones. 1 pound of gold essence is valued at 15 spiritual stones. A low-grade flying sword costs 50 spiritual stones, while a middle-grade flying sword is priced at 200 spiritual stones. Gui Qing gazed for a moment before shifting his attention to the western area, designated for the sale of magical beasts. Much like cultivators, these extraordinary creatures could absorb the essence of the sun and moon to enhance their prowess. Some formidable beasts even possessed abilities akin to those of humans. A cub of the mystic tiger was priced at 10 spirit stones, while an egg of the purple flame serpent was offered for 15 spirit stones. A pure blood white deer cub also commanded a price of 15 spirit stones. Gui Qing soon departed, as cultivators who raise demon beasts are quite scarce. Although these creatures possess remarkable power when fully grown, they demand an immense amount of resources. For qi refinement cultivators, the resources required for personal training are already insufficient, making it impossible to divert attention to raising demon beasts. Most cultivators purchase demon beasts for the same reason as Yi Yuan, solely to obtain a particular treasure from the creature's body. The third area is dedicated to magical prohibitions, where more advanced cultivators can imprint their spells and divine abilities onto spirit jade. By infusing it with spiritual energy, these spells can be activated. In the midst of combat or conflict, possessing such a piece of spirit jade allows for the instantaneous unleashing of formidable spells. However, the price of these imprinted spirit jades is exorbitantly high. Even the cheapest low-tier spells cost a minimum of 200 spirit stones, and they become ineffective after a single use. Consequently, few cultivators are inclined to purchase such impractical items. As for martial arts techniques, the qi refinement stage cultivators share a common breathing method, and without unblocking their acupoints, they are unable to practice any techniques. It is only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage that they contemplate the matter of martial arts. The cultivation diagram that Qin Shan initially taught them is a unique technique. Due to the body's inability to endure it, the sea of qi becomes damaged, resulting in the complete destruction of one's foundation. This is merely a method employed by the Moji sect to rapidly cultivate spirit slaves. Ordinary qi refinement stage cultivators would never consider engaging with martial arts techniques. After exploring the 3 areas, Gui Qing arrived at the final zone to the south, his destination, the Elixir District. The spirit gathering pill costs 3 spirit stones each, while 10 sets of medicinal materials are priced at 2 spirit stones. The revitalizing pill is priced at 7 spirit stones each, with 10 sets of medicinal materials costing 5 spirit stones. The acupoint opening pill is 10 spirit stones per pill, with 10 sets of medicinal materials priced at 7 spirit stones. Gui Qing gazed at the lines of text on the luminous screen, finally comprehending the true worth of the elixir he had concocted. Upon seeing the price of the alchemical furnace, he grasped the magnitude of the cultivation resources that Yi Yuan possessed from the outset. Like elixirs, alchemical furnaces are also categorized by rank. Even the most ordinary first-grade furnace commands a price of 70 spirit stones. Yi Yuan had initially purchased the furnace for alchemy, alongside acquiring tiger cubs to refine silver essence and various medicinal herbs, indicating that his initial cultivation resources undoubtedly exceeded 100 spirit stones. Truly, being a genius comes with unparalleled privileges. Gui Qing approached the wooden cabinet and respectfully clasped his fist towards the cultivator behind it. "Senior brother, is there any alchemical task available?" "What do you mean?" The cultivator was taken aback. "I didn't quite understand." Gui Qing elucidated. "You shall provide the medicinal herbs, and I shall concoct the elixirs for you, in exchange for your payment of spirit stones. Are you implying that you wish to profit from the art of pill refinement?" The cultivator finally grasped the concept, gazing at Gui Qing with a puzzled expression. "The Lingao platform sells materials and receives finished products, yet the intermediary processes do not concern us. If you possess the skill to refine pills, would it not be simpler to procure the herbs, refine them yourself, and then sell the finished products to me?" Gui Qing calmly stated, "I possess no spirit stones. If you have no spirit stones, what mischief are you causing here? Depart at once." The amiable expression on the face of the cultivator vanished in an instant, and he waved his hand in irritation. His voice rose slightly, drawing the attention of those nearby, who turned to observe the unfolding scene. Such a situation was indeed peculiar. A newcomer without spirit stones daring to visit the spirit treasure platform, surely. He must be out of his mind. Noticing his unfamiliarity, they speculated that he was a novice, which explained his ignorance of the rules. Yet, something about his visage seemed familiar. "I see it too," another remarked. "Ah, I recall now. He is none other than the disciple our master accepted yesterday. TCH. Unable to produce even a single spirit stone, and yet he is regarded as a direct disciple? It is said that he was once a spirit servant to Brother Yi, nearly causing him his life. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such a traitor should not be allowed to remain. Not only should he not remain, but did you not witness yesterday? He actually knelt before Brother Yi over a few spirit servants' corpses, utterly shameless. Indeed, one wonders what stroke of luck he encountered to merit such a treasure that allowed our master to take him as a pupil. However, considering the low potential of spirit servants, even if his Qi were to recover, it is likely he would remain stagnant at the first level of Qi refinement for the entirety of his life." Listening to the discussions around him, Gui Qing furrowed his brow deeper and deeper. It was not that he was perturbed by the words of the crowd, but rather he was contemplating how to acquire spirit stones. His greatest skill lay in alchemy, for it was through this craft that he could swiftly amass spirit stones. Yet at present, he possessed not a single spirit stone, rendering him incapable of purchasing an alchemical furnace. How could he possibly refine elixirs without the necessary tools? If all else failed, he would have to resort to taking on other tasks. On the periphery of the crowd, a young man with a gentle demeanor observed Gui Qing with keen interest and nudged the youth in purple attire beside him. "Where is your alchemical furnace? May I borrow it?" The purple-clad youth raised an eyebrow and responded, "Are you intending to assist him?" Although he is a direct disciple, his aptitude is rather poor, making it exceedingly difficult for him to advance in cultivation. "Is he truly worth your acquaintance?" "Enough with the trivialities. Just answer. Will you lend it or not?" "Fine, fine. You are the elder brother. I shall comply. However, I remain skeptical of his ability to concoct elixirs. Shall we place a wager?" "Agreed." The gentle youth squeezed through the throng, placing the alchemical furnace directly before Gui Qing and setting 2 spirit stones atop the wooden counter. He offered a slight smile to the cultivator behind the counter. "Bring me the materials for 10 sets of gathering spirit pills." "Isn't that Sidu Feng? What brings him here?" "I recall he is not an alchemist." "Who knows? He is holding an alchemical furnace in front of that young man. There must be some excitement to witness. Let us observe closely." "Ah, it is Brother Situ. Please wait a moment." Upon seeing the gentle youth, the cultivator's face instantly brightened with a smile. The materials for the 10 sets were soon arranged on the counter. Situ Feng turned to Gui Qing and inquired, "Can you refine pills?" "Indeed," Gui Qing replied with a slight nod. Situ Feng patted the alchemical furnace and chuckled, "I lend you my furnace. Are you bold enough to concoct elixirs right here?" Gui Qing and Situ Feng locked eyes, appearing remarkably calm. "What is there to fear?" "Well, what boldness?" Situ Feng let out a hearty laugh. "I shall procure the medicinal herbs. You will refine them here. All the elixirs produced will belong to you. Upon completion, you need only compensate me for the herbs and provide 10 spirit stones. How does that sound? Gui Qing said little and directly sat before the alchemical furnace, beginning to adjust his breathing. The crowd erupted into murmurs once more. Is this for real? Can he really refine elixirs here? I, for one, do not believe it. He was merely a spirit servant before. How could he possibly concoct elixirs? Indeed. Is the art of alchemy so easily mastered? He has just become an inner disciple. Even if someone were to teach him, how could he learn it so swiftly? The only newcomer daring to attempt alchemy is Junior Brother Yi. Does he truly believe that having been a spirit servant under Junior Brother Yi qualifies him to refine elixirs? Brothers and sisters, I kindly ask for your silence, Situ Feng said, cupping his fists and surveying the surroundings. A faint smile graced his lips as he spoke in a clear voice. Please grant me the courtesy of not disturbing his alchemical work. Whether he succeeds or not will soon be revealed. Upon sensing Situ Feng's cultivation at the 5th level of qi refinement, the crowd promptly quieted, showing their respect for him, as his prowess surpassed that of the majority present. After Gui Qing adjusted his breathing to the optimal state, he suddenly opened his eyes, seized the medicinal herbs, and cast them into the alchemical furnace, where fierce flames immediately ignited. Moments later, Gui Qing lifted the lid of the furnace, and with a subtle grasp of his palm, he summoned the gathering spirit pill into his hand, turning to gaze at the cultivator hidden behind the wooden cabinet. May I borrow a few porcelain vials? The cultivator was momentarily taken aback, but quickly retrieved several porcelain vials, enveloped in spiritual energy, which gracefully descended before Gui Qing. Consider this a gift for my junior brother. With just a single pill, the cultivator's attitude underwent a remarkable transformation. These were merely ordinary porcelain vials, worth only a handful of spirit stones, insignificant in value. As a cultivator stationed in the alchemy district for many years, although he lacked the ability to concoct pills himself, he had developed a discerning eye for evaluating them through daily inspections. Given Gui Qing's recent alchemical technique and the quality of the gathering spirit pill, he was certain that Gui Qing was far from being a novice in the art of alchemy. Having witnessed Gui Qing's skill firsthand, he was eager to seize the opportunity for goodwill, especially considering his previous demeanor had not been particularly amiable. Gui Qing carefully placed the elixir into a porcelain vial, sealing it with spiritual energy to prevent the loss of efficacy. He then added more medicinal ingredients and, upon lifting the lid a second time, although the spirit-gathering pill had not been fully refined, it was beginning to take form. The onlookers held their breath, captivated by the unfolding process. As the surrounding cultivators noticed the gathering crowd, they too pressed in, eager to witness the spectacle. For any cultivator, the significance of elixirs is paramount. And with the scarcity of alchemists, particularly skilled ones, they would not let the opportunity to observe the alchemical process up close slip away. As more and more ingredients were added, the audience's astonishment grew. While Gui Qing was not guaranteed success with each attempt, his results were consistently impressive. His adept techniques clearly indicated that he was indeed a competent alchemist. After the 10th set of ingredients vanished, the crowd gazed in awe at the 3 porcelain vials before Gui Qing, their mouths agape, rendered speechless. The yield of 3 spirit-gathering pills from 10 sets of ingredients represented an extraordinary success rate. Even seasoned alchemists, with years of experience, might struggle to achieve such results, making Gui Qing's accomplishments all the more astonishing for a novice. Situ Feng nodded in appreciation, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, 3 spirit-gathering pills for 9 spirit stones, barely enough to cover the costs of the alchemical furnace. I trust my junior's ambitions are far greater than this. Please, continue with your refinement. Gui Qing inquired, is it true that regardless of the quantity I refine, you, senior brother, can advance the cost of the medicinal materials for me? Certainly, I stand by my word, Situ Feng replied with a smile. Senior brother, please procure 100 sets of medicinal ingredients for the revitalizing pill. Gui Qing directed his gaze towards the cultivator behind the wooden cabinet. Are you serious? The cultivator was momentarily taken aback, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Junior brother Gui, the revitalizing pill is not comparable to the spirit-gathering pill, and the alchemical process demands a significant toll on one's mental faculties. Are you certain you can refine such a quantity? Before Gui Qing could respond, Situ Feng retrieved 50 spirit stones from his storage pouch and placed them upon the counter. Acquire the materials for him. The crowd fell into stunned silence, their mouths agape as they observed the two, unsure of how to react. These 2 individuals, one daring to speak and the other audacious enough to believe. The cultivator, still in a daze, accepted the spirit stones and fetched the medicinal ingredients, placing them on the counter. Gui Qing meticulously arranged all the medicinal herbs on the ground and cast a grateful glance at Situ Feng. After sitting before the alchemical furnace and closing his eyes for a moment to gather his thoughts, he seized a herb and tossed it into the furnace. The young man in purple, observing Gui Qing with keen interest, found that his earlier skepticism had vanished entirely. As the saying goes, an outsider watches the spectacle while an insider discerns the subtleties. Being an alchemist himself, he discerned from Gui Qing's method of herb placement and refining technique that this junior alchemist possessed remarkable skills. The Lingyao platform, typically bustling with noise, was unusually quiet today as more and more people gathered around, holding their breath in anticipation while watching Gui Qing seated before the furnace. This process lasted for 3 days and nights. When the flames finally extinguished, the crowd could no longer contain their astonishment. From 100 sets of herbs, 25 rejuvenation pills had been successfully refined, truly impressive. While producing 1 pill from 10 sets could be deemed a minor profit, producing 2 was extraordinary. Gui Qing had struck gold this time. It is said that alchemists lack for spirit stones, and today, I've witnessed the truth of that statement. The rejuvenation pills, if exchanged for spirit stones, would suffice for a considerable period. No wonder he was taken as a direct disciple by the master. He indeed possesses exceptional talent. Do you think it's possible that junior brother Yi's previous pills were all refined by him? One wondered aloud. Is that even a question? Of course. Have you not noticed that junior brother Yi hasn't been frequenting the alchemy area recently? Another replied. I thought as much. How could all the good fortune belong to a single individual? It's one thing to possess a perfected golden fire spiritual root, but to have such a high innate talent for alchemy? It's utterly unfair. If he didn't refine them, he certainly knows how to put on a show. Outside the crowd, Yi Yuan had just entered the alchemy area, intending to purchase some pills, but upon hearing these comments, he felt his face flush with embarrassment and quickly departed. Being belittled by the crowd was one thing, but the crux of the matter was that Gui Qing's current alchemical prowess was largely due to Yi Yuan's investment of spirit stones to procure the herbs for him, resulting in the emergence of an alchemist who did not belong to him. Meanwhile, a young man named Shen Feng glared at the scene with indignation. He was someone who had previously clashed with Gui Qing. Shen Feng's gaze settled on Gui Qing amidst the crowd before finally landing on Situ Feng, a cold smirk forming on his lips. What a fortuitous coincidence at Mount Xiang, he mused. Unbeknownst to Gui Qing, he was blissfully unaware of the circumstances surrounding him. All he knew was that, following this round of alchemy, he no longer felt the same sense of embarrassment as before. After deducting the cost of the medicinal materials in the use of the alchemical furnace, he had netted a profit of 122 spirit stones, sufficient to sustain him for quite some time. Situ Feng clapped his hands in laughter, exclaiming, Remarkable. I never anticipated that your alchemical skills, Gui Qing, were so formidable. After today, I am sure there will be considerably fewer idle whispers about you. Congratulations. Without your assistance, senior brother, even with my alchemical prowess, I would be powerless. This humble token of appreciation pales in comparison to my gratitude, so I implore you to accept it, Gui Qing said, pushing 20 spirit stones towards Situ Feng and bowing respectfully. Situ Feng, however, returned the spirit stones with a hearty chuckle. There is no need for such formality, junior brother. You are just beginning your cultivation journey, and there are many ways to utilize these spirit stones. Keep them for yourself. Further politeness would only create distance between us. Then I shall express my gratitude once more. Senior brother, Gui Qing replied, bowing again, and pushed all the spirit stones from the cabinet forward, alongside a first-grade alchemical furnace, exchanging the remainder for medicinal materials for the rejuvenation pill. Very well, junior brother, please hold on a moment, the cultivator behind the counter said, his face beaming with a smile, seemingly having forgotten his earlier reprimand of Gui Qing. Gui Qing carefully secured the alchemical furnace and medicinal herbs, then slowly turned around. The crowd immediately parted, their gazes towards him markedly transformed. Every cultivator requires elixirs, and no one would dare to offend such a distinguished alchemist. Upon exiting the Lingyao platform, Situ Feng smiled and extended his hand towards the young man in purple beside him. I have triumphed. Now hand it over. The young man in purple hung his head, retrieving a jade slip that he caressed gently, his eyes filled with reluctance. As he watched Situ Feng withdraw the jade slip, a pang of sorrow made him click his tongue in dismay. This detailed alchemical guide cost me 200 spirit stones, and I haven't even finished reading it yet. Alas, had I known, I would not have wagered. Situ Feng promptly handed the jade slip to Gui Qing, who immediately shook his head. This item is far too valuable. I implore you, senior brother, to take it back. The significance of a 200 spirit stone alchemical guide to him is self-evident. While it is indeed a treasure, he would not accept such a precious gift without understanding Situ Feng's motivations for aiding him. But why do you assist me so? Situ Feng inquired. Gui Qing nodded. Situ Feng smiled and said, to be honest, I also reside on Xieyang Mountain. In recent days, everyone has been discussing you, and my opinion differs from theirs. Being a direct disciple of the master, you must possess exceptional qualities. The mere fact that you almost killed Yi Yuan showcases your determination and restraint, which I greatly admire. As fellow cultivators of Xieyang Mountain, we should interact more in the future. Accept this as a token of our first meeting. Thank you, brother. I will remember your kindness today and repay it in the future, Gui Qing said, no longer refusing, as he took the jade slip and bowed in respect. He understood that from the moment Situ Feng helped him acquire medicinal materials, he had already incurred a debt of gratitude, rather than evade it. It was better to graciously accept, which would also put Situ Feng at ease. Not at all, Situ Feng replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. I am also indebted to you for lending me your alchemy furnace, brother. I truly feel guilty for causing you to lose that bet, Gui Qing said. Turning to the young man in purple and bowing respectfully, it was no exaggeration to say that he felt a pang of regret over the 200 spirit stones spent on the alchemy details. The young man in purple chuckled, placing an arm around Gui Qing's shoulder, and remarked, however, having gained a friend like you is worth it. My name is Chen Ze, and I am also an alchemist. We can exchange knowledge on alchemy in the future. It's merely a set of alchemy details. Don't take it too much to heart. We alchemists are not short of spirit stones. We can easily earn them back with a few more batches of elixirs. Situ Feng added gently, indeed. We are all brothers of the same sect. There is no need to fuss over such matters. We should continue to strengthen our bonds in the future. I will certainly pay you both a visit and seek your guidance, Gui Qing responded, displaying a warm smile. As they departed from Lingbao platform, Shen Xing waved goodbye to the two of them with a smile, heading off in a different direction, indicating he did not reside on Xieyang Mountain. On the way back to Xieyang Mountain, Situ Feng was lively and cheerful, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Gui Qi was not one to engage in excessive conversation. Yet Situ Feng spoke with such eloquence that the two found themselves enjoying a delightful exchange, gaining a deeper understanding of one another. As Situ Feng escorted Gui Qing to the courtyard, he gently patted Gui Qing's shoulder and said, Junior brother, please stay a moment. Return and rest well. There is no need for you to see me off. My dwelling is situated above, encircled by the beast enclosure. Do visit me when you have the opportunity. I shall host you with utmost hospitality. Thank you, senior brother. Please take care on your way. As Gui Qing watched Situ Feng depart into the distance, she finally activated the light screen and entered the courtyard. Tiger and Jiang Yumi were engrossed in playing with pebbles on the ground, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Upon noticing Gui Qing, they hurriedly waved their hands. Chen Ze, come, play pebbles with me. Greetings, my lord. Jiang Yunyan and Jiang Yumi quickly bowed in respect. Although Gui Qing had previously mentioned that they need not address him so formally, the sisters continued to show such deference. Gui Qing could comprehend this, for when he served as a spirit servant, he too had been exceedingly cautious. He waved his hand, signaling the two not to stand on ceremony, and directly sat down on the ground, engaging in play with Huzi. Before long, the luminous veil above the courtyard began to ripple unexpectedly. Gui Qing handed the stone orb to Jiang Yumayan and opened the luminous screen to step outside, where Wei Xiong, who had come yesterday to collect the monthly payment, awaited. What brings you here, senior brother? Gui Qing inquired. Wei Xiong replied nonchalantly, I have heard that junior brother has amassed a considerable fortune in spirit stones at the Lingbao platform. Since your wealth in spirit stones is ample, it is time to settle half a year's worth of monthly payments. Gui Qing remained silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, but I have exchanged all the spirit stones for medicinal herbs. Senior brother, in a few days, once I have refined the elixirs, I will promptly return the spirit stones to you. As for the monthly contributions, I cannot make decisions on that matter. I fear it may be difficult to explain to the Mountain Lord. Wei Xiong extended his hand and rubbed his fingers together. I understand. I cannot expect my senior brother to speak on my behalf without reason. How much do you think is appropriate? Gui Qing inquired calmly. Then let us consider. Wei Xiong pretended to ponder. How about 2 spirit stones for a day? I shall speak favorably on your behalf before the Mountain Lord. That is acceptable. Gui Qing nodded slightly. You are becoming increasingly astute, junior brother. I shall assist you for a few days, but it cannot exceed 10 days at the latest. Wei Xiong smiled at Gui Qing before turning to leave. However, As he watched Wei Xiong depart, Gui Qing's brow furrowed immediately. The monthly contributions are due once a month. Who would dare to request half a year in advance? This contradicts the rules Master Yun had conveyed to him. Could it be? Upon returning to the courtyard, Gui Qing sat on the ground, continuing to play with the stone beads alongside Hu Zi. His thoughts gradually drifted to the past. Chen Ze, what are you daydreaming about? It's your turn, Hu Zi's voice rang out, snapping Gui Qing back to reality. Just as he was about to flick the stone beads, he suddenly recalled something. He retrieved 3 bloodspot grasses from his storage pouch and handed one to Hu Zi. This is bloodspot grass. Consume it along with the stem. Oh, Hu Zi replied without hesitation, promptly stuffing the entire plant into his mouth, chewing a few times before swallowing it down. He then resumed his focus on the stone beads on the ground. Hurry up. It's your turn. Gui Qing handed the remaining 2 bloodspot herbs to the sisters, who hesitated to consume them, evidently fearing they might be poison. The elixir within my body is gone. I shall no longer suffer from pain. Suddenly, Hu Zi rose, closed his eyes to savor the moment, and joyfully danced with glee. Then, he looked at the sisters with confusion, questioning why they were not partaking in such a splendid remedy. Upon observing the hesitation of the 2 sisters, Gui Qing elucidated. This is bloodspot grass, capable of dissolving the pill within your bodies, thereby liberating you from control. When you first arrived, I employed my spiritual sense to probe, and only the 2 of you responded. The other 3 bore no trace of such a pill, which led me to conclude their intentions were to harm me. The sisters, now somewhat convinced, cautiously consumed the bloodspot grass, savoring it slowly. As they felt the crimson pill within them dissolve, joy illuminated their faces. No longer would they endure such torment. Thank you, my lord, Jiang Yuyan said, bowing respectfully while grasping Jiang Yuyan's hand. She then inquired softly, but why must it be undone? Gui Qing spoke calmly. I do not wish to control you. Naturally, I will release you. Jiang Yuyan softly murmured an "oh," lowering her head to fidget with the hem of her garment, seemingly deep in thought. After Hu Zi flicked the stone bead into the hole, he excitedly waved his hand and exclaimed, "This is fun. Chen Ze, when shall we go for a barbecue? Do not forget, you promised me." Gui Qing comforted. Just wait a little longer. I've been exceedingly busy these past few days. Once I have refined enough elixirs, I shall accompany you. I suppose I'll wait then. But you must not deceive me, muttered Hu Zi. I would never deceive you, Gui Qing assured with a smile, before turning to enter the pavilion. I still have alchemy to attend to. Let them keep you company. Jiang Yuyan looked up at Gui Qing's retreating figure, her expression becoming increasingly complex. After arriving at the Moji sect, she had lost all hope for the future. Yet Gui Qing's kindness towards them in these past few days made her feel as though she were in a dream. Is it truly real? Inside the room, Gui Qing sat cross-legged, restoring his spiritual energy and mental clarity. Afterward, he retrieved the alchemical furnace he had purchased and placed it upon the ground. He raised his hand to touch the furnace. Feeling its substantial weight and the coolness beneath his fingers, a satisfied smile gracing his face. This was his first alchemical furnace, and for a long time to come, he would use it to refine enough spirit stones for his cultivation. Following this, Gui Qing retrieved the detailed alchemical manuscript, and after a meticulous contemplation, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. Truly, this was a remarkable alchemical guide, worth 200 spirit stones. Many of the questions he previously grappled with regarding alchemy were now effortlessly resolved. In the days that followed, the flames in his chamber scarcely flickered out. He understood that only through relentless practice could he fully assimilate the profound insights contained within the manuscript, and with each successive attempt at concocting the revitalizing pill, his success rate would inevitably soar. Once he amassed sufficient spirit stones, he could devote himself to his cultivation in peace. 10 days later, at the Lingao platform, the cultivator welcoming Gui Qing beheld the numerous porcelain vials before him, a radiant smile gracing his features. Junior brother Gui Qing, it appears your alchemical skills have advanced yet again. Congratulations. Around him, others cast envious glances, for Gui Qing had frequently visited the Lingao platform in recent days, each time presenting dozens of vials of elixirs, which he promptly exchanged for more medicinal materials to continue his alchemical pursuits. The speed at which he amassed spirit stones was indeed a source of admiration for all. After carefully securing the spirit stones, Gui Qing smiled and nodded to those around him before departing with an air of confidence. Although he had yet to fully comprehend the intricacies of the alchemical treatise, it had nonetheless propelled his alchemical skills to new heights. Presently, his success rate in concocting rejuvenating elixirs had stabilized at approximately 30%. On average. from 10 sets of medicinal ingredients. He could earn 16 spirit stones, and now his storage pouch brimmed with over 300 spirit stones. In the days to come, he would no longer need to continue his alchemical endeavors and could focus entirely on his cultivation, even if the elusive spirit devoured energy once more. Such a substantial quantity of spirit stones should suffice. Upon returning to Sheyang Mountain, Gui Qing did not head back to his courtyard, but instead ascended the mountain path, ultimately reaching the summit. There, he respectfully clasped his fists in salute towards the magnificent edifice at the peak. Gui Qing, a cultivator of Sheyang Mountain, seeks an audience with the mountain master. Yet, there was no response. Gui Qing pondered privately, could it be that this mountain lord is still in seclusion? However, since he had come to pay a visit, even if the host did not receive him, he ought to wait for a while to demonstrate his sincerity. This wait extended for an entire hour. Gui Qing turned to leave, and only then did Wei Xiong leisurely emerge from the tall building. The mountain master has requested that you first settle a year's worth of monthly payments. Gui Qing furrowed her brow and spoke in a deep voice. I can directly pay a year's worth of monthly installments, but I wish to know if my senior brother will come to collect the installments again in the coming year. That is not for me to decide. If the mountain lord instructs me to collect, then I shall do so, Wei Xiong replied, his eyes brimming with mockery. Gui Qing immediately handed over a total of 140 spirit stones, consisting of a year's monthly payment along with the benefits owed to Wei Xiong for a 10-day delay, before turning and departing. Farewell, he said. Wei Xiong regarded Gui Qing's retreating figure with a disdainful gaze, spitting on the ground. A direct disciple? Upon reaching Sheyang Mountain, even if you're a dragon, you must yield to me. Moreover, you are merely a waste with inferior talent. As Gui Qing had not yet ventured far, the sound reached his ears distinctly. With a slight furrow of his brow, he soon relaxed again. After all, it was merely a handful of spiritual stones, which held little significance. As long as one remained alive, an endless supply of spiritual stones would inevitably follow. Once he freed himself from Yi Yuan's constraints, he grasped an essential truth. One must not be hasty, but rather cultivate patience. Not long after he turned the mountain path, he spotted Situ Feng, who stood outside the courtyard with a cheerful smile. Gui Qing promptly clasped his fists in greeting, saying, Greetings, senior brother. Come, let us speak inside. Situ Feng grasped Gui Qing's wrist, leading him into the courtyard to sit down. With a flick of his fingers, flames surged forth, enveloping the copper stove on the table. In an instant, the water boiled, and he pushed the brewed tea towards Gui Qing. I hear you have been frequenting the Lingbao platform, seemingly amassing quite a fortune in spiritual stones. You just visited the mountain master? I presume you have offered a substantial amount of spiritual stones? Gui Qing nodded slightly and calmly remarked, it is manageable. Having paid for a year, it is not excessive. I shall earn it back with a few more alchemical practices. Situ Feng chuckled and replied, Indeed. Only with substantial wealth can one afford to be bold. After a mere 10 days apart, my junior brother speaks with newfound confidence. Gui Qing sincerely said, I am entirely reliant on your assistance, esteemed senior brother, and I shall forever hold your kindness in my heart. It is but a trifling matter, hardly worthy of mention. Situ Feng gently waved his hand, gesturing towards the cup of tea before Gui Qing. This is the misty dew tea I have cultivated for quite some time. Do give it a taste. Gui Qing raised the teacup and savored a sip. Although I am not well versed in the art of tea, this cup brings a sense of tranquility to both body and mind. It is indeed fine tea. Thank you, senior brother, for your hospitality. Situ Feng smiled and shook his head, continuing to pour tea for Gui Qing. It is quite normal for the mountain lord to collect the monthly offerings in advance. It is not aimed at you, so there is no need to take it to heart. The mountain lord is preparing for a secluded retreat to strive for the 6th level of qi refinement, naturally requiring a substantial amount of spirit stones. Moreover, it is not only Sheyang Mountain that operates this way, other mountains do as well. The specifics of how much and how to collect are entirely at the discretion of the mountain lord. Many cultivators have suddenly passed away, yet their offerings may have been paid up to a decade in advance. Having stayed here for some time, I have become quite accustomed to such occurrences. There is no need for you to worry about my state of mind. I understand the rules. Whatever the mountain lord requires of me in terms of offerings, I shall comply without hesitation. Gui Qing remained composed, exhibiting a profound tranquility. Situ Feng suddenly sighed, remarking on the arduous nature of cultivation. As one ascends, the demand for spirit stones increases. Beyond sufficient talent, one must also employ means to compete and seize opportunities. While it is imperative to adhere to the rules, as a novice in cultivation, It is always advantageous to possess an abundance of spirit stones. Should the Mountain Lord demand more than is reasonable in the future, you may seek me out, and I will speak to the Mountain Lord on your behalf. He will surely grant me some consideration. Thank you, senior brother. Gui Qing hesitated briefly before choosing to ask a question. I just heard you mention that someone had suddenly died. Did not our master prohibit the killing among fellow disciples? How could this happen? These are merely the surface rules. However, if a person dies and the true culprit remains undetected, naturally, accountability cannot be pursued. Situ Feng smiled mysteriously, then spoke slowly. Thus, offering more spirit stones may not necessarily be a disadvantage, even if someone were to pay for your life. The Mountain Lord would have to weigh whether the payment you provided exceeds that of your would-be assassin. Given your alchemical skills, as long as you continue to provide the required spirit stones, I cannot speak for elsewhere, but here at Sheyong Mountain, the Mountain Lord will certainly ensure your safety. Then how does one kill without leaving a trace? Gui Qing inquired. Is there someone who has provoked junior brother Gui Qing? Situ Feng countered. Gui Qing shook her head. I am merely curious. Situ Feng replied softly. These matters are understood among us, and it is inconvenient to discuss. However, if anyone troubles you, simply inform me. You may provide the spirit stones, and I will arrange for someone to resolve the issue for you. I rarely venture out, and thus have no enemies. Gui Qing smiled faintly, concealing her thoughts. Situ Feng chuckled. That would be most agreeable. Shall we enjoy some tea? By the way, do you know where one might procure seasonings? Gui Qing inquired unexpectedly. Seasonings? Situ Feng was taken aback, momentarily doubting his hearing. Having joined the MOG sect at a young age, his time as a cultivator far outweighed that of a mortal. If not for Gui Qing's mention, he would have scarcely remembered such a thing existed. Cultivators do not require sustenance and are largely preoccupied with their training, leaving little desire for earthly pleasures. Let me think. Situ Feng pondered for a moment before uncertainly suggesting, there is a private market 5 miles east of the Lingbao platform. They should sell such items. If you are interested, you might take a look. The wares there are diverse, and while some treasures can be found, they are generally cheaper than at the Lingbao platform. However, one must possess discernment, as once a transaction is completed, there is no turning back. Thank you, senior brother. Gui Qing stood and clasped her fists in salutation. I apologize for the intrusion today. I shall visit again another time. Farewell. Situ Feng escorted her to the outer courtyard, watching her depart before returning inside. Gazing at the tranquility of the building, Chen Ze emerged slowly from within, cheerfully taking the seat previously occupied by Gui Qing, pouring himself tea from a clean cup. His lips were sealed, revealing no intention of joining, indicating that your plans may soon be thwarted. Trust me, he will join. Situ Feng smiled with a serene confidence. Oh, Chen Ze raised an eyebrow, intrigued by his assurance. Of course, Situ Feng nodded slightly, for he had no alternative. Is that the reason you chose not to inform him of the matter? Chen Ze inquired with a smile. Situ Feng chuckled in silence, raising his cup to savor the tea. The following morning, Hu Zi exuberantly exited the courtyard, while the two sisters lingered at the entrance, hesitant to cross the threshold. They naturally yearned to venture outside, yet were apprehensive about interacting with the world, particularly the cultivators that instilled deep-seated fear within them. However, upon spotting the lively Hu Zi outside, they could no longer resist and stepped across the threshold, trailing behind Gui Qing. After traversing the pasture at the foot of the mountain, Hu Zi observed the herds of cattle and sheep and asked, Chen Ze, are we not going to roast meat? Where are we headed? You shall soon find out, Gui Qing replied with a mysterious smile. 5 miles east of the Lingbao platform lay a broad expanse paved with blue stone bricks, bustling with people and exuding an atmosphere of vibrancy. This was the private market, its liveliness rivaling that of the Lingbao platform, perhaps even surpassing it. Transactions here were straightforward. If one desired an item, they simply purchased it, with no chance for regret once the deal was struck. Indeed, as Situ Feng had mentioned, the market offered a diverse array of goods related to cultivators. Many cultivators sat cross-legged, casually displaying their wares before them, establishing impromptu stalls. Hu Zi's eyes widened in wonder at the sights before him. From the young beasts to the mature ones, or those showcasing flying swords, alongside various herbs of peculiar shapes that captivated his imagination. Jiang Yunyan and Jiang Yumi were similarly enthralled. Though the place lacked opulence, it brimmed with items they had never encountered before. This was a lively scene exclusive to cultivators, one they might never have witnessed without Gui Qing's presence. As she considered this, Jiang Yunyan couldn't help but gaze at the quiet figure ahead. Chen Ze, look. This is ginseng. I've heard of it before, Gui Qing exclaimed, pulling Chen Ze toward a stall, excitedly pointing at a pile of ginseng. However, as he spoke, his expression dimmed, and his voice grew softer. The doctor who treated little who had said that a single ginseng root could cure his ailment. Yet their parents lacked the means to afford it. Gui Qing promptly produced a spirit stone and placed it upon the stall. Esteemed senior, I would like some ginseng. The stall owner, initially drowsy, immediately perked up upon seeing the spirit stone. Ah, splendid. Please wait a moment. While ginseng may hold great value for mortals, it is quite commonplace for cultivators, often utilized only in lower-tier medicinal concoctions. A single spirit stone can procure a considerable quantity. The stall owner selected several of the largest ginseng roots and presented them before Gui Qing, beaming with enthusiasm. Junior brother, will these suffice? Deal, Gui Qing replied, pushing the spirit stone toward the stall owner and storing the ginseng in his storage pouch. Turning to Gui Qing, he offered a gentle smile. I will hold on to this for you, and when we return, I shall give it to little tiger. Gui Qing's previously gloomy spirits began to lift, and he couldn't help but envision the moment he would bring the ginseng home, a hearty smile spreading across his face. After securing the spirit stone, the stall owner regarded Gui Qing with a warm smile. I have many other fine medicinal herbs available. You might wish to take a look. Observe this wisteria. Its quality is exceptional, imbued with a unique fragrance. Coupled with this assortment of herbs, it would only require 2 spirit stones. Gui Qing picked up the wisteria, gently pinching it, smiling without uttering a word. The stall owner, observing Gui Qing's actions, immediately realized that she possessed knowledge of medicinal herbs and awkwardly scratched his nose. Gui Qing set down the wisteria and departed with Gui Qing and the others. Indeed, the medicinal materials here were remarkably inexpensive, yet the quality lacked the assurance found at Lingao Terrace, with a surfeit of inferior goods masquerading as genuine. While there existed the potential for fortunate finds, more often than not, one would incur losses. Although he possessed a considerable amount of spirit stones, he had no intention of making purchases here, as he had yet to contemplate how to allocate this sum. Today's excursion was merely to accompany Gui Qing for a stroll and perhaps procure some seasonings. Come, take a look. Selling spirit slaves, prices are negotiable. A sudden call echoed, and Gui Qing turned his gaze towards the opposite stall, where several spirit slaves stood, his expression instantly turning complex. The slaves, their hair graying and eyes vacant, were subjected to their owner's whims, their mouths pried open to display their dental age as a testament to their usability, resembling mere livestock. Had he not chosen to resist, he might have found himself in a similar predicament. Jiang Yuyin and Jiang Yunyan's faces also darkened, silently grateful for their encounter with Gui Qing. Otherwise, they too would inevitably be sold to such a place in the future. Let us go, Gui Qing sighed softly. Before long, he discovered a stall selling seasonings, which also offered pots, bowls, and other utensils. Brother, how do we purchase these items? Gui Qing inquired of the diminutive young man behind the stall. The young man's eyes brightened immediately, and a broad smile spread across his face. 1 spirit stone, and you can take everything. He had no idea how long these odds and ends had been sitting there. Now that someone was finally willing to buy, he was too weary to haggle. Gui Qing set down a piece of spiritual stone and gathered all the miscellaneous items into his storage bag. Just as he was about to leave, his gaze unexpectedly fell upon the fabric nearby. How much for these? He inquired. The short youth chuckled. Junior brother, you have a discerning eye. This is silk woven from the silkworms produced by the icy snowfields, one of the materials for making storage bags. Not only is it sturdy, but it is also aesthetically pleasing. As for the price, it is quite reasonable. 2 spiritual stones per roll. Can it be made into clothing? Gui Qing asked. The youth replied. What a question. If it can be sold, of course, it can be crafted. To be honest, my father is a tailor. Before I came to the Magic Extreme sect, I used to assist him in making garments for people daily. Then I shall trouble you, Gui Qing said, pointing to the tiger cub, to make a few suitable outfits for him. Understood, the youth replied. Choose whichever role you fancy. Gui Qing turned to Jiang Yunyan and Jiang Yumi. We dare not. The sisters quickly shook their heads. It wasn't that they did not wish for new clothing, but rather that such fabric was far too expensive for them to afford. Gui Qing calmly remarked, choose freely. A young girl should possess an array of garments. Wearing the same outfit perpetually is simply unacceptable. Jiang Yuming gazed at the vividly colored fabrics, tugging gently at Jiang Yunyan's sleeve, her eyes shimmering with longing and inquiry. Jiang Yunyan subtly shook her head, conveying a silent message through her gaze. Gui Qing picked up a piece of light blue fabric and handed it to Jiang Yuming. grinning amiably. Yumming. You would undoubtedly look splendid in this color. Senior brother, I want this piece as well. Let us craft 2 garments for her. Gui Qing promptly set down 2 spirit stones. Jiang Yumming cradled the fabric, tenderly caressing it, her affection unabashedly evident in her eyes as she softly expressed, "Thank you, esteemed sir, and thank you, brother Huzai." During these past days, she and Huzai had spent time together daily, their bond growing ever closer. And she affectionately called him brother Huzai, though she still felt a touch of shyness in Gui Qing's presence. Gui Qing surveyed the surroundings, picked up a piece of sky blue fabric, placed down 2 spirit stones, and pointed at Jiang Yunyan, instructing her to have 2 pieces made as well. Jiang Yunyan softly replied, "This servant does not merit such extravagance from you, my lord. It has already been purchased and cannot be returned." "Well, thank you, my lord. Do you not wish to select a piece for yourself?" Gui Qing picked up a piece of black fabric, along with a white jade hairpin. "Senior brother, could you please make me a robe?" "What a peculiar request. It is no trouble at all. You are truly the most generous person I have ever encountered." The short young man replied with an uncontainable grin. Once the clothing was completed, Gui Qing returned to the foot of Xiang Mountain with several companions. They slaughtered cattle and sheep at the pasture, and with Huzi, they set up pots and utensils. Just as they began to skewer the meat on sticks for roasting, he instinctively turned his gaze toward the distance. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled wryly and turned his head back. This was not the mountain where Yi Yuan resided, and the 3 esteemed spiritual servants were no longer present. Gui Qing picked up the seasoning that had just been sold and sprinkled it over the meat. After distributing the portions to several individuals, he tossed the freshly grilled meat he held into the fire, watching as it turned charred and blackened. Covering his face with his hand, his voice turned sorrowful. "Jixing, this time we have seasoning, please eat." Chen Ze noticed that Gui Qing's hand, which had been covering his face, gradually tightened, and he hesitated to speak. "I am fine," Gui Qing said, wiping his face with a hand and offering a gentle smile. "I must have spoiled the mood. Please enjoy your meal." Huzai tore the piece of meat in his hand in half and offered 1 portion to Gui Qing. The 2 exchanged a smile and began to eat with great enthusiasm. The sisters, however, remained somewhat reserved in Gui Qing's presence, nibbling quietly as they ate. Gui Qing observed the 2 sisters with great interest, noting their refined demeanor while dining, indicative of their noble upbringing. Given their affluent background, it was likely they had been abducted, with their captivating beauty serving as the primary reason for their capture. Cultivators are seldom devoid of desires. Upon experiencing the power that comes with elevated realms, their aspirations inevitably burgeon. The cultivator who initially captured the sisters likely harbored intentions of treating them as mere commodities, a notion mirrored in the training they endured. A woman possessing beauty but lacking talent would merely become an object of amusement in such circumstances. Initially, he found himself perplexed regarding how to manage the sisters. With no enmity between them, it was inconceivable to resort to violence. Selling them was an even graver consideration, for he was acutely aware of the fate that awaited them in the hands of other cultivators, with Yin Gu serving as a cautionary tale. Thus, he resolved to care for the sisters, which would also alleviate the monotony that plagued Huzi. The sisters, sensing Gui Qing's gaze upon them, instinctively grew anxious, lowering their heads and refraining from indulging in their meal. Fortunately, a spirit servant tending to the pasture approached, and upon noticing the storage pouch at Gui Qing's waist, promptly bowed in respect. "Greetings, esteemed sir." For spirit servants, the most reliable way to discern an individual's status was to observe whether they possessed a storage pouch, a privilege reserved solely for cultivators. Gui Qing then withdrew her gaze, realizing that her previous actions had been somewhat inappropriate. She smiled apologetically at the 2 sisters and gestured with her hand, indicating that the spirit servant need not be overly formal. "I am also a practitioner of Xiang Mountain, named Gui Qing. I was unable to find anyone to tend the pasture, so I took the liberty to do so myself." "Ah, it is you. I, Jiang Qing, have heard of your esteemed reputation." The spirit servant, upon hearing the name Gui Qing, bowed deeply once more. "You know of me?" Jiang Qing's eyes glimmered with reverence. "Of course, I am aware. Your story has spread widely. You are the only one to have transcended the identity of a spirit servant to become a practitioner, and we all hold you in the highest regard." Gui Qing waved his hand, signaling Jiang Qing to leave, not wishing to elaborate further on the matter. He then gazed toward the north and let out a deep sigh. How exceedingly difficult it is to seize this slender thread of hope. Jiang Yunyan's eyes brimmed with astonishment. She had always believed that Gui Qing was a cultivator from the very beginning, and his kindness toward Huzi might stem from a prior acquaintance. However, Upon hearing Jiang Qing's words, she realized that Gui Qing had once been a spirit slave, having entered the demon extreme sect alongside Hu Zi, which explained their close relationship. Jiang Yuyin stole a glance at Gui Qing, her curiosity intensifying, and the image of him in her mind grew ever more enigmatic. Upon returning to the courtyard, Gui Qing prepared a bath and sat in the tub, meticulously cleansing his body. While one could utilize spiritual energy to purify oneself, he had an important person to meet next, making the act of bathing and changing attire all the more solemn. After his bath, Gui Qing donned a newly crafted black robe and adorned himself with a white jade hairpin. Though he had yet to reach the age for the hairpin ceremony, he could not await the moment to return home and perform the rite before his mother. Here in the demon extreme sect, he could not be the young Chen Ze. He could only be the cultivator Gui Qing. Outside the loft, Jiang Yunyin was tidying up the courtyard when she caught sight of the impeccably dressed Gui Qing emerging, her gaze beginning to waver. Although Gui Qing's appearance may not be conventionally handsome, he possesses a remarkable elegance, despite being youthful. His attire imbues him with an aura of composure akin to that of a mountain. Most notably, the profound depth in his eyes transcends his years. After descending from the slanting sun mountain, Gui Qing galloped for over 20 miles before halting at a high platform paved with jade. He took a moment to adjust his breath and straighten his robes. This was the jade platform, the residence of his senior brother, Master Yun. As previously mentioned, he was allotted 2 hours of teaching time each month, and this visit was intended for consultation. Being his first visit, he paid particular attention to his attire. I am Gui Qing, seeking an audience with my senior brother. Gui Qing stood at the foot of the jade platform, cupping his fist in a gesture of respect, his voice echoing across the distance. The courtyard door of the jade platform opened of its own accord, and Yun's gentle voice emanated from within. Junior brother, please enter. I am brewing tea and will not come to greet you. Gui Qing ascended the jade-tiled steps, gracefully entering the courtyard. Suddenly, a leaf fluttered towards him, swirling in the air before his eyes. He immediately understood and took a step forward, prompting the leaf to drift ahead. Following its lead, he traversed several gates and entered the inner courtyard, which was devoid of the pavilions and towers he had envisioned. Instead, he discovered a vast expanse dominated by a small lake abundant with lotus flowers, where Yun was seated in the central pavilion, savoring the aroma of tea leaves. Gui Qing stepped onto the corridor and walked straight to the pavilion by the lake. Standing outside the gazebo, he solemnly clasped his fists in salute, greeting his senior brother. Yun raised his head, scrutinizing Gui Qing with a serious demeanor, and remarked with a smile, Junior brother, your attire today exudes a certain elegance. Please take a seat and join me in savoring this tea. After we have finished our tea, we shall commence the lesson. Gui Qing sat in quiet anticipation, waiting for Yun to pour him tea. Afterward, he gently tapped the table 3 times as a gesture of respect, an etiquette lesson imparted to him by Situ Feng. Now aptly employed, Yun savored the tea slowly, gazing at the lotus blossoms adorning the lake, remaining silent for an extended period. Gui Qing spoke little, quietly savoring her tea. It was not until a gentle breeze passed by, causing the leaf that had earlier guided her to lift from the ground and descend into the lake, that Yun finally set down his teacup and inquired softly, May I ask what you wish to learn today, junior brother? Gui Qing immediately set down his teacup, wishing to consult his senior brother on a matter. Yun chuckled and replied, Speak freely. Since this is a lesson, one must certainly share all without reservation. Gui Qing spoke softly, I currently possess over 200 spirit stones and am uncertain how to utilize them. Thus, I have come to seek guidance from you, senior brother. Oh, Yun's eyes widened in surprise. Before you even spoke, I was contemplating what you would request me to teach you today. Each time Yuan visits, he inquires about the arcane techniques and spells in which he excels. Given your remarkable talent in alchemy, I had anticipated that you would seek my counsel on that matter. Yet I find I have misjudged once again. Gui Qing said, Master brother was not mistaken. I indeed intended to inquire about alchemy. However, before that, I would like to seek guidance on how to allocate the spirit stones in my possession and the methods for future cultivation. My innate talents are rather limited, and I fear that I may waste time on the wrong path. Yun smiled gently and replied, Do not belittle yourself. I believe that talent can be categorized into 2 types, that of the body and that of the mind. The former, like Yuan, possesses a rapid cultivation speed and effortlessly grasps techniques. The latter, akin to yourself, excels in patience and strategic thinking. Both aspects are equally significant for a cultivator. Although your innate talent may not be exceptional, your temperament is commendable. In my eyes, you are not inferior to Yuan. Thank you, master brother. After a moment of contemplation, Ian continued, regarding your cultivation methods, while your aptitude for alchemy is commendable, it is imperative that you do not devote all your time to it. You should primarily focus on your cultivation, as long as you have sufficient spirit stones. Additionally, you should consume elixirs that assist in cultivation. As an alchemist, these should pose no challenge for you. A powerful cultivator is not solely defined by their level of cultivation, but also by their formidable techniques and magical artifacts. I have examined your talents, and your strongest spiritual root is the wood's spiritual root. Therefore, I suggest you reserve 50 spirit stones as capital for alchemy. The remaining stones can be used to acquire a magical technique, with wood techniques being particularly suitable for you. One should not be overly ambitious. Mastering a single technique to perfection in the early stages of cultivation is sufficient. As for weaponry, procure a low-grade flying sword, as flying swords are common tools among cultivators. You need not excel in its use, but you must be proficient. Otherwise, you may find yourself at a disadvantage. As for the remaining spirit stones, utilize them for cultivation. And once you are left with only 50, return to alchemy to exchange for more stones. This amount can be adjusted as your cultivation deepens. Thank you, Master Brother. I shall proceed to the Lingbao platform shortly. Gui Qing's eyes sparkled with enlightenment, as Yun's words had illuminated his path forward, providing him with a clear plan for future cultivation. There is no need for such complexities. Simply hand over the spirit stones to me. Ian directly retrieved a bronze longsword and a jade slip from his storage bag, placing them before Gui Qing. With a gentle smile, he added, "Now, you may pose your inquiries regarding alchemy." 2 hours later, as Gui Qing descended from the Qi Tai, he caught sight of a figure in white approaching from a distance, and his expression instantly turned icy. Yi Yuan. By mere coincidence, Yi Yuan had also come today to seek Master Brother's counsel. After more than 20 days apart, Yi Yuan's aura had grown significantly stronger. He must have broken through to the second level of Qi refinement, while Gui Qing's own cultivation was still in its infancy. Yi Yuan regarded him with equal coldness. Coming to a halt before Gui Qing, the two locked eyes, and a palpable killing intent surged between them. They then brushed past one another. Upon returning to his courtyard, Gui Qing retrieved a spirit stone from his storage bag. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to cultivate with it. This time, he had prepared numerous spirit stones. Even if the Juling seed were to consume his spiritual energy again, he believed he would be sufficiently prepared. As the spirit stone crumbled to dust in his grasp, Gui Qing opened his eyes, his brow furrowing in concern. The Juling seed had not siphoned his spiritual energy this time, which was fortunate. Yet he felt no discernible change within his body. However, his master had claimed that the Juling seed could transform him. Surely, he was not jesting. With this thought in mind, Gui Qing took out another spirit stone, focusing intently on absorbing spiritual energy, ever vigilant for any changes in the Juling seed. At the foot of the mountain, in the pasture, Jiang Yumi sat on the grass, watching his tiger chased after the cattle and sheep with exuberant glee, her laughter ringing out melodiously. "Brother Tiger, slow down. Don't trip." After Gui Qing brought them here once, he imparted the incantation to activate the light barrier, thus granting them the freedom to venture out at will, no longer constrained. Soon after, Hu Zi approached, cradling a bouquet of wildflowers, presenting them to Jiang Yuming. "These flowers are lovely. They are for you." "Thank you, Brother Hu Zi," Jiang Yuming replied with a radiant smile, holding the flowers up to Jiang Yunyan. "Sister, do they look beautiful?" "Yes, they are beautiful," Jiang Yunyan responded somewhat absent-mindedly, her attention clearly elsewhere. Hu Zi inquired, "Are you hungry? I can prepare something delicious for you." Yet Jiang Yuming softly remarked, "But the adults are not here. It seems inappropriate for us to eat without informing him." Hu Zi, puzzled, questioned, "Why should it matter if he is here or not? Will you not eat if he is absent? He has been busy with his cultivation these past few days. He said we need not concern ourselves with him. We can simply bring him some food afterward." At the mere thought of Gui Qing, Jiang Yuming involuntarily shuddered, her earlier joy gradually dissipating as she murmured, "That might not be appropriate. It's all right. You need not fear him so much. Chen Ze is truly a good person." Hu Zi said dismissively, setting a pot over the prepared fire. Jiang Yuming bit her lip, recalling the initial days when Gui Qing appeared indifferent one moment and then violently lethal the next, making it difficult to associate him with the notion of goodness. Suddenly, Jiang Yunyan asked, "Brother Hu Zi, could you share with us your experiences with the master?" "Why do you ask this?" "Out of curiosity." After savoring the broth he had prepared, Hu Zi began to recount, "The first time I met Chen Ze, it was when Yang Hong stole my food." Jiang Yunyan listened intently, piecing together Hu Zi's somewhat jumbled narrative with her sharp intellect. Though some details remained vague, such as the night of the collective rebellion of the spirit slaves, Hu Zi had merely been asleep in his room, aware only that many had vanished afterward, including Yang Hong. Through their time together, Jiang Yunyin recognized that Hu Zi's mental faculties were somewhat beneath the norm. During their initial encounters, Gui Qing had to avoid killing in Hu Zi's presence and would naturally refrain from disclosing such matters to him. Hu Zi remained unaware of how Yang Hong had met his demise, but Jiang Yunyin was certain it had been at the hands of Gui Qing. Hu Zi's account was incomplete. He had not been informed of events following his separation from Gui Qing, only knowing that Gui Qing later sought him out and rescued him. Jiang Yunyin felt an insatiable curiosity about the critical gaps in Hu Zi's story, particularly how Gui Qing had transformed from a spirit slave into a cultivator, though Hu Zi was unable to provide answers. In the distance, a figure herding cattle and sheep approached. It was Jiang Qing, a spirit slave they had encountered earlier. Jiang Yunyin's eyes sparkled with recognition, and she quickly made her way over. After a considerable time, Jiang Yunyin returned with heavy steps, her expression one of shock, her heart tumultuous with newfound revelations. Jiang Qing had divulged everything he knew, filling in the blanks of the story. She could hardly believe that someone could possess such audacity, daring to confront their master with a group of other spirit slaves and nearly succeeding. Though Jiang Qing's account lacked detail, Jiang Yunyin understood that such an act required meticulous planning to reach that stage. The orchestrator of this audacious plot was none other than her master, a youth not much older than herself. How could someone so young possess such profound thoughts? Jiang Yunyin's body trembled uncontrollably. The mere thought of cohabiting with such a deep-minded individual filled her with dread. Though Gui Qing had treated her well thus far, fear gnawed at her nonetheless. Hu Zi shared a bond of camaraderie with Gui Qing, so he had no such concerns, but she was merely a spirit slave. Perhaps one day, she would perish abruptly, unnoticed and unremembered. "Sister, what is the matter? Are you unwell?" Jiang Yuming asked, her concern evident upon seeing Jiang Yunyin's demeanor. Jiang Yunyin shook her head, regaining her composure as she gazed at the pot of cooked food, softly suggesting, "It's nothing. Let us eat." Meanwhile, in a room on the second floor, Gui Qing slowly opened his eyes, observing the spirit stones in his hand reduced to dust, and clenched his fist tightly. This marked the 10th stone, yet still, he felt no response. Could it be that the absolute spirit seed only consumed once? Nevertheless, there should be some effect. Gui Qing rubbed his temples, clearing his mind, and retrieved the medicinal ingredients for the gathering spirit pill, commencing the alchemical process. Since he could not grasp the current situation, he decided to set it aside for now. Cultivating was the paramount concern, treating this matter as though it did not exist in his sea of consciousness. The cessation of the absolute spirit seed's consumption of spiritual energy was indeed a fortuitous development, allowing him to cultivate with peace of mind. However, he needed to prepare an ample supply of spirit stones, lest the absolute spirit seed unexpectedly resume its siphoning of his vitality. His senior brother was correct. His focus should remain on cultivation, supplemented by elixirs. Thus, after emerging from the Qingyu platform, he made a visit to the Lingbao platform, purchasing 100 sets of ingredients for the gathering spirit pill, intending to concoct the elixirs for his own use. Following this session of cultivation, his sea of energy was now filled to capacity, with an excess of spiritual energy surging into his meridians, gradually approaching the first acupoint. Once this batch of gathering spirit pills was prepared, he would be ready to attempt the acupoint breakthrough. After extinguishing the furnace, Gui Qing seized a gathering spirit pill and placed it in his mouth, retrieving a piece of spirit stone to continue his cultivation. This time, he was determined to forcefully open the first acupoint. Under the influence of the gathering spirit pill, spiritual energy surged into his sea of energy at an astonishing pace, becoming increasingly concentrated. Upon reaching its limit, the energy erupted through his meridians, rushing directly towards the first acupoint. Moments later, Gui Qing suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance illuminating his gaze, and the aura he exuded was markedly stronger than before. The acupoint breakthrough was successful. The initial attempt to breach an acupoint was not particularly arduous. Virtually all cultivators could manage it. However, as more acupoints were opened, the process would become increasingly challenging. While the advancement in his cultivation should have been a cause for celebration, Gui Qing's brow furrowed in concern. This was his second consumption of the gathering spirit pill, and compared to the first, its effects were significantly diminished. What could be the reason? Could it be that this particular pill was of inferior quality? Yet that should not be the case. With the refinement of his alchemical skills, the efficacy of his gathering spirit pill should have improved. Why then? Was the difference so pronounced? Gui Qing slowly closed his eyes and once again consumed a spirit-gathering pill, turning his attention inward to examine his body. He sought to uncover the source of his troubles. The moment the spiritual energy entered his body, Gui Qing instantly opened his eyes, a brilliant light shining within them. His entire being overwhelmed with excitement. This time, he refrained from utilizing spirit stones for cultivation. The efficacy of the spirit-gathering pill remained as disappointing as before. Yet his sensitivity to spiritual energy had markedly heightened. The root of this transformation lay in the dormant spiritual root within him. With a wood root of the 5th rank, a half-wood spiritual root, it was a quality established the moment he was born. However, after consuming the spirit-gathering pill, he surprisingly experienced a slight growth in his wood root. Though it was but a modest increase, it represented a tangible enhancement, an extraordinary metamorphosis. Gui Qing murmured to himself, his eyes growing ever brighter. He finally comprehended. After the jeweling seed devoured spiritual energy for the first time, it gained 9 engraved slots, one of which now shimmered, signifying that the jeweling seed had been awakened, activating the function of the first slot. The elixir, being the essence of flora, did not indicate a diminished potency of the gathering spirit pill. Rather, a portion of its essence was devoted to mending his spiritual root, thereby enhancing his innate talents. Gui Qing burst into laughter, realizing that his master had not deceived him. The absolute spirit seed truly had the power to transform him profoundly. The innate limitations that had long plagued him were no longer a concern. As long as he consumed enough elixirs, there would come a day when his wood spirit root would reach its utmost perfection. Moreover, with the engraving of the absolute spirit seed, all of his spirit roots would flourish, achieving the completeness of the 5-element spirit roots, a quality that existed solely in legends, was no longer a mere fable due to the presence of the absolute spirit seed. Yi Yuan, with merely a perfected gold and fire spirit root, had already received such treatment. Once he attained the completeness of the 5-element spirit roots, who would dare to underestimate him? With the potential for continuous enhancement of his spirit roots, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed Yi Yuan. Perfected gold and fire spirit roots? We shall see who ultimately prevails. Yi Yuan, I shall kill you. Do not let me find the opportunity. As Gui Qing consumed the spirit-gathering pills, the spirit stones in his hand transformed into dust. Feeling the continual restoration of his spirit roots, a smile remained on his lips. 10 days later, Gui Qing slowly opened his eyes, flicked his sleeves, and the spiritual energy surged forth, pushing the window open, while the dust of the spirit stones scattered in the gentle breeze. After 10 days of cultivation, the spiritual energy in his meridians approached the second acupoint, and soon he would be ready for the second breakthrough. At the rate of 1 acupoint every 5 days, it would take him a year to advance to the second level of qi refinement. It was still too slow. Yi Yuan had broken through to the second level in less than 4 months, highlighting the disparity in innate talent. Yet perhaps it would not take a full year. His innate talent was steadily improving, and his cultivation speed would undoubtedly accelerate. As long as the transformative effects of the absolute spirit seed persisted, there would eventually come a day when his talent would match, or even surpass, that of Yi Yuan. Having finished the last batch of spirit-gathering pills, Gui Qing picked up the medicinal materials, preparing to refine another batch when his gaze fell upon them, plunging him into contemplation. These materials, being plants as well, should also have the potential to enhance his innate talent. He was merely uncertain of their effectiveness. With that thought, Gui Qing picked a spirit mist flower and placed it in his mouth, savoring it slowly. This flower, being one of the ingredients for the spirit-gathering pill, also had the effect of enhancing the absorption of spiritual energy, albeit far inferior to the pill itself. After consuming the spirit mist flower, Gui Qing closed his eyes for a moment before taking a 7-cluster root. Comparing a single medicinal herb to a pill was meaningless. A full set of herbs was necessary to draw any conclusions. After finishing a set of herbs, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Gui Qing's eyes. It was effective. For enhancing the wood spirit root, naturally occurring plants were far more beneficial than artificially concocted pills. Furthermore, different herbs had varying effects on innate talent enhancement. He needed to experiment to determine which herbs would yield the greatest improvement for his wood spirit root. With this in mind, Gui Qing swiftly opened the door and dashed out. In the courtyard, Huzi had set up a copper pot and was serving a plate of lamb. Upon seeing the exuberant Gui Qing, he called out, "Chen Ze, you arrived just in time. Come and taste our hot pot. You all eat first. I'll be back soon." Gui Qing replied hastily, rushing out at breakneck speed. Jiang Yunyun accepted the plate of lamb from Hu Zi, silently enjoying it while watching Gui Qing's retreating figure, pondering what he might be thinking. After a stick of incense, Gui Qing returned, hastily grabbing a bowl and wolfing down a few bites. Delicious, but a bit bland, he remarked. Hu Zi handed him a small dish, saying, "Of course it's bland. You didn't add any seasoning. What has got you in such a hurry? You've no time to eat?" "It's urgent," Gui Qing responded, finishing the lamb in his bowl before rushing back into the attic. "I've eaten. Take your time." Hu Zi scratched his head, perplexed by Gui Qing's fervor that day. However, he did not inquire further. If Gui Qing said it was urgent, it was indeed urgent. Jiang Yunyun set down her bowl and followed him inside. They had often gone out together recently and conversed with other spirit servants, learning about their lives. In comparison, their own treatment felt almost surreal. She understood that Gui Qing might have once been a spirit servant himself, unwilling to exploit them further. Yet, living in such a manner without contributing made her uneasy. For days, she had hesitated but finally resolved to have a serious conversation with Gui Qing. Inside the room, Gui Qing spread all the medicinal materials from his storage bag across the floor. The remaining 70 spirit stones had all been exchanged for the ingredients to create revitalization pills. He had a plan that required a significant amount of spirit stones to implement. He needed to refine enough revitalization pills to exchange for spirit stones at the spirit treasure platform. Suddenly, a light footstep echoed outside. With his keen perception, he immediately recognized it was Jiang Yunyun. A gust of energy flicked the door latch. Just as Jiang Yunyun raised her hand to knock, the door opened on its own, causing her to freeze. "What is it?" Gui Qing inquired. Jiang Yunyun hesitated at the threshold, unsure where to step with the sea of herbs before her, and finally murmured, "May I speak with you?" Gui Qing gave a slight nod, gathering all the medicinal herbs back. He moved to the table and poured 2 cups of water. "Please, take a seat," he said. Jiang Yunyun lifted her cup and took a sip, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am profoundly grateful for your care these past days. However, I have been consumed with anxiety, feeling restless as I idle away my time. It would be better if you regarded me as a servant. I am more than willing to attend to your needs, be it fetching tea or water. If you wish for my service, at this point." Jiang Yunyun's face flushed crimson, and she instinctively lowered her gaze. "You and your sister clearly hail from a well-bred and affluent background. In your household, you must be treated as a young lady. There is no need to refer to yourself as a servant. I have already mentioned, there is no need to call me master. Simply addressing me by my name, like Tiger does, will suffice. Please rest assured and do not worry," Gui Qing replied, internally sighing. Having once been a spirit servant himself, he could empathize with Jiang Yunyun's unease. The disparity in their status rendered even the kindest treatment feel precarious. However, being regarded as a servant is indeed overwhelming. Jiang Yunyun murmured, clutching the hem of her garment, her voice scarcely audible. "Do you feel unsettled?" Gui Qing inquired. "Yes," Jiang Yunyun nodded gently. "Thus, we both need each other for you to feel at ease, correct?" he asked again. Jiang Yunyun nodded once more. Then, Gui Qing stroked his chin thoughtfully and gestured towards the bed. "If you wish to serve me, then lie down." Jiang Yunyun was taken aback, but she slowly approached the edge of the bed, reaching for the knot of her belt. Yet her hand felt as heavy as lead, and she could not bring herself to pull it free. "My lord," Jiang Yunyun retracted her trembling hand into her sleeve, summoning her courage to meet Gui Qing's gaze. Her soft voice carried a hint of pleading. "I am not yet prepared. May I have a few days to gather myself?" With a sudden smile, Gui Qing left Jiang Yunyun perplexed. Why force oneself to accomplish what cannot be done? Gui Qing approached Jiang Yunyun, gazing earnestly into her eyes. "There are myriad ways in which we may rely on one another. Do not allow me to underestimate you. Do not speak again of serving me in the future. I have 2 friends, a true celestial couple. The man is chivalrous, and the woman virtuous. I wish for you to embody such qualities, to marry one you truly love, and to share a home with him." Jiang Yunyun replied softly, "Indeed, I shall remember your words, my lord. I do not regard you as a servant, so there is no need for such self-deprecation, nor for you to address me as my lord. Understood. I shall remember that." Jiang Yunyun looked at Gui Qing, her gaze gradually softening. "May I address you as young master from now on?" Gui Qing nodded slightly. "Extend your hand." "Oh." Jiang Yunyun stretched out her delicate, alabaster fingers, watching as Gui Qing grasped her wrist, a blush blooming across her cheeks. Before long, Gui Qing withdrew his hand and nodded, acknowledging that Jiang Yunyun's aptitude surpassed his own. Particularly noteworthy was her with spiritual root, which was nearing 70%. Had her with spiritual root been just a fraction more, she would not have been reduced to a spiritual servant. Gui Qing spoke gently. As I previously mentioned, there are myriad ways in which we can mutually assist one another. In the days to come, I would appreciate your help in cultivating some medicinal herbs, and I shall teach you in due course. The tension within Jiang Yunyan gradually dissipated as she rose and walked to the door. She glanced back at Gui Qing with a profound gaze before softly closing the door behind her, a delicate smile gracing her lips. 5 days later, at the Lingyao platform, when Gui Qing revealed a remarkable total of 40 resurrection pills, the onlookers were left astounded. Did I truly see that correctly? A full 40 pills. My junior brother Gui Qing is truly extraordinary, having refined so many elixirs once again. If only I possessed such alchemical prowess, I would no longer need to fret over spirit stones, and my cultivation would proceed unimpeded. It seems the saying that alchemists are never short of spirit stones holds true. How I wish to be an alchemist myself. Calmly, Gui Qing exchanged all the revival pills for spirit stones and departed silently. The onlookers remained oblivious, their astonishment merely the beginning of an unfolding spectacle. In the days that followed, the number of pills Gui Qing brought forth increased exponentially, each occasion stirring greater tumult. Eventually, it reached a staggering count of 100. Within the verdant pavilion at the heart of the lake, Yun set down the jade slip of communication, a slight furrow creasing his brow. Given his stature, monitoring Gui Qing's activities was a trivial matter. However, upon receiving news from the Spirit Treasure platform, he found himself perplexed. He had previously advised Gui Qing not to devote all her time to alchemy, yet she had been fervently concocting potions in recent days. The commotion at the Spirit Treasure platform escalating with each passing moment. It was not concern that gripped him. He understood that Gui Qing's temperament would not lead her to squander time, but rather a curiosity regarding her true intentions. In her chamber, Gui Qing gazed at the array of diverse herbs strewn across the floor, a smile gracing her lips. After an extensive period of crafting revival pills, she had finally amassed enough spirit stones. She had procured a complete set of the necessary herbs for all first-tier elixirs, and now she was poised to experiment with which herbs would most effectively enhance her with spiritual root. After meticulously chewing and swallowing each herb, Gui Qing's focus sharpened to an unprecedented degree. The matter of cultivating her innate talent demanded her utmost attention. The potent energies within her body began to unfurl, and the dormant absolute spirit seed within her consciousness stirred with sudden vigor, causing her heart to race. Fortunately, this time the absolute spirit seed did not consume the spiritual energy, but began to revolve gently within her sea of consciousness, utilizing the medicinal power to mend her spiritual root. The refined spiritual essence filtered into her meridians. Unbeknownst to her, the second acupoint was unlocked, and Gui Qing stifled her joy at this breakthrough, continuing to consume the herbs with meticulous care. When she reached a striking 5-colored flower, she hesitated. This was the 5 poisons flower, notorious for its lethal toxicity, and she was uncertain if she could withstand its effects unassisted. After a moment of contemplation, Gui Qing plucked a petal and consumed it, the potent toxin swiftly infiltrating his heart, causing him to clutch his chest in agony, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. As the absolute spirit seed began to rotate, the toxin gradually dissipated, transforming into a pure medicinal essence that melded into the wood spirit root within him. After consuming an entire 5 poisons flower, Gui Qing felt the vibrant energy of the wood spirit root coursing through his being. Instantly, his eyes sparkled with brilliance. The 5 poisons flower was the most effective herb for enhancing the wood spirit root at present. Although the toxin was formidable, the presence of the absolute spirit seed ensured that his life was not in peril. The herbs scattered on the ground slowly vanished, one acupoint after another being unlocked. Yet Gui Qing remained unresponsive, his mind wholly absorbed in the wood spirit root. Upon consuming the final herb, the aura emanating from Gui Qing intensified once more. 7th acupoint unlocked. Guilin closed his eyes and calmly reflected on the changes within his wood spiritual root. In his mind, 5 distinct herbs flashed past. These were currently the most effective options. Since he began consuming these herbs, a fortnight had elapsed, averaging the opening of 1 acupoint every 3 days. Although this pace could not rival that of Yi Yuan, it was considerably swifter than his previous method of cultivating with spirit stones. The sole drawback was the substantial consumption of spirit stones. These herbs alone cost 500 spirit stones, far exceeding his usage over the 15 days of cultivation. Moreover, when factoring in the time required for alchemy, the overall cultivation speed was essentially on par with his previous method using spirit stones. However, the enhancement of his aptitude through the consumption of herbs was unparalleled by spirit stone cultivation. After weighing the pros and cons, Guiling resolved to prioritize herb consumption moving forward. Even though it was a considerable drain on spirit stones, the earlier the improvement in his aptitude, the better. This was a calculation he could clearly grasp. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air. Guiling opened the door to find Jiang Yuyin standing outside. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "Young master, someone has arrived." Jiang Yuyin indicated towards the shimmering barrier above the courtyard. Outside, Guiling observed Wei Xiong, arms crossed and exuding an air of demand, his brow furrowed in concern. They had already submitted a year's worth of spirit stones. It had only been a month, yet another request had surfaced. "What brings you here, senior brother?" Guiling asked. Wei Xiong replied coolly, "Collecting spirit stones. The mountain master requires you to submit another 2 years' worth." "But I have already submitted a year in advance." Guiling's tone grew somber. Wei Xiong sneered. "You are to submit. There is no room for discussion. This is the mountain master's command. Do you dare to defy it?" "I do not possess such a number of spirit stones at present. I shall submit them in a few days." Guiling clenched his fists tightly within his sleeves, striving to suppress the fury rising within him. "Rest assured, senior brother, I won't let your trip be in vain. I will delay for a day and provide 2 spirit stones. At least you are perceptive." Wei Xiong scoffed with a grin before turning away. "You must submit the full amount within 5 days." Gui Qing watched Wei Xiong depart, his eyes narrowing, his expression dark as water. Since arriving at Sheong Mountain, he had been diligently engaged in seclusion and meditation, maintaining an exceptionally low profile, yet troubles continuously found their way to him, issues he could not simply evade. At this moment, he finally comprehended the words of his master, Da Kuzi, who had once advised him, "Among cultivators, one must contend and seize opportunities. Not even a single step can be relinquished." "Gui Qing, my junior brother, why are you lost in thought here?" A gentle laughter suddenly resonated. Gui Qing turned to gaze at Situ Feng, who had inexplicably appeared beside him. "What brings you here, senior brother?" "I was passing by after purchasing a few items at the private market," Situ Feng replied, scrutinizing Gui Qing with astonishment. "Your aura has grown increasingly profound. It seems your cultivation has advanced. In a few months, you might very well break through to the 2nd level of qi refinement." "Then I shall take your words as a good omen," Gui Qing responded with a faint smile. Situ Feng shifted the topic. "The person you were just speaking with was Wei Xiong, was it not? Has he come again to ask you for spirit stones?" Gui Qing nodded, her gaze now restored to tranquility. "How much did you take?" 2 years' worth of monthly payments." Situ Feng clicked his tongue, remarking, "This certainly seems to verge on exploitation. Come visit me. It has been a long time since we last met. Let us reminisce." Gui Qing clasped his fists and said, "I must proceed to Qingyu platform to meet my senior brother. I hope you will forgive my absence. Today marks the final day of the month, and after today, those 2 hours will be rendered void." Situ Feng chuckled, "Then hasten along. We cannot keep your senior brother waiting. I shall brew tea in your absence. Please allow me 2 hours, and upon my return from Qingyu platform, I shall certainly pay a visit to you," replied Gui Qing, bowing respectfully before swiftly descending the mountain. Lost in contemplation. What a remarkable coincidence. It truly is too fortuitous. Situ Feng and Wei Xiong arrived nearly at the same time each occasion. Once could be deemed a coincidence, but twice or thrice suggests intentionality. It is either Wei Xiong's design or Situ Feng's. Wei Xiong is affiliated with the Mountain Lord, while Situ Feng publicly displays great respect towards the Mountain Lord, yet secretly seeks to cultivate an alliance with him, indicating that their relationship may not be as amicable as it appears. Gui Qing suddenly realized that he had been ensnared in an inescapable vortex. Even though the title of a direct disciple seemed futile, it still afforded him some protection. The Mountain Lord, despite his desire to extract spirit stones, would not do so with such frequency, likely due to the influence of Situ Feng. Situ Feng had aided him in the past, and perhaps in the eyes of that Mountain Lord, he and Situ Feng were now aligned. It was truly unfortunate to be deemed an adversary without even having met the Mountain Lord. As the Qingtai appeared before him, Gui Qing shook his head, casting these thoughts aside. The last lesson from his senior brother had resolved many of his uncertainties regarding alchemy, which was the fundamental reason for his recent advancements in this art. With only 1 class per month, he did not wish to disrupt his focus with these matters. He would address the issues concerning the Mountain Lord after class, when he could consult Situ Feng. In the cool pavilion at the center of the lake, Yun gazed intently at Gui Qing, seemingly attempting to see through him. Initially concerned that Gui Qing's alchemical pursuits might hinder his cultivation. Witnessing his rapid progress in cultivation now brought him reassurance. You have purchased all the requisite materials for a first-grade elixir. Are you intending to practice the wood spirit technique? Gui Qing nodded, acknowledging that his elder brother indeed possessed discerning insight. He wished to familiarize himself with various herbs to better study the wood spirit technique, while concurrently gaining an understanding of their medicinal properties, as they would undoubtedly be useful in alchemy in the future. Had it not been for his elder brother's sudden mention, he might have forgotten that he had previously purchased the wood spirit technique. Fortunately, this technique involved condensing spiritual energy into the form of plants to harm adversaries, thus rendering his explanation quite plausible. Moreover, he had acquired a flying sword, which he had yet to wield since its purchase. It seemed imperative to find time to thoroughly study these two items. Yun, without a shred of doubt, offered a gentle smile, affirming that Gui Qing was indeed well-suited for practicing the wood spirit technique. He encouraged him to demonstrate it upon his next visit, and thus commenced the lesson. Upon exiting the Qingyu platform, Gui Qing hurried to the Lingbao platform, where he indulged in the acquisition of herbs, particularly amassing a significant quantity of materials for the rejuvenating pill. However, he refrained from purchasing in excess of the 5 herbs that most effectively enhanced the wood spirit root. Instead, he opted for a plentiful assortment of seeds. After conversing with his elder brother, he resolved to exercise caution. Although these 5 herbs were potent, they could not be combined into a pill, and acquiring too many might raise suspicions. Therefore, he chose to cultivate them himself. Upon returning to Sheyang Mountain, Gui Qing paid a visit to Sidu Feng, who, as always, welcomed him with freshly brewed tea. Gui Qing quietly savored her tea, admiring the scenery of the courtyard, patiently awaiting Sidu Feng to speak. Sidu Feng offered a faint smile, remaining silent, yet continuously poured tea. Cup after cup, neither of them wished to initiate conversation, both content to wait for the other to break the silence. Gui Qing had waited for quite some time, realizing that the initiative did not lie with him. He stood up, clasped his fists, and bowed, stating that the mountain master had commanded him to present 2 years' worth of contributions within 5 days, and that he needed to return to alchemy, thus taking his leave. No rush, sit for a while longer, Sidu Feng said with a smile, rising to press Gui Qing back into his seat. After replenishing the tea, he slowly began to speak. Last time, my junior brother inadvertently mentioned our master's rules. Today, let's discuss this matter thoroughly. What do you think is the purpose behind our master's establishment of these rules? To protect the newcomers? Gui Qing pondered for a moment before tentatively asking. A glint of insight flashed in Situ Feng's eyes as he nodded. Precisely. With every batch of new spirit slaves that arrives, there will be a corresponding number of talented disciples entering the sect, approximately 3 batches each year. Without these rules, the fate of these newcomers would typically fall into one of 2 dire outcomes. Either they are killed outright for their spirit stones, or they are enslaved, reduced to mere tools for generating wealth. Our master desires a continuous influx of new members to sustain vitality within the sect, which is why these rules were established. With these regulations in place, newcomers are generally safe. Sidu Feng paused, turning his back to Gui Qing as he shifted the subject. However, such rules are not particularly beneficial for us, the long-established disciples. The resources for cultivation are limited, and no one welcomes the arrival of more competitors. Our master is certainly aware of this. Hence, these so-called rules are merely a fade. As long as you conduct your affairs discreetly and elegantly, no one will question you. The majority of the cultivators who perish each year are newcomers, not only due to their lower cultivation levels, but also because they lack support. You, as the master's direct disciple, are not at risk of being killed, but the exploitation of newcomers is unavoidable. Unless there exists a group of friends willing to assist one another. Gui Qing set down his teacup, rising with a smile as he looked at Sidu Feng. Thus, I feel fortunate to have encountered a friend like you, senior brother Situ, who takes such good care of me. You are too kind, junior brother. We are both disciples of the same sect and have a strong affinity. It is only natural that we support one another. Situ Feng laughed heartily. Gui Qing's words had already secured half of Situ Feng's intention to recruit him. Gui Qing suddenly inquired, having known you for such a long time, I still remain unaware of the extent of your cultivation, senior brother? At that moment, Situ Feng unleashed his aura entirely, causing the luminous barrier above the courtyard to ripple violently, overwhelming Gui Qing and leaving her breathless. He had reached the 5th level of qi refinement, with 20 acupoints opened. Gui Qing clasped his fists and said, Senior brother, your profound cultivation is truly admirable. Once I have refined the elixir, I shall pay you another visit. Of course, replied C2 Feng with a warm smile. Allow me to see you off, junior brother. As C2 Feng retracted his aura, the entire courtyard returned to tranquility, and he cheerfully escorted Gui Qing out. On the journey home, Gui Qing furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. C2 Feng's intentions were abundantly clear. He wanted Gui Qing to align with him. The Mountain Lord and C2 Feng both stood at the 5th level of Qi refinement, locked in opposition as they vied for resources, necessitating a choice of allegiance. Neutrality was not an option. Remaining impartial would only hasten one's demise. By emotions and reason alike, he ought to side with C2 Feng. However, doing so would undoubtedly offend the Mountain Lord, making his future in Xieyang Mountain fraught with peril. He was acutely aware that he faced a singular choice. In the eyes of the Mountain Lord, he was already considered a man of C2 Feng. His hesitation stemmed from the dire consequences of a misstep. Should the Mountain Lord advance to the 6th level of Qi refinement and seek retribution, he would find himself ensnared in a dire predicament. Perhaps I shall endure a while longer, he concluded. 5 days later, Gui Qing emerged from the courtyard, presenting 2 years' worth of monthly contributions to Wei Xiong. Just as he was about to turn away, Wei Xiong chuckled teasingly. The Mountain Lord has requested that you submit another 2 years' worth, or perhaps just in 5 days. Gui Qing nodded, and after Wei Xiong departed, his expression darkened to an extreme degree. If this continued, he would have no choice but to engage in relentless alchemy day and night to meet his monthly obligations. How, then, could he pursue his cultivation? It was time to make a choice. With this thought in mind, Gui Qing made his way directly to C2 Feng's courtyard. C2 Feng appeared quite pleased by Gui Qing's unannounced visit, offering him the finest tea from his estate. After pouring tea for Gui Qing, he gazed at him with a cheerful demeanor. Disciple Gui Qing, have you come with a matter of importance? There is indeed something I wish to request of you. Senior brother, Gui Qing replied, rising to clasp his fist in greeting. Pray, do not hesitate. Your concerns are my concerns, C2 Feng responded with a smile, maintaining an appearance of earnest attentiveness, despite already anticipating what Gui Qing was about to disclose. Gui Qing said, every few days, Wei Xiong comes to collect the monthly dues. I truly wish to comply, but I find myself powerless. I beseech you, my elder brother, for assistance. Upon hearing this, C2 Feng burst into hearty laughter and replied, Certainly. Certainly. Follow me. I shall take you to meet the Mountain Lord at once. Gui Qing refrained from uttering any words of allegiance, and C2 Feng was disinclined to hear such sentiments. Given their mutual understanding, certain expressions would only mar the beauty of their connection. As long as Gui Qing requested C2 Feng's assistance, they would be irrevocably bound together. Atop the slanting peak of the mountain, C2 Feng raised his hand in a gesture of respect, his voice resonating towards the lofty edifice. He sought an audience with the Mountain Lord. A hearty laughter soon echoed from within the tower, and a stout young man emerged, gracefully descending before C2 Feng, his face aglow with a cheerful smile. My dear brother C2, it would be rather formal to refer to me as the Mountain Lord. Come in, come in. Gui Qing scrutinized the individual before him. Prior to his arrival, C2 Feng had already provided an introduction. The master of Xieyang Mountain, Jiang He, appeared quite familiar, yet Gui Qing remained vigilant. A Mountain Lord could not be underestimated. C2 Feng chuckled and shook his head, remarking that it was not a matter of great significance, as it could be elucidated in just a few words. Upon learning that the Mountain Lord was currently in seclusion, he decided not to intrude. Jiang He responded with a smile, Very well, please go ahead, brother C2. C2 Feng then gestured towards Gui Qing, introducing him as Gui Qing Shidi, the direct disciple of their master. A fact that the Mountain Lord surely knew. Although Gui Qing had only been at Xieyang Mountain for 2 months, he had already submitted over 3 years' worth of monthly contributions ahead of time. While it was not unusual to pay in advance, one would think it reasonable to allow a person some respite, wouldn't he one? Oh, Jiang He raised an eyebrow, his gaze finally settling on Gui Qing. Having paid so much in advance, how is it that I was unaware? Upon hearing these words, Gui Qing gazed at Wei Xiong, who was standing behind Jiang He with an expression full of mockery, and couldn't help but furrow his brow. He doubted that Wei Xiong would dare to secretly devour all the spirit stones without Jiang He's knowledge. Yet since he had not personally handed them over to Jiang He, the latter could easily deny it. 3 years' worth of spirit stones would be in vain. C2 Feng slapped his forehead and chuckled. Look at my mind. I've been so preoccupied with recent events that I've become quite muddled. I misspoke earlier. It is not that 3 years have been handed over. but rather that junior brother Gui Qing intends to present 3 years' worth of monthly payments to the Mountain Master in advance as a gesture of sincerity. With a slight motion of his fingers, spirit stones began to fly out of his storage bag, precisely amounting to the sum required for 3 years' monthly payments. After receiving the spirit stones, Jiang He offered Gui Qing a gentle smile, remarking, as expected of the direct disciple of our master, truly magnanimous. I express my gratitude for your support in advance. In 3 years, you may simply pay as scheduled. Mountain Master, please stay. I take my leave, said Situfeng, raising his hand in a salute as he turned to lead the silent Gui Qing away. Jiang He watched Situfeng's receding figure, his eyes narrowing into a smile. Since he had already spoken, there would be no need to seek trouble again. Is it truly that simple? Wei Xiong inquired with confusion. He is the direct disciple of our master. One must not be overly ruthless. During this period of Situfeng's attempts to win him over, he has already gained quite a bit, Jiang He replied calmly. Yet, I cannot fathom why. Knowing that everyone in Sheong Mountain is aware of his schemes to amass power for the position of Mountain Master, you still greet him with a smile? Wei Xiong pressed. We are both at the 5th level of qi refinement. Unless absolutely necessary, I prefer not to sever ties with him. It is a matter of maintaining face. Jiang He said, a playful smile suddenly appearing on his face. He continued, however, while I grant him face, he must be able to withstand it. Within a year at most, I shall break through to the 6th level of qi refinement, and by then, he will no longer hold any significance in Sheong Mountain. What harm is there in tolerating him for a year? In that case, allow me to congratulate the Mountain Master in advance. Wei Xiong exclaimed joyfully, bowing deeply. Before Gui Qing, he had been arrogant, yet before Jiang He, he was as docile as a puppy. Jiang He cast a faint smile in the direction where Situfeng had departed before turning to re-enter the building. After rounding the mountain path, Situfeng halted. Placing a hand on Gui Qing's shoulder, speaking earnestly, I understand your indignation, but such is the nature of cultivation. If one surpasses you, you must endure. It is but a handful of spirit stones, nothing of consequence. Gui Qing calmly shook his head, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect. Thank you for this matter. Senior brother, rest assured, I shall not let you incur any expense. I will repay the spirit stones owed to you in a few days. Situfeng chuckled and shook his head. We are brothers. There is no need for such formality. You are in greater need of spirit stones than I am at present. Focus on your cultivation and do not dwell on this matter. After a moment of silence, Gui Qing focused her voice into a thread that reached Sifeng's ears. There is one more matter I wish to ask of you, senior brother. Upon hearing this, Sifeng's smile widened even further. Half a month later. In the stillness of the night, Sifeng led Gui Qing to the foot of a mountain. He produced a black pill and handed it to Gui Qing, consuming one himself. Soon, both were enveloped in swirling black mist, completely merging with the darkness of the night. Sifeng approached the exterior of a courtyard, and with a gesture, he parted the veil of light, slipping silently inside. With a subtle tremor of his palm, all spirit slaves within the humble dwelling were rendered lifeless. In an instant, he flashed into the main room and pointed at Zhang Ping, who was sitting cross-legged within. Zhang Ping suddenly opened his eyes. Gazing at the finger that was now before him, and before he could utter a word, he found himself utterly powerless to resist. His meridian sealed, his mouth silenced. Though he was at the 3rd level of qi refinement, he appeared as vulnerable as a child in the presence of Sifeng. Sifeng grasped Zhang Ping by the collar, dragging him from the main room and tossing him before Gui Qing. The ordinarily calm tone of his voice had turned hoarse under the influence of the pill. Junior brother. He is yours now. Gui Qing's gaze shifted, landing on the whip resting against the wall. He picked it up and cast a glance at it, inevitably recalling the scars on Hu Zi's body. Infusing the whip with his spiritual energy, he struck Zhang Ping with a fierce blow. While Hu Zi bore no ill will, Zhang Ping certainly did. Instantly, Zhang Ping's flesh was laid bare, writhing in agony upon the ground. Yet, his acupoints had been sealed, rendering him unable to utter a single cry. The whip, propelled by a fierce gust, continued to descend relentlessly, and soon Zhang Ping was reduced to a bloody pulp, ultimately succumbing to his injuries, collapsing amidst a pool of blood. Situfeng bent down to remove the storage pouch from Zhang Ping's waist, tossing it to Gui Qing. With a slight motion of his hand, Zhang Ping's corpse erupted, disintegrating into a puddle of flesh that seeped into the earth. Subsequently, the two turned and departed, their steps leisurely and unhurried, devoid of any urgency to flee, for Gui Qing had already paid his dues. Gui Qing was unaware of the name of this mountain. He only knew that he had bestowed 500 spirit stones upon Situfeng, who in turn relayed them through a special channel to the mountain's lord. As for this special channel, Situ Feng had not disclosed it, nor had Gui Qing inquired further. Tomorrow, the Mountain Lord would report to the higher authorities that Zheng Ping had met his demise due to an unfortunate accident during his cultivation. As long as the Mountain Lord tacitly accepts this narrative, there would be no further investigation. Moreover, the Mountain Lord was merely aware that someone had offered a sum for Zheng Ping's life, without any knowledge of the employer being Gui Qing. Every individual, after all, has their price. Gui Qing was acutely aware that enlisting Situ Feng's assistance in committing murder was tantamount to willingly handing over leverage to him. However, having resolved to ally himself with Situ Feng, it was imperative that he instilled complete trust in him. The two sought a secluded corner, and once the dark mist enveloping them dissipated, they returned to their respective abodes, as if nothing had transpired. Upon returning to his courtyard, Gui Qing noticed that the lights in the loft had been extinguished. He seated himself on the steps outside, gazing up at the luminous barrier above the courtyard. Initially, he believed this barrier to be a bastion of safety. However, following the events of the night, he realized that it was merely a rudimentary restriction. Even a practitioner at the second level of qi refinement could easily breach it, let alone a more advanced cultivator. The so-called restrictions were merely an extension of formations, serving protective and obstructive purposes. When his senior brother first brought him here, he had mentioned this term, yet at the time, Gui Qing had not delved deeper, assuming that all courtyard restrictions were uniform. It was only after his inquiries with Situ Feng that he comprehended the necessity for higher-level practitioners to invest considerable effort into fortifying the restrictions of their abodes. Even if one lacked the skills to create them, acquiring intricate restrictions was essential to prevent unwelcome intrusions during cultivation. Although he possessed a jade slip for inscribing restrictions, it was prohibitively expensive. Initially, he had deemed it unnecessary to expend a large number of spirit stones on such protections for his courtyard. However, after the events of that night, he recognized their critical importance. Situ Feng could effortlessly dismantle the restrictions of Zheng Ping's courtyard, and similarly, Mountain Master Jiang, he could easily invade his own courtyard to eliminate him. Only with impenetrable courtyard restrictions could he cultivate in peace. Moreover, there was the wood spirit technique. His senior brother had mentioned wanting to observe it last month, and in a few days, he would be meeting him again. He could no longer afford to neglect his studies. Over the past fortnight, he had been refining medicinal materials in exchange for spirit stones, causing his cultivation to lag significantly. And he needed to catch up swiftly. He now felt as though time was perpetually insufficient, yearning to stretch a single day into two. The notion of serene and ascetic isolation was merely a fabrication of the ignorant mundane. It was only upon becoming a cultivator that one realized how extraordinarily busy a cultivator's life truly was. Suddenly, a gaze, somewhat fervent, fell upon his back. Gui Qing sensed it and looked up to see Jiang Yunyan standing by the wooden railing on the top floor, puzzling over why she was still awake at such a late hour. Jiang Yunyan smiled sweetly, bowed in greeting, and then retreated to her quarters. The following morning, after concluding his cultivation, Gui Qing set out early for the spirit treasure platform, where he spent over 200 spirit stones on a jade slip inscribed with intricate restrictions, which he placed around his courtyard. The original barrier enveloping the courtyard shattered instantly, while the complex restrictions transformed into a more formidable barrier, safeguarding the entire premises. Chen Ze, why change it? Tiger inquired. Gui Qing inscribed a spiritual mark upon the barrier, and after a moment of tranquil contemplation, he etched a talisman onto the palm of Huzi's hand. Elucidating, this modification renders it far more convenient. Henceforth, one may enter directly. The previous barrier required a specific seal, allowing anyone who possessed it to gain access. In contrast, this newly arranged barrier permits entry solely to those whom Gui Qing has authorized. With the formidable protective capabilities of this barrier, even an individual at the third level of qi refining would find it insurmountable. Aside from its slightly elevated cost, it boasts virtually no drawbacks. Gui Qing beckoned, and Jiang Yumian immediately stepped forward, extending her hand. She watched as Gui Qing inscribed a talisman in her palm, a radiant smile gracing her lips as she said, "Thank you, my lord." After this period of interaction, the initial timidity she felt had dissipated, and her fear of Gui Qing had abated. Jiang Yunyan also reached out her delicate hand, feeling the warmth emanating from Gui Qing's fingers, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. Gui Qing said, "Today, I shall teach you how to cultivate medicinal herbs." Jiang Yunyan followed Gui Qing out of the courtyard, standing before the herb garden enveloped in a luminous barrier. As she observed Gui Qing scattering seeds from his hands, her thoughts began to drift far away. In her home, Her greatest passion was tending to flowers. Although she was now planting herbs and not in her own garden, it evoked a sense of familiarity within her. "Sir, is it possible to plant flowers in the vacant space of the courtyard?" Jiang Yunyan asked, biting her lip and summoning her courage to speak softly. "Certainly," Gui Qing replied. "The arrangements in the loft are somewhat lacking. May I redecorate it?" "Of course, if you require materials, just inform me, and I shall take you to the private market." "Then may I consider this place my home?" "Indeed, be as you are at home. There is no need for restraint." Jiang Yunyan gazed at Gui Qing, who was diligently tending to the herb garden, her expression gradually softening. It was only when Gui Qing turned to look at her that she regained her focus, listening intently as he detailed the essential considerations for cultivating medicinal herbs. Gui Qing observed Jiang Yunyan as she methodically released her spiritual energy to cultivate medicinal herbs, nodding in appreciation. He returned to his chamber to retrieve the jade slip that documented the wood spirit technique and began to peruse its contents. The wood spirit technique, as it is known, utilizes one's innate wood spirit root to channel spiritual energy, shaping it into forms of flora to assail foes. After studying the wood spirit technique, Gui Qing raised his hand towards the front, releasing spiritual energy from his palm. However, it failed to coalesce into the semblance of plants, dissipating instead into the air. Gui Qing made another attempt, yet it ended in failure once more. Once, twice, thrice. Gui Qing tried for a long time, yet still could not master the wood spirit technique, prompting a helpless smile. It seemed his innate talent was insufficient. His senior brother had once mentioned that Yi Yuan grasped divine spells with remarkable ease, while he struggled so much with the wood spirit technique. Gui Qing once again retrieved the jade slip, scrutinizing its contents with utmost diligence. After perusing it multiple times, his focus ultimately settled upon the outline of the wood spirit technique. The phrase gathering chi as a seed, solidifying the form of flora, was excessively obscure. It neither elucidated the method of gathering chi nor described the process of solidification. All of this required his own comprehension. Yet he was burdened by a severe lack of aptitude, having practiced for an extended period without grasping even the slightest notion. He could seek counsel from his senior brother, yet perhaps due to a sense of pride, he was reluctant to reveal to him the struggles he faced in mastering the wood spirit technique. Moreover, his senior brother had previously expressed a desire to witness his application of the technique, and without proficiency in it, how could he possibly face him? Gui Qing, after numerous attempts, still found himself at a loss and had no choice but to temporarily abandon his efforts. At that moment, he lacked the inclination to practice further. So he stepped out of the courtyard, pondering the progress of Jiang Yunya's herb cultivation. Upon reaching the herb garden, he noticed the absence of Jiang Yunya. He had previously advised her to use different soils for different seeds, one of which required the red earth from the mountainside. It seemed she had descended to gather it. Huzi and Jiang Yuming were also not in the courtyard, likely accompanying Jiang Yunya down the mountain as well. Gui Qing sat outside the medicinal herb garden, staring blankly at the freshly turned soil, her mind consumed with thoughts of how to cultivate the wood spirit technique. At that moment, a seed, nourished by spiritual energy, broke through the earth, and Gui Qing suddenly attained enlightenment. Gathering energy as a seed, so it is, she murmured to herself. Spiritual energy flowed ceaselessly from within her, coalescing into nearly invisible seeds that fell into the soil, taking the shape of plants. Congeal. In the next instant, a robust green vine burst forth from the ground, spiraling around Gui Qing and extending for a yard before it ceased its growth. A surge of joy washed over Gui Qing. He had succeeded. He caressed the verdant vine before him, unable to tear his gaze away. Suddenly, a pungent sweetness invaded his nostrils, causing him to freeze in astonishment. This was the poison of the flora. Yet to conjure such toxic vegetation through the wood spirit technique required at least a mastery of the third level of chi refinement, coupled with meticulous study of the art. How could this phenomenon be explained? After a moment of contemplation, clarity dawned upon him. In his quest to enhance his wood spirit root, he had frequently ingested poisonous herbs, and over time, his spiritual energy had inevitably mingled with some toxins. Although this development was unforeseen, it was indeed a delightful surprise. Gui Qing drew forth his bronze longsword and struck it directly against the tendrils, which promptly severed into two segments and fell to the ground, dissipating into ethereal energy. The hardness proved insufficient. Moreover, metal inherently overcomes wood, rendering such a verdant vine inadequate against a flying sword. How, then, would one contend with an adversary like Yi Yuan, who specializes in the art of flying swords? Gui Qing was suddenly lost in thought when Jiang Yumian rushed over in a flurry. "My lord, something terrible has happened." My sister and brother Huzai are in trouble. What has occurred? Gui Qing inquired. We encountered a man on our way down the mountain, and he deliberately collided with us, insisting that we were at fault. My sister was injured by him, and brother Huzai tried desperately to hold him off so I could return to warn you. I am so afraid something dreadful has happened to them. As Jiang Yumian spoke, tears began to well up in her eyes. My lord, please go and save them. Gui Qing swiftly seized Jiang Yumian and dashed down the mountain with utmost urgency, his expression darkening. He had barely aligned himself with Sidu Feng when hostilities were unleashed upon Huzai and his companions, a matter inevitably linked to Jianghe. At the base of Sheong Mountain, Huzai sat despondently on the ground, his body battered and bruised, yet he extended his arms protectively around Jiang Yunyun, who was in even worse condition. Her body was riddled with numerous small wounds, all narrowly avoiding vital areas. The loss of blood rendered her once fair complexion as pale as that of a corpse. Teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, Chen Feng delivered a forceful kick that sent Huzai sprawling, seizing Jiang Yunyun by her hair and lifting her, grinning at the onlookers. Esteemed brothers, it is not that I, Chen Feng, am lacking in generosity, but these wretched lackeys, emboldened by their esteemed master, have dared to bully me. I cannot tolerate this any longer. They dared to collide with me and then demanded an apology, even as direct disciples of our revered master. Their subordinates should not be so unruly. What do you think should be done? Eliminate them. These insolent lackeys are far too audacious. If we do not teach them a proper lesson, they will surely become even more rebellious in the future, the crowd clamored. Indeed, a master is reflected in their servants. Junior brother, feel free to act. We shall cover your spirit stones. Many sneered, their implications unmistakably directed at Gui Qing. You speak nonsense. It was you who deliberately crashed into us, you scoundrel. Huzai glared furiously, rushing towards Jiang Yunyun only to be sent flying again by Shen Feng's kick. Shen Feng leaned closer to Jiang Yunyun, inhaling her faint fragrance and displaying an expression of rapture. What a beauty! It is such a pity to be with that worthless Gui Qing. You shall be my maid from now on. If you agree, I shall spare you. What do you say? Pa. Jiang Yunyun spat defiantly at Shen Feng. What are you, to even dare compare yourself to my esteemed master? Shen Feng's eyes narrowed as he tightened his grip around Jiang Yunyun's neck, applying increasing pressure. If even a mere servant dares to defy me, I shall take it upon myself to teach a lesson on behalf of Gui Qing. Jiang Yunyun's face flushed crimson as she struggled to speak, resorting to beating Shen Feng with her hands. Alas, such a beauty was destined to perish. Shen Feng, you seek death. Gui Qing charged from the foot of the mountain, his internal spiritual energy surging forth, coalescing into seeds that fell into the earth. In the next moment, four robust vines erupted from around Chen Feng, ensnaring him tightly. Chen Feng, radiating fierce flames, severed the verdant tendrils and casually discarded Jiang Yunyun onto the ground, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Gui Qing. Esteemed brothers, you all witnessed this. He was the one who struck first. Indeed, we all saw it. The crowd nodded in agreement. Since junior brother Gui Qing wishes to engage in a spar, I shall oblige him. A smirk graced Shen Feng's lips as he raised his hand, directing a torrent of searing fire towards Gui Qing. Gui Qing swiftly sidestepped, conjuring several tendrils of verdant vines to shield himself. However, they were soon engulfed in flames ignited by Shen Feng. Alas, the element of wood serves as fuel for fire. How unfortunate for you that your wooden spirit technique is precisely countered by my abilities. Shen Feng's flames intensified, and as he beheld Gui Qing's frantic retreat, he erupted into triumphant laughter. Gui Qing was well aware that Shen Feng sought to provoke him into action. Logically, he should endure this provocation. Yet witnessing the grievous injuries sustained by Hu Zi and Jiang Yunyun was more than he could bear. Nevertheless, he was not entirely impulsive. Shen Feng's public taunts were not merely an invitation to combat, but rather an attempt to humiliate him. However, overcoming him was a prerequisite for this humiliation, and he was not guaranteed to lose. Outside the crowd, Shen Xing watched anxiously, nudging Situ Feng beside him. Are you certain you do not wish to intervene? Shen Feng is merely at the second level of qi refinement. How could Gui Qing possibly stand against him? Not necessarily, Situ Feng replied, his expression calm as he observed Gui Qing from a distance with keen interest. He was not a rash individual and understood the stakes involved. Given Gui Qing's choice to confront Shen Feng, he must possess some degree of confidence. It would be prudent to observe further. Even if Shen Feng were to act foolishly, he would not go so far as to kill him publicly, at least ensuring his life remained unthreatened. As they conversed, Gui Qing found himself cornered by Shen Feng's flames, forced to evade at every turn. Shen Feng's cultivation surpassed his own, and his azure vine could not withstand the fire, rendering him unqualified to engage head-on. With a cold laugh, Shen Feng unleashed several fireballs from his palm. Under his command, the fireballs soared in various directions, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape for Gui Qing. The aura emanating from Gui Qing enveloped him, and several tendrils of green vines burst forth from the earth, intertwining to form a protective cage. Seizing the moment as the flames consumed the vines, he swiftly dashed out. "You certainly have a knack for running," Shen Feng remarked derisively, observing the pallid expression on Gui Qing's face as he approached leisurely. "However, your spiritual energy is depleted now. You cannot escape. Are you planning to kill me?" Gui Qing inquired suddenly. Shen Feng was taken aback, his face once again adorned with a benevolent smile. "Ah, dear junior brother Gui Qing, such words should not be spoken lightly. Today is merely a sparring session. What if I were to challenge you to kill me?" Gui Qing replied calmly. Shen Feng stood frozen, unable to fathom the intentions behind Gui Qing's words. The onlookers shared a look of confusion, unable to comprehend why Gui Qing would make such a statement. "My esteemed brothers," Gui Qing addressed the crowd, "the master forbids killing, yet surely he does not prohibit wagering one's life?" He then turned his earnest gaze towards Shen Feng. "I bet my life against yours. Do you dare?" Shen Feng paused for a moment, then erupted into laughter. "Why not? Since you are willing to gamble, I have no reason to shy away. Let all present bear witness. Today, I wager my life against his, regardless of the outcome. I kindly ask my brothers not to interfere." Gui Qing bowed respectfully to the assembly, then fixed a cold stare upon Shen Feng. "Come forth and meet your demise. You, a mere first-level chi cultivator, with your energy spent, truly do not know where your audacity stems from. Very well, since you seek death so earnestly, I shall oblige." Shen Feng laughed heartily, gathering flames in his palm, which coalesced into a fiery pillar that erupted forth. Gui Qing summoned the last vestiges of spiritual energy within, transforming them into a vibrant 5 poisons flower, which he flicked towards Shen Feng, simultaneously unleashing his utmost speed to evade the impending fire pillar. However, the flight of the 5 poisons flower was lamentably sluggish, making it an effortless target for Shen Feng to intercept. With such feeble tactics, he dares to wager his life against mine. Shen Feng flicked his sleeve, causing the 5 poisons flower to dissipate instantly, and slowly raised his palm, directing it toward Gui Qing, as flames coalesced within his palm. "Now bereft of spiritual energy, prepare to meet your demise." Situ Feng stepped forward, poised to intervene. With his speed, he could easily rescue Gui Qing before the fire pillar struck. As Gui Qing observed the imminent formation of another fiery pillar, he remained motionless, a smirk playing on his lips. Just as the fire column was about to take shape in Shen Feng's grasp, his complexion suddenly turned pale, and he coughed up a mouthful of black blood, stumbling backward while furiously pointing at Gui Qing. "You dare to employ poison? How despicable!" In a direct confrontation, Gui Qing was acutely aware that he would not stand a chance against Shen Feng. Thus, he had consistently evaded direct engagement, cleverly buying time. While the notion of wood-nurturing fire held merit, the burning vines released toxic substances into the air. The poison-laden flora, cultivated through its spirit techniques, required a cultivation level of at least the 3rd stage of chi refinement, whereas Shen Feng was merely at the 2nd stage, rendering him oblivious to the creeping toxins that infiltrated his system. The 5 poison flower he ultimately conjured was not intended for attacking Shen Feng. Rather, it served to compress the toxins within his own body. Should Shen Feng shatter the 5 poison flower, the concentrated toxins would be unleashed, triggering a catastrophic reaction within him. He had inadvertently gathered the toxins ahead of schedule due to a miscalculation with the medicinal herbs. Absent these toxins, he would never have considered confronting Shen Feng's, let alone wagering his life. Despicable. Gui Qing unsheathed his bronze sword and approached Shen Feng, pressing the blade against his throat. "You can wield fire. Why should I not use poison? The wager is set. Prepare to meet your end." Just as Gui Qing was about to drive his sword into Shen Feng's throat, a stone suddenly flew in and deflected the bronze sword in his hand. Wei Xiong's figure flickered, and, in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Gui Qing, raising his hand to strike at the crown of Gui Qing's head. "You dare to harm a fellow disciple? Prepare to meet your end." With an expressionless face, Gui Qing remained motionless. In the next moment, Situ Feng emerged with fleeting shadows, positioning himself before Gui Qing and gently striking Wei Xiong back with a palm. "You set the wager yourself. Why do you meddle in others' affairs?" Wei Xiong shouted in fury. "Situ Feng, do you truly intend to conspire with him to harm our fellow disciples? How can a private wager be considered valid? Moreover, To take a life under the broad daylight is utterly reckless, is it not? Indeed, what kind of farcical wager is this? Are we to disregard our master's principles? Harming our fellow disciples? Gui Qing scoffed. When I agreed earlier, why did you not speak up? When he harmed me, you merely stood by and watched. Now that I wish to take his life, you dare to invoke rules? I am the direct disciple of our master. What right do you have to lecture me on principles? The crowd fell into a profound silence. Gui Qing lowered his gaze upon Chiffon, his grip on the bronze sword tightening gradually. You have lost the wager. Now, your life belongs to me. Chiffon felt the chilling aura emanating from the sword's tip, and, upon witnessing the murderous intent in Gui Qing's eyes, could not suppress a gulp, his voice trembling with humility. Brother Gui Qing, I was in the wrong. Please, as a magnanimous person, spare my life. If you grant me mercy, I shall obey your every command. Even my subordinates, even if merely spirit slaves, are at your disposal. Gui Qing pressed the sword forward another inch, the blade digging into Shinfeng's throat, creating a deep indentation, perilously close to piercing through. Since we are gambling with our lives, only one of us shall survive this day. Brother Gui Qing, I truly regret my actions. I promise never to provoke you again. I beseech you, do not take my life. Chiffon trembled uncontrollably, paralyzed by fear to the point of losing control. Gui Qing cast a disdainful glance, seizing Chiffon by the hair and dragging him before Jiang Yan'an and Huzi. She administered healing elixirs to the two, then rose and raised her bronze sword, aiming it at Chiffon. Those who dare to harm me meet such a fate. Chiffon hastily prostrated himself on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head towards Jiang Yan'an and Huzi. I was wrong. I apologize to you. I implore you to forgive me. Huzi remained unresponsive, yet Jiang Yan'an's eyes brimmed with astonishment. Until this moment, she had never imagined that Chiffon would kneel to apologize to her. Nor could she have foreseen Gui Qing's willingness to go to such lengths for their sake. Gui Qing slowly crouched down, gripping Shinfeng's hair to lift his head. Leaning close to his ear, if you wish to live, it is simple. Tell me who is scheming against me from the shadows. At this, Shinfeng glanced at Wei Xiong and immediately hesitated. Gui Qing furrowed his brow, brandishing his sword and thrusting it towards Shinfeng's throat. Shinfeng, in a state of alarm, quickly stepped back, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike. Faced with the menacing Gui Qing, he felt his courage shatter. I will tell you. It was the Mountain Master. The Mountain Master knows of my discord with you, and that is why he instructed me. Wei Xiong swiftly emerged. Seizing Shinfeng by the throat, his grasp infused with a surge of energy, effortlessly twisting Shinfeng's neck. You scoundrel. Even at death's door, you still spout nonsense. Wei Xiong scolded vehemently, then turned to Gui Qing, his typically fierce countenance softening into a semblance of ingratiating cheer. Junior brother Gui Qing, do not heed his ramblings. He has lost his sanity. A mad dog simply bites indiscriminately. Even if the title of direct disciple were merely nominal, it still bore weight. Should Shinfeng divulge such bullying against a direct disciple, Jiang He's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. It is worth noting that aside from Gui Qing and Yi Yuan, all other direct disciples were foundational cultivators. If even one of them took offense, Jiang He would find himself in dire straits. His cultivation at the 5th level of qi refinement was of little distinction before the foundational cultivators. To prevent Shinfeng from implicating the Mountain Master Jiang He, Wei Xiong had no choice but to eliminate him. Brother, why did you kill him? Gui Qing inquired, astonished. Wei Xiong paused, realizing he had fallen into Gui Qing's trap. At that moment, all he had wanted was to silence Shinfeng, without considering the implications. I was merely avenging my junior brother. Now that the wager is set, his loss naturally warrants death, Wei Xiong replied with a forced smile. Is that so? Gui Qing feigned enlightenment, raising his hands in a gesture of respect. Thank you, Brother Wei, for your gallant intervention. However, our master forbids conflict among disciples. You have committed a grave offense and should hasten your escape. Wei Xiong was utterly flabbergasted. Why should I flee? You set the wager. I was simply assisting you. I did not intend to kill him. I was merely toying with him. Gui Qing shrugged and shifted the narrative. Did not the brothers just say that our master forbids conflict among disciples? I would never dare to contravene our master's edict. For I hold profound respect for him. Why then did you kill him? You. Wei Xiong seethed, his anger boiling as he pointed accusingly at Gui Qing, yet found himself at a loss for words. He was the one who had committed the act, and if Gui Qing insisted he never intended to kill Shinfeng, Wei Xiong would be left with no defense. Or do you believe, Gui Qing paused, enunciating each word, that you can flout our master's prohibitions at will? I. Wei Xiong was as restless as an ant on a hot stove, struggling to formulate a defense. Junior brother Gui Qing, do not cast baseless accusations. Jiang He's laughter suddenly rang out, drawing the attention of the onlookers who parted to create a path. Jiang He approached Gui Qing, scrutinizing him before delivering a resounding slap to Wei Xiong. You fool. When Shen Feng sought to harm junior brother Gui Qing, you should have acted decisively. Junior brother Gui Qing is a direct disciple of our master. Should any harm befall him, how will I justify this to our master? Wei Xiong, now increasingly bewildered, could only lower his head in silence. How had it come to pass that Gui Qing sought to kill Shen Feng? Yet it was now framed as Shen Feng attempting to kill Gui Qing. Junior brother Gui Qing, are you unharmed? Jiang He asked, a broad smile adorning his face as he regarded Gui Qing. Gui Qing spoke softly. Thanks to senior brother Wei's timely intervention, I am no longer in peril. It is a relief to hear that, Jiang He replied with a faint smile. He turned to the crowd behind him and stated solemnly, Shen Feng harbors resentment towards Gui Qing and attempted to take his life in broad daylight today. Fortunately, Wei Xiong arrived just in time to save him. Shen Feng's intention to harm a fellow disciple is a grave offense that warrants punishment. I will report this matter to the higher authorities. Do any of you dissent? The onlookers, understanding the gravity of the situation, remained silent and shook their heads. Jiang He's words were intended to unify their stance. Anyone who failed to comprehend this would be considered foolish. The mountain master is wise, Gui Qing said, clasping his fists in salute. Indeed, as the master of Sheong Mountain, I cannot stand idly by while such reckless individuals wreak havoc. Jiang He gestured dismissively and turned to leave. Master, please wait, Gui Qing suddenly called out to Jiang He. What is it, junior brother? Jiang He turned back, smiling warmly at Gui Qing. Gui Qing pointed at Shen Feng's corpse and inquired, May I ask the mountain master how this individual should be dealt with? What do you believe should be done, junior brother? Jiang, still wearing a broad smile, seemed utterly unconcerned as if he had no connection to Shen Feng whatsoever. Gui Qing remarked, This individual is audacious and reckless. I intend to display his head beneath the setting sun on Mount Xieyang as a warning to others. Indeed, Jiang He nodded, exhibiting no hesitation. Let it be as you suggest, junior brother. What shall be done with his storage bag? Gui Qing inquired. His disrespect towards you warrants that the storage bag be entrusted to you, Jiang He replied calmly, casting a glance at Wei Xiong before turning to depart. Wei Xiong followed reluctantly, casting a fierce glare back at Gui Qing as he left. Gui Qing remained indifferent, wielding his sword to decapitate Shen Feng, hanging the severed head upon a tree at the foot of the mountain. He was fully aware that this act would only deepen Jiang He's animosity towards him. However, having chosen to align himself with Situ Feng, he resolved not to waver. With enmity now established between them, there was no need to consider the feelings of the opponent. The onlookers were filled with astonishment, unable to fathom that Shen Feng had met his demise in such a manner. Although it was Wei Xiong who delivered the fatal blow, it was evident to discerning eyes that Wei Xiong was merely the instrument. Gui Qing was the true architect of this act. Previously, many cultivators from Sheong Mountain held Gui Qing, the direct disciple, in disdain. Yet, after witnessing Gui Qing incapacitate Shen Feng with his foundational cultivation, their former contempt had vanished entirely. Reflecting on Gui Qing's displayed tactics and intentions today, they found themselves imbued with a newfound respect. Gui Qing lifted Huzai onto his back and waved to Jiang Yumian in the distance. Jiang Yumian hurried over, taking Jiang Yunyin's back as they ascended the mountain together. The numerous onlookers among the cultivators instinctively took a step back, parting for Gui Qing. Inside the room, Gui Qing administered the pills provided by Situ Feng to the two individuals. Noticing a slight improvement in their pallid complexions, which alleviated his previously anxious heart, Huzai soon regained consciousness, yet Jiang Yunyin's remained unconscious. Gui Qing gently held Jiang Yunyin's wrist, meticulously assessing her condition through her pulse, and administered several rejuvenating pills to her. Once he confirmed that both were stable, Gui Qing consumed a gathering spirit pill and grasped a spirit stone to swiftly replenish his own spiritual energy. Having exhausted his energy in the earlier battle with Shen Feng, he bolted from the courtyard before fully regaining his strength, making a beeline for the spirit treasure platform. Shortly thereafter, Gui Qing rushed back, pouring the recently acquired pills into Huzai's hands. Huzai stared at the multitude of pills, his expression immediately darkening. Why must I consume so many? Your previous injuries have yet to heal, and now you have new ones. You must take good care of yourself and consume all the medicine, Gui Qing reassured him gently. Handing Jiang Yumian a porcelain vial. This is a muscle-repairing ointment. Apply it to the wounds to prevent scarring. Help Huzai with it. Jiang Yumian accepted the vial, her brow furrowed with concern as she glanced at the unconscious Jiang Yunyans. Young master, she will be all right, won't she? Rest assured, I will heal her. I need to treat her injuries now. Please step outside and do not disturb me. Gui Qing waved his hand, and once the two exited, he resumed checking Jiang Yunyin's pulse, combining various pills according to her condition. As the night passed, Jiang Yunyin's pulse finally stabilized, no longer as faint as before. Sitting beside the bed, Gui Qing gazed at Jiang Yunyin's, who was marred with wounds, and found himself in a quandary. Although her internal injuries were nearly healed, the external wounds that pierced her body could not be mended solely with rejuvenating pills. Gui Qing stepped out of the room and approached the door of Huzi's chamber, intending to seek Jiang Yunyin's assistance in cutting away the blood-soaked garments clinging to Jiang Yunyin's wounds. However, Jiang Yunying had kept watch over Huzi throughout the night and had succumbed to slumber beside the bed. Reluctant to disturb her, he treaded softly back to his own room. Seated at the edge of the bed, he gazed at the intricate patterns of injuries adorning Jiang Yunyin's body. After a moment of hesitation, he turned his head away and cautiously tore at her garments. I apologize for the intrusion, he murmured. After applying a generous amount of medicinal ointment, the wounds on Jiang Yunyin's body began to form scabs. Gui Qing then administered fusai powder to her injuries, tucked her in with care, and quietly retreated from the room. The wounds had been sufficiently treated. Now, all that remained was to await Jiang Yunyin's awakening. Gui Qing departed from the courtyard and made his way directly to Situ Feng's cave dwelling. Along the path, he encountered several cultivators, all of whom greeted him with warm smiles. Since Shun Feng's demise, their demeanor had markedly improved. Come, Gui Qing Jr. brother, please enter. Situ Feng called out from a distance, cordially ushering Gui Qing into the courtyard. Your reputation has soared these past few days. Many cultivators from Sheyang Mountain are speaking of you. It is merely a hollow fame. Gui Qing replied with a gentle shake of his head. I have come to express my gratitude for your assistance, senior brother. Between us, there is no need for formalities. Situ Feng said as he seated Gui Qing and prepared tea for him. He then regarded Gui Qing earnestly, stating, to be honest, your strategic maneuvering was beyond my expectations. At that moment, I genuinely believed you were wagering your life against Shen Feng. It was merely a stroke of luck, Gui Qing responded with a faint smile. Winning against Shen Feng, a cultivator of the second layer of qi refinement, while possessing only the first layer, could hardly be attributed to mere fortune. Situ Feng unabashedly expressed his admiration, stating, I have examined Shen Feng's corpse closely. The toxins within him would pose a significant challenge even to a third-layer qi refinement cultivator. Shen Feng was renowned for his talent at Sheyang Mountain, yet he fell so easily to your hand. Truly impressive, junior brother. However, I do have one question. Were you so confident in your ability to defeat him? Gui Qing said, to be honest, this is my first time engaging in a battle of magic with another, and considering that Shen Feng is at the second level of qi refinement, I do not possess absolute confidence in victory. However, there is one matter of which I am quite certain. What matter? Situ Feng inquired with a smile. Gui Qing calmly stated, I am the direct disciple of my master. Even if it is merely a title, he would not dare to take my life. Should I lose, it would merely be a matter of humiliation. If I prevail, I shall have the opportunity to eliminate him. Such shrewd calculations and admirable resolve. Situ Feng laughed heartily and raised his teacup, proclaiming, from this day forth, the cultivators of Sheyang Mountain will surely regard my junior brother with newfound respect. Today, let us toast with tea in celebration of my junior brother. 3 days later, within the confines of the room, Jiang Yunyan slowly opened her eyes. Turning her head, she beheld Gui Qing, who sat before the alchemical furnace with his back to her, and gently called out, Young master. Gui Qing immediately extinguished the furnace. Disregarding the fact that the medicinal pills within had turned to waste, he sat by the bedside and took Jiang Yunyan's hand, checking her pulse. Gradually, his furrowed brow began to relax. Your injuries are no longer severe. With some time to recuperate, you shall be well again. Have I brought shame upon you? Jiang Yunyan softly inquired, recalling the events of a few days prior. How could that be? Gui Qing gently shook his head and replied, You have performed admirably. The fault lies solely with me. This is my conflict with him, and it has unjustly implicated you. Please do not say such things, Jiang Yunyan insisted, shaking her head. As she lifted the covers to rise, she felt a chill and quickly retreated back under the blankets, her face flushed with embarrassment. It was only at that moment that she realized she was entirely unclothed. Gui Qing appeared uncharacteristically flustered, hesitating as he spoke. Your injuries are too severe. Yu Mian was asleep at that time, so it is of no consequence. I understand. Jiang Yunyan turned her back to Gui Qing and gently said, "Could you kindly lend me a set of clothes? Please step outside for a moment. I need to change." Gui Qing swiftly retrieved a set of garments from her storage pouch, placing them beside the bed, and hastily exited the room, closing the door behind her as if granted a reprieve. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Yuyan emerged, adorned in Gui Qing's loose-fitting robe. Her cheeks still flushed. She bowed gracefully to Gui Qing and, with a charming smile, remarked, "I presume the attire I have donned is of no further interest to you." "My lord, so I shall not return it." Gui Qing stood still, momentarily perplexed. Despite his usual keen insight, he found himself unable to decipher the hidden meaning behind Jiang Yunyan's words. In a bid to bridge the silence, he presented her with the medicinal pills he intended to consume soon. When Jiang Yunyan turned back with a smile, he felt a sense of bewilderment. After a fruitless contemplation, he ultimately decided to depart the courtyard and make his way to Lingao Terrace. As the month drew to a close, he realized that if he did not seek guidance from his senior brother soon, the precious teaching time of the month would be squandered. At the heart of the Qingyu Terrace's pavilion, Yiyun glanced at Gui Qing with genuine interest. "I have heard about the events of the past few days," he remarked. "Your prowess surpasses my expectations, as does your cunning. The ability to employ another as a tool for one's own ends is indeed a testament to your ingenuity. It appears I have underestimated you." Gui Qing immediately rose, feeling restless. "Elder brother, do not worry," Ian reassured, gently pressing Gui Qing back into her seat and patting her shoulder with warmth. "I am not one to cling to outdated views. I have long been accustomed to the complexities of human nature and the machinations of the heart. That Shen Feng indeed possesses a lethal path. It would be no issue to eliminate him. Generally speaking, what the Mountain Master reports is the reality, for the truth has never held significance. Moreover, I typically do not involve myself in matters of punishment. Even if you were to commit heinous acts beyond these walls, your presence here is merely for guidance. I am solely responsible for imparting knowledge." "Thank you, elder brother." Gui Qing rose, clasping her fists together and bowing deeply. "Let us not dwell on that," Yiyun said with a smile, waving his hand gently. "What would you like to inquire about today?" "The properties and pharmacology of herbs," Gui Qing replied, her smile radiant and utterly sincere. 6 months later, Gui Qing consumed a breakthrough pill, and the spiritual energy surged forth from his dantian, traversing through the 72nd acupoint. Leveraging the medicinal potency of the pill to break through the bottleneck between the 72nd and 73rd acupoints. Moments later, Gui Qing abruptly opened his eyes, his breath swelling with newfound vigor. After 6 months, he had finally ascended to the 2nd level of qi refinement. During this half-year, he engaged in but 3 pursuits: refining pills to amass spirit stones, consuming medicinal herbs, and seeking guidance from his senior brother. Had he relied solely on his original aptitude, it would have taken him a year to achieve this breakthrough. However, with the enhancement of his innate qualities, this duration was significantly reduced. His wood spiritual root had now risen to 70%. This remarkable advancement was largely attributed to the extensive array of medicinal herbs he had ingested over the past 6 months. A 70% wood spiritual root is considered moderate aptitude, and with sufficient spirit stones, his cultivation speed could rival that of others. Moreover, following his extensive consumption of medicinal herbs, his comprehension of their properties had deepened considerably. Although only 5 types of herbs yielded the most beneficial effects, the enhancement of his wood spiritual root was primarily achieved through the sheer quantity of herbs consumed. He meticulously sampled each herb to facilitate a more profound understanding of their properties. The reason he was not troubled by a lack of spirit stones during this period was due to his heightened understanding of medicinal properties, which significantly increased his success rate in pill refining. Notably, the success rate for the rejuvenation pill had approached 50%. With the materials for 10 rejuvenation pills, he could earn 30 spirit stones, allowing him to accumulate a substantial amount of spirit stones in relatively little time. As for the remaining 50% failure rate, it was no longer related to the properties of the herbs. Rather, it stemmed from issues with the flames. His fire spiritual root was nearly non-existent, leading to a persistent lack of precision in controlling the fire. As the spirit of Gui Qing unfurled, it swiftly enveloped the entire courtyard. Were it not for the barrier, it would extend outward. Upon reaching the 2nd level of qi refining, his spiritual awareness had significantly amplified. Outside the pavilion, thanks to the arrangements made by Jiang Yuyan and Jiang Yumian, the formerly barren land had transformed into a flourishing garden, with paths laid out in gravel and a gazebo erected in the center. At that moment, Jiang Yumian was chasing after Hu Zi in the garden. brandishing a handful of medicinal pills. Hu Ze, take the medicine, be obedient. The pills are truly bitter. Can I skip them? Hu Ze lamented as he ran. But you must take the medicine to feel better. I really do not wish to. Suddenly, Jiang Yumian stumbled and fell to the ground, covering her face as she began to cry. Hearing the commotion, Hu Ze hurriedly turned back, rushing towards her with concern. Yumian, are you okay? Is everything all right? Sitting on the ground, Jiang Yumian hugged her knees and sobbed. Hu Ze, you are not listening. You refuse to take your medicine. Please don't cry, Yumian. I'll take it, Hu Ze replied, taking the pills and swallowing them all at once. Look, Yumian, I've finished. Will you stop crying now? At last, Jiang Yumian lifted her head and stuck out her tongue at Hu Ze, her face alight with triumph. Realizing he had been tricked, Hu Ze merely chuckled, scratching his head in amusement. As long as you're fine, everything is well. It seems only Yumian can manage you. Suddenly, Gui Qing's teasing voice resonated, prompting the three to turn in unison to see him emerging from the pavilion, his eyes brimming with joy. Hu Ze, you're finally out. Yumian mentioned wanting to go on an outing a few days ago. How fortuitous that we can all go together. Gui Qing smiled and nodded. He had just made a breakthrough and would not retreat for a while. Jiang Yumian brought forth a bowl of soup and gently said, Young master, this is the lotus seed soup I prepared. Please have a taste. Gui Qing took the bowl and savored a spoonful, exclaiming, Delicious. Where did you acquire the lotus seeds? Jiang Yumian replied softly, I cultivated a pond outside and planted some lotus flowers. You possess such skill. Do you take me to see it? As Gui Qing ambled along, relishing the lotus seed soup, he remained oblivious to the radiant smile gracing Jiang Yumian's face behind him. Outside the courtyard, Gui Qing paused by the pond, taking in the scene for a moment before preparing to return. Suddenly, his ears perked up, and he turned to gaze at a nearby courtyard where a crowd had gathered, seemingly embroiled in a dispute. Do not follow me. I shall investigate, Gui Qing instructed as he handed the bowl to Jiang Yumian. As he approached, the voices of the argument became distinctly audible. How can this be? We have already paid our monthly dues. Why must we pay again? Indeed, it is stipulated that payments are made monthly. How can they demand payment in advance? I have already surrendered all my spirit stones. I have none left for cultivation myself. This is simply outrageous. Gui Qing gazed at Wei Xiong, who was encircled at the center, and a sudden clarity washed over him. It appeared that Wei Xiong was once again demanding benefits from these individuals. With a disdainful snort, Wei Xiong unleashed his cultivation of the 4th level of qi refinement, the overwhelming aura rendering the crowd speechless. This is the Mountain Master's command. Do you dare defy it? Do not blame me for the warning. Should you offend the Mountain Master, you may lose your life without even realizing how it happened. The Mountain Master has instructed you to collect spirit stones, but he did not authorize you to embezzle them. Gui Qing squeezed through the throng and spoke calmly. You should submit your monthly dues at the mountain peak yourself. Handing them to him will not suffice. Wei Xiong, you. Upon seeing Gui Qing, Wei Xiong's anger flared uncontrollably, glaring fiercely. Why must you always be present? Today, I represent the Mountain Master in collecting spirit stones, and you shall not speak nonsense here. Gui Qing paid no heed to the matter at hand and turned to the crowd, inquiring, How long have you all been together? Half a year, came the response. Gui Qing mocked, Is it only half a year? That is rather insufficient. If you wish to cultivate in peace, you ought to contribute a bit more, lest you find yourself besieged by constant demands for payment. A more generous offering is essential. Otherwise, your contribution to the Mountain Master will be rendered meaningless. Wei Xiong retorted fiercely, Gui Qing, refrain from slandering me. The Mountain Master specifically instructed me to collect a half-year's fee. I would never abscond with even a single spirit stone. Is that so? Gui Qing scoffed, raising a finger towards the mountain peak, then let them ascend and pay for themselves. Why are you making such a ruckus here? Wei Xiong's expression fell instantly. He had intended to seize the opportunity to extort these newcomers, but he never anticipated Gui Qing would interfere. Gui Qing, do not push your luck. Wei Xiong glared at him, his teeth grinding audibly. Oh? Gui Qing arched an eyebrow. Are you threatening to kill me, brother? Wei Xiong fell silent. The memory of half a year ago when Gui Qing had used his hand to slay Shen Feng vivid in his mind. He dared not respond, fearful that he might unwittingly fall into another trap set by Gui Qing. Yet, if he were to leave in such a manner, not only would he lose face, but this entire venture would have been in vain. Gui Qing raised his hand, pointing at Wei Xiong, and addressed the crowd. This man is named Wei Xiong. He is a parasite of Sheyang Mountain, delighting in extorting newcomers. Henceforth, keep your distance from him. Gui Qing, are you seeking death? Wei Xiong clenched his fists. exuding an air that suggested he was ready to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Gui Qing spread his arms and shrugged, resigned to his fate, acknowledging that if his senior brother wished to kill him, he would not dare to resist. Junior brother Gui Qing, do not speak recklessly. I merely seek to spar with you, he replied. Wei Xiong, unable to suppress the fury simmering within, was about to teach Gui Qing a lesson when an inexplicable sense of unease pricked at him, compelling him to glance back. To his astonishment, he was met with the sight of Chen Ze, leaning against a grand tree, casually tossing stones while observing the scene with indifference. A cold sweat broke out on Wei Xiong's forehead. 3 months prior, Chen Ze had ascended to the 5th level of qi refinement, coinciding with the demise of the former mountain lord of Nanyan Mountain. Now, Chen Ze had taken the mantle of the mountain lord, utilizing its resources for cultivation, and within a mere 3 months, his prowess had nearly matched that of Situ Feng. It was common knowledge that Situ Feng and Chen Ze had been childhood friends, both having entered the demon extremity sect together. With Chen Ze's rise to power, Jiang He's wariness towards Situ Feng had only intensified. Moreover, Chen Ze's influence extended beyond his title as Mountain Lord. Had he chosen to act against Gui Qing just moments ago, Chen Ze would have swiftly apprehended him and delivered him to the enforcement hall, rendering even Jiang He incapable of offering protection. Recognizing that he would be unable to collect any spirit stones today, Wei Xiong cast a cold glance at Gui Qing before turning away to depart. Gui Qing raised his hand in a gesture of respect, exchanging smiles with Chen Ze. His earlier provocation of Wei Xiong was a result of having caught Chen Ze's discreet signal from a distance, prompting him to coordinate with Chen Ze. Unfortunately, Wei Xiong did not take the bait. Otherwise, they could have effectively incapacitated Jiang He's allies. Gui Qing turned to face the crowd, raising his hand to point towards Situ Feng's courtyard, the abode of his senior brother. Situ, known for his warm-heartedness, would be a reliable source of assistance in times of trouble. Thank you, senior brother, the youths exclaimed in unison, bowing in respect. Gui Qing waved his hand and turned to leave. The call of senior brother from the young disciples stirred a multitude of emotions within him. After enduring more than half a year as a newcomer, he had now ascended to the status of a senior brother. How did you both arrive together? Please, come in. Come in. In the courtyard, Situ Feng ushered the two into the building, then turned to Gui Qing with a beaming smile, exclaiming, to advance to the 2nd level of qi training in just 6 months is a remarkable pace, certainly not slow among all disciples. I truly did not misjudge you. Gui Qing clasped his fist and said, there is a matter for which I must seek your forgiveness, senior brother. Oh? Situ Feng maintained his cheerful demeanor, encouraging his junior to speak freely. It is as follows, Chen Ze said as he draped an arm around Situ Feng's shoulder, recounting the events that had transpired in detail. Upon hearing this, Situ Feng's smile grew even brighter. You have helped me garner the hearts of the people. I cannot thank you enough, junior brother. What wrongdoing could there possibly be? I fear you might reproach me for acting hastily, Chen Ze admitted. Situ Feng shook his head with a smile, gesturing for the two to take their seats. After pouring tea, he spoke slowly, as we are family. There is no need for formality between us. I regard you as a true brother, and there are certain truths I will not conceal. A mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. A confrontation between Jiang He and myself is inevitable. Jiang He, as the mountain lord, possesses resources far surpassing my own. To emerge victorious against him, I must rally support as much as possible. You acted rightly in this matter. Should similar situations arise in the future, do not hesitate to take action. Regardless of the consequences, I will bear them for you. Thank you, senior brother. Situ Feng then turned to Chen Ze. What brings you to me this time? I did not come to seek you, but rather him, Chen Ze teased, pointing playfully at Gui Qing. The medicine sect has decided to recruit him, and I am here to take him for the assessment. Gui Qing furrowed his brow in confusion. He had already aligned himself with Situ Feng. So how could Chen Ze utter such words in front of him? To his surprise, Situ Feng appeared utterly unconcerned, breaking into hearty laughter. Today truly brings double joy. Chen Ze, noticing Gui Qing's bewilderment, elaborated, the influence of the medicine sect is vast, far beyond that of a mere mountain lord. These forces are intricately intertwined, and it's not something that can be easily explained in a short while. Just know that the medicine sect has always been protective of its alchemists. Once you join, not only will you be shielded from Jiang and his trifling authority, but even the law enforcement hall would think twice before making a move against you. Situ Feng interjected with a smile, indeed, if you can join the medicine sect, it would be a significant boon for me as well. Go forth without worry. Observing Gui Qing's lingering hesitation, Chen Ze seized his arm and urged, "Come on, let us hasten. We must not keep them waiting." Chen Ze led Gui Qing at a swift pace, ultimately arriving at a stone plaza 20 miles away. At the center of the plaza stood an imposing alchemical furnace, intricately carved from spirit stones. Measuring over 10 zhang in both length and width, with the ancient characters medicine sect engraved prominently in the middle. Gui Qing's gaze was utterly vacant, contemplating the immense alchemical furnace before him, which must require an astronomical quantity of spiritual stones. It is often said that alchemists are affluent. Yet today, he truly comprehended the profundity of this statement. Beyond the square, towering edifices ascended majestically, their grandeur palpable. Even the thoroughfares were adorned with flourishing medicinal herbs, their fragrant aromas wafting through the air. Chen Ze guided Gui Qing directly towards a lofty structure on the left, its sign elegantly inscribed with the 3 characters, Xiangsu Lu. Before they could enter, a captivating woman emerged gracefully, casting a flirtatious glance at Chen Ze while feigning indignation. "Why have you kept me waiting for so long?" "Something came up along the way," Chen Ze replied with a wry smile, gently nudging Gui Qing forward. "Junior brother, this is senior sister Han Yurao, the esteemed proprietor of Xiangsu Lu. You should hasten to pay your respects." Gui Qing hastily clasped his hands in greeting, acknowledging Sister Han. "There is no need for excessive formalities, junior brother." Han Yurao gracefully stepped forward, circling around Gui Qing before resting her hand upon his shoulder. With a charming smile, she remarked, "What a strikingly handsome young man you are. Come, let us enter." Seeing Gui Qing momentarily stunned, Chen Ze promptly patted his arm, prompting Gui Qing to regain his composure and follow Han Yurao into the building. Han Yurao led Gui Qing to a secluded room on the 2nd floor, where she activated a barrier to isolate them from external sounds, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. "I am Han Yurao, the steward of the medicinal sect. Recommended by Chen Ze, I have come to evaluate your alchemical skills. Your performance during this assessment will determine your success." She continued, "You may choose the elixir you wish to concoct, and I will provide you with 10 sets of medicinal ingredients." "Revitalizing pill," Gui Qing declared, retrieving his alchemical furnace without the slightest hesitation. At this moment, it was the revitalizing pill that he excelled at most. Han Yurao waved her hand lightly, and a second-tier alchemical furnace along with 10 sets of ingredients materialized on the floor. "Begin," she instructed. Gui Qing sat before the alchemical furnace, taking a moment to regulate his breath and gradually introduce the medicinal materials into the cauldron, his demeanor remarkably composed. Shortly thereafter, he lifted the lid of the furnace and carefully extracted the rejuvenating elixir, placing it into the porcelain vial prepared by Han Yurao. Han Yurao subtly nodded, acknowledging the successful refinement of the first batch of ingredients, which seemed to indeed possess a certain finesse. As more rejuvenating pills were produced, Han Yurao's gaze grew increasingly satisfied. Once the flames extinguished, Han Shiyu picked up 5 porcelain vials, inspecting each one in succession before gazing at Gui Qing with astonishment. "What an extraordinary success rate. At your age, possessing such alchemical skills is unparalleled in my experience. You have proven yourself worthy and are eligible to become a member of the Apothecary Guild. Upon joining, you will have the opportunity to procure medicinal materials at a reduced price or purchase pill formulas. We will acquire your refined elixirs at prices comparable to those of Lingdao platform. Furthermore, the guild shall offer you protection. However, there is one condition you must agree to." "What condition?" Gui Qing inquired. Han Yurao replied sternly, "From this day forth, you are forbidden from selling elixirs to Lingdao platform." In Gui Qing's eyes, an unusual expression suddenly emerged. Was this an attempt to compete with Lingbeitai for business? Lingbeitai, recognized as a prominent trading hub, undoubtedly possessed formidable backing, while joining the Yaomen offered numerous advantages. Such a blatant encroachment on business would surely be regarded as a thorn in the side by Lingbeitai. Han Yurao discerned Gui Qing's concerns and smiled gently, elucidating, "Junior brother, there is no need for apprehension. Lingbeitai is under the control of our senior brothers who have attained foundation establishment, and they do not compete with us. The Qi refining cultivators, for resources. There is no inherent conflict with the Yaomen. The establishment of Lingbeitai merely provides a fair trading ground for newly initiated disciples. In truth, the Yaomen already monopolizes 90% of the business concerning elixirs and medicinal herbs. What the Yaomen seeks is monopoly, ensuring the prosperity of their trade. Surely, you have visited the black market? Lingbeitai remains indifferent to its existence, so what else is there for you to worry about?" After a moment of contemplation, Gui Qing clasped his fists and declared, "I am willing to join the apothecary sect." The seriousness on Han Yurao's face dissipated, and she covered her mouth with a delicate laugh. She produced a jade pendant engraved with botanical motifs and handed it to Gui Qing, stating, "From this moment forth, you shall be a member of the apothecary sect and my direct subordinate. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. With this pendant, you may traverse most areas of the sect. Each newly inducted alchemist is entitled to advance 500 spirit stones for the procurement of medicinal materials. However, I hold great admiration for your alchemical skills. If you find yourself in need, Xiangsu Tower can extend 1,000 spirit stones to you." "Thank you, senior sister. I happen to wish to purchase some medicinal materials, and I would appreciate your guidance," Gui Qing replied, fastening the pendant to his belt and bowing in gratitude. Han Yurao raised her hand slightly, and the room's enchantments dissipated immediately as she led Gui Qing towards the only chamber on the top floor. The room was exquisitely furnished, imbued with a subtle, lingering fragrance. It was only upon seeing the intimate garments hanging on the screen that Gui Qing realized this was Han Yurao's personal quarters. "Senior sister, were we not to procure medicinal materials? Why have we come here?" Gui Qing furrowed his brow in confusion. Han Yurao smiled alluringly, leaning against Gui Qing as she softly remarked, "What medicinal materials does my junior brother desire? I can have them delivered." Having discussed matters of importance, let us now indulge in more personal conversation. You must be weary from your alchemical endeavors. Let us recline and converse. Gui Qing initially intended to push Han Yurao away. Yet inexplicably, a surge of wicked desire ignited within him, rendering his body unresponsive as Han Yurao pulled him onto the bed. Han Yurao straddled Gui Qing, shedding her garments, and leaned in close, whispering playfully in his ear, "The flavor of a direct disciple is indeed unparalleled." A flicker of clarity passed through Gui Qing's eyes as she gently pushed aside Han Yurao, rising to step outside the screen. With her back turned to the unclothed Han Yurao, she slightly wrinkled her nose, inhaling the complex scents of ginseng, returning essence, Sichuan pepper, toad venom, and musk, combined to form an alluring aphrodisiac. Furthermore, with the addition of enchanting soulgrass and butterfly fragrance, the aroma was intoxicating, stirring desires. It became evident that my senior sister had brought me here to test my understanding of medicinal properties. She was indeed thoughtful. Han Yurao, momentarily startled, donned her attire and approached Gui Qing, her laughter like flowers swaying in the breeze. "As long as my junior understands my earnest intentions, let us proceed. I will take you to procure the herbal ingredients." Outside the fragrant crisp pavilion, Shen Xingzheng waited with a sense of ennui. Upon seeing Gui Qing emerge, he promptly approached her, his gaze drawn to the jade pendant at her waist, exclaiming with delight, "Excellent. I knew you would succeed." Gui Qing turned to look at Han Yurao, who was waving at him from the railing of the fragrant crispy building. He took a deep breath and departed swiftly with Xingxing. Fortunately, he had been consuming medicinal herbs for the past 6 months, which had significantly heightened his resistance to drugs. Otherwise, he would have fallen prey to Han Yurao's charms. Yet, even so, the potency of the aphrodisiac was so overwhelming that he nearly succumbed. His elder brother had once warned him that desire is the first trial for a young man. If one fails to overcome it, all endeavors would be in vain. Their current stage of cultivation focused on refining essence into qi, and any leakage of essence could hinder their progress. Noticing Gui Qing's reaction, Xingxing reflected on the time Gui Qing had entered, his eyes filled with astonishment. "How could it be that you, my friend, were not conquered by her?" Gui Qing shook his head, quickening his pace as he communicated telepathically. "You could have warned me about this, Sister Han's intentions." Xingxing shrugged, helplessly responding, "There's nothing I can do. She is in charge and her reasons are valid. I cannot refuse her. This Sister Han has a penchant for younger men. You certainly possess remarkable self-restraint to endure her advances. Avoiding her is indeed beneficial, sparing you from considerable trouble. That woman is quite enigmatic. There are whispers within the medicinal sect that she has entanglements with many cultivators. Regrettably, I must drag you into this, however. I shall take you to a fine place as compensation." After traveling 5 miles north, Xingxing halted before a modest courtyard. "This is the place." A red lantern hung high outside, with the characters "Furnace Cauldron" inscribed on the plaque. An elderly woman, her face etched with wrinkles, reclined in a wrought-tin chair, seemingly asleep with her eyes closed. Xingxing approached swiftly, placing 50 spirit stones on the table beside her, respectfully clasping his fist in greeting. 1 hour. The old woman remained motionless, yet the spirit stones vanished into thin air, and the courtyard gate opened by itself. "I've taken care of the payment for you. The delicacies here are unparalleled. Do enjoy yourself," Xingxing said, pushing the bewildered Gui Qing inside. The gate shut instantly, and a luminous barrier rose, isolating them from the sounds outside. Gui Qing cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The courtyard, aside from the modest room before him, was devoid of any furnishings. Upon pushing open the door, he was momentarily struck dumb. A woman, with skin as smooth as jade, lay sprawled on the bed in an exceedingly indecorous pose, utterly motionless, as if inviting the gaze of all who entered. As Gui Qing turned to leave, his steps faltered when his peripheral gaze fell upon the woman's visage. Her features were exquisitely refined, with a delicate brow and graceful countenance, radiating an aura of gentle elegance. She was breathtakingly beautiful, yet her pair of eyes appeared vacant and devoid of spirit, evoking a sense of faint disappointment, resembling that of a mere marionette. As the heart of Gui Qing raced increasingly faster, the aphrodisiac previously absorbed within him wreaked havoc once more, igniting a fervent desire in his lower abdomen. If he were still oblivious to his surroundings at this moment, it would be a true testament to his foolishness. Just as mortals have brothels, so too do cultivators possess their own establishments of indulgence. Gui Qing's gaze involuntarily roamed over the woman's exposed form, and suddenly, he struck himself sharply, moving forward to pull the blanket over her. He sat at the edge of the bed, staring blankly at her, feelings of sorrow gradually welling up within him. From the woman's exquisite features, he discerned the shadow of his mother, stirring within him a longing for home and for his mother. The woman slowly turned her head, regarding Gui Qing with hollow eyes devoid of any emotion. Their gazes met, yet no spark ignited between them, only an overwhelming sense of solitude. An hour later, the luminous curtain above began to ripple. Gui Qing understood that the hour was approaching. Reluctantly, he cast one last glance at the woman before rising to leave. However, upon reaching the doorway, he abruptly halted, turning back to face her. Noticing her gaze upon him, he felt a surge of nervousness. "I am Chen Ze. I shall return to see you again," he stammered. The woman turned her head away, her eyes remaining as vacant as ever, as if her soul had departed. Outside the courtyard, a lecherous cultivator, his hands rubbing together in eager anticipation, had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Gui Qing emerge, he immediately rushed into the courtyard. Gui Qing gazed at the rising light curtain that once again enveloped the courtyard, his thoughts drifting to the enchanting yet hollow-eyed woman. A surge of anger welled up within him, prompting him to clench his fists tightly before departing. As the night deepened, Gui Qing strolled at a leisurely pace, occasionally gritting his teeth, the flames of his fury not only failing to diminish with time but intensifying instead. He found himself perplexed by the source of his anger, only feeling a profound ache for the woman who bore a resemblance to his mother. It was only upon returning to his courtyard chamber that he managed to quell the tempest within him. He retrieved a jade slip and pressed it to his forehead, whereupon a calm voice resonated in his mind. This was the formula for the penetrating pill he had purchased at the fragrant crispy building, documented in meticulous detail, including the sequence of ingredient additions and the precise steps for pill concoction. Although it was somewhat costly, it was preferable to experimenting with a rudimentary formula and materials. What he lacked most at present was time. The 1,000 spirit stones advanced to him by Han Yurao had been entirely exchanged for medicinal materials and pill recipes. After advancing to the second level of qi refinement, relying solely on the rejuvenating pills to earn spirit stones was no longer sufficient to sustain his daily cultivation. He needed to refine more expensive pills. The following day, while Gui Qing was engrossed in concocting the penetrating pill, a sudden knock echoed at the door. "Young master, someone seeks your presence." The visitor is clad in white and appears rather refined. Upon hearing this, Gui Qing promptly extinguished the flames of the furnace and rushed out, disregarding the fact that the medicinal pill within was on the verge of formation. The description provided by Jiang Yunyan left him with no other thoughts besides that of his senior brother. Apart from the initial visit, his senior brother had never come to see him again. What could possibly have transpired to compel his senior brother to seek him out? Gui Qing dashed out of the courtyard with remarkable speed. Upon seeing Yi Yun, he immediately clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. "Senior brother, what brings you here?" "Master wishes to see you." Ian spoke no further. Instead, he grasped Gui Qing and soared into the sky. A sudden chill gripped Gui Qing's heart. His master, Dao Kuzi, had once informed him that the individual who possessed the luminous fragment would inevitably seek him out. He had been preparing for this encounter, yet he had not anticipated its arrival would be so swift. The thought of facing Ouyang filled him with trepidation. 100 miles away, before the magnificent hall, Ian descended slowly with Gui Qing and performed a respectful bow. "Master, I have brought junior brother Gui Qing." The grand doors of the hall opened of their own accord, and Ouyang Yi's deep voice resonated, "Enter." Ian exchanged a knowing glance with Gui Qing, who promptly stepped into the grand hall. He did not raise his gaze to meet Ouyang Yi, seated upon the elevated throne, but instead focused on the jade bricks beneath his feet, bowing deeply in utmost respect. Disciple pays respects to master. "Rise," Ouyang Yi commanded, extending his palm. The luminous fragment floated gently from the high platform, coming to rest before Gui Qing. "I require your assistance in refining this treasure. Sit down and release your aura." Disciple obeys. Gui Qing immediately settled into a cross-legged position, his spiritual energy circulating swiftly within, fully dispersing his aura. The luminous fragment suddenly emanated a dazzling brilliance. Ouyang Yi on the high platform let out a hearty laugh, forming a seal with his fingers. A terrifying pressure descended directly upon the luminous fragment, and its residual force left Gui Qing drenched in sweat. Indeed, his assumptions were correct. The moment this treasure emerged, he was nearest to it, and his aura was essential for its complete refinement. "Do not fear. Under the combined influence of my pressure and the essence of this treasure, your cultivation will greatly benefit. The extent of your gains will depend solely on your own fortitude." Gui Qing hastily extracted the spirit stones for cultivation. In merely 10 breaths, the spirit stone in his hand transformed into fine powder, dispersing into the air. A surge of joy welled up within him as he retrieved a multitude of spirit stones, placing them beside him to absorb their essence with utmost fervor. 10 breaths per stone. Such a pace of cultivation is indeed a rare fortune. He must seize this opportunity to absorb as much as he can. An unceasing flow of spiritual energy surged into his meridians, racing toward the second acupoint of the Qi refining stage. Under the oppressive aura of Ouyang Yi and the presence of the treasured artifact, any bottleneck he faced seemed to vanish. Swiftly, he broke through the second acupoint, allowing the spiritual energy to cascade into the third, then the fourth, and the fifth, until he shattered the 13th acupoint. Finally, Ouyang Yi's oppressive pressure dissipated, and the luminescent fragments returned to his palm, swirling with resplendent brilliance. "Well done. You may leave now." Disciple takes their leave. Gui Qing respectfully bowed, stepping back a few paces before turning to depart. "Wait." Ouyang Yi suddenly called out to Gui Qing, appearing before him in an instant. In a deep voice, he remarked, "Your speed in absorbing spiritual energy was peculiar. Given your aptitude, such rapid cultivation is unexpected." Ouyang Yi raised his hand and pressed it against Gui Qing's crown, his immense spiritual consciousness penetrating into Gui Qing's body. After examining his spiritual roots, he furrowed his brow slightly. "When you became a spiritual servant, your aptitude was deemed inferior, yet your spiritual root measures at 70%. Such assessments are infallible. Look up, meet my gaze, and explain this anomaly." Gui Qing slowly raised his head, his expression remarkably serene, yet his heart raced with anxiety. "Master, I humbly report that while consuming pills, I inadvertently discovered that they could enhance my spiritual root. Therefore, I endeavored to ingest herbal materials, finding the effects even more pronounced. As a result, I have diligently continued this practice, elevating my spiritual root from 50% to 70%. Dao Kuzi had previously instructed him that if anyone inquired, aside from mentioning Dao Kuzi and the Juling seed, he could speak truthfully about everything else. How can this be? Ouyang Yi pondered, his brow knitting tighter with each thought, disbelief evident in his eyes as he paced beside Gui Qing. After a prolonged moment, he suddenly halted, fixing his gaze upon Gui Qing, his eyes gleaming with insight. "I recall now, I once read in an ancient tome about a unique constitution, one that, though initially lacking in innate talent at birth, can, through diligent cultivation, gradually enhance its spiritual roots until perfection is achieved. It is astonishing to encounter a phenomenon thought to exist solely in legend. Indeed, had it not been for your revelation, I would remain oblivious," Gui Qing responded, his demeanor shifting to one of sudden enlightenment. Yet, he could not ascertain whether Ouyang Yi was deceiving him, so he chose to continue in this vein. Perhaps such a unique constitution truly existed, but he was certain he did not possess it. His spiritual roots enhancement was entirely reliant on the Juling seed within his sea of consciousness. Ouyang Yi narrowed his eyes, his demeanor shifting to one of grave seriousness. "Disciple, I must ask you, when that treasure emerged, did you acquire any other fortuitous opportunities? If so, speak truthfully, I shall not hold it against you. However, should you choose to conceal the truth, do not blame me for being unyielding." Without a hint of hesitation, Gui Qing respectfully replied, "Disciple would never dare to deceive master. After colliding with that stone pillar, I lost consciousness. When I awoke, This treasured artifact had somehow ended up in my possession, and shortly thereafter, Master arrived. Ouyang Yi stroked his beard in contemplation for a moment, then pointed a finger at Gui Qing's forehead, declaring, "Do not take offense, my dear disciple. Only through personal verification can I rest easy. If your conscience is clear, do not resist. After the soul-searching, all truths shall be revealed." A sharp pain surged through Gui Qing's mind, causing his complexion to turn pale, as if his skull were being sawed apart. This sensation was not unfamiliar. Dao Kuzi had previously examined his memories in a similar manner. Should Ouyang Yi discover the absolute spirit seed within his consciousness, or uncover the truth from his memories, it would spell his doom. At this juncture, he could only place his hopes in Dao Kuzi's reliability. After all, Dao Kuzi had once fervently assured him that as long as he kept silent, no one would ever uncover this secret. After a brief moment, Ouyang Yi withdrew his hand, gazing coldly at Gui Qing, exclaiming, "Ah, so you harbor such a thing within you. What audacity you possess. Even now, do you still intend to conceal the truth from me? Master, I do not comprehend what you are saying. What is it that I possess within me?" Gui Qing stared blankly at Ouyang Yi, his eyes filled with confusion. Ouyang Yi scrutinized Gui Qing closely, observing that there was no hint of guilt upon his face. He burst into laughter, patting Gui Qing on the shoulder. "I was merely jesting, my dear disciple. Of course, I trust you. By the way, it suddenly occurred to me that after accepting you as my personal disciple, I have yet to present you with an initiation gift. For Yi Yuan, I bestowed a protective talisman. What would you desire?" Gui Qing lowered his head respectfully, clasping his fists in reverence. "It is an honor bestowed by the elder, and whatever my master grants me, I shall accept without hesitation." Ouyang Yi pondered briefly and then retrieved a snow-white lotus pod, as exquisite as a jade carving. This was the heart of a century-old snow lotus, containing 81 lotus seeds. Should a chi-refining practitioner consume it directly, the icy essence within would instantly devastate their meridians. However, given your unique constitution, consuming it in portions should pose no issue. You may commence your first intake here, and I shall protect you as your master. Gui Qing accepted the heart of the century-old snow lotus, extracting a lotus seed resembling ice crystal and swallowing it. He began to circulate his spiritual energy in an attempt to refine it. Ouyang Yi extended his hand once more, pressing it against Gui Qing's crown, allowing his formidable spiritual consciousness to permeate Gui Qing's body, closely observing the changes within him. As soon as the lotus seed entered his body, it unleashed a terrifying chill that froze all of Gui Qing's meridians. After a moment of contemplation, Gui Qing chose to lift the suppression on the absolute spirit seed, permitting it to refine the lotus seed and mend his with spiritual root. He understood that Ouyang Yi still harbored suspicions about him. The bestowal was merely a facade, while the true intent was to test him. Yet, he found himself with no alternative. If he did not refine the lotus seed, his body would inevitably be destroyed. He could only hope that the absolute spirit seed remained undetected. Within the sea of consciousness, the absolute spirit seed spun rapidly, causing the chilling energy within Gui Qing to dissipate instantly, with the lotus seed transforming into pure energy that integrated into his wood's spiritual root. Under the influence of the lotus seed, Gui Qing's wood's spiritual root advanced visibly towards its full potential, far surpassing any medicinal substance he had previously consumed. Moreover, after the essence of the lotus seed was refined by the absolute spirit seed, the remaining portion transformed into spiritual energy that surged into his meridians, swiftly opening 2 acupoints. With the potential to cultivate 14 acupoints in a single day, such a pace of advancement was something he had never dared to imagine before. "Thank you, Master." Gui Qing slowly opened his eyes, rising to respectfully clasp his fist and salute. Casually glancing at Ouyang Yi, he noticed the latter retracting his hand from Gui Qing's crown, allowing his previously anxious heart to finally settle. Had the absolute spirit seed been discovered, he would likely have faced a fatal blow. Ouyang Yi stroked his beard and sighed. To enhance one's spiritual root after birth, had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would scarcely believe it. The profound mysteries of heaven and earth are only now made known, evoking a sense of reverence. I truly admire your disposition, now unburdened by innate limitations. Take flight and do not squander your extraordinary constitution. Given time, your accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass those of Yi Yuan. However, your rapid advancement today necessitates a solid foundation upon your return. Once your wood's spiritual root reaches perfection, come to see me again. This matter must not be disclosed to others. Yes, disciple will remember this. Thank you for your generosity, Master. I take my leave. Gui Qing stored the heart of the century-old snow lotus in a storage pouch, bowed in farewell, and gradually exited the grand hall. He maintained a respectful bow until the doors closed, at which point he straightened and turned slowly. Outside the hall, Yun, who had been resting with closed eyes, gradually opened them. After respectfully bowing to the closed doors, he flew directly towards the Azure Jade platform with Gui Qing. Since they had emerged, they might as well conduct the lesson today, sparing Gui Qing another trip. All right, I shall heed the senior brother's advice. Upon landing on the Azure Jade platform, Ian smiled warmly at Yi Yuan, who was waiting outside the courtyard. What a coincidence today. You two may enter together. Gui Qing clasped his fists and said, Senior brother, let him go for now. I shall return another day. Yi Yuan fully released his cultivation and coldly replied, Cease your pretentious humility. Your feigned modesty only serves to repulse me. You may have deceived me with this act, but do you think you can fool senior brother? The essence of cultivation lies in competition, and today presents an opportune moment for us to engage in a fair duel. The victor shall be the one to seek guidance from senior brother first. Gui Qing sensed Yi Yuan's aura, his brows furrowing tightly. Yi Yuan had grown stronger once more. Having reached the third level of qi refinement, and his aura was stable, clearly indicating that this was not a recent breakthrough. Yi Yuan had indeed become more powerful. Despite his deep-seated aversion towards Yi Yuan, he could not help but admire his astonishing pace of cultivation. This was the true essence of genius, one who commanded respect and even prompted others to seek companionship solely through innate talent, without the need for cultivated temperament or shrewdness. Gui Qing calmly said, I concede. I am not your opponent. You may go first. Yi Yuan derisively replied, Coward, you lack even the courage to face me in battle. What path can one like you possibly cultivate? Gui Qing's countenance resembled a tranquil lake as she gazed upon Yi Yuan. Elder brother, you are aware of the discord between us. I humbly request to withdraw and return on another day. Ian gently patted the shoulders of both individuals, smiling warmly. I believe that a truly formidable individual can engage in light-hearted banter with their adversaries. I shall not concern myself with the grievances between you, since you are both present. Let us proceed together. Surely you will grant me this small favor. Since junior brother Yi arrived first, let us begin the lesson with him, shall we? Then let it be as elder brother suggests. Yi Yuan contemplated for a moment, then nodded slightly, casting a frosty glance at Gui Qing before following Ian into the courtyard. Gui Qing walked at the rear, contemplating the silhouette of Yi Yuan. Although he was not yet capable of engaging in light-hearted banter with the enemy as his senior brother suggested, he recognized this as an opportunity. Yi Yuan first sought counsel from his senior brother, which implied that Gui Qing could observe Yi Yuan's arcane techniques and combat style from the sidelines. Only by thoroughly understanding one's adversary can one hope to vanquish them. On the surface of the lake, sword light flickered. Yi Yuan stood upon the water, wielding his flying sword as he launched an assault against Yi Yuan, the sword energy weaving and slicing with increasing ferocity. Yi Yuan, brandishing a low-grade mortal flying sword, restrained his cultivation to match Yi Yuan's realm, effortlessly parrying each strike from Yi Yuan, adopting a defensive stance without launching a counterattack. Gui Qing sat in the pavilion, holding a teacup to his lips for an extended moment, yet he did not take a sip, oblivious to the cooling tea within. His gaze remained fixed on Yi Yuan as he wielded his sword. It was not merely the fact that Yi Yuan's cultivation was superior, even if their levels were equal. Gui Qing doubted his ability to match him. Every time he engaged in a battle of wits with his senior brother, he insisted that his brother employ the techniques of sword cultivation, all in preparation for a future confrontation with Yi Yuan. However, it became evident that he still had considerable distance to cover in comparison to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had fully mastered the combat style of sword cultivation, adopting an offensive approach that was so fierce it seemed to overshadow his senior brother. Suddenly, Yi Yuan formed his fingers into a sword, unleashing a stream of sword energy towards Yi Yuan, taking advantage of the moment Yi Yuan was occupied in defense. The flying sword darted with remarkable speed, aiming directly for Yi Yuan's throat, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Aware that he could not harm Yi Yuan with his own cultivation level, Yi Yuan fought without restraint, each move laced with lethal intent. In the face of this deadly strike, Yi Yuan's sword trembled in his hand, erupting with an even more formidable wave of sword energy that deflected Yi Yuan's blade. Seizing the opportunity as Yi Yuan recalled his flying sword, Ian surged forward, pressing his sword against Yi Yuan's throat. Suddenly, Gui Qing rose, oblivious to the tea spilling onto his attire. This was the essence of a duel between sword cultivators. The victor remained indiscernible until the final moment. Yi Yuan's eyes were filled with astonishment. He sensed that Yi Yuan had not transcended his cultivation limits. Yet the strike he had just delivered clearly surpassed his realm. He did not doubt Yi Yuan's integrity, but rather pondered how such a feat was accomplished. "I humbly seek your guidance, senior brother," Yi said, bowing respectfully. With a flick of his hand, Yi summoned the flying sword that had fallen into the lake back to its sheath, speaking gently, "All things that flourish will inevitably decline. A sword requires a sheath to conceal its edge. As the saying goes, humility brings benefit, while arrogance invites downfall. When your sword reaches its utmost sharpness, it is destined to weaken. I have been patiently guarding, drawing upon your offensive momentum to accumulate my sword's potential, which allowed me to unleash a strike that transcends my cultivation level. Your sword's brilliance is evident. To advance further, you must learn to conceal your edge." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Yuan replied solemnly, "I cannot agree. Perhaps my brilliance is still insufficient. Next time, my sword will be even more formidable. We shall use battle to test our differences." Ian took no offense at Yi Yuan's attitude, smiling warmly. "Very well. The principles among sword cultivators are quite simple. The victor's words hold truth. I eagerly await your next strike. Thank you for your teachings, senior brother." Yi Yuan lightly stepped, soaring from the lake's surface to the pavilion, casting a cold glance at Gui Qing as he swept his sleeve, declaring, "It is your turn." Though arrogant, he was no fool. As Gui Qing wielded his sword, he too wished to witness how Gui Qing fought. Gui Qing leapt gracefully and landed steadily upon the surface of the lake. "What would you like to learn today?" Ian inquired. Gui Qing retrieved the bronze longsword that had nearly gathered dust within his storage pouch. He grasped the sword and performed a respectful salute, expressing his desire to seek guidance from his senior brother on sword mastery. Ian cast a meaningful glance at Gui Qing, smiling enigmatically without uttering a word. Gui Qing concentrated his spiritual energy within the flying sword, his consciousness unfurling as he maneuvered the bronze longsword, which wobbled and ascended into the air. Though he had long been aware of the techniques for sword control, it was his first true attempt at wielding a flying sword. The reasons for his inexperience were twofold. He had been engrossed in his cultivation, leaving him little time for practice, and his golden spiritual root was only at 20%. No matter how diligently he trained, it was impossible for him to command the sword with the same finesse as Yi Yuan. Nonetheless, his senior brother's words held merit. Even if one did not pursue the path of a sword cultivator, it was essential to possess the ability to wield a sword. Today, with Yi Yuan observing nearby, it was the perfect opportunity for him to learn. The bronze longsword drifted slowly through the air towards Yi Yuan, moving at a pace that even an ordinary person could easily evade. Before it could reach Su Yun, the bronze longsword lost control and plunged into the lake. Yi Yun gestured with his hand, summoning the bronze longsword back to Gui Qing's side. Gui Qing once again formed a seal and summoned his sword. However, the speed of the bronze sword was exceedingly sluggish. After surpassing a certain distance, it plummeted back into the lake. "Useless," Yi Yuan scoffed disdainfully, losing interest in the spectacle. After bidding farewell to Yi Yun, he departed without casting a glance at Gui Qing. With an expressionless visage, Gui Qing was acutely aware, even before wielding his sword, that he would provoke disdain and contempt from Yi Yuan. His intention was to incite such scorn, compelling Yi Yuan to perceive him as utterly devoid of merit. However, witnessing the inadequacy of his swordsmanship filled him with an undeniable sense of disillusionment. In his youth, he would listen to the village elders recount tales and fantasize about one day traversing the world clad in a blue robe, riding a white horse, and brandishing a sword. Yet now, those dreams have faded. He is all too aware of his own limitations. It seems he is destined not to become a master of swordsmanship, but merely a despicable character, as characterized by Shen Feng, who resorts to treachery. Whether he is truly vile or not is of little concern to him. Regardless of the methods employed, victory remains his sole objective. Only those who endure have the right to voice their opinions. "Shall we proceed?" Ian inquired gently. Gui Qing glanced towards the lakeside, noticing that Yi Yuan had already departed. Logically, he need not expend effort on sword control any longer. However, having commenced the practice, it seemed only fitting to see it through to the end, regardless of the level of mastery achieved. At the very least, today he wished to refine his swordplay. "With your guidance, senior brother, I shall endeavor once more." Gui Qing formed the necessary hand seals once again, directing the bronze sword to soar forth. The bronze sword repeatedly plunged into the lake, only to be summoned back by Ian time and again. Unbeknownst to them, 2 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. Gui Qing deftly maneuvered the bronze sword as it gracefully ascended, his mind wholly concentrated. His gaze fixed solely upon Yun, who had remained motionless upon the surface of the lake for an extended duration. At last, the bronze sword wavered and floated before Yun, drawing perilously close to his throat, before it gently altered its course and returned to its sheath. Although its speed remained languid, it was nonetheless a triumph. Ian reassured him, "Do not be disheartened. Understanding the art of sword control is sufficient. Every individual possesses flaws. There is no need for undue concern. It is far more beneficial to master a few skills than to dabble in many. Devote your time to pursuits in which you excel." Gui Qing nodded and, seizing the remaining time, hastily inquired, "I have already joined the medicine sect. I understand that as my cultivation deepens, I cannot afford to squander time in acquiring spirit stones. The medicine sect can provide me with greater resources for my cultivation, so I believe I should develop well within the sect. I wonder if this notion is correct?" Ian slightly inclined his head, affirming, "Absolutely correct. Every fellow disciple in the foundation establishment stage has once wielded influence or held a prominent position during the chi refining stage. Only in such a manner can one secure sufficient resources for their cultivation. Take the medicine sect, for instance, as long as there are no unforeseen circumstances. Every successive sect leader has been able to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage, thanks to the vast resources at their disposal." "I understand now. Thank you, senior brother. I shall take my leave," Gui Qing responded, bowing respectfully. Upon exiting the Qingyu platform, Gui Qing hurried back to his courtyard at an astonishing speed, neglecting even to greet Huzi and the others. Once inside his room, he retrieved all the spirit stones and medicinal herbs from his storage bag, his expression grave. As he assisted his master in refining that luminous shard, the absolute spirit seed within his consciousness began to stir restlessly, though he had been suppressing it all along. After leaving the grand hall, he intended to return immediately, but since his senior brother had spoken, he could not refuse. Furthermore, the unexpected arrival of Yi Yuan had delayed him by an additional 2 hours. Had he returned any later? He truly wondered if he could still keep the restless absolute spirit seed at bay. Once the suppression was lifted, the absolute spirit seed began to whirl rapidly, wreaking havoc in Gui Qing's consciousness and nearly causing him to lose his mental composure. Gui Qing endured the piercing pain in his mind, focusing intently on the transformation of the absolute spirit seed. The moment the absolute spirit seed began to consume spiritual energy once more, he promptly grasped the spiritual stone. However, this time, the absolute spirit seed refrained from devouring his spiritual energy. After a brief whirlwind, its pace gradually decelerated. Simultaneously, the second groove on the absolute spirit seed illuminated with a crimson pattern. Gui Qing let out a sigh of relief. But suddenly the absolute spirit seed emitted a terrifying devouring force, drawing in the thin mist from his sea of consciousness. Damn it! If it were merely devouring spiritual energy, he could counter it with spirit stones. However, the thin mist within his sea of consciousness was a manifestation of his spiritual awareness, which could only grow with the enhancement of his cultivation and could not be cultivated in isolation. Once his spiritual awareness was completely consumed, his mind would collapse, reducing him to a mere imbecile. In a state of profound anxiety, Gui Qing desperately endeavored to suppress the spirit seed, yet his efforts proved futile. Once the last wisp of mist was consumed by the spirit seed, Gui Qing collapsed in agony, clutching his head and writhing in torment, his eyes bloodshot. After a considerable time, the spirit seed finally ceased its tumultuous activity. Gui Qing immediately struggled to sit cross-legged, turning his attention inward to his sea of consciousness, where a tempest of emotions surged within him. Remarkably, the consciousness that had been devoured by the spirit seed had returned. Furthermore, the spirit seed had only previously revolved when he ingested medicinal herbs. However, now it continued to rotate slowly within the sea of consciousness, with each complete turn thickening the surrounding mist. This signified that his consciousness could perpetually strengthen. In Gui Qing's heart, a surge of elation welled up. Although he was uncertain of the implications of his enhanced spiritual awareness, it was undeniably a positive development. Furthermore, following this act of absorption, he felt as though a unique bond had formed with the absolute spirit seed, leading him to believe that such instances of absorption would not occur again. If one were to articulate this sensation, it could be described as an acknowledgement of ownership. The absolute spirit seed absorbed his energy and spiritual awareness in order to imprint his essence. As for the unlocking of the second notch, it may well be attributed to the luminous fragment. Gui Qing sat for an extended period, allowing his excited emotions to gradually calm. It was at this moment that a realization struck him. Initially, he had assumed that the activation of the second groove would enhance a different type of spiritual root. Having only consumed elixirs and herbs after unlocking the first groove, he naturally believed that it was linked to the enhancement of the wood's spiritual root. However, It was only now that he comprehended the complexity of the absolute spiritual seeds. He had not fully explored the effects of the first groove. Perhaps it was time to find an opportunity to test whether other spiritual roots could be enhanced, thereby validating his hypothesis. Nonetheless, these matters needed to be set aside for the time being. The immediate priority was to solidify his foundation, as his master had advised. Having surged through 14 acupoints in a single day, he could not consume the century-old snow lotus seeds again in the near future, nor could he hasten his cultivation. Recently, he had advanced 1,000 spirit stones worth of herbs from the medicinal sect, which he had yet to refine. Once he completed the refinement of this batch, the spiritual energy within him would solidify, allowing him to continue his cultivation. Time, indeed, was what he needed most. He longed for a day to stretch into two. Yi Yuan had already reached the third level of qi refinement, while he was still struggling painfully at the second level. Realizing he was lost in thought, Gui Qing vigorously shook his head to clear his mind, allowing his heart to settle completely before commencing the refinement of the acupoint opening pill. Upon breaking through to the second layer of qi refinement, he acutely sensed the ever-increasing demand for spirit stones essential for cultivation. The spirit stones earned solely from the rejuvenation pill were becoming insufficient, making the more expensive acupoint opening pill an undeniably excellent choice. As the furnace's flames gradually ignited, they illuminated Gui Qing's eyes, revealing a pill gradually taking shape within the intensely burning alchemical furnace. After the seventh ingredient was added, Gui Qing focused his mind, meticulously sensing the conditions within the furnace. He lowered the heat to condense the pill, and upon lifting the lid, a perfectly round azure pill lay quietly within the furnace. The first-grade acupoint opening pill was successfully created. This pill, when consumed during acupoint opening, could protect the meridians and enhance the success rate of the procedure, making it an essential item for qi refinement cultivators. Moreover, the higher one's cultivation level, the greater the demand for acupoint opening pills, with their value far surpassing that of the rejuvenation pill. Each acupoint opening pill required 10 ingredients and 7 spirit stones for its creation. It could be sold for 10 spirit stones. Furthermore, obtaining materials from the apothecary was more economical than from the spirit treasure platform, allowing for a greater profit in spirit stones. After meticulously reviewing the successful steps of the alchemical process, Gui Qing realized that he could concoct the Chongxue pill with the 7th set of medicinal ingredients, all thanks to the enhancement of his spiritual awareness. The improvement of his spiritual awareness was not as conspicuous as the elevation of one's cultivation, yet its assistance was by no means inferior. Now, he merely needed to recall slightly, and the procedures of the previous 7 alchemical attempts resonated continuously in his mind, revealing even the subtleties he had previously overlooked, allowing him to effortlessly grasp the essence of crafting the Chongxue pill. Gui Qing placed the acupoint releasing pill into a porcelain vial, subsequently adding more medicinal herbs. With each pill he refined, he meticulously reviewed the steps, ensuring complete comprehension before continuing the process. Gradually, the success rate of the acupoint releasing pill rose from a mere 10% to 20%, although this rate paled in comparison to that of the rejuvenation pill. Achieving such a success rate with the initial batch of herbs was already a significant triumph. Once the herbs for the acupoint releasing pill were exhausted, Gui Qing once again retrieved a jade slip, pressing it to his forehead to examine its contents. The rejuvenation pill, infused with pure spiritual energy, could rapidly restore one's spiritual essence upon consumption, and its value is comparable to that of the acupoint releasing pill. A month later, the herbs had entirely vanished, transformed into vials of exquisite pills. Gui Qing extinguished the furnace, stowed away the alchemical cauldron along with numerous elixirs, and upon opening the door, a wave of chill enveloped him. He hastily made his way to the courtyard. Snow had begun to fall. The biting cold wind swept down, accompanied by cascading snowflakes, blanketing the entire realm in a pristine white. As Gui Qing gazed upwards, he beheld the snowflakes descending gracefully like white feathers, extending his hand to catch a few delicate crystals. He observed them melt quietly in his palm, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. Last year, when he first arrived, this place was devoid of snow, yet this year, it fell in abundance. How swiftly time passes. When the snow melts, a new year will dawn. It has been over a year since he joined the Moji sect. Chen Ze, you have finally emerged from your retreat. Let us build a snowman, exclaimed Huzai, stepping into the courtyard and pointing toward a row of snowmen nestled in the corner. Our snowmen are already completed. We merely await your presence. The row of snowmen was divided into 2 groups. The foremost figure on the left boasted carrot eyes and a round, plump head, unmistakably crafted by Huzai. surrounded by 3 additional snowmen, 2 large and 1 small, likely representing Hu Zai's parents and younger brother. On the right, 2 identical snowmen stood proudly at the forefront, clearly the handiwork of the Jiang sisters, while behind them loomed 2 more, 1 tall and 1 short, presumably their parents. Gui Qing bent down to gather the snow into a mound, fashioning a snowman roughly the size of Hu Zai. As he began to mold a second one, he abruptly halted. That incorrigible gambler would certainly not be able to create one. As for his mother, he found himself at a loss as to what kind of snowman could possibly embody her essence. What should a mother truly represent? The mere contemplation of this brought a pang of sorrow to his heart, despite the fact that cultivators typically possess a clearer recollection of memories. His own recollection of his mother was becoming increasingly nebulous, although he had only been at the Moji sect for a little over a year. It felt as though a decade or even a century had elapsed. What seemed like mere moments ago, he was an ordinary mortal, yet in retrospect, it felt as if it belonged to a past life. Gui Qing attempted several times but could not build the snowman to her satisfaction. Frustration began to mount, and she ultimately pushed down the snowman before her, leaving her own solitary creation standing alone in the biting wind. As for Yunyan and the others, they were busy changing into new clothes. Why the need for new attire? It was New Year's Eve, after all, and one must don new garments for such an occasion. Gui Qing was momentarily taken aback, and had it not been for Hu Zai's reminder, he might have entirely forgotten the arrival of the New Year's Eve. My lord, you have finally emerged. Jiang Yunyan's excited voice rang out, prompting Gui Qing to turn and behold the brightly dressed sisters, a pang of guilt swelling within him. The vibrant garments they wore were crafted during his last visit to the private market, where he had commissioned several sets. He had not anticipated they would save one for the new year, while he himself had been oblivious to it. That visit felt like an eternity ago. Now, he recognized that in his fervent pursuit of cultivation, he had neglected to care for the 3 of them. Their excursions were limited to the nearby ranch, and they dared not venture further. Such a monotonous existence must have been rather dreary. With this thought in mind, Gui Qing departed the courtyard, making his way directly to the private market. Despite the biting winds and snow, for a cultivator, the chill was trivial. He still encountered many fellow practitioners along the way. To them, this day was no different from any other. What did you say? Firecrackers? The craftsman who had once tailored Gui Qing's garments looked at him with a perplexed expression. Practitioners did not celebrate the new year, and this was the first time he had heard anyone request firecrackers during his time at the Moji sect. Indeed, firecrackers. Gui Qing replied with a slight nod, placing 20 spirit stones on the stall. And if you could trouble your senior brother to make a few leather cloaks for me as well. Upon seeing the spirit stones, the craftsman's face lit up with joy. Of course, just firecrackers, right? Wait a moment, I will prepare them for you. After a brief interval, the craftsman handed Gui Qing a bundle of firecrackers along with the leather cloaks, grinning as he said, I've infused them with fire-type techniques, once activated with spiritual energy. They will explode. I assure you, the commotion will be to your satisfaction. Gui Qing took the item and turned to leave, making his way directly to Lingao Terrace. He had numerous destinations to reach today and needed to be swift. After departing from Lingao Terrace, Gui Qing hastened his steps as he approached the courtyard's exit. The gate opened on its own. The small lake within the courtyard had frozen over, and Yun walked cautiously upon the thin ice, moving slowly and deliberately. Snow continued to fall gently, gradually turning his flowing black hair white. Without glancing back, Yun continued his walk across the icy surface, softly assuring, please wait a moment. I shall impart my teachings to you shortly. Gui Qing clasped his fists in a respectful salute, stating that his visit was not for instruction, but rather to extend New Year greetings to his senior brother on the eve of the Lunar New Year, wishing for his further advancement in cultivation in the coming year. A sudden crack echoed as a fissure appeared beneath Yun's feet on the icy surface, evidently caused by a slight miscalculation in the force he exerted. Unintentionally, his aura emanated outward, shattering the thin ice across the lake. Standing upon the water, Yun raised his hand, summoning the swirling snow to cascade down, causing the lake's surface to freeze anew. He turned slowly to face Gui Qing, letting out a deep sigh. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, junior brother. I shall not disturb you any further. I will seek your guidance another day. Farewell. After bowing in respect, Gui Qing turned to depart. Yun called out to him, retrieving a jade slip from his storage pouch and presenting it before Gui Qing. In my homeland, it is customary for elders to give red envelopes on New Year's Eve, and one must not decline, for doing so is deemed inauspicious. It must be received joyfully and placed under the pillow for a restful slumber. In that case, I shall graciously accept, Gui Qing replied, tucking the jade slip away. He then inquired softly, why does senior brother walk upon the thin ice? I am traversing a path of memories. Yun's voice grew somber, the harsh winds and snow seemingly aging his handsome visage. He gestured gently for Gui Qing to leave, turning his back and resuming his slow walk upon the ice. After emerging from the Chitai, Gui Qing should have returned directly, yet he found himself inexplicably drawn to a humble courtyard adorned with a furnace plaque. Outside, the elderly woman remained as she had been, reclining in her wicker chair, her position and demeanor unchanged, allowing the wind and snow to envelop her. Gui Qing produced 50 spiritual stones and placed them before the old woman. She made no movement, and the stones vanished into thin air once more. However, this time, the courtyard gate did not open immediately. Within Gui Qing's heart, a fire ignited once more. Without needing to inquire with the old crone, he was acutely aware that there were individuals within, and the appointed hour had yet to arrive. He stood motionless amidst the snow, quietly calculating the passage of time. Never had he felt such torment, nor had time ever seemed so interminable. After a considerable while, a stranger, a cultivator, emerged, wearing a satisfied expression, fastening his belt as he walked, not sparing a glance for Gui Qing. Indeed, there was no reason for him to look. Gui Qing shook off the snow from his shoulders and respectfully clasped his fists towards the old woman before stepping into the courtyard. He gently pushed open the door, this time managing to avert his gaze unlike the last occasion. He pulled up the blanket to cover the woman and then, as before, leaned by the bedside, staring blankly at her. The woman's eyes remained as vacant as ever, revealing not a trace of emotion. As Gui Qing gazed, the once indistinct visage of his mother began to emerge with clarity. He rose and stepped into the courtyard, gathering several snowballs to craft a snowman reminiscent of her features from his memory. Upon beholding the lifelike creation before him, he erupted into laughter. This was the visage that lingered in his recollections of his mother. However, after the laughter subsided, a profound melancholy enveloped his heart, and his gaze grew increasingly sorrowful as he crouched beside the motionless woman. In a voice imbued with gentle warmth, he spoke, "Today is New Year's Eve, and I wish to extend my greetings to you in advance." The woman turned her head slightly to meet Gui Qing's gaze, yet her expression remained unchanged. Gui Qing let out a bitter smile, resting his chin on his hand as he earnestly gazed at the woman before him. Memories of moments spent with his mother flickering through his mind. While waiting outside the courtyard, time felt unusually prolonged, yet upon entering, the passage of time accelerated to a pace that was almost unbelievable. The shimmering veil above the courtyard began to ripple, and Gui Qing finally regained his composure. He turned to the freshly built snowman and, with a gentle motion, scattered its form. He then adjusted the blanket draped over the woman, softly stating, "My name is Chen Ze. I must take my leave now, but I shall return to see you again." After Gui Qing departed, the woman turned her gaze back to the ceiling, her eyes as vacant as ever. As Gui Qing braved the biting wind and snow, he hastened back to Sheyang Mountain just before sunset. Within the grand hall of the pavilion, Huzi had prepared a sumptuous feast, while Jiang Yunyan and Jiang Yumian busied themselves with the decorations. Upon noticing the firecrackers in Gui Qing's hands, their excitement surged. "Let us set off the firecrackers," Gui Qing urged the three as they ventured outside to the courtyard. He placed the firecrackers on the ground, infusing them with a hint of spiritual energy. Bang! A resounding explosion reverberated throughout Sheyang Mountain, momentarily stunning Gui Qing. Only then did he grasp the earlier remarks of the monk who had confidently assured him that the commotion would be to his satisfaction. Indeed, this uproar was more than satisfactory. As a practitioner, he recognized that while others might shun worldly pleasures in pursuit of enlightenment, he relished these earthly delights. What harm was there in that? The deafening noise startled several other cultivators, who emerged to investigate, only to chuckle softly upon seeing Gui Qing with the firecrackers, dismissing the incident as inconsequential. Gui Qing took out all the firecrackers and laughed heartily, saying, "Come, let us set them off together. Tell them, the new year has arrived." The tranquility of the wind and snow was completely shattered on the slanting sunlit mountain. Gui Qing, pulling Huzi and Jiang Yumian along, set off firecrackers, lighting them and then scurrying away, reveling in the moment and bursting into hearty laughter. Jiang Yumian stood nearby, her face glowing with joy, for it was her first time witnessing this side of Gui Qing. Usually, she regarded him as a composed adult, but in these fleeting moments, he transformed into a carefree youth. "Come, let us drink." In the loft's grand hall, Gui Qing retrieved the wine he had purchased. After Jiang Yumian warmed the wine and filled Gui Qing's cup, she quietly settled beside him, captivated as she watched him share laughter with Hu Ze, momentarily lost in admiration. Gui Qing delicately lifted the dish with chopsticks and placed it into Jiang Yumian's bowl, saying, "Hughes's culinary skills surpass my own. Do take a taste." "Thank you, my lord." Gui Qing gently placed more food into Jiang Yumian's bowl and lightly nudged the dazed Jiang Yumian. "Eat while it's hot." Only then did Jiang Yumian regain her senses. Filling her cup with wine and downing it in one gulp, a flush quickly appearing on her face, "I toast to you, my lord." Gui Qing raised a cup in return, producing 3 storage pouches from his robe and placing them before the 3 individuals. Since it was the new year, it was only fitting to present New Year gifts. Inside these pouches lay carefully prepared offerings for them. He invited them to inspect and see if they were to their satisfaction. These 3 storage pouches were acquired from Lingbao platform, where he still possessed 2 empty ones that belonged to Chengping and Shinfeng. However, given that these 2 were stained with blood, Gui Qing naturally refrained from offering them for use. Within the pouches were newly crafted furs, 100 spirit stones, and a selection of elixirs, ensuring that even if he was preoccupied with his cultivation, Tiger and the others could venture out to procure necessities on their own. With Shinfeng's prior experience in mind, the cultivators of Xiyang Mountain would likely refrain from deliberately targeting Tiger and his companions henceforth. Under Gui Qing's guidance, Tiger, after filling a pouch with a dish, instantly became enamored with it, marveling at its miraculous capacity to hold so many items. In the future, when we go out for barbecue, we won't need to carry the pot, and we can also store the snacks that Rainmian loves to eat. How wonderful! Upon hearing this, Jiang Yumi was overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes brimming with tears. "Tiger brother, you are truly wonderful." Jiang Yumian's eyes also sparkled with tears. After toying with the storage pouch for a moment, she intended to return it, only to be firmly restrained by Gui Qing. Gui Qing spoke gently. "In our culture, it is considered inauspicious to refuse New Year gifts. In the past, I was preoccupied with my cultivation and neglected my care for you. Please take these spirit stones for your use, and let me know when they are depleted. In the future, if you wish to explore farther afield, just inform me, and I will arrange for someone to accompany you." Jiang Yumian could no longer contain her emotions. Tears streamed down her face. "Young master, your kindness towards us is truly overwhelming, and we are at a loss as to how we might repay you." Gui Qing smiled gently, saying there was no need for such words. Only family gathers together for New Year's Eve. In my eyes, Hu Ze is family, and so are all of you. Hu Ze chuckled, affirming, "Indeed, we are one family, no need for formality." Jiang Yumian embraced the already tearful Jiang Yumian, nodding earnestly. After shedding tears for a long while, she wiped her eyes and smiled brightly, saying, "On our side, we have to share blessings for the new year. We kindly ask you to offer us your wishes." "Certainly." Gui Qing replied with a smile, raising his cup. "I wish you all a year filled with smooth endeavors, everlasting smiles, and carefree days." "And what about you?" Jiang Yumian inquired. As for me, Gui Qing pondered for a moment before responding with a grin. "Time waits for no one. In the new year, I shall strive to be even more diligent to advance further." Cheers. The group exchanged knowing smiles, raising their cups in unison and drinking heartily. The following morning, Gui Qing slowly opened his eyes, pulling back the covers and rubbing his head. Last night's vigil for the new year had been perhaps the happiest moment since his arrival at the Moji sect. They had all indulged in drink, remaining raucous until late before finally retreating to their rooms. After a quick wash, Gui Qing departed from the courtyard, heading directly towards the apothecary gate. Today marked the first day of the Lunar New Year, and it was essential to commence the year on a positive note, whether in cultivation or alchemy. A fresh batch of medicinal materials had just been refined, and it was the perfect time to exchange them for spirit stones at the apothecary gate. Within the fragrant Sulu of the apothecary gate, Gui Qing approached the counter in the main hall, respectfully bowing to the cultivator behind it. "I am Gui Qing, here to exchange elixirs." "Hand them over," the cultivator replied lazily, assuming there were merely a few bottles of elixirs to receive. With a mere wave of his hand, Gui Qing instantly filled the counter with porcelain vials, 150 essence-piercing pills, and 130 revitalizing pills. "Please inspect them," he said. The cultivator's eyes widened in astonishment, his spirits lifted in an instant, and a broad smile spread across his face. "I beg your pardon, junior brother. I did not quite catch your name just now. Could you kindly repeat it?" "Gui Qing." "Ah, so it is the esteemed junior brother Gui Qing. I have long heard of your reputation. Please hold on a moment while I verify the pills." The other cultivators in the hall, drawn by the commotion, gathered curiously around. Upon witnessing the multitude of porcelain vials on the counter, They began to murmur among themselves. Did I see that correctly? A newcomer has managed to refine such a quantity of elixirs? What newcomer? He is no longer merely at the first level of qi refinement, I assure you. To produce such a substantial amount of elixirs at once, truly impressive. After the inspection, the cultivator's smile grew even brighter. This batch of elixirs was of superior quality. Valued collectively at 2,800 spirit stones. Please wait a moment, junior brother, while I retrieve a storage bag to properly contain these. According to the sect's regulations, any submission of elixirs valued over 1,000 spirit stones was rewarded with a storage bag. Gui Qing extracted a paper filled with medicinal herbs and slid it across the table to the cultivator. Kindly keep 800 spirit stones for me. And return the 1,000 spirit stones I advanced. According to the rules, once I have repaid the amount, I would be able to request another advance immediately. The remaining 2,000 spirit stones should be exchanged for medicinal herbs according to the proportions listed. Very well, please hold on a moment. The cultivator agreed readily. The onlookers could not help but gasp. Purchasing 2,000 spirit stones worth of herbs was indeed a bold move. Even among alchemists at the third or fourth level of qi refinement, few dared to make such extravagant purchases. Gui Qing, why did you not have anyone announce your arrival? Han Yurao's melodious laughter suddenly rang out, prompting the crowd to part swiftly. Outsiders might easily be deceived by Han Yurao's beauty, but those closely associated with her were well aware of her capabilities. It was inconceivable that someone entrusted with management in the medicine sect would merely be a pretty face. Gui Qing smiled gently. It's merely a trivial matter. I wouldn't dare to disturb my senior sister. You are truly considerate, junior brother, Han Yurao said. Her laughter like the fluttering of flowers, inching closer until she was nearly leaning against Gui Qing. Without leaving a trace, Gui Qing pushed Han Yurao aside, accepted the storage bag handed over by the cultivator, clasped his fist in salute, and said, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not impose further. Farewell. Am I truly so detestable to my junior brother? Han Yurao grasped Gui Qing's sleeve and gently shook it, adopting a pitiable demeanor. Gui Qing shook his head and said with earnestness, Senior sister, you have misunderstood. I truly have matters to attend to. I need to discuss something important with junior brother. May we converse for a brief moment? Han Yurao spoke softly. After a moment of contemplation, Gui Qing nodded in agreement. Please, senior sister, proceed. Then, dear junior brother, let us ascend and converse, Han Yurao replied, her face lighting up with a radiant smile, her swift change of expression leaving onlookers astonished. Noticing Gui Qing standing still, reluctant to move, she gently leaned closer to his ear and, in a soft and alluring tone, remarked, It is merely a tea gathering. Should you overthink, dear junior brother, I cannot be held accountable. Gui Qing felt a surge of frustration. This woman truly possessed an uncanny ability to manipulate men. Her demeanor oscillated between proximity and distance, perpetually teasing the strings of his heart. He had resolved to cultivate his endeavors within the medicine sect, yet he was confronted with such a formidable superior, which was quite a headache. In the chamber on the top floor, Han Xiuyu served tea to Gui Qing before gracefully taking a seat across from him. In 10 days, there would be a competition among alchemists within the medicine sect. Each overseer has 3 nomination slots, and I wish to recommend my junior brother to participate. Might he have any interest in this opportunity? Gui Qing shook his head and replied, My alchemical skills are rather lacking. I would not wish to bring shame to my senior sister. Furthermore, I am currently preoccupied with my cultivation and truly cannot spare the time. Do not be so hasty in your refusal, Han Xiuyu said with a gentle smile, her demeanor poised and elegant, making it difficult to associate her with the alluring woman from before. The rewards for this competition are quite substantial. Even emerging victorious in the first round would earn one 1,000 spirit stones. Should one ultimately claim the championship, a grand prize of 10,000 spirit stones awaits. Moreover, the victor will have the opportunity to become a provisional steward, and upon reaching the 5th level of qi refinement, one may ascend to the status of an official steward. You may not yet comprehend the significance of a steward's role within the apothecary sect. Take my Xiangsu building, for instance, during prosperous times. We garner over 10,000 spirit stones daily. As a steward, I am entitled to a share of the monthly profits from Xiangsu building, amounting to half of the total. While it may seem modest, this still yields me over 10,000 spirit stones each month without any effort on my part. Such rewards, dear junior brother, would they not entice you? After a moment of contemplation, Gui Qing inquired, What is the level of the alchemists participating in this competition? Han Yurao replied with a smile. This contest is limited to first-tier alchemists, so you need not worry, junior brother. I am confident that with your alchemical skills, you have a significant chance of claiming victory. Very well. I shall return to prepare the formulas and materials. Thank you, senior sister. Gui Qing nodded, recognizing the generous reward that was too enticing to decline. Han Yurao produced a storage pouch from her bosom and handed it to Gui Qing, saying with a smile, as you are representing Shangsu Tower, it is only fitting that you do not incur any expenses. Inside, you will find all the formulas for first-tier elixirs, along with 20 sets of materials for each type of potion. It is not that I am stingy. Once you complete these elixirs, the competition will be nearly upon us. Senior sister, you seem a bit different today, Gui Qing remarked, observing Han Yurao intently. Is that so? Han Yurao giggled, covering her mouth with a delicate hand, exuding charm and grace. As long as it pleases you, I can adopt any style you desire. Gui Qing suddenly felt parched, prompting her to rise hastily and take her leave. Engaging with this woman truly required a measure of composure. Han Yurao did not insist on detaining her. Instead, she beamed as she escorted Gui Qing to the doorway. Take care, junior brother. I must prepare for the upcoming competition and cannot see you off any further. As Gui Qing descended the stairs, a youth with a countenance as refined as jade approached him directly in the hall, accompanied by several cultivators. Noticing the boy advancing with determination, Gui Qing instinctively stepped aside to grant passage. However, the youth mirrored his movement, forcefully shouldering into Gui Qing, causing him to stagger backward repeatedly. Are you blind? The youth coldly cast a glance at Gui Qing. Attack him. At once, the cultivators behind him formed hand seals, channeling their mystical arts toward Gui Qing. Gui Qing let out a cold snort as vines surged forth from his being, ensnaring several individuals while he tactically retreated. With the activation of the second groove of the absolute spirit seed, his spiritual awareness expanded daily, allowing him to discern the cultivation levels of those present. The few who had attacked were at the second level of qi refinement, a challenge he could manage. However, the young man among them was at the third level of qi refinement. Although he had not yet engaged, one could not afford to underestimate him. Cease at once. Han Yurao appeared at Gui Qing's side, her fingers moving slightly as several robust willow branches materialized out of thin air, swelling in the wind. The intertwining branches ensnared the cultivators, including the young man. Han Yurao's gaze fell upon the young man, her usual smile replaced by an icy countenance. Zhou Ting, how dare you act against the medicine sect? Have you grown weary of life? Zhou Ting, the young man in question, showed no sign of backing down. Instead, he glared furiously at Gui Qing. I refuse to accept this. Why should he come and take my place? Upon hearing these words, Gui Qing immediately grasped the situation. Han Yurao held 3 nomination slots, which had likely been predetermined. However, his arrival had inadvertently displaced Zhou Ting's opportunity. Han Yurao coldly remarked, who participates in the competition is my decision. If you continue to act recklessly, do not blame me for being impolite. As Gui Qing prepared to leave, Zhou Ting bellowed in fury, Gui Qing, do you dare to compete with me in alchemy? If you lose, you shall leave the apothecary sect. I have no interest. Gui Qing replied nonchalantly, casting a brief glance at Zhou Ting. Han Yurao slightly raised his hand, and several cultivators promptly stepped forward to escort Zhou Ting away. They bowed to Gui Qing, expressing, it is my lack of discipline that has caused our junior to be ridiculed. I shall apologize to him another day. It is of no consequence. Gui Qing shook his head and turned to depart. Just as he exited the apothecary sect, he spotted Shen Xing leaning against a stone pillar. Senior brother, have you come to the apothecary sect on business? Why do you not enter? Shen Xing smiled. I have come to intercept you, the busy one. It is not easy to catch a glimpse of you nowadays. Last time, Situ Feng mentioned introducing you to the cultivators of Xiang Mountain. Have you forgotten about it? The gathering has already taken place, and even if you have pressing matters, you must accompany me. You have been at Xiang Mountain for quite some time now, yet you still do not know everyone. It would be a source of ridicule. My oversight. I shall apologize to senior brother Situ shortly. Gui Qing replied with an apologetic smile, following Shen Xing swiftly away. Upon reaching Xiang Mountain, just as Gui Qing was about to enter Situ Feng's courtyard, he suddenly sensed a piercing gaze upon him. Turning to look into the distance, he noticed a stranger, his brow furrowing in response. Shen Xing explained, that is Zhang Puan, a cultivator at the 4th level of qi refinement, a capable assistant of Jiang He, much like Wei Xiong. Do not pay him any mind. He is not targeting you, but merely following Wei Hu's orders to keep watch here. Let us proceed inside. Gui Qing silently followed Shen Xing into the courtyard. which was already adorned with numerous eight immortals tables, laden with exquisite wines and delectable dishes. Over 100 cultivators sat at various tables, indulging in spirited revelry. Situ Feng stepped forward, grasping Gui Qing's arm, and led him to a central position. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Everyone, please quiet down. I wish to introduce someone to you all." The boisterous crowd instantly hushed, their gazes turning toward Gui Qing. Situ Feng continued with a smile, "This is our esteemed junior, Gui Qing. I trust you have all heard of his illustrious name, yet it is imperative that I formally introduce him. Gui Qing is a direct disciple of our master and has now joined the medicine sect. He is destined to become a master alchemist in the future. So be sure to curry favor with him." A hearty laughter erupted from the crowd, with many voices chiming in. "Junior Gui Qing, I am Cui Hushan. I have long heard of your renowned name, but have never had the fortune to meet you. Let us not leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated today. Here's to you. Gui Qing, I am Zheng Shofeng, and I reside quite close to you. Should you find the time, do visit my cave dwelling, and I shall treat you splendidly. Gui Qing, I am Nan Mingho. I shall not stand on ceremony. My intentions are poured into this wine. I drink to you." Situ Feng, grinning, handed a jug of wine to Gui Qing, urging him to drink with his fellow brothers. "Once we share this drink, we shall be acquainted. Would you not agree?" "Indeed." The crowd echoed in enthusiastic agreement. Upon hearing these words, Gui Qing could only muster his courage and take the wine jug to toast at each table. Although he was not fond of socializing, he understood that such occasions were unavoidable. To refrain from engaging with others would lead them to perceive him as arrogant, ultimately isolating him. After a round of toasts, Gui Qing was already flushed, yet he continued to indulge in the camaraderie of his fellow cultivators under Situ Feng's guidance. They drank until the late hours of the night, at which point everyone stumbled away inebriated. "Gui Qing, my junior brother, take it easy. Shall I escort you home?" "There is no need for such an elaborate farewell, just to this point suffices." "That won't do. I shall accompany you for a few more steps." Outside the courtyard, Situ Feng supported Gui Qing as they walked slowly, his voice weaving through the air. "Junior brother Gui Qing, if you are not intoxicated, please pinch my shoulder." Gui Qing staggered forward, gently squeezing Situ Feng's shoulder. Situ Feng communicated quietly, "Zhang Puan is watching from afar. We must not reveal any clues. Some of the cultivators present today are affiliated with Jianghe, hence I cannot speak freely. Jianghe is poised to make a breakthrough within 6 months, and we must prepare accordingly. I have heard from Shenxing that you intend to participate in the alchemy sect's competition. Once you have completed your contest, let us find an opportunity to discuss matters in detail." Drunkenly staggering, Gui Qing freed himself from Situ Feng's grasp, appearing thoroughly inebriated. He lifted his hand and wobbly performed a bow, saying, "Senior brother, please stay. I must take my leave." Upon returning to his courtyard, Gui Qing began to circulate his spiritual energy, dissipating the lingering scent of alcohol, and his gaze sharpened instantly. 6 months had passed. Preparations must be made in advance. 10 days later, Gui Qing sat in his chamber, grasping a jade slip, his brow furrowed in concentration. He had successfully refined nearly all the elixirs from the formula provided by Han Euro, save for one, the barrier-breaking pill. Of the 10 sets of medicinal herbs, he had attempted to refine 9, all ending in failure. His fear was not a failure itself, but rather a perplexity over which step had gone awry. The formula clearly detailed the sequence for the herb infusion, including potential medicinal conflicts to observe, yet he could not produce the elixir. Suddenly, Huzai knocked at the door, calling out, "Chen Ze, did you not ask me to remind you that you are to visit the apothecary today? The time has come. There are people outside looking for you. Hurry and come out." Gui Qing exhibited no response. He was utterly absorbed, completely oblivious to Huzai's words. His mind solely occupied with the thought of the breaking barrier pill. Moments later, he added the final medicinal ingredient, and the flames enveloping the alchemical furnace surged dramatically, far more vigorous than during his previous attempts at concocting pills. He realized that the issue lay with the flames. The alchemical formula was meticulously detailed, yet it failed to specify the requisite nature of the flames. His innate affinity for fire was woefully inadequate, resulting in his inability to control the flames, which had led to a series of failures. The complexity of the pills demanded increasingly stringent conditions for the flames. Even the slightest deviation could render all efforts futile. His fire affinity was not particularly high. He merely released a greater amount of spiritual energy to transform into flames within the furnace, barely achieving the necessary temperature for crafting the breaking barrier pill. As the flames blazed hotter, The lid of the furnace suddenly trembled violently, forcefully bouncing upwards, with the external flames surging into the furnace. Fortunately, Gui Qing's quick reflexes extinguished the fire. Otherwise, nothing would have remained inside the furnace. Gui Qing extended his hand, summoning the broken barrier pill from the alchemical furnace into his grasp before carefully placing it into a porcelain vial. He then hastened outside the courtyard and performed a respectful bow towards Han Yurao and Qiu Yu. There had been a slight mishap in the alchemical process, causing his senior sister to wait longer than anticipated. No matter, there should still be ample time. Han Yurao shook her head, retrieving a flying sword from her storage pouch and tossing it into the air. Together with Gui Qing, she leapt onto the sword, turning back with keen interest to observe him. Surely, the disciple must have gained some valuable insights from his 10 days of alchemical practice. Gui Qing smiled silently, refraining from disclosing that he had failed to refine the breakthrough pill. He was not one to seek attention. His ranking in the alchemical contest was the finest testament to his abilities. The Yaomen Plaza was bustling, with the exception of the stone platform designated for the competition. The internal contests at Yaomen were not an annual occurrence, thus drawing even those outside the sect to witness. Some came for the spectacle, while others seized the opportunity to familiarize themselves with the new generation of exceptional alchemists. In a corner of the open space, Zhou Ting surveyed the surroundings, his smile radiating when he failed to spot Gui Qing. His grin widened further. "What brings you such joy?" inquired a girl in a red dress beside him. Before Zhou Ting could respond, a handsome youth interjected with a chuckle. If that Gui Qing happens to miss his turn, it would work to his advantage. The girl in red suddenly understood, teasingly remarking, "Still not convinced, are you? I've heard his alchemical skills are quite impressive, at least better than yours. Otherwise, why would junior sister Yu Rao choose him?" Zhou Ting spat in disdain. "I'm merely at the second level of qi refining. I haven't had much time to cultivate. How good can my alchemical skills be? He merely seized my spot due to his status as an inner disciple. I refuse to accept it." "Refusing to accept it is your concern, not mine," the girl in red replied, scanning the crowd. "Strange, where is junior sister Yu Rao?" The handsome youth responded, "The first round is simple. She likely has confidence in us, which is why she hasn't come." Zhou Ting looked at him with a smirk. "Cui Mu, you're usually quite clever, but why do you act so foolishly when it comes to senior sister Han? You're not aware, are you? Senior sister Han went to fetch that useless one. TSK, such treatment. In her eyes, that useless one is probably the most likely to win the championship." Cui Mu's smile vanished, his expression darkening. "On what grounds?" Zhou Ting gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. "I'll see for myself. What grounds he has to take my spot?" Silence. A young man with thick brows and large eyes leapt onto the central platform, declaring, "I am Yuan Zhen, the overseer of Yaomen. The contest is about to commence. Participants, please enter." In an instant, numerous cultivators leapt high, landing on the stone platform at the center of the plaza. Zhou Ting, alongside his two companions, jumped onto the stone platform, occupying Gui Qing's designated spot. His smile growing ever brighter. Yuan Zhen scanned the crowd and cleared his throat, exclaiming, "I hereby declare the Yaomen contest officially begins." "Wait." Han Yurao soared onto the platform on her sword, quickly landing and clasping her fist in salute. "Greetings, Brother Yuan. I apologize for the delay. We were held up on the way. This is my recommended candidate, junior brother Gui Qing. Arriving at the last moment shouldn't be considered late, right?" Yuan Zhen frowned. "Junior sister Han, this is quite inappropriate." Han Yurao flashed a smile. "I am aware of your adherence to rules, Brother Yuan. But there is no rule against arriving at the last moment, is there?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhen fell silent, and murmurs erupted among the spectators. What is going on? Can one be late to such a competition? It's not precisely late. They arrived just in time. Still, for such an important contest, one should arrive early. It lacks respect. They are inner disciples. What can you do about it? Zhou Ting, overhearing, laughed heartily, shouting, "Being late to the contest is a great disrespect to Yaomen. Get out, leave Yaomen." "Exactly, leave." The crowd echoed loudly. On the high platform, a languid-looking young man in a green robe observed Han Yurao with a complex expression. He turned to the formally seated blue-clad cultivator. "Xiaoge, Yuan Zhen just sent a message asking what to do." "How could I decide such matters?" The blue-clad cultivator replied. "You are the vice-sect master. The decision is yours." "Li Qing, what do you think?" Li Qing averted his gaze from Han Yurao, forcing a casual demeanor. "It's not a significant matter. The contest hasn't even begun, right? After all, she is an inner disciple. Let it slide." "Unacceptable," interjected a cold-faced woman. "Rules are rules. Even if one is an inner disciple, they cannot act so arrogantly. Being late warrants disqualification. Li Qing teased, Lan Xian. Can you refrain from mentioning your rigid rules? It's not that big of a deal. If you maintain such a demeanor, you'll never find a partner. Calmly, Lan Xian replied, I am devoted to the path and do not require a partner. Not needing one or being unable to find one. I'm not criticizing. But do consider your temperament. Who would tolerate it? Better than you, who lacks direction and only wields words as weapons. The blue-clad youth listened as their squabble escalated into a full-blown argument, exasperatedly rubbing his forehead. These two adversaries, perhaps they were fated to clash in this life. What could they possibly be arguing about? A playful voice suddenly interjected as a slender youth appeared unexpectedly, arms crossed, observing the central arena with keen interest. The group immediately rose, bowing in respect. Greetings, Brother Wang. Those who noticed the commotion couldn't help but feel startled. The figures seated on the high platform were prominent leaders of Yaoman, particularly the foremost, Xiao Xinghe, who had reached the 9th level of qi refining and was the vice sect master. Even before the sect master, such deference would not be required. Who was this slender youth, so deserving of such reverence? Upon seeing the slender youth, Xiao Xinghe and his companions broke into a cold sweat. Others, unaware of his true identity due to their late arrival into the sect, remained oblivious, yet they were well aware of who he was. The memories of his past deeds still haunted them with dread. Wang Sui, the former head of the law enforcement hall, had entered the foundation establishment stage a decade ago, when Xiao Xinghe was merely at the 5th level of qi refining. Though he had now reached the 9th level, it made no difference in front of Wang Sui. Xiao Xinghe wiped a cold sweat from his forehead, gesturing to his seat. Brother, please take a seat. Wang Sui waved his hand. I've been in seclusion for too long. I'll stand for a while. You all carry on without formality. By the way, where is your sect master? Still in seclusion, Xiao Xinghe respectfully replied. Is that so? Wang Sui smiled enigmatically, then shifted the topic. I just emerged from seclusion and heard from the eldest brother that master has taken in 2 inner disciples, one named Gui Qing, who is participating in today's contest. I came to see which one is Gui Qing. That one, Xiao Xinghe indicated towards Gui Qing beside Han Yurao, transmitting the message clearly to Yuan Jin, who was still at odds with Han Xiuyu. Those who had cultivated to this level were all exceptionally astute. Wang Sui did not need to articulate his thoughts. Xiao Xinghe could discern the implications. Wang Sui was here to observe Gui Qing as contest, and if Gui Qing were disqualified, how could he proceed? The previously contentiously Qing and Lan Xian, upon hearing this, wisely chose to remain silent and quietly watch. On the stone platform, Yuan Jin's ears perked up, and he glanced curiously at the high platform, gesturing to Han Yurao. This shall be your first and last warning. You may withdraw. Do not disrupt the contest. Han Yurao's face radiated joy as she cast a grateful glance towards Yuan Jin, swiftly retreating to the stone platform below. However, this left Zhou Ting in a rather awkward predicament. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Yuan Jin summoned an array of medicinal herbs from his storage pouch, which gracefully descended before each disciple participating in the competition. The herbs for this trial were provided by the medicine sect, and any violations would result in disqualification. Junior Brother Gui Qing, return to your position. Junior Brother Zhou, please exit the stage. Zhou Zhiding faced the mocking gazes of the crowd. His teeth clenched to the point of drawing blood, as he discreetly brushed his hand over the herbs before lowering his head and shamefully departing from the stone platform. Observing Gui Qing return to his designated spot, Yuan Jin's voice resonated once more. In the first round of the competition, there are no predefined recipes. You are required to select suitable herbs to concoct your elixirs. A total of 500 disciples are participating, but only 200 will advance from this initial round. We will evaluate based on the success rate and the quality of the elixirs produced. Now, let the competition commence. Gui Qing gazed at the array of herbs beside the alchemical furnace, feeling a surge of relief within. In this initial round of competition, no formula had been provided. One must be well versed in all the recipes for first-grade elixirs to select the appropriate ingredients. Fortunately, Han Yurao had forewarned him to prepare in advance. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss during this first trial. Among the numerous herbs before him, only one complete set of ingredients was present for a specific elixir. The first-grade windrunning pill, when consumed, significantly enhances speed, making it perfectly suitable for pursuits and evasions. Gui Qing selected 10 medicinal ingredients for the Fengxing Dan and placed one into the alchemical furnace, channeling spiritual energy to ignite the flames. However, as soon as the fire was kindled, the lid of the furnace abruptly flew open, and the ingredients within were instantly reduced to ashes. This commotion elicited scornful glances from the onlookers. How could such a failure occur at the very onset of the process? Although there were 10 sets of ingredients, one would not expect such a careless outcome. It is indeed perplexing. Did I not hear that he frequently visited the Lingao platform, consistently producing numerous elixirs? Why does it appear so different now? Perhaps it was merely hearsay. I had assumed he possessed considerable prowess, but it seems the truth has been revealed. Gui Qing furrowed his brow. During his previous attempt at concocting the wind-running pill, even a failed batch had not elicited such a pronounced reaction from the furnace. He was certain that the sequence of the first medicinal herb was correct, so where had the error occurred? Below the stone platform, hidden among the crowd. A fleeting glimmer of coldness passed through Shouting's eyes. After the first set of herbs failed, Gui Qing did not immediately reach for the second set. Instead, he chose to place the remaining herbs from the first set into the cauldron. However, with each herb he tossed in, the moment the flames ignited, the lid of the cauldron would spring open, and the disdain in the eyes of the onlookers grew ever more pronounced. Gui Qing furrowed his brows tightly. This was no longer a matter of the sequence in which the medicinal herbs were introduced. Regardless of which herb he added, the fire pill would invariably spring open. What could possibly be amiss? Gui Qing picked up a medicinal herb and examined it closely, gradually relaxing his furrowed brow. Lowering his gaze to Han Yuru beneath the stone platform, he realized that Zhou Ting was not by her side, and understanding dawned upon him. Although the herbs appeared flawless on the surface, their inner essence had been utterly compromised by spiritual energy, rendering them completely ineffective. The one who tampered with the herbs was none other than Zhou Ting. Gui Qing beckoned to Yuanjun, who approached with a stern expression and spoke in a low voice. "What is it, junior brother?" To be fair, he held little regard for Gui Qing. He had always valued propriety above all else, yet Gui Qing compelled him to breach those very principles. Gui Qing remained silent, merely handing a medicinal herb to Yuanjun. Confused, Yuanjun accepted the herb, and with his years of experience in alchemy, he immediately sensed the issue upon handling it. Piecing together the recent events, he swiftly comprehended that this was the handiwork of Zhou Ting. The crowd gathered beneath the stone platform had already been numerous, and this exchange drew even more attention, resulting in a crescendo of speculation. What was happening? Was there something wrong with the herb? I thought so. Many had witnessed Gui Qing, the junior brother, refining pills at Lingao platform. Even if he couldn't claim the top prize, it shouldn't be this dire. It must be the herb's fault. But wait. The medicine sect offered such generous rewards for the competition. Surely, they wouldn't sabotage their own? TSK, then what are those two doing over there? Yuanjun furrowed his brow, glancing toward the elevated platform, his eyes reflecting a sense of inquiry. He was at a loss as to how to address this predicament. On the platform, apart from Wang Sui, the expressions of the other participants had turned grim. Xiaosheng's countenance was particularly dark, as he deduced that Zhou Ziting was indeed behind this. However, he could not allow Yuanjun to exchange the herb for Gui Qing. Doing so would be tantamount to publicly acknowledging that the herb was flawed. A disgrace he could not bear. Revealing the truth directly would lead others to believe that there was discord within the medicine sect. Even resorting to underhanded tactics during an open competition, which would similarly tarnish the sect's reputation. At this juncture, he was uncertain of the appropriate course of action. Suddenly, Wang Sui burst into laughter, causing Xiaoxinghe to feel a surge of anxiety. The situation with Gui Qi was troubling, yet Wang Sui's mirth was perplexing. "Senior brother, what is this?" Xiaoxinghe ventured cautiously. Wang Sui, arms crossed, and with keen interest, observed Gui Qing, saying, "I wonder why you all are in such a hurry when the participants haven't even spoken yet?" The gaze of Xiaoxinghe and the others immediately fixated on Gui Qing. At this point, they were at a loss as to how to resolve the situation. Could it be that this junior brother Gui Qing possessed a solution? In the presence of Yuanjun, Gui Qing unceremoniously cast all the second batch of medicinal ingredients into the cauldron, disregarding the order of their introduction. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy was unleashed, and the flames leapt up fiercely, compelling him to firmly press down the lid of the Dan furnace. Before long, the furnace began to tremble, its surface gradually transforming into a vibrant orange hue, indicating its struggle to withstand the prolonged high temperatures. In the depths of his mind, Gui Qing calculated the time with precision, suddenly lifting the lid of the alchemical furnace and swiftly retreating. With a loud bang, the furnace erupted, flames surging forth and incinerating the surrounding herbs to ashes. Yuanjun reacted with remarkable speed, immediately positioning himself in front of Gui Qing. With a wave of his sleeve, he unleashed a pure chill from within, extinguishing the surrounding inferno. The few individuals atop the platform abruptly rose, their eyes gleaming with intensity, and they unanimously exclaimed, "Excellent." As the alchemical furnace exploded, the herbs were entirely obliterated, thus allowing for a reasonable substitution of materials. This disciple Gui Qing possesses an astute mind indeed. Gui Qing, with an impassive expression, brushed off the dust from his attire and turned his gaze towards Yuanjin. For this competition, will all the expenses be borne by the medicine sect? Indeed. Yuanjin nodded emphatically, his eyes brimming with admiration. Gui Qing stated calmly, "I have just refined 2 sets. You still need to provide me with 1 alchemical furnace and 8 sets of medicinal herbs." Yuanjin hesitated, his words caught in his throat. But ultimately, he retrieved an alchemical furnace and 8 sets of medicinal herbs, placing them before Gui Qing. It was not that he lamented the loss, but rather he felt it was unjust. While others had 10 sets of herbs, Gui Qing, due to the circumstances, had relinquished 2 sets. This disparity cast doubt on the likelihood of success, and he feared that this round might lead to elimination. Guiling's gaze remained utterly unperturbed. His sole intention was to advance to the next round of competition, not to secure first place in this one. Alchemy was his forte, and he held unwavering confidence in his abilities. The absence of merely 2 sets of medicinal herbs was inconsequential. Upon the high platform, Li Qing shed his usual nonchalance, standing upright and watching Guiling with keen intensity. Such quick wit to devise a solution. He had assumed full responsibility, preserving the reputation of the alchemy sect. "I propose that even if he does not pass this round, he should still be granted a position as an alternate in the future." Several individuals nodded in agreement, including Lan Qian, who typically held a contrary stance but refrained from voicing any objections. Xiao Xinghe nodded slightly. Since everyone was in accord, the matter was thus resolved. Wang Sui chuckled, remarking that it was premature to speak and that they were overly anxious. Xiao Xinghe clasped his fists and requested guidance from his senior. Wang Sui stroked his chin with a mysterious smile. "You all are aware that he has 2 hours of instruction each month with the Yuan, and his expertise lies in alchemy. Logically, one would seek counsel from the eldest senior brother regarding their strongest skill. Yet, the eldest brother confided in me that each time he instructs this junior, Guiling, it seldom exceeds a single teacup's worth of time. Can you guess why? I have heard whispers of his poor aptitude. Could it be that his talent for alchemy is similarly lacking?" Li Qing inquired tentatively. Wang Sui shook his head. Lan Qian softly suggested, "Could it be that he believes his alchemical skills are sufficient and wishes to dedicate his time to cultivation instead?" Wang Sui again shook his head. "Incorrect," Xiao Xinghe finally interjected, grasping Wang Sui's implication. "Given Guiling's innate talent for alchemy, he comprehends quickly, and the eldest brother believes that at the same level of cultivation and age, one might not surpass his capabilities." "Precisely," Wang Sui affirmed with a smile. Expressions of astonishment filled the faces of the others, and they collectively inhaled sharply. If this were indeed the case, they had stumbled upon a treasure. In the realm of alchemy, none among Ouyang Yi's disciples dared to claim superiority over Yi Yun. The fact that this junior, Guiling, has gained Yi Yun's recognition signifies his extraordinary potential. "Look," Li Qing suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the pill in Guiling's hand. In the brief span of their conversation, Guiling had successfully concocted one. His technique was so adept that, as Wang Sui had remarked, their concerns had been unwarranted. Wang Sui grinned widely. The question of whether Guiling could claim victory was secondary. "There are matters of impropriety at hand, Deputy Sect Master Xiao. How shall we address this?" The call of his title from Wang Sui left Xiao Xinghe momentarily taken aback. He promptly rose and respectfully replied, "I shall heed your instructions, Senior." "Oh, this is a matter for your alchemy sect. I should not interfere," Wang Sui said, gently patting Xiao Xinghe's shoulder with a smile. "However, I must advise you. Upon my emergence from seclusion, I paid a visit to the eldest brother, who urged me to foster a good relationship with this junior, Guiling. The eldest brother's intentions are often beyond my comprehension, yet I follow his counsel without fail. I am not in a position to intervene in the disputes among Qi refinement cultivators, so consider this a favor done for you. Handle it swiftly." Xiao Xinghe nodded in agreement, his gaze turning contemplative as he regarded Guiling below. Those lower-ranked Qi refinement cultivators would show deference to Guiling solely due to his status as a direct disciple. Yet he seemed entirely indifferent. Previous masters of the alchemy sect managed to ascend to the foundation establishment stage through immense resources, and the current master was in seclusion, striving for the same. Upon success, he would become the next master and could cultivate to the foundation establishment stage, thus becoming a direct disciple of his revered teacher. Therefore, Guiling, as a direct disciple, was not taken too seriously. However, Wang Sui's words compelled him to re-evaluate Gui Ling's significance. Who was the eldest brother? A consummate foundation establishment cultivator, poised to break through to the core formation stage. For the eldest brother to speak of Gui Ling in such a manner indicated there were facets of him yet to be discovered. Observing Gui Ling's performance today, his composure in the face of what they deemed overwhelming challenges was indicative of extraordinary intelligence, not to be underestimated. Coupled with his exceptional alchemical talent, he was destined to become a pillar of the alchemy sect. With this realization, Xiao Xinghe discerned the course of action he ought to take. The flames on the stone platform gradually extinguished as the completed disciples submitted their pills, awaiting Yuan Zhen's announcement of the results. Due to previous delays, Gui Qing became the sole individual yet to complete the alchemical process. Grateful for the earlier kindness, Yuan Zhen refrained from urging him and chose instead to wait in silence. Moments later, Gui Qing stood up, gracefully retrieving the elixirs from the furnace, and handed 4 pills to Yuan Zhen. As Yuan Zhen accepted the pills, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed his eyes. With 8 sets of ingredients yielding 4 pills, he could ascertain a remarkable 50% success rate. He was convinced that had Gui Qing completed 10 sets of materials, the number of alchemists capable of matching his prowess in this competition would not exceed 5. Reflecting on this, Yuan Zhen was overcome with regret. Had he known Gui Qing possessed such extraordinary talent, he would not have interfered earlier, potentially averting subsequent troubles while also securing a favor. It was not until the sound of Xiao Xinghe's cough broke through his reverie that Yuan Zhen regained his focus and promptly announced the results. Advancing to the next round were Zhao Wenling, Li Yihan, Gu Chuanfeng, and Gui Qing. The named alchemists instantly displayed expressions of delight. Although the first-grade wind-run elixir was not particularly challenging to concoct, standing out among numerous alchemists necessitated a guarantee of success. Prior to the competition, no one knew which specific elixir was to be crafted, leaving them unprepared. Each individual's expertise varied significantly, and even among those skilled in producing the wind-run elixir, they remained a minority. As the sands of fortune sifted, luck could not persist indefinitely. Ultimately, it would boil down to skill. To have progressed through this round was already a testament to their alchemical abilities surpassing their peers. The next round of the competition would take place 3 days hence at the hour of Qin, and all were urged to arrive punctually. Yuan Zhen cast one final glance at Gui Qing, a rare smile gracing his typically stern countenance, an expression of goodwill and a gentle reminder. Gui Qing nodded in acknowledgement to Yuan Zhen before descending from the stone platform to stand before Han Yurao. Casually, he cast a glance around, yet failed to spot Zhou Ting's figure. After surveying the spectators' area and finding no trace of Zhou Zhitian, Han Yurao offered an apologetic smile and communicated telepathically. I discerned that it was Zhou Ting who interfered just now. Rest assured, my junior, I shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution. With a stoic expression, Gui Qing nodded and was about to depart when a ghostly figure suddenly appeared before him. Han Yurao focused her gaze, her emotions becoming exceedingly complex. Accustomed to bowing in greeting, she raised her hand respectfully in a fist salute, biting her lip as she acknowledged her senior, Li Qing. Li Qing turned slightly, unable to meet Han Yurao's eyes, and let out a gentle sigh. When did we become so estranged? As a master, your cultivation surpasses mine. Thus, it is only natural for me to address you as my senior. Han Yurao lowered her head, her hands tightly clasped over her abdomen. You? Li Qing offered a wry smile. You truly know me well. A single word strikes at the very core of my being. Yet, it is I who should feel aggrieved. He continued, Yurao, I no longer hold past grievances against you, so please do not resent me. Even if we cannot return to what we once were, we need not regard each other with such disdain. As one of the 8 guardians of the medicine sect, Li Qing held a prestigious position, while Han Yurao was merely a steward. You maintain your integrity, while I am but a tarnished soul, unworthy to engage with you as an equal. Han Yurao raised her gaze to Li Qing, her eyes devoid of emotion, her icy demeanor a stark contrast to the warmth of their past. May I inquire, senior, what brings you here? Forget it, I cannot argue with you. Li Qing sighed heavily, turning to Gui Qing. I have come in search of him. May I ask, senior, what is your purpose here? Gui Qing clasped his hands in greeting, mirroring the tone. Li Qing sighed once more and turned to Han Yurao. Is he your new affection? Not at all, Han Yurao shook her head. Noting the flicker of joy in Li Qing's eyes, she coldly replied, I admire him and am attempting to pursue him. However, it is well known in the medicine sect that I have many suitors. I am unworthy of him. If I can seek but a single night of intimacy, it would suffice. Being abandoned in the end is inconsequential, for everyone treats me thus. Upon hearing this, Li Qing's expression turned bitter, and he stood in silence for a long while before producing a storage pouch and handing it to Gui Qing. Forcing a smile, he said, "Junior, you have greatly aided the medicine sect this time." Deputy Sect Master Xiao intended to express his gratitude personally. However, as the competition is not yet concluded, I shall ask you to meet him at a later date. There are those who have interfered with your competition. This is the Deputy Sect Master's directive for you. Please keep it safe. Gui Qing gazed thoughtfully at the bloodstained storage bag in his hands. The blood still radiated warmth, suggesting that Zhou Ting had recently met his demise. Gui Qing had anticipated Zhou Ting's death. After all, C2 Feng possessed the means to assist him in eliminating adversaries. Not to mention the formidable power of such a large medicinal sect. Zhou Ting's passing would hardly stir a ripple within the sect. He was simply another casualty. The moment he tampered with the medicinal herbs, his fate was sealed. After Li Qing handed the storage bag to Gui Qing, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he cast a complex gaze at Han Yu Rao, hesitating to speak, ultimately remaining silent and departing with a sense of desolation. Han Yu Rao watched Li Qing's receding figure, her expression unchanged, yet the color seemed to drain from her face in an instant. Once Li Qing was no longer in sight, her body weakened. The young girl in the red dress hurriedly supported Han Yu Rao, calling, "Sister Yu Rao." "I am fine." Han Yu Rao managed to force a smile. Shifting the topic, she introduced, "This is my junior brother Gui Qing. Her name is Yu Miao, the finest female alchemist of the younger generation." "Why add female?" the girl in red muttered, then turned to Gui Qing with a radiant smile. "I observed your alchemy earlier, and your skills are quite commendable. However, if you wish to claim the top spot, you must first surpass me." Gui Qing smiled without speaking. As for Cui Mu, Han Yu Rao merely mentioned his name without further elaboration. "A pleasure to meet you." Gui Qing greeted the two with a respectful gesture. Cui Mu did not return the courtesy, but instead stared coldly at Gui Qing. Shu Ting dared to meddle during the competition, and he deserves his fate. I shall not be so foolish. Gui Qing, I challenge you to a match. If I claim victory this time, you must henceforth refrain from harboring any intentions towards senior sister Han. Do you dare accept? Before Gui Qing could utter a word, Han Yu Rao had already begun to scold him. What do you take me for? Am I merely an object for you to seize at will? Cui Mu hastily apologized. Sister, please don't be angry. I promise I won't do it again. I am truly sorry. I only care for you too much. From your words, it seems you expect me to be responsible for you? Han Yu Rao scoffed. I have more than enough guests to attend to. Why would I need your concern? Leave. Cui Mu stood frozen, taken aback by the weight of her words. To his recollection, Han Yu Rao had never spoken to him so harshly. Sister, he implored. Gazing at her with desperation, I acknowledge my mistake. Please do not treat me this way, all right? I said leave. Did you not hear me? Han Yu Rao's expression was as frosty as the winter sky, her aura of qi at the 7th level completely enveloping him, leaving him breathless. If you persist in your presence, you might as well accompany Zhou Ting. Do not seek me out again. With a heavy heart, Cui Mu turned away, dejected. Others often overlooked Han Yu Rao's formidable strength due to her beauty and temperament. As the steward of a significant establishment within the medicine sect, she was far from a fragile woman. Should she ever harbor intentions of malice, unless she acted publicly, Cui Mu would meet a fate akin to Zhou Ting's, silently perishing without a ripple. Han Yu Rao cast a cold glance at Cui Mu before averting her gaze. Turning towards Gui Qing, her demeanor swiftly transforming back to her usual charm as she linked her arm with his. New companion, let us depart. Within the fragrant and crisp confines of Xiangsu building, Gui Qing allowed Han Yu Rao to guide him to the top floor. He had intended to find an excuse to leave. Yet Han Yu Rao's cultivation surpassed his own, rendering him incapable of breaking free. Any public display of resistance would only draw further attention. Moreover, with her assurance delivered through thought that they were merely ascending for tea, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Upon entering the room, Han Yu Rao released her hold on Gui Qing, immediately collapsing onto the floor in a state of exhaustion. Gui Qing gazed at the pale and trembling Han Yu Rao, feeling utterly conflicted. It seemed inappropriate to leave her lying on the ground, yet it felt even more improper to lift her into his arms. Han Yu Rao turned her back to Gui Qing, tears streaming down her cheeks. Junior brother, thank you for bringing me back. I am unwell today. Perhaps I shall invite you for tea another day. Farewell. Gui Qing sighed inwardly, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect as he turned to leave, unbolting the door. Wait, Han Yu Rao suddenly called out, her voice quivering. Could you carry me to the bed? I understand how you perceive me, but I assure you, I have no intention of seducing you this time. I truly lack the strength. Senior sister, you have misunderstood. I harbor no such thoughts. Gui Qing bent down and lifted Han Yu Rao into his arms. The softness and resilience of her form sent a rush of breath through him as he focused ahead, hastily carrying her to the bed and drawing the covers over her. With great effort, Han Yu Rao retrieved a jade pendant from beneath her pillow and gently squeezed it, causing the room to be enveloped in a soft luminescence. With a single glance, Gui Qing immediately recognized that this was a complex array of restrictions designed to silence all sound. Han Yu Rao curled up within her blankets, unable to contain herself any longer, and burst into tears. With a quiet sigh, Gui Qing left the room, gently closing the door behind him. Every individual harbors their own secrets. He did not wish to delve into them. Yet, seeing Han Yu Rao in such a manner for the first time inevitably sparked his curiosity. Upon returning to Sheyong Mountain, he finally suppressed these distractions. Once inside, he retrieved a century-old snow lotus heart from his storage pouch and consumed a lotus seed. The nature of the upcoming competition remained unknown, rendering blind alchemy futile. It was far more prudent to cultivate in tranquility, adjusting himself to an optimal state. 3 days later, Gui Qing slowly opened his eyes, emanating an even more potent aura. He had reached the second level of qi refinement, unblocking 22 acupoints, having opened 7 in just 3 days. Such a pace of cultivation would surely incite envy among many if it were to be known. Were it not for the concern of jeopardizing his foundation, he could consume the snow lotus heart within 10 days at most, subsequently breaking through to the 3rd level of qi refinement. The casual gift from his master was a boon he would benefit from for a long time. This exemplifies the disparity in their circumstances. Within the alchemist sect, Gui Qing ascended the stone platform, nodding in acknowledgement to Yuanjun before taking his place. Quietly awaiting the proceedings, Yuanjun reciprocated with a smile. The recollections of the previous round lingered in the minds of the onlookers. They no longer regarded Gui Qing with disdain as before, now casting expectant glances in his direction. Numerous cultivators even covertly placed bets, wagering considerable spirit stones on Gui Qing. As the appointed hour arrived, Yuanjun cleared his throat a few times to restore silence to the gathering and declared in a resonant voice, for the second round of the competition, 200 will be narrowed down to 50. There are no restrictions on the elixirs. Those with a higher success rate will advance to the next round. Please announce the elixirs you intend to concoct, and we shall provide the necessary materials. A flicker of realization crossed Gui Qing's mind. If one were to consider the success rate, undoubtedly, the revival pill was the most suitable choice, boasting a 50% chance of success, which would enable him to advance to the next round. After reflecting on Zhou Ting's lesson, Gui Qing meticulously examined the medicinal herbs before finally igniting the furnace. After a considerable duration, Cui Mu extinguished the flames, raising 5 porcelain vials high above, gesturing towards Han Yu Rao in the audience. However, Han Yu Rao remained oblivious, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Gui Qing. Cui Mu's expression stiffened as he belatedly realized that Han Yu Rao's earlier words were no mere jest. A shadow of despair darkened his eyes, fueling an inner rage that he directed towards Gui Qing. Observing Gui Qing still engrossed in alchemy, he scoffed. I have successfully refined 5 revival pills. Why are you always so slow? Even if you do not achieve a 50% success rate, a mere 40% would suffice for you to progress to the next round. Cui Mu's voice resonated loudly, yet it elicited no response from the crowd, with many casting scornful glances in his direction. What a fool you are, murmured Yu Miao, lightly nudging Cui Mu and gesturing towards the 5 porcelain vials to Gui Qing's left. He has also refined 5, and there remains a set of herbs yet to be processed. What if he produces 6? Cui Mu sneered, 60%? Is that even plausible? I refuse to believe he can achieve such a feat. As the flames before him flickered out, everyone became intensely focused on Gui Qing, their anxious expressions suggesting that they were the ones engaged in the art of alchemy. Gui Qing lifted the lid of the alchemical furnace, retrieving the 6 rejuvenating pills. A wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. Well done. Truly remarkable, junior brother Gui Qing. 6 pills. Although this was his area of expertise, achieving such a feat surpassed even those alchemists who had devoted years to the craft. Let us not forget, he has only been in the field for a little over a year, setting aside his innate talent. Such a prowess in alchemy undoubtedly places him at the pinnacle among his peers. Ghost Qing leisurely placed the elixir into the porcelain vial, unperturbed by the outcome. The revitalizing pill was his specialty. If he could not surpass his peers in this endeavor, then the prospect of victory was futile. After examining the pill, Yuanjin smiled at Ghost Qing, stating, "In this round of competition, there are only 2 individuals, including yourself, with a success rate of 60%. It seems I must congratulate you in advance, junior brother Ghost Qing." "Who is the other?" Ghost Qing inquired. Yuanjin gestured towards a lean youth in the distance. Intrigued, Ghost Qing observed the young man, who, sensing the gaze upon him, turned to meet Ghost Qing's eyes, a flicker of hostility evident therein. Unsurprisingly, this youth appeared to be his most formidable rival in the quest for victory. As the final participant concluded their alchemical endeavor, Yuan Zhen announced the results. Without surprise, Ghost Qing advanced to the next round. Han Yurao approached Ghost Qing, joining him in observing the aloof young man, whispering, "Zhao Wenling, at the 4th level of qi refinement, is a highly anticipated contender in this competition. Had you not participated, he would undoubtedly have claimed the victory. Do you truly have such faith in me, senior sister?" Ghost Qing asked. "Of course," Han Yurao replied, leaning closer to Ghost Qing, her breath a soft whisper laden with allure. "I possess absolute confidence in you, not only in alchemy, but also in matters of intimacy. I appreciate your assistance last time. It seems rather cumbersome for you to come and go. Why not stay with me instead? Farewell," Ghost Qing replied nonchalantly, raising a hand before turning to depart. Han Yurao watched him retreat, licking her lips, her gaze growing ever more enchanting. Yu Miao teased, "Sister Yurao, you truly are persistent," yet he remains indifferent. "I must admit, with such remarkable alchemical talent, even I find myself intrigued. I fail to see his merits," Cui Mu scoffed. "His unwavering resolve is something you could never hope to emulate." Han Yurao shot a cold glance at Cui Mu before her attention returned to the departing Ghost Qing. 3 days later, upon the stone platform, Ghost Qing stood in quiet contemplation, his aura deepening. The 29th acupoint, he mused. Once this competition concluded, he would seclude himself to swiftly advance to the 3rd level of qi refinement. Today marked the 3rd and final round of the contest. Yuan Zhen descended slowly, proclaiming, "Today, there are no restrictions on elixirs. The one who creates the highest quality pill from a single set of materials shall emerge victorious." This announcement sent ripples of excitement through the crowd. One set of materials? The alchemy sect is indeed raising the stakes. Indeed, success is imperative. Failure in quality renders the effort moot. "Oh, this shall be entertaining." "Silence," Yuanjin commanded, sweeping his sleeve. "Please reveal your choices." The gaze of the spectators divided, resting squarely upon Ghost Qing and Zhao Wenling. Undoubtedly, these 2 were the favored candidates for victory in their minds. Gui Qing gazed at Zhao Wenling, who, at that moment, also turned her gaze towards him. After a brief moment of mutual contemplation, they spoke in unison, "Breakthrough pill." The audience below erupted into a flurry of discussion once more. These 2 possess remarkable audacity, daring to challenge the most formidable of first-grade elixirs, the breakthrough pill. Should they falter and allow another to seize victory, they would surely regret it to the ends of the earth. However, one cannot dismiss the notion that to aspire for triumph, such courage is essential. If they succeed in crafting the elixir, victory will undoubtedly be theirs. Yuanjin observed the duo with profound significance in his eyes, then raised his hand and gestured, ensuring that the medicinal materials landed precisely before each alchemist. Gui Qing sat cross-legged, adjusting his breath to its optimal state before igniting the furnace and adding the herbs. He had successfully concocted the barrier-breaking pill once before, yet he possessed only a single set of materials and lacked absolute confidence. However, his primary motive for participating in the competition was to gauge the level of his alchemical skills among his peers. To aim solely for victory would be to forsake the essence of his endeavor. Even in the face of failure, it was merely a contest. He never considered himself a genius, and he was prepared to accept defeat. As time passed, the flames flickered and eventually extinguished. The others either faltered or had successfully completed their concoctions. Only Gui Qing and Zhao Wenling remained. Cui Mu gripped the porcelain vial tightly, casting a cold glance at Gui Qing. "The barrier-breaking pill, you truly dare to attempt it. Let us witness your failure together," he thought. Moments later, Zhao Wenling struck the alchemical furnace, causing the lid to burst open, and a barrier-breaking pill soared out, plunging the venue into an immediate silence. With just a single set of materials, Zhao Wenling had indeed succeeded in crafting it. Zhao Wenling placed the barrier-breaking pill into the porcelain vial, standing with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at Gui Qing, who was still immersed in his alchemical process. Cui Mu felt a surge of delight, although he could no longer claim victory. Witnessing Gui Qing's potential failure in such a setting brought him greater joy than winning the competition itself. In that instant, All eyes turned toward Gui Qing. Suddenly, the flames before Gui Qing surged, and the cauldron trembled violently. What was happening? Had he failed? Or was it merely a miscalculation? It appeared that Zhao Wenling would emerge victorious this time. Cui Mu's face lit up with joy as he envisioned the scene of Gui Qing being ridiculed by the crowd. And he could not conceal the elation that welled up within him. With an air of calm detachment, Gui Qing waved his hand to disperse the flames, gently patting the alchemical furnace to securely catch the breakthrough elixir that soared from within. A profound silence enveloped the audience, soon followed by a chorus of astonished gasps. He succeeded. It was utterly unexpected that a mere second-level chi cultivator could concoct a breakthrough elixir. What an impressive feat. The stakes had risen now, as both individuals had successfully crafted the elixir, shrouding the outcome in further mystery. Yuanjun received the elixirs from the two and, after meticulous examination, exchanged their respective creations. Having formed a conclusion in his mind, he presented the elixirs to each party, cautious of potential dissent. Zhao Wenling scrutinized the elixir, her usually placid countenance betraying a flicker of astonishment. After casting a penetrating glance at Gui Qing, she returned the elixir to Yuanjun and departed, expressing no objection. Yuanjun cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Upon my evaluation, the quality of the breakthrough elixir produced by Gui Qing surpasses that of the other. According to the established regulations, all elixirs crafted during the competition must be displayed for scrutiny. Rest assured, the trials of the alchemy sect are entirely impartial and devoid of bias. Therefore, I hereby announce that the champion of this alchemy sect competition is Gui Qing." The crowd erupted into thunderous applause. "Well done, junior brother Gui Qing. I knew it. He would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Who could have anticipated that he would triumph over so many exceptional alchemists from the sect? This young man is destined to become a pillar of the alchemy sect. We should cultivate a strong friendship with him." Before the competition commenced, no one had envisioned that Gui Qing, having only joined the sect a little over a year ago, would ultimately seize the top position. Cui Mu, seething with indignation, clenched his fists tightly, exclaiming, "How is it possible? He cannot be the champion. I refuse to accept it." At this juncture, it would be wise to accept reality. Yu Miao consoled Cui Mu with a pat on the shoulder, then turned to Han Yurao with a grin. "Sister Yurao, such an outstanding alchemist has caught my interest. We shall be rivals henceforth." Han Yurao smiled charmingly, observing Gui Qing as he departed with Yuanjun, softly replied, "Perhaps we need not be rivals. If he consents, there is no reason we cannot both share a bond. Would you like me to teach you a few intimate techniques?" "Oh dear, Sister Yurao, you are incorrigible." Even Yu Miao, typically bold, found himself blushing and stamping his feet at her words. On the elevated platform, Xiao Xinghe and the others rose, gazing at Gui Qing, who was accompanied by Yuanjun. "Greetings, esteemed seniors." Gui Qing began to salute, but was halted by Xiao Xinghe. "Junior brother, no need for such formalities. You have already rendered us considerable assistance, and we have yet to express our gratitude." Gui Qing said, "Senior brother, you are being too modest. Since I have joined the medicine sect, it is only natural that I uphold its reputation. Indeed, junior brother, you are truly a dragon among men." Xiao Xinghe took the white jade pendant from Gui Qing's waist and replaced it with a green jade token. "From now on, you shall be the alternate steward. According to the rules, you may assume your duties upon reaching the 5th level of Qi training. However, given your alchemical skills, you may take on this role upon reaching the 4th level. When you take office, I will construct a tall building for you, and you shall have your own subordinates. I shall reward you with 10,000 spirit stones, which will be sent to Xiangsu building shortly. Very well, you may go. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me out." "Thank you, senior brother." Gui Qing bowed respectfully to several people before departing. After Gui Qing left, Li Qing's eyes flickered with complexity. Then he smiled and extended his hand towards Lan Qian, saying, "A bet is a bet." Xiao Xinghe observed the two with keen interest, and the surrounding protectors displayed amused expressions. Lan Qian's face flushed. She removed the jade hairpin from her head and handed it to Li Qing before hastily departing. Xiao Xinghe chuckled at Li Qing, who was grinning from ear to ear, teasing, "What a shameful display. You wagered a piece of your business for a mere hairpin." Luckily, junior brother Gui Qing won. Otherwise, you would have been in quite a predicament. Li Qing solemnly tucked away the hairpin and replied, "It was a risk-free venture. Why not take advantage of it? Even if I lost, we are all family. Who profits isn't truly a profit? Besides, once I establish my foundation, I will have memories to cherish." Xiao Xing adjusted, "You're already contemplating foundation establishment when I haven't even started?" Perhaps you should take over the position of deputy sect leader? How could that be? Gui Qing scratched his head. Realizing that the appointment of the deputy sect leader was not his to decide, he had merely spoken in jest. But I am serious. Xiaoxing has suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Gui Qing was taken aback, pondering if the sect leader was about to make a breakthrough. Xiaoxing smiled mysteriously. What do you think Brother Wang Sui came here for? Inside Xiangsu, Cui Mu watched as Han Yuro led Gui Qing upstairs, his teeth gritted in frustration. Yet he dared not express his displeasure. Before the match concluded, he had clung to a glimmer of hope. But now with Gui Qing emerging victorious as the alternate steward of the medicine sect, he no longer dared to speak disrespectfully, lest Han Yuro be the first to reprimand him. In a concealed corner, Han Yuro set up a barrier to isolate their surroundings, opened the tightly shut door, yet she did not enter with Gui Qing, instead standing guard outside. Gui Qing entered the room and closed the door, clasping his fists and greeting towards Situ Feng, who was seated at the table enjoying tea. Brother Situ. It has been quite a while. Situ Feng smiled gently, gesturing for Gui Qing to take a seat while scrutinizing him closely. Your rapid advancement in cultivation has taken me by surprise. Congratulations on winning the championship in the recent medicine sect competition. Did you also watch this competition, brother? Gui Qing inquired, but immediately realized something, asking, has everything been arranged? Situ Feng nodded, his gaze sharpening. During the last gathering, there were watchers outside and traders within, making it inconvenient to speak candidly about our actions. However, during the recent medicine sect competition, I was able to move about the stands and connect with all my supporters. No matter how astute Jiang he may be, he cannot guard against this. When shall we act? Gui Qing asked, only to immediately smile apologetically. Forgive me, I should not have asked. It is of no consequence, Situ Feng replied with a wave of his hand, speaking softly. Although our time together has not been the longest. You are the person I trust most at Sheyang Mountain. We shall act within 2 months at the latest. Although Jiang he still has 6 months before his breakthrough. His vigilance will only increase with time. As for the specific timing, there will be significant commotion at Sheyang Mountain, and you will know it when you hear it. Gui Qing retrieved the storage bag that Xiao Shenghe had sent not long ago and placed it before Situ Feng. This is the 10,000 spirit stones I acquired from my victory. I lack experience in combat and am uncertain about what to prepare. Please take it, senior brother. I also have some herbs that were advanced from the medicine sect. After I refine the pills, I will obtain a considerable sum of spirit stones, which I shall deliver to you then. You are thoughtful, junior brother. Situ Feng patted Gui Qing's shoulder, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Regardless of my actions. Once Zhang breaks through, he will undoubtedly come after me. In a life and death situation, I will not refuse your kindness. This favor will be etched in my heart for a lifetime. When I ascend to the position of Mountain Lord, I shall repay you handsomely. These spirit stones are sufficient. Let us not meet again to avoid raising Jiang He's suspicions. After watching Situ Feng depart, Gui Qing deliberately waited a while longer to create some distance and time before finally opening the door. Have you finished your discussion? Han Yurao leaned against the doorframe. Her smile enchanting and captivating. Shall we not talk about our matters as well? Thank you, senior sister, but I have other matters to attend to. So I must take my leave. Gui Qing clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. What a heartless person you are, using someone and then discarding them. You are still young. Do not emulate those despicable men. Han Yurao cast a lingering glance at Gui Qing, noticing his silence. She chuckled softly, covering her mouth, and handed him a storage bag. This is just a token of my appreciation for your victory. The fragrant crispy tower has gained considerable fame because of you. You must not refuse it. Gui Qing accepted the storage bag and, after a moment of hesitation, decided to keep it. He had initially intended to decline, but the generosity of Han Yurao was overwhelming. The bag contained a substantial 5,000 spirit stones, making it difficult for him to refuse. After bidding farewell to Han Yurao, Gui Qing returned to his courtyard and retrieved the century-old snow lotus heart to enter seclusion. The matters concerning the medicine sect had concluded, and it was time to prepare for the affairs of Sheyang Mountain. The impending conflict between Situ Feng and Jiang he was about to commence, and his cultivation at the second level of qi refinement was far from sufficient. Half a month later, Gui Qing consumed a breakthrough pill, feeling the spirit energy surge through his meridians, directly assaulting his bottleneck. Moments later, he slowly opened his eyes, and his aura suddenly intensified. He had reached the third level of qi refinement. Thanks to the Snow Lotus Heart, he achieved this breakthrough in just over a month. Moreover, there were still 7 lotus seeds remaining, which would allow him to refine several more acupoints once his cultivation was stabilized. After a moment of contemplation, Gui Qing retrieved the alchemical furnace and commenced the refinement of medicinal herbs, thereby solidifying the spiritual essence. 3 days later, Gui Qing consumed another lotus seed. As the seed unfurled, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy surged into his meridians. Seizing the moment, he ingested a puncturing elixir, forcefully unlocking the second acupoint of the third level of qi refinement. Following his breakthrough to the third level of qi refinement, the potency of the lotus seed diminished significantly. To be precise, the amount of spiritual energy required for acupoint unlocking had increased. At the second level of qi refinement, a single lotus seed sufficed to unlock 2 acupoints. Now, it could only facilitate the opening of one, with the remaining potency insufficient for another attempt. After consuming 7 lotus seeds, Gui Qing's vitality surged once more, having successfully unlocked a total of 9 acupoints. As Gui Qi was about to conclude his cultivation, he was struck by the sight of the snow lotus heart, stirring something deep within him. This rare treasure, the heart of a century-old snow lotus, was indeed a remarkable gift from nature. His wooden spiritual root had already approached 80%. Consuming the snow lotus heart would undoubtedly enhance it significantly. With this thought, Gui Qing picked up the snow lotus heart and gently took a bite. Half a month later, Gui Qing abruptly rose, his aura becoming increasingly formidable. He had reached the third level of qi refining, breaking through 12 meridians. Most importantly, his wooden spiritual root had surpassed 80% and was advancing towards 90%. With his heightened innate talent, his sensitivity to spiritual energy sharpened, and his absorption rate accelerated. Although his cultivation speed could not rival that of Yi Yuan, who possessed a perfected golden fire spiritual root, it was certainly on par with other superior talents. While other cultivators were constrained by resources, he found himself limited by innate capability. As an alchemist, and one who excelled among his peers, he had never lacked spirit stones. Now, with his talents steadily improving, he felt confident in his ability to catch up to and surpass his fellow cultivators, even those who had begun their journeys earlier. At the spirit treasure platform, Gui Qing placed a spirit stone on the counter and requested a purple flame serpent egg. The cultivator behind the counter accepted the spirit stone and guided Gui Qing to a beast pinned beneath the platform. A purple flame serpent, approximately 5 feet long, coiled around a cluster of damp serpent eggs, appearing to have recently laid them. Its violet eyes blazed with fire, and its crimson tongue flicked in and out. Fixated on the two, the cultivator formed a hand seal, and a chill spread through the air, freezing the purple flame serpent in place, allowing him to select a particularly fine egg. The serpent hissed, exhaling flames to dispel the cold, and lunged forward, only to be repelled by the cultivator's palm. Undeterred, the serpent unleashed another fiery attack, surrounding the cultivator with flames. After several exchanges, the cultivator grew impatient, drawing forth a flying sword and swiftly decapitating the purple flame serpent. Its body fell still, while its severed head writhed on the ground, glaring fiercely at the cultivator until it finally ceased its struggle. Truly a beast that cannot be tamed. The cultivator muttered in annoyance, then turned to Gui Qing with a smile. "Junior brother, would you care for some serpent meat?" Gui Qing shook his head, for the storage pouch could not contain living beings, and thus he could only embrace the serpent egg as he departed. Serpents are inherently cold-blooded, yet the Zean serpent is an anomaly, embodying the essence of flames. This egg was purchased with the intention of consumption, to ascertain whether the initial groove of the jeweling species could enhance other spiritual roots. Upon returning to his courtyard chamber, Gui Qing seated himself beside the bed, gazing at the serpent egg in his arms, gradually lost in thought, reminiscing about the previous Zean serpent. Even though serpents are creatures of a frigid nature, they will go to great lengths to protect their progeny. Despite his ruthless disposition, he found himself unable to bring harm to this precious egg. As Gui Qing contemplated, a sudden crack echoed as the serpent's egg shattered, and a diminutive snake, no longer than a thumb, gradually emerged from its shell, writhing upon Gui Qing's leg. Gui Qing gently grasped the tiny serpent, letting out a sigh as he cradled it in his palm, channeling his spiritual energy to stabilize its essence. He could take a life without a flicker of hesitation, yet when faced with this newly born creature, he found himself unable to act. Its mother was already gone. How could he possibly bring himself to slay her offspring? Gui Qing carefully wiped the viscous egg fluid from the little snake, bringing her palm closer to her eyes to scrutinize the creature. The little snake gazed back at Gui Qing with innocent eyes filled with affection. It had mistaken her for a kin upon their first encounter. "From now on, you shall be called Xueqing," Gui Qing said with a gentle smile. Noticing the little snake turning its head towards the shattered eggshell, she gently returned it to its nest. The little snake began to swim through the remnants of the egg fluid, devouring it with fervor, and soon turned its attention to the eggshell itself. As if driven by an innate instinct to consume, Gui Qing observed Qing as she incessantly crushed and consumed the eggshells, lost in thought. He then tore off a small piece of the shell, placed it in his mouth, and chewed it thoroughly before swallowing, attentively sensing the subsequent changes within his body. As the fire spirit root within him began to mend, a gleam of brilliance ignited in Gui Qing's eyes. Though the change was minuscule, it was undeniable that his fire spirit root was indeed expanding, thereby affirming his earlier hypothesis. The first notch of the absolute spirit root was not merely capable of enhancing the wood spirit root, but was, in fact, capable of augmenting all spirit roots. This marked a true metamorphosis, deepening his understanding of the profound nature of the absolute spirit seed. No wonder his master had cautioned him against disclosing the existence of the absolute spirit seed to anyone. Anyone who became aware of such a formidable and miraculous entity within him would undoubtedly strive to seize it for themselves. Gui Qing sampled only briefly, refraining from consuming any more eggshells. His intention was merely to ascertain the specific effects of the first engraved slot of the absolute spirit seed, without a desire to significantly enhance his fire spiritual root. One should not be greedy, and once his wood spiritual root reached perfection, he would contemplate the cultivation of additional roots. After consuming all the eggshells, the slender, snow-blue serpent began to grow, stopping only when it reached the length of his arm. It then coiled around Gui Qing's right wrist, closing its eyes in slumber, seemingly to digest the sustenance it had previously ingested. Gui Qing caressed the copper coin adorning his left wrist, gazing at the snow-blue serpent bracelet that graced his right wrist, and offered a wry smile. Originally, he had intended to consume the snake egg, but it now appeared that he would have to nurture this little creature instead. However, he was utterly unfamiliar with the care of mystical beasts, and it seemed he would need to make another visit to the Lingbao platform. At the Lingbao platform, after inquiring about the intricacies of raising the purple flame serpent and purchasing some food imbued with fiery energy, he was about to depart when a figure clad in azure approached him, smiling as he said, "Gui Qing, my junior brother, it has been quite some time." Gui Qing clasped his fist and inquired, "I have the honor of meeting you, Brother Zhou. What brings you here?" Zhou Yu replied with a cheerful smile, "It is nothing of great significance. I merely wish to invite you to the law enforcement hall for a visit, so we may reminisce together." Gui Qing frowned. He had never had any interaction with the law enforcement hall, and his acquaintance with Zhou Yu was limited to just a few encounters. Why would Zhou Yu bring him to the law enforcement hall? After a moment of contemplation, Gui Qing smiled and said, "If you wish to reminisce, come to my place. I recently learned some tea art from the eldest senior brother, and I would be delighted to have you appreciate it. The setting sun mountain is too far from here. Let us go to the law enforcement hall instead, which is merely a short walk away." Zhou Yu remained beaming with joy. Gui Qing replied softly, "If you cannot clearly articulate the matter, I shall not go." Sighing, Zhou Yu helplessly shrugged and leaned closer to Gui Qing, a wry smile playing on his lips. "Zhang Ping, do you still recall that name? I need not elaborate further, do I?" Gui Qing could only follow Zhou Yu, lost in contemplation. C2 Feng had previously assured him that the special channel would never betray his identity. It was inconceivable that C2 Feng would sell him out. How did the enforcement hall come to know he was responsible for purchasing Zhang Ping's life? Exiting Lingbao Terrace, they walked a mile due north, where a vast estate loomed before Zhou Yu. The three characters enforcement hall were inscribed on the plaque, etched with the sharpness of blades, exuding an air of grim authority, and faintly tinged with the scent of blood. Even from a distance, it was suffocating. Zhou Yu entered through a side door, leading Gui Qing to a hall before departing. Within the hall were two chairs. One stood at the bottom, while the other leaned against a tall wall. This arrangement suggested an impending interrogation. Gui Qing sat calmly, quietly observing the empty chair on the dais, his expression unchanging. At this point, anxiety was futile. He would wait to see how the law enforcement hall would decide his fate. His junior brother exhibited a modicum of composure. A somber voice suddenly echoed from behind the wall, and a gaunt young man emerged, leisurely taking a seat in the chair. He directed a sinister smile towards Gui Qing and introduced himself. "I am Xie Dingen, the steward of the law enforcement hall, at the 7th level of Qi refinement. My elder brother conveyed this to me in an attempt to dissuade me from resisting, did he?" Gui Qing inquired calmly. Xie Dingen nodded slightly. "Indeed. I still do not comprehend why my elder brother summoned me here." Gui Qing maintained his tranquil demeanor. "Before your arrival, Zhou Yu must have already briefed you." I believe it unnecessary to reiterate, Xie Dingyan remarked, resting his chin on his hand, scrutinizing Gui Qing with an evaluative gaze. At this juncture, does my junior brother still wish to argue? Gui Qing replied softly, I cannot comprehend what my senior brother is saying. If I have committed any wrongdoing, I kindly ask you to present evidence. As for the evidence, I shall show it to you, Xie Dingyan said, pausing briefly as he gently tapped the table with his fingers. However, you are indeed a direct disciple of our master, and I do not wish to leave you with no options. If you choose to confess, I will not condemn you to a dire fate. At most, you will endure a bit of physical suffering. Yet, if I lay the evidence before you, there will be no room for negotiation. The distinction here is significant. Dear junior brother, so you must ponder this carefully. There is no rush. Take your time, for I have ample patience. Suddenly, a binding spell erupted from the chair upon which Gui Qing sat, restraining him. Very well, since you believe me to be guilty, then present your evidence, Gui Qing remarked. A subtle smile gracing his lips as he regarded Xie Dingyan with a calm gaze, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Xie Dingyan furrowed his brows, but after a prolonged moment, he regained his composure, fixing Gui Qing with a stern look while rhythmically tapping his fingers upon the table. Time gradually slipped away. As Xie Dingyan endeavored to penetrate Gui Qing's psychological defenses with a piercing gaze, yet Gui Qing remained entirely mute and motionless throughout. After a considerable silence, Xie Dingyan ceased his drumming, his eyes locked onto Gui Qing. On what grounds are you so certain that I possess no evidence? If you truly had proof, you would not be engaging in this fruitless conversation. Gui Qing offered a slight smirk before shifting the subject. However, even if there were evidence, I doubt you would impose any punishment upon me. Indeed, it was I who ended Xingping's life for a sum of 500 spirit stones. If you seek evidence, I shall provide it. Does this imply your confession? Xie Dingyan inquired. Should you answer me one question, I might consider admitting my guilt. What question? What does the law enforcement hall do by day, and what are its activities by night? Upon hearing this, Xie Dingyan's expression sharpened instantly, his eyes betraying a glint of murderous intent. Who divulged this information to you? Was it Situ Phone? Gui Qing chuckled softly and shook his head. It was not difficult to deduce that the enforcement hall supervised the disciples, yet there existed a faction capable of hiring assassins. The enforcement hall only operated during the day, and those who perished at night were deemed to have died in vain. The life of Xingping was purchased, with spirit stones delivered through a specialized channel to that particular mountain lord. The ability to discern my identity and collaborate with all mountain lords indicates that such a power encompassing all disciples is exceedingly rare. My senior brother had just mentioned senior brother Situ, which further solidified my conjecture. The so-called Special Assassination Organization is, in fact, the enforcement hall itself. While killing is forbidden during the day, at night, human lives are exchanged as currency. These deductions were not relayed to him by Situ Phone. Rather, they were conclusions he arrived at independently. Xie Dingyan could not help but applaud in admiration, exclaiming, "You are remarkably astute, even more so than I had anticipated. Yet, whether it be day or night, this is the enforcement hall, and if I declare you guilty, then you are guilty." Gui Qing chuckled softly. I have merely slain one Xingping, yet the number of disciples who have perished at the hands of the enforcement hall is countless. If we were to discuss guilt, it seems that all my esteemed brothers in the enforcement hall ought to take their own lives in remorse. Moreover, I find it hard to believe that my brother would ever contemplate killing me. Why is that? Xie Dingyan inquired, raising an eyebrow. With a gentle smile, Gui Qing gazed at Xie Dingyan and slowly uttered two words, rules. Xie Dingyan suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes brimming with mockery and derision. Since you were so well informed, why do you still harbor such foolish hopes in discussing rules with me? We refrain from killing during the day, yet take lives under the cover of night, devoid of any semblance of order. Gui Qing shook his head and replied earnestly, no, in my opinion, the law enforcement hall adheres to the strictest principles. Although my master forbids killing, conflict among cultivators is inevitable, which has led to the emergence of a set of unwritten rules, tacitly accepted by my master. Each night, cultivators perish, and no one investigates these deaths. If the law enforcement hall were to violate this norm, the very fabric of these derived rules would be shattered. Not to mention whether my master would spare you. Those cultivators who hire assassins through you would undoubtedly seek retribution first. You would face a united front against you, leading to your utter annihilation. Given your brother's cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refinement, dealing with me is truly an extravagant use of resources. Rather than engaging in this, it would be more prudent for you to reveal who seeks my life. If you prefer not to disclose the identity of the employer, Inform me of the bounty offered. I shall gladly pay double the amount in spirit stones. How fortunate you are. For I nearly forgot that you are an alchemist and the champion of this recent alchemical competition. A cultivator of your caliber, naturally, lacks for spirit stones. It is no wonder you speak with such confidence. Xie Dingyan stood with his arms crossed, regarding Gui Qing with a detached expression, leaving one uncertain whether his words were meant as praise or mockery. Gui Qing remained silent, merely mirroring Xie Dingyan's earlier gesture of gently tapping the armrest of the chair, as if to suggest that in this role reversal, he was the one assured of victory. After a moment of silence, Xie Dingyan slowly remarked, since you are so astute, why not take a guess at who seeks to make a move against you? Gui Qing chuckled. If I were truly clever, I wouldn't be unable to discern my senior brother's convoluted intentions. I have no desire to know who summoned you. It holds no significance. The affairs of the law enforcement hall at night must remain shrouded in secrecy. You mustn't disrupt the rules. Very well, Xie Dingyan replied, turning to take a seat at the hall. Simultaneously, a barrier that blocked out light arose outside the hall, and Gui Qing was instantaneously engulfed by darkness. To take one's wealth and avert disaster for another. Since my junior brother is so understanding, I shall grant him a swift resolution. Excellent. I await your response. Gui Qing smiled nonchalantly. Have you found anything? In the courtyard, Hu Zi paced anxiously like an ant on a hot stove. Upon seeing the return of Jiang Yunyan and Jiang Yumian, he hurriedly approached them. The sisters exchanged glances and shook their heads, their eyes filled with concern. They had scoured the vicinity but still found no trace of Gui Qing. It had been 5 days. Chen Ze had never been absent for so long. Where could he possibly be? Hu Zi was frantic, scratching his head in frustration. Unable to arrive at an answer, Jiang Yunyan gently reassured him, do not fret, he should be fine. Yumian, you stay here with him while I search a bit more. After leaving the courtyard, Jiang Yunyan ascended the stone-paved mountain path, eventually arriving at Situ Feng's abode. Having lingered in Xieyang Mountain for so long, she was well aware of his residence. As she gazed at the barrier outside Situ Feng's cave, she slowly extended her hand. However, before making contact, she hesitated, retracting her hand indecisively. Although Gui Qing had treated her well, never regarding her as an outsider, not everyone shared his disposition. She had never forgotten her identity, and the thought of interacting with any cultivator other than Gui Qing made her exceedingly anxious. Yet, the realization of Gui Qing's current predicament steeled her resolve, and she ultimately reached out to touch the barrier. The barrier began to ripple, and soon after, Situ Feng emerged slowly. Upon seeing Jiang Yunyan, he momentarily froze, then, after a moment of contemplation, recognized her. You are from Gui Qing's junior brother's courtyard, correct? What brings you here? Jiang Yunyan bowed respectfully, speaking softly. My master has not returned for 5 days. We have searched extensively, but to no avail. I understand your connections are vast. I implore you to assist me in locating him. Could he be refining pills at the apothecary gate? Situ Feng pondered with a frown. You know that Gui Qing often enters seclusion. 5 days isn't excessively long. No need to be so anxious. This is not an overreaction, Jiang Yunyan insisted, her urgency escalating. My master rarely refines pills outside, nor does he train in public. Aside from the time we first arrived, when he was out for 3 days, he has never spent the night away. I am aware of that incident at Lingdao Terrace, where he had no spirit stones, and that was when we first met. Situ Feng replied with a smile, about to continue when he suddenly sensed a gaze fixed upon him. Turning to the distance, he caught sight of a robust figure, a flicker of gravity crossing his eyes. I understand your concerns. Please do not worry. Return home and wait patiently. I will send someone to search for him and notify you once he is found. After watching Jiang Yunyan depart, Situ Feng turned to the distance, where the imposing figure had vanished, yet a glimmer of murderous intent ignited within his eyes. That person was Wei Xiong from this moment forth. Xieyang Mountain would not know peace. What? Missing? Inside the fragrant crisp pavilion, Han Yura exclaimed, realizing the curious gazes of those around her. She swiftly led Shen Xing to a corner and whispered, what on earth happened? Shen Xing spoke solemnly. He has been missing for 10 days. We have searched every possible location and questioned everyone who has had dealings with him, all claiming they have not seen him. After a prolonged silence, Han Qiuyu regained her composure. I understand. I will dispatch someone to search. After a moment of hesitation, Shen Xing divulged everything he knew, stating, the last place he was seen was Lingdao Terrace, where he was taken away by Zhou Yu. I inquired at the law enforcement hall. Zhou Yu asserted he had departed from there, but I do not believe him. He must still be at the law enforcement hall. Zhou Yu, law enforcement hall. Han Yuru's brows furrowed, her eyes gleaming with intensity. I lack the authority. I will report this matter and request the protector to intervene at the law enforcement hall. Then I shall leave it to you, Chen Ze replied, clasping his fists in gratitude. Han Yuru shook her head, sending messages to the higher-ups of the apothecary gate before returning to her room on the top floor, sighing deeply as she sat on the bed. She could surmise what had transpired, though she was reluctant to voice it. Even with the involvement of the higher-ups, it seemed unlikely they would see Gui Qing again. Moreover, given the law enforcement hall's methods, this matter would likely end without resolution. At the summit of Sheiyang Mountain, within a tall building, Jiang He bellowed with laughter. Truly commendable. The law enforcement hall acts swiftly and decisively. Mountain Lord, were you responsible for this? Wei Xiong inquired cautiously. What are you thinking? How could I dare to kill the direct disciple of my master? Jiang He glanced at Wei Xiong, then shifted the conversation. However, while I may not dare, others do. Someone has offered a hefty sum for his life, demonstrating considerable willingness to spend. As the Mountain Lord, I merely accepted the spirit stones, even if someone investigates. The blame cannot be placed on me. By the way, has there been any news from Situfeng lately? Wei Xiong chuckled. He is withered, rarely venturing out. His friends have severed ties with him for self-preservation. Upon hearing this, Jiang He laughed heartily. Situfeng's attempts to court favor with that young lad were merely to elevate his own status through the connection of a direct disciple. That young lad must be puffed up with pride after winning the apothecary gate competition. Alas, when one becomes too complacent, they are prone to stumbling. Situfeng would never anticipate the law enforcement hall would strike while that young lad was at his peak. Once he falls, others will see the situation clearly. When the walls crumble, everyone pushes. He is still too naive to think he can challenge me. In the days that followed, mysterious deaths plagued Sheiyang Mountain, with the deceased being loyal subordinates of Situfeng. Other cultivators, eager to avoid attracting danger, remained sequestered within their abodes. With Gui Qing's disappearance and the increasing number of cultivator fatalities, Situfeng's courtyard grew desolate. The once sociable figure withdrew into isolation, no longer making appearances. While Chen Ze had not visited Sheiyang Mountain for quite some time, one evening at dusk, with a face covered in stubble, Situfeng exited the courtyard, pouring out a jar of aged wine to commemorate the fallen cultivators before resolutely making his way toward the summit of Sheiyang Mountain. Shortly thereafter, a dozen cultivators emerged from the cave, following Situfeng closely. These were the last remaining loyalists, his final vestige of strength. Situfeng, have you come to your demise? Jiang He's mocking laughter cascaded down from the peak. Situfeng straightened his posture, his voice resonant and powerful. I have come to claim your life. Ha ha ha, splendid. I await your arrival. Jiang He, standing atop the high building, laughed ever more joyously, forming seals with his hands as a colossal barrier rose from the mountain's base, enveloping the entire mountain. Seal the mountain. This was a restriction only the Mountain Lord could wield. Once activated, while lacking formidable defenses, it would completely isolate all activity within the mountain. Before the barrier was lifted the following day, regardless of how many cultivators perished on Sheiyang Mountain, no one would pursue the matter. Situfeng tied a red cloth around his arm, and the dozen followers did likewise, resolutely advancing toward the high building, unfazed by the growing throngs of cultivators gathering before the structure. Kill. As Situfeng was the first to charge forth, he unleashed his flying sword, beheading several individuals of lesser cultivation. A dozen followers closely trailed behind him, displaying a fearless demeanor. Jiang He leaped from a high building, landing heavily on the ground. And with a forceful stomp, several stone pillars erupted from the earth, ensnaring Situfeng. Another stone pillar rose, elevating Jiang He, who looked down at Situfeng with a mocking sneer. With so few people, you dare to fight to the death. Situfeng remained silent, clenching his fist as the protective barriers of his courtyard shattered, allowing several demonic beasts from their enclosures to rush to the mountaintop and join the fray. It seems you have exhausted your tricks, Jiang He taunted. He was most wary of Situfeng's trained beasts. Should they join the assault, the outcome could be uncertain. However, with Situfeng lacking sufficient manpower and beastly assistance, he was not concerned. With a hand gesture, Situfeng commanded his flying sword to strike at Jiang He. Jiang He lightly stomped the ground, causing stones to rise and block the flying sword. Your cultivation is inferior to mine, and your beasts cannot aid you. Since you lack means, it is my turn now. Jiang He raised his hand, shattering the stone pillar and sending the debris crashing towards Situfeng. Situfeng quickly recalled his flying sword, cleaving through the descending stones. Yet, As stones continued to rain down, he could only evade, having no opportunity to counterattack. "It is over," Jiang He declared, crashing 2 stone pillars from either side to seal C2 Feng's escape route. With another incantation, stones converged, binding C2 Feng's limbs tightly, while a massive rock plummeted from above. Die. With a resounding crash, the ground was dented, sending clouds of dust into the air. As the dust settled, Jiang He dispersed the stones, only to find the ground empty, his pupils narrowing in shock. A flash of sword light pierced through. The chilling blade aimed directly at Jiang He's throat. "Congeal." Jiang He's body instantaneously petrified as he turned his head in alarm. Yet, the speed of the flying sword was too swift. He barely managed to evade a fatal blow, thanks to his stone-like skin that absorbed the impact. Jiang He firmly grasped C2 Feng's flying sword with his petrified hand, wiping the blood from his throat, and with a cold snort, summoned intertwining stone pillars to trap the fleeing C2 Feng. "Today, I shall present your head to those scheming cultivators of Xiang Mountain, to show them who truly reigns here." With a fierce grip, Jiang He tightened the stone pillars, as if intending to crush C2 Feng into pulp. Yet, C2 Feng unleashed his spiritual energy, shattering the stone restraints, and retrieved another flying sword from his storage pouch, pointing it defiantly at Jiang He. "Do not be hasty. Our battle has only just begun." "Humph." Still defiant even at death's door, Jiang He scoffed, preparing to strike, when an unexpected sensation compelled him to glance down the mountain. 3 figures enveloped in dark mist breached the barriers, 2 flanking the third by the arms, swiftly ascending to the mountaintop. Although the central figure was merely at the 3rd layer of chi refinement, the 2 beside him were at the 5th layer, equaling Jiang He's own prowess. Jiang He's expression turned grave, and he spoke in a low tone. "Esteemed guests, this matter pertains to Xiang Mountain. I implore you to refrain from intervening, and I assure you of generous rewards afterward." The trio offered no response, merely gazing silently at Jiang He. C2 Feng laughed heartily. "Jiang He, you underestimate me." As well as another thought to be dead, Jiang He suddenly realized something, his gaze snapping to the figure cloaked in black mist. "It is you." As the mist gradually dissipated, a striking visage emerged. It was Gui Qing. "Mountain Master, you appear quite disappointed," she remarked coolly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Jiang He clenched his fists, disbelief etched across his face as he beheld the unscathed Gui Qing. However, this was not the moment for revelations. Jiang He turned his attention to Gui Qing's companions with a cold smirk. "Even with the 2 of you, the situation remains unchanged. I would willingly expend my life to wear you down. Those who are wise should depart swiftly or face my wrath." "Is that so? What if I join?" Shenxing approached leisurely from the distance, sharing a knowing smile with C2 Feng while ignoring Wei Hu entirely. While others might forsake C2 Feng, he, as a childhood friend, would never abandon him. With 4 at the 5th layer of chi refinement, their combined strength was sufficient to shake the very foundations of the conflict. Jiang He regarded the newcomers, the calm in his eyes evaporating, replaced by a hint of panic. "Thank you, esteemed ones." Gui Qing acknowledged her companions with a bow. The figure on the right charged forth, drawing a bronze longsword from his back, its chilling aura slicing through the air as it severed heads with ease. The dark orb in his hand radiated a ghostly green glow, ensnaring the minds of those caught in its light, leaving them vulnerable to slaughter. The figure on the left brandished a similar dark orb, retrieving 2 corpses bound in chains from his storage pouch. As the green light illuminated them, the corpses abruptly opened their eyes, plunging into the crowd. These 2 corpses, seemingly forged from iron, were impervious to spells, and their sheer physical strength could overwhelm cultivators at the 4th layer of chi refinement. "It is you too." Jiang He's pupils constricted sharply, Qin Shan and Zhou Yu. Although their forms were shrouded in mist and their voices raspy, Jiang He quickly deduced their true identities, having frequently interacted with the law enforcement hall as the Mountain Master. He dared not voice his thoughts. To do so would invite dire consequences. The deeds of the law enforcement hall were to remain buried in silence, a rule all must adhere to. Jiang He raised his hand, unleashing a barrage of massive stones that plummeted towards Gui Qing. Gui Qing stood steadfast, unmoved. With a flick of his sleeve, Shenxing summoned a wall of trees that erupted from the ground, effectively shielding the massive stone and casting a mocking gaze upon Jiang He. "One could only wonder whether you were clever or foolish to contemplate assassinating him to break the deadlock. Even the law enforcement hall dares not take his life. How audacious of you to attempt such a feat." Jiang He's expression tightened, yet with Qin Shan and Zhou Yu already advancing upon him, he could only focus on defense, unable to spare a moment for words. "Enough, let each play their own game." Shenxing patted Gui Qing's shoulder and, alongside C2 Feng, charged towards Jianghe. Several green vines burst forth from the earth, lifting Gui Qing into the air, while blossoms of the 5 poisons flower unfurled upon the tendrils, releasing a dense cloud of toxic mist. The cultivators engulfed by this noxious fog were instantly struck with dizziness, their movements faltering. Gui Qing charged directly towards Wei Xiong, who was at the 4th level of qi refinement, unabashedly revealing the murderous intent in his eyes. Sensing the impending danger, Wei Xiong abandoned his current opponent, raised his hand to form a seal, and conjured a flurry of fireballs that erupted around Gui Qing. Gui Qing deftly maneuvered, evading every fireball with agility. Thick green vines erupted from the earth around Wei Xiong, tightly ensnaring his limbs. With a cold grunt, Wei Xiong ignited in flames, swiftly reducing the vines to ashes, and charged towards Gui Qing. However, seizing this opportunity, Gui Qing maintained his distance, and with each step Wei Xiong took, numerous vines obstructed his path, leaving him with no chance to close in. As the 5 poison flowers on the vines bloomed, potent toxins began to permeate Wei Xiong's body, instantly slowing his speed and drawing him farther from Gui Qing. Frustration gnawed at him as he gritted his teeth, helpless against the relentless onslaught of Gui Qing. Situ Feng caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, involuntarily exclaiming softly. In his recollection, Gui Qing had always been preoccupied with cultivation and not particularly skilled in combat. Yet now, Gui Qing executed his moves methodically, each strike laced with lethal intent. As if seasoned by countless battles, he was aware that Gui Qing had survived and had been in the law enforcement hall all along. But he could not fathom what Gui Qing had endured to undergo such transformation in just over a month. Wei Xiong, witnessing the ever-growing mass of burning vines before him, let out a series of furious roars. While it is true that wood fuels fire, even with his formidable flames, he needed to reach Gui Qing to make an impact. The toxins had already begun to corrode his body, and the longer he delayed, the more detrimental it became. Yet, with his combat experience, he would not resign himself to inaction. He formed several intricate hand seals, and flames surged around him, coalescing into a fiery circle. As the vines summoned by Gui Qing approached, they were immediately reduced to ash. Wei Xiong raised his hand once more, unleashing a relentless barrage of fireballs. Seizing the moment as Gui Qing dodged, he swiftly stepped into the fire circle and closed the distance, his palm igniting into a blade of flame, poised to deliver a fierce strike to Gui Qing's head. With an unwavering countenance, Gui Qing's speed suddenly surged, effortlessly evading Wei Xiong's strike. Windrunning Pill. Wei Xiong's expression darkened instantly, observing Gui Qing's demeanor. It was evident that he had consumed the Windrunning Pill prior to their confrontation, only now revealing the enhanced swiftness it afforded him. In truth, it was not solely the Windrunning Pill. Fearing a lack of time to ingest potions during their battle, Gui Qing had consumed an array of enhancement pills before arriving. Notably, he had taken 2 explosive spirit pills, which briefly amplified one's cultivation. Although his cultivation level was inferior to Wei Xiong's, the effects of the various pills had rendered him nearly comparable. However, in the realm of wood spirit techniques, he remained at a disadvantage against Wei Xiong's flames. Contemplating this, Gui Qing consumed another pill imbued with icy energy, raising a finger towards Wei Xiong, unleashing a wave of cold that suppressed the flames engulfing him. Fire does not conquer wood. Rather, wood begets fire, which had left him at a loss against Wei Xiong. Yet, after consuming this ice spirit pill, Wei Xiong's flames would pose no threat, for water is indeed the natural adversary of fire. A second-grade ice spirit pill, you certainly are generous, Wei Xiong remarked, his expression growing increasingly grim. He was nearing the 5th level of qi refinement, rendering the impact of a first-grade ice spirit pill negligible. Only a second-grade pill could yield such effects. Your life is worth this price, Gui Qing replied nonchalantly, though a twinge of regret lingered within him. A first-grade pill typically cost a few spirit stones, at most several dozen, yet this second-grade ice spirit pill had set him back 200 spirit stones. Given his current financial standing, second-grade pills were indeed a luxury. Nevertheless, against Wei Xiong, he could not afford to be frugal. Wei Xiong scoffed coldly as he withdrew a crimson gourd from his storage pouch, removing its stopper. Flames erupted forth with tangible ferocity, swiftly dispelling the cold and engulfing Gui Qing in a sea of fire. Did you think you were the only one with trump cards? This fire-swallowing gourd has been cultivated for ages. A mere ice spirit pill cannot thwart me. However, before Wei Xiong could bask in his moment of triumph, the blazing inferno was abruptly extinguished, revealing countless tiny ice crystals swirling around Gui Qing, akin to a protective armor. The chilling aura alone froze the ground beneath Wei Xiong's feet. As Wei Xiong beheld the slowly burning vermilion paper before Gui Qing, his expression shifted dramatically. This was a talisman inscribed with a spell. Gui Qing was invoking the frost armor inscribed by a 6th-level Qi refinement practitioner. Not only did it possess formidable defensive capabilities, but it also wielded a significant restraining effect against his flames. Such talismans typically sold for 500 spirit stones at the spirit treasure platform, and few were willing to purchase them. He could scarcely fathom that Gui Qing had prepared so extensively to counter him. In the midst of Wei Xiong's astonished gaze, Gui Qing produced another talisman, infusing it with spiritual energy, which immediately ignited. The frigid air that wreaked havoc in the atmosphere coalesced into tangible ice crystals, extinguishing the flames enveloping Wei Xiong. The Xianbing Su, akin to the Xianbing armor, originated from the same practitioner. When utilized in conjunction with the Xianbing armor, even a practitioner at the 4th level of Qi refinement, not to mention one at the 5th level who excels in fire manipulation, would find themselves utterly subdued before the talisman extinguished. Seal. Gui Qing ignited yet another talisman, and without warning, several ice walls materialized around Wei Xiong, encasing him. The emanating chill penetrated to the marrow, and within mere moments, his limbs became entirely immobilized. Seizing the opportunity while Wei Xiong's internal energy stagnated, Gui Qing summoned verdant vines to emerge from the icy barrier, piercing through Wei Xiong's limbs and incessantly injecting toxins into his body. Soon, Wei Xiong's complexion turned an ashen hue, rendering him devoid of any power to resist. Gui Qing stood his ground, continuing to utilize the creeping vines to allow the toxin to corrode Wei Xiong's body, showing no inclination to approach. In the past, he would have assumed victory was within his grasp. However, after the events at the enforcement hall, he no longer underestimated any adversary. A cultivator's final struggle is often more ferocious. Damn it! Wei Xiong bellowed, channeling his spiritual energy to the utmost limit, unleashing a torrent of flames that reduced the vines to ashes. Yet, he found himself powerless against the surrounding ice walls. He feigned weakness to coax Gui Qing into lowering his guard and drawing closer for inspection, thus allowing the last vestiges of his spiritual energy to erupt forth and subdue Gui Qing. However, to his dismay, Gui Qing was not deceived. Gui Qing once again unleashed the attack of the green vines upon Wei Xiong, yet it swiftly turned to ashes once more. He had long anticipated such an outcome. His intention was solely to deplete the spiritual energy within Wei Xiong. Left with no choice, Wei Xiong reluctantly took out a rejuvenating pill and consumed it, knowing that he must endure until the talisman was completely burned before he could retaliate. Gui Qing directly took out a healing elixir and consumed it as if it were mere beans, a glimmer of mockery dancing in his eyes. With both sides revealing their trump cards, it became a contest of endurance until the very end. Although Wei Xiong's storage bag may contain numerous medicinal pills, it is undeniable that his stock will never surpass that of Gui Qing, a master alchemist. Gui Qing's spiritual awareness unfurled completely as he meticulously sensed Wei Xiong's condition. After the second groove of the absolute spirit seed was activated, his spiritual awareness grew exponentially. Although he was merely at the 3rd stage of Qi refinement, his spiritual awareness had already surpassed that of Wei Xiong by a considerable margin. As the toxin continued to invade over time, Wei Xiong's aura waned dramatically. His complexion turned ashen and his lips pale, indicating that he was on the brink of collapse. Nevertheless, he persisted, knowing that once the talisman was consumed, his cultivation would enable him to subdue Gui Qing in an instant. A mocking glimmer danced in Gui Qing's eyes, for he was acutely aware of Wei Xiong's intentions. In the depths of Wei Xiong's despair, he produced the 4th talisman, Xianbing Earth Spike. Within the icy walls, interwoven ice spikes erupted from the ground, piercing Wei Xiong's body. With a wretched scream, he collapsed entirely. The relentless onslaught of punctures had shattered his energy reservoir, rendering him incapable of conjuring even a sliver of spiritual energy, let alone mount a defense. Are my spirit stones so easily obtained? Gui Qing dismantled the ice walls, drew a flying sword from his storage pouch, and with a swift flash, severed Wei Xiong's head from his shoulders. Gui Qing lifted Wei Xiong's severed head and tossed it before Jiang He. Upon seeing the gruesome sight, Jiang He was momentarily stunned. Although it was but a fleeting moment, it allowed Sidu Feng and the others to seize the opportunity and strike, causing him to spit blood. Even though he was on the brink of breaking through to the 6th level of Qi refinement, he had not yet achieved it. In the face of the combined assault from the 4, he was already at a disadvantage. This brief distraction only hastened his demise. Gui Qing cast a fleeting glance at Jiang He as tendrils of vines surged beneath his feet, propelling him towards the other cultivators. This battle was not one he could partake in. His focus lay on those cultivators of comparable prowess, some of whom had once shared drinks with him and affectionately referred to him as junior brother. Yet now, they stood as adversaries, and he could not afford to show mercy. Under the relentless assault of four, Jiang He's breath gradually waned, and seizing the opportune moment, Situ Feng unleashed his flying sword, severing Jiang He's throat. Jiang He clutched his gushing neck, collapsing in defiance. Situ Feng held aloft Jiang He's severed head, soaring into the air on his sword. Jiang He was dead. The vanquished would not be slain. Instantly, the entire Sheiyang mountain fell into silence. After a brief pause, all cultivators chose to cease hostilities. In terms of overall strength, even with Qin Shan and Zhou Yu's involvement, Jiang He's side still held the advantage. However, with Jiang He's demise, the struggle had lost its significance. Upon Sheiyang Mountain, Gui Qing respectfully greeted the mountain lord. He was the first to clasp his fist and salute. The other cultivators hesitated momentarily before following suit, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the mountain lord." Situ Feng nonchalantly discarded Jiang He's head onto the ground, a faint smile gracing his lips. No need for formalities. Atop the mountain, Situ Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the multitude of cultivators before him, his expression increasingly intricate. These erstwhile friends, barring the few who vowed unwavering loyalty to him, had all betrayed him. His original plan had envisioned a united front against Jiang He. Yet, Gui Qing's unexpected disappearance forced him to alter his strategy. Fortunately, he had not disclosed the date of action to these individuals. Otherwise, Jiang He would have turned against him much sooner. Though he anticipated such an outcome when amending his plans, the taste of betrayal was bitter. Morally, he held these individuals in disdain, even loathing. Yet, from a pragmatic standpoint, he held no grudge against them. Were he in Jiang He's position, he would have acted similarly, employing covert assassinations to instill fear and deter allegiance. For the sake of Sheiyang Mountain's interests, he would not resort to violence against these individuals. Rather, he would maintain a cordial demeanor. However, henceforth, they would occupy no place in his heart. "Mountain Lord, please declare the new regulations," Gui Qing softly prompted. Noticing Situ Feng lost in thought, Situ Feng snapped back to attention, turning to Gui Qing with a gentle smile. The gazes of the other cultivators shifted to Gui Qing. Their expressions varied. Since Situ Feng ascended to the role of Mountain Lord, Gui Qing, alongside the select few loyal cultivators, had undoubtedly become his closest confidant. With Situ Feng's elevation, Gui Qing's status naturally soared as well, given his displayed strength and connections. It would not be an exaggeration to deem him the second in command of Sheiyang Mountain. Situ Feng proclaimed with clarity, "Now that I am the Mountain Lord, the previous regulations set by Jiang He are null and void. The monthly tribute shall be collected once a month, without early demands. Rest assured in your cultivation. The past is behind us, and we shall continue as friends." A hush fell over the crowd. With Jiang He's regulations abolished, the previously collected spirit stones were rendered void. Should Situ Feng decide to pursue this matter, he might not see the tribute for several years, perhaps even a decade. Yet, no one dared voice such concerns. This was the norm with every change of Mountain Lord. After dispersing the crowd, Situ Feng nodded respectfully towards Zhou Yu and Qin Shan, enshrouded in black mist, and, alongside Gui Qing, escorted a few individuals down the mountain. At the mountain's base, Gui Qing halted, clasping his fist in gratitude towards Qin Shan and Zhou Yu. "Thank you, esteemed brothers. For your assistance, I am profoundly grateful." Qin Shan shook his head, replying, "Our grievances are now settled. Let us speak only of mutual interests moving forward." Gui Qing nodded slightly. "It is only fitting." Zhou Yu chuckled as he patted Gui Qing's shoulder, remarking on his junior's generosity. "Next time such a lucrative opportunity arises, do not forget to invite me. Your elder brother is truly impoverished." "Of course," Gui Qing replied with a smile. After seeing the two depart, he lifted his gaze towards the slowly dissipating mountain ceiling barrier. At dawn, the lives lost the previous night would fade into obscurity, their names forgotten. Shen Xing draped an arm around Situ Feng's shoulder. "So, what do you think? Am I still a good friend? If you hadn't said we had enough people, I would have brought the folks from Nanyan Mountain to deal with Jiang He." "Thanks," Situ Feng replied with a gentle smile. "After all these years of friendship, there's no need for such formalities." Shen Xing cast a glance at Situ Feng, then patted Gui Qing's shoulder. "You are quite impressive. Tonight, you have opened my eyes. Next time, I will have to bring you to Nanyan Mountain, and I shall treat you to drinks. Farewell." Situ Feng watched Shen Xing leave and turned to ascend the mountain with Gui Qing. After a brief silence, he inquired, "Have you joined the law enforcement hall?" Gui Qing nodded silently. Situ Feng sighed deeply, realizing that his reluctance to divulge certain matters stemmed from a fear of internal strife, never anticipating that Gui Qing would become so intimately entwined with them. Nevertheless, he refrained from probing further, trusting that Gui Qing possessed the discernment to navigate his own path. After a night of relentless conflict, it was evident that fatigue had set in. He urged Gui Qing to return and rest, as he himself had to report to the law enforcement hall about Zhang's demise. After bidding farewell to Situ Feng, Gui Qing proceeded along the mountain path, his steps slow and heavy. As Situ Feng had articulated, from the moment he entered the law enforcement hall, his mind had been in a state of constant tension. Now, finally able to release that burden, he felt too weary to utter a single word. In the courtyard's pavilion, Huzi was sprawled against the railing, soundly asleep under a blanket. Jiang Yunyun and Jiang Yumi lay sprawled over the stone table, remnants of uneaten food strewn about, suggesting they had not rested in the loft for quite some time. Gui Qing silently approached the three, gently lifting the fallen blanket to cover the two sisters. Jiang Yumian slept soundly, while Jiang Yunyan was startled awake by the faint rustle, her drowsiness dissipating as she beheld Gui Qing. "Young master, you have finally returned." This exclamation roused both Huzai and Jiang Yumian, their eyes widening with excitement at the sight of Gui Qing. "Chen Ze, where have you been these past days? Why did you not come back?" Huzai exclaimed, gripping Gui Qing's hand and shaking it fervently. "Young master, there was quite a commotion at Sheyang Mountain last night. Are you unharmed?" Jiang Yumian inquired, her voice laced with concern. Under Gui Qing's direction, Situ Feng had discreetly sent the messages. Yet, even with the knowledge that Gui Qing was alive, they could not escape the gnawing anxiety, longing day and night for his swift return. The trio had only recently succumbed to slumber. The tumult of the previous night had been deafening. Even through the barrier, they had felt fear coursing through them, remaining in a state of unease throughout the night in the pavilion. It was only as dawn approached that they had finally drifted into a restless sleep. "Fear not, the mountain lord has changed. No one will dare to bully you hereafter at Sheyang Mountain," Gui Qing said with a smile as he settled down, picking up the bowl and chopsticks that had been set aside for him each day, and began to eat heartily. The trio gazed at Gui Qing, his bloodied form stirring their worries that lingered still. Gui Qing spoke with a casual demeanor, yet they discerned the underlying peril. However, they were unable to dissuade Gui Qing from taking risks and could only remain here, awaiting his return. Jiang Yuyan, observing Gui Qing devouring the leftover food, finally realized. "My lord, please wait a moment. We shall prepare a fresh meal. How could we allow you to eat leftovers?" Gui Qing waved his hand, content with the leftover food he had. During his childhood, when he was with that gambling father, even such remnants were a luxury. With a balance of meat and vegetables, it was quite satisfactory. Jiang Yunyan softly remarked, "Allow me to fetch some water. You must be weary, my lord. A bath followed by a comfortable slumber would surely restore you." Gui Qing nodded, observing Huzai and Jiang Yumi resting their chins on their hands while gazing at him. He chuckled. "What is the matter? Do you not recognize me?" Huzai replied in a deep voice, "Chen Ze, I know you are the most resourceful among us, but you must still take care of yourself. We have been quite anxious these days, fearing for your safety. Do you have any idea how many tears Yumi has secretly shed for you during this time?" "It wasn't me," Jiang Yumi protested. Her cheeks flushed as she stamped her foot. "It was my sister who cried." "I thought it was you." Huzai scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. "Humph. I would never cry. After all this time, you still can't tell me apart from my sister. How infuriating." "Don't be angry. I apologize." "Forgiven. It was indeed my sister who cried. Please don't mix us up again. I would never shed a tear." "All right. I shall remember." Gui Qing observed the playful antics of the two with a cheerful demeanor, finishing her meal in hearty bites. She stretched languidly, stifling a yawn before retreating to her chamber. Jiang Yunya had already prepared the water and poured it into the wooden tub, standing idly by as she heard Gui Qing's entrance. In a flurry, she hastily dabbed at the corners of her eyes with her sleeve, yet the swollen redness did not escape Gui Qing's notice. With the matter of Sheyang Mountain resolved, Gui Qing felt elated, and with a rare sense of jest, she inquired why someone was secretly shedding tears. Jiang Yunya's words echoed those of her younger sister, Jiang Yumian. "I certainly did not cry." In the room, Gui Qing opened her arms, allowing Jiang Yunya to remove her robe. Jiang Yunya cast her gaze downward, too bashful to behold the unclothed Gui Qing, her fair face gradually blooming with a rosy hue. Only when Gui Qing settled into the wooden tub did Jiang Yunya finally lift her gaze, taking a soft cloth to gently wipe Gui Qing's back. Noting that her lord appeared to be in remarkably high spirits today, Gui Qing nodded slightly, acknowledging that with the change in leadership, no one would dare to bully them in this sunset mountain any longer. Jiang Yuyan spoke softly. I understand that you aspire to accomplish great things. Yet a gentleman ought to prudently safeguard his invaluable self. It would be wise for you to refrain from taking reckless risks in the future. A gentleman, you say? Within the demon extreme sect, I recognize but one true gentleman, and I do not resemble him, Gui Qing remarked with a self-deprecating smile. He then shifted the conversation. I too wish to cultivate in peace. However, the path of cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. Any step back is not an option. Let us not dwell on such matters. Take good care of yourselves, and I shall have no lingering concerns. Jiang Yunyan ceased her discourse, gently kneading Gui Qing's shoulders. She was not oblivious to the helplessness of the situation, yet the worries in her heart remained inescapable. Gui Qing rested his head against the edge of the bathtub, gazing at the ceiling, his thoughts drifting in disarray. The perils of Xieyang Mountain seemed trivial in comparison. It was the enforcement hall that resembled a den of dragons and tigers. He narrowly escaped the abyss. On that fateful day, Xie Dingyan did not strike him, but instead led him to a dark, sunless place, where he battled with numerous condemned prisoners for the mere chance to survive, with the slightest misstep potentially leading to his demise at the hands of others. After enduring a brutal struggle, he miraculously emerged from the pile of corpses. Subsequently, Xie Dingyan brought him to a martial arts arena, where he faced fellow cultivators of the same rank from the enforcement hall. Xie Dingyan informed him that if he could secure 50 victories out of 100 matches, he would earn his freedom.